Chapter 1. The World of Xianming, the Sea of Skeletons. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, obscuring the light, while eerie winds howled past, reminiscent of wailing souls whispering secrets. From the barren earth below, a pale skeletal hand suddenly emerged. Am I not dead? Why do I still possess consciousness? Yimu Yun felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, compelling him to struggle fiercely. A complete human-shaped skeleton broke free from the ground. Is this my body? Yimu Yun gazed in disbelief at his pallid form, devoid of flesh and blood. Dead, yet not entirely gone? Yimu Yun's eyes swept over the desolate surroundings, struggling to discern whether he had traversed realms or arrived in the fabled underworld. Ding! The Devouring Evolution System is activating. 10. 9. The system is now activated. Does the host wish to bind? A system? Yimu Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared he had indeed crossed over, albeit into the form of a skeleton. Rather than feeling disheartened by his skeletal transformation, Yimu Yun found a peculiar sense of relief blossoming within. In his previous life, the burdens of relentless pressures, car loans, mortgages, dowries, and ceaseless social obligations had suffocated him. Now, as a creature of the night, he felt an unparalleled lightness. Moreover, fortune smiled upon him. Not only had he crossed over, but he had also acquired a system. Surely, he could carve out an extraordinary existence in this world. From this moment forth, he would live solely for himself, unencumbered by the expectations of others. Bind. Ding! The host has successfully bound the Devouring Evolution System. Generating host information. Host, Yimu Yun. Race, undead. Race name, white skeleton. Evolution experience, 0-10. Evolution count, 0. Exclusive talent, devouring. Skills, none. Realm, ordinary nether entity. Combat power, 5. Devouring? This system is called the Devouring Evolution System, meaning that by utilizing my exclusive talent to consume other species, I can continuously evolve and strengthen myself. Seeing his meager combat power of 5, Yimu Yun chuckled wryly. Isn't this what they call being a weakling? I am still too feeble despite possessing a system. Caution is advisable. Yimu Yun rose, fully emerging from the earth, his gaze wandering in confusion around his surroundings. A skeletal serpent, composed entirely of bones, slithered past his feet, prompting Yimu Yun to seize it. Ding! The host has discovered a bone serpent. Subsequently, lines of information appeared before Yimu Yun. Race, undead. Race name, white bone serpent. Realm, ordinary nether entity. Combat power, 2. Let's test my talent on you. Devour. With that, the hollow sockets of Yimu Yun's eyes emanated a sinister green glow. The serpent's soul sensed impending doom and struggled desperately to escape Yimu Yun's grip. Yet, its strength was far too weak even in his diminished state. Yimu Yun possessed a combat power of 5. The energy from the bone serpent was relentlessly drawn into Yimu Yun's being, its form disintegrating into dust. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and become an intermediate white skeleton. Evolution count, 1. You have gained the skill, Strengthen. Using this skill increases your physical and magical attack power by 5. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement. You require 0-20 experience for the next evolution. Evolution proved to be surprisingly effortless. What was he waiting for? Time to feast. Yimu Yun quickly turned his attention to a bone wolf nearby. Ding! The host has discovered a white bone howling wolf. Race, undead. Race name, white bone howling wolf. Realm, ordinary nether entity. Combat power, 4. A combat power of 4? Acceptable, it was weaker than himself. The bone wolf displayed a marked vigilance, locking eyes with Yimu Yun, transitioning into an aggressive stance, poised to attack. As the bone wolf noticed Yimu Yun advancing, it lunged forward with incredible speed. Its sharp claws aimed for Yimu Yun's skull. The bone wolf exhibited considerable combat experience. Should it strike true, the flame of his soul would be extinguished, and with it, Yimu Yun would cease to exist. Fortunately, in his past life, Yimu Yun had often watched martial arts competitions, and he was familiar with some basic techniques. Strengthen. Yimu Yun raised his knee, landing a solid blow to the bone wolf's chest, deflecting its attack. The two were not even in the same combat power range. Yi Mu Yun's knee strike sent the bone wolf crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly pressed the wretched creature down with his skeletal hand. Devour. Once more, the eerie green light radiated from Yi Mu Yun's hollow eye sockets, the powerful devouring force voraciously consuming the bone wolf's energy. The bone wolf met the same fate as the bone serpent, gradually dissolving into dust amidst its futile struggles. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and become a high-level white skeleton. Evolution count 2. You have gained the skill, agility. Using this skill increases your movement and attack speed by 5. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement. You require 0.40 experience for the next evolution. Open the attribute panel. Host, Yi Mu Yun. Race, undead. Race name, high-level white skeleton. Evolution experience, 0.40. Evolution count 2. Exclusive talent, devouring. Skills, strengthen, agility. Realm, ordinary nether entity. Combat power, 15. Having tasted success, Yi Mu Yun turned his gaze toward the weaker skeletons surrounding him. Ding! You have slain the white bone mountain fox, gaining 10 experience. Ding! You have slain the white bone ash sheep, gaining 10 experience. Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and become a top-level white skeleton. Evolution count 3. You have gained a skill, Iron Bones. Using this skill increases your physical and magical defense by 5. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement. You require 0.80 experience for the next evolution. Yi Mu Yun became increasingly addicted to devouring. Even the small white bone rabbits were not spared. Little bunny, what do you think you're running? Submit, for you cannot escape me. Allow yourself to be drained. The frightened white bone rabbit began to dart about aimlessly. Spotting a nearby cave, the rabbit attempted to scurry inside, but Yi Mu Yun swiftly captured it. Little one, do you think you can flee? Submit and be devoured. Just as Yi Mu Yun prepared to consume the white bone rabbit. Ding! The host has discovered a primary skeleton warrior. Realm, early acquired stage. Combat power, 30. A humanoid skeleton, much like Yi Mu Yun, stood before him. However, its bones were sturdier, a ghastly white, and it brandished a bone knife, letting out a fierce roar. Is this fellow speaking to me? Is he implying that this is his territory, and I have trespassed? Yi Mu Yun mimicked the skeleton's roar, attempting to explain that he was merely a wayward intruder and would depart immediately. This creature possessed a combat power of 30, while Yi Mu Yun only had 20. He had no desire to engage in conflict at this moment, better to bide his time, evolve a couple more times, and then return for retribution. 30 years of flourishing, 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the impoverished skeleton. I shall return. As Yi Mu Yun prepared to leave with the white bone rabbit in hand, the skeleton warrior let out a furious roar and charged at him. What the? How dare this skeleton employ treachery and ambush me? Agility. With enhanced speed, Yi Mu Yun narrowly evaded the skeleton warrior's assault. Hadn't he just attempted to explain himself? Was this creature truly so hot-tempered? The skeleton warrior's strikes were swift, its bone knife slashing toward Yi Mu Yun like a phantom. Yi Mu Yun's heart sank. It seemed that escaping unscathed today would be a challenge. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Strengthen. Iron Bones. With a resounding clang, the skeleton warrior's bone knife struck Yi Mu Yun's arm, only to ricochet off. Gazing at the gash left on his skeletal arm, Yi Mu Yun exhaled in relief. Thank goodness he had activated the Iron Bone skill, otherwise that blow would have shattered his arm. However, Yi Mu Yun did not leave empty-handed. During his recent encounter with the skeletal warrior, he had discerned the creature's patterns. This being employed a rather simplistic approach to combat, lacking any finesse, resorting instead to clumsy, brute swings. To put it plainly, while formidable in strength, this creature was rather inept in its fighting style. A smile crept across Yi Mu Yun's face. Though your strength may surpass mine, your technique is no match for my skill. The skeletal warrior let out a furious shriek, seemingly perplexed by the challenge posed by a mere white skeleton of a lower level. In its rage, the skeletal warrior leaped forward, aiming to cleave the lowly white skeleton in two. Yi Mu-yun deftly rolled away from the warrior's attack, swiftly reversing his momentum to spring back to his feet. With a flurry of movements, he unleashed a series of strike punches, elbow jabs, knee strikes, and whip-like kicks, executing a fluid combination with remarkable grace. The skeletal warrior, unprepared for such agile tactics, was left dazed, its bone dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment while the warrior was momentarily stunned, Yi Mu-yun swept its legs out from under it, sending it crashing to the ground. The skeletal warrior let out a howl of frustration. "Huh, you are now but a powerless rage. Since you refuse to let me pass, I shall consume you instead." Yi Mu-yun placed his hand upon the warrior's skull. Devour. An eerie, emerald glow pulsated, and a terrifying force began to draw the skeletal warrior into its grasp. The creature's fury transformed into sheer terror as it trembled and struggled in vain. Before one's very eyes, the skeletal warrior was reduced to dust. Ding! You have slain the skeletal warrior and gained 100 experience points. Congratulations, host. Evolution complete. Evolution count 4. You have acquired the skill, Bone Shatter. Utilizing this skill will enhance the penetration of any attack by 10. Disregarding armor defenses, the higher the skill level, the greater the benefit. A surge of joy filled Yi Mu-yun. Was this not a skill for bypassing armor? What a splendid skill! It was ignoring defenses and inflicting internal damage directly upon the enemy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the rank of Junior Skeletal Warrior. You have earned the right to select a specialized talent for advancement. Yi Mu-yun's heart swelled with delight at such fortunate tidings. Selection. A massive wheel appeared before Yi Mu-yun, proclaiming, "Selection begins." As the system's announcement faded, the colossal wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the exclusive talent skill, Synthesis. The host may combine any skills possessed into a single skill, maintaining the original effects while enhancing their potency. Skill Synthesis? Before Yi Mu-yun, a skill synthesis interface emerged. There are 3 slots available, indicating that only 3 skills may be combined. Let us experiment by placing Strengthen, Swiftness, and Iron Skin into the slots. Yi Mu-yun dragged the 3 skills into the designated slots. Synthesize. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have synthesized a new skill, Triumvirate Power. Utilizing this skill will enhance physical attack, magical attack, movement speed, attack speed, physical defense, and magical defense by 15. The higher the skill level, the greater the benefit. The effects were significant, resulting in a direct enhancement of 10. Open the attribute panel. Host, Yi Mu-yun. Race, Undead. Race name, Junior Skeletal Warrior. Evolution experience, 0-1-6-0. Evolution count, 4. Exclusive talent, Devour, Skills Synthesis. Skills, Triumvirate Power, Bone Shatter. Realm, Early Postnatal Stage. Combat Power, 40. Combat Power of 40. Goodness, the skeletal warrior I just drained had a mere 30. How can beings of the same realm and level possess such a disparity in combat prowess? With my current combat power, coupled with my own skills, I should be able to face mid-level skeletal warriors without fear. Suddenly, a plethora of information surged into Yi Mu-yun's mind, all derived from the consciousness of that skeletal warrior. Yi Mu-yun directed his gaze towards the cave. I wondered why this creature was attacking itself with such fervor. It turns out there are treasures here. It fears that I might return after leaving. Yi Mu-yun ventured into the cave. The cavern was deep and winding, and after walking for over 10 minutes, he finally beheld a vast space. The area was overrun with plant life resembling skeletons. Ding, you have discovered the underworld bone grass. Yi Mu-yun's immediate reaction was, is this a treasure? System, what is this underworld bone grass? Ding, underworld bone grass, a plant that only grows in the sea of skeletons. This plant absorbs the essence of the underworld year-round, rich in underworld energy, significantly benefiting physical enhancement. That Yi Mu-yun hastily inquired, can I also devour it? Ding, indeed. Yi Mu-yun gazed at the dense cluster of underworld bone grass before him. Is this not a windfall? A true feast awaits. Yi Mu-yun plucked a stalk of underworld bone grass and held it in his hand. Devour. Energy surged into Yi Muyun's body as the underworld bone grass swiftly transformed into a pile of powder. Ding! The host has devoured a stalk of underworld bone grass, gaining 4 experience points. Although it was only 4 points, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. 0.4 points per stalk, and with 40 stalks, that amounts to 160 experience points, more than sufficient for leveling up. Moreover, there are not just 40 stalks, but hundreds. Let the feasting commence. Ding! The host has devoured a stalk of underworld bone grass, gaining 4 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing evolution, becoming a mid-level skeletal warrior. With 5 evolution instances, acquired skill, Netherfire to be while utilizing this skill, one can imbue oneself or a weapon with Netherfire, which possesses corrosive and explosive effects. There remains 0.320 experience points until the next evolution. Goodness, this is an enchanting skill. This means that after enhancing with Netherfire, my attacks will not only have physical impact, but also carry magical assault. Yi Muyun's gaze returned to the underworld bone grass. The feast continues. Ding! The host has devoured a stalk of underworld bone grass, gaining 2 experience points that Yi Muyun was momentarily taken aback. The experience had decreased. This implies that I need to consume 160 stalks of underworld bone grass to evolve again. Yi Muyun scanned the remaining underworld bone grass and couldn't help but shake his head. The quantity here might not suffice for my next evolution. However, even a mosquito, though small, is still meat. It's worth eating nonetheless. After a thorough consumption by Yi Muyun, the once abundant space in the cavern was now barren, completely stripped clean, not a root left behind. That Yi Muyun let out a symbolic burp. Delicious. He found a stick to pick his teeth. Calmly surveying the information, 0.200320 experience. Combat power, 60, just 100 more experience points, and I can evolve to the next stage that I'll just find a skeletal warrior outside to absorb. Just as Yi Muyun was preparing to take a nap, voices suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Brother, are there really as many nethergrass as you said? A rugged voice rang out. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Another replied. When I last visited, this place was overflowing with underworld bone grass. I deliberately left a mark here, that if there had not been so much, would I have had to share it with you? The second man exclaimed with joy. Then I owe you a great debt. Brother, once we sell this underworld bone grass back home, I shall treat you to a night with Lady Ruyan at the Drunken Red Tower. The rugged man chuckled. Hey, the tea, at least you have a conscience. You haven't forgotten your brother. The voices grew closer as the two approached Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun concealed himself in the shadows, observing them. Ding! You have discovered 2 human cultivators. Their information immediately appeared before Yi Muyun's eyes. Race, human name, Jiang Daqiang male, realm, early innate combat power, 105 race. Human name, Li Fugue male, realm, peak acquired combat power. Yi Muyun was somewhat astonished. System, what kind of world is this? How can I encounter human cultivators? Ding! This world is known as the Xianming world, a realm of cultivation. In this world, the essence of the underworld is abundant. Thus both humans and underworld entities cultivate by absorbing this essence. The cultivation levels are categorized as acquired, innate, underworld energy, underworld soul, underworld spirit, underworld aspect, underworld king, underworld emperor, underworld sovereign, underworld saint, underworld god, great being, underworld emperor, and underworld ancestor, comprising 14 realms. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Reflecting on his current realm, which had reached the mid-acquired stage, Yi Muyun realized he had genuinely embarked on the path of cultivation. Yi Muyun continued to observe the 2 men. They looked around the empty space. And Li Fugue glanced at Jiang Daqiang with bewilderment. Brother, is this truly the cave brimming with underworld bone grass you spoke of? There isn't even a single root in sight. Jiang Daqiang furrowed his brow. This is strange. When I came here a few days ago, this place was filled with underworld bone grass. How could it have vanished without a trace? Did those cursed underworld entities consume it all? Li Fugue scoffed, unconvinced. So much underworld bone grass. Even if they ate it, they couldn't finish it all. With such potency, wouldn't they risk bursting? Jiang Daqiang, visibly angry, retorted, Are you implying I lured you here under false pretenses? Seeing Jiang Daqiang's fury, Li Fugue quickly laughed nervously. Brother, That's not what I meant. Since there is no underworld bone grass, we might as well not waste time here. Jiang Daqiang shook his head in refusal. No way. We've come this far. We can't leave empty-handed. Li Fugui's expression tightened. Brother, you don't intend to venture deeper into the sea of skeletons, do you? Jiang Daqiang said, a few days ago, while drinking at the tavern. I heard that just a mile inward from the outer edge of the sea of skeletons, there's a grove of fruit trees bearing Lingming fruits. I Fugui gasped in astonishment. Lingming fruits? Those are far more valuable than underworld bone grass. They're considered second-tier medicinal materials. One Lingming fruit is worth 10 stalks of underworld bone grass. Upon hearing this, Yi Muyun's interest was piqued. One fruit worth 10 stalks? That means a substantial gain in experience. Yi Muyun remained hidden in the shadows, continuing to listen. Jiang Daqiang chuckled. Brother, don't say I'm not taking care of you. No underworld bone grass. There are still Lingming fruits that... I Fugui appeared troubled. But with our strength, we can only wander around the outskirts. The underworld entities inside are quite fierce. One misstep, and we could lose our lives. Jiang Daqiang replied, look at your timidity. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, we're only talking about walking an extra kilometer into the inner area. Perhaps we'll be fortunate and not encounter any high-level underworld entities. He added, moreover, I secretly brought my master's underworld thunder talisman with me. What do you have to fear? Li Fugui looked at Jiang Daqiang in shock. Brother, you are incredibly bold to even steal the master's talisman. Jiang Daqiang scoffed. That old man is exceedingly biased. He shows kindness only to the junior disciples, but has never favored you as his disciple. What harm is there in stealing a few nether thunder talismans? Consider it compensation for us, his elder brothers. I Fugui felt a twinge of fear. What if the master finds out and blames us? Jiang Daqiang pulled Li Fugui close out of course. We will pin it on the junior disciple. After all, the master dotes on him, so implicating him poses no problem. It is only reasonable for a junior to take the blame for his two elder brothers. I Fugui smirked and gave Jiang Daqiang a thumbs up. Truly, brother, you are quite cunning. Well, since we have the nether thunder talismans, I shall accompany you on this venture. Jiang Daqiang gave Li Fugui a hearty pat on the shoulder. That's more like it. Following your elder brother will surely bring you benefits. The two of them exited the cave, shoulders linked. Wei trailed quietly behind them, waiting for a chance to swoop in. Due to Jiang Daqiang's innate aura, the surrounding nether creatures kept their distance, and they encountered no attacks along the way. I Fugui remained vigilant, glancing around. Brother, if we venture any further, we will reach the periphery. We must be cautious. Jiang Daqiang nodded in agreement. After walking a kilometer, they indeed found no signs of nether creature attacks, just as Jiang Daqiang had claimed. They wasted no time and soon arrived beneath a tree laden with Lingming fruits. I Fugui chuckled. Yes, you predicted. Brother, we are indeed lucky. We encountered no nether creatures on our journey. Let us hasten to gather the fruits, lest we linger and invite trouble. Suddenly, Jiang Daqiang's expression shifted dramatically. Junior, get away from that, before he could finish. A sharp bone spike plunged deep into Li Fugui's skull. I Fugui's eyes widened. His body convulsed twice before falling lifeless. A colossal bone spider, 3 meters in diameter, tumbled from the tree, its dozen hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie soul fire. Fixated on Jiang Daqiang, the information about the massive bone spider flashed before Yi Muyun's eyes. Species: undead. Species name: evil bone spider. Realm: innate peak. Combat power: 180. Yi Muyun gasped in shock. Combat power of 180? That is 3 times my own strength. This realization made Yi Muyun hesitate to act rashly. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Daqiang, pondering whether the human and his nether thunder talismans could possibly contend with this spider. Yi Muyun silently hoped for both sides to suffer mutual destruction. The evil bone spider hissed menacingly at Jiang Daqiang, whose face turned pale. He had not anticipated that a creature of innate peak would be lurking in that tree. Run! Jiang Daqiang had no intention of battling the bone spider. Though he possessed a nether thunder talisman, it was a one-time use item, and if he missed, he might lose his life. Jiang Daqiang dashed away, quickly disappearing from Yi Muyun's sight. The evil bone spider raised its forelimbs and let out a shrill cry, clearly unwilling to let Jiang Daqiang escape. The IT was faster than Jiang Daqiang. Yumiyun felt a gust of wind pass by, and the spider vanished. Wai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not provoked either of them. Their powers were indeed formidable. His gaze shifted back to the fruits on the tree. They could fight amongst themselves. I shall seize the opportunity. Acting as a qualified opportunist, Yi Muyun began to voraciously consume the Ling Ming fruits. Ding! You have devoured a Ling Ming fruit, gaining 20 experience points. Wow, just one yields 20 experience. That if I devour 5, I can evolve to the next stage. I shall continue. Ding! You have devoured a Ling Ming fruit, gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and become a senior skeleton warrior with 6 evolution attempts. You have acquired the skill Blink. Using this skill allows you to instantly move 10 meters. The higher the skill level, the further the distance. You need 640 experience points for the next evolution. That Yi Muyun paid no heed to the notifications. Focus solely on consuming the fruits as swiftly as possible, without the luxury of time to ponder the system prompts. If the evil bone spider or Jiang Daqiang were to return, he would be hard-pressed to defend himself. Ding! You have devoured a Ling Ming fruit, gaining 10 experience points. Even if it's lesser, 10 experience points per fruit is still substantial. Consuming all the Ling Ming fruit from this tree should suffice for my evolution. In a mere 10 minutes, Yi Muyun had devoured every last Ling Ming fruit from the tree. With a satisfied belch, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and become a top-tier skeleton warrior. With 7 evolution attempts, you have acquired the skill Soul Whisper. Using this skill can stun all soul-bearing species within a 10-meter radius for 0.5 seconds. The higher the skill level, the larger the area of effect and the longer the stun duration. You need 1280 experience points for the next evolution. Yi Muyun glanced at the now barren tree trunk content as he hid to the side. With 3 new skills acquired, it seemed he could combine them into yet another powerful skill. Yi Muyun placed the skills Shattered Bone, Netherfire, and Blink into the synthesis slot. Synthesize. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have synthesized a new skill, Explosive Fist. Using this skill allows you to unleash a physical, magical explosion, corrosive, and penetrating damage within a 20-meter range. Ignoring 20 points of physical and magical defense. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement effect and range. This skill is quite impressive. A single punch will surely catch my opponent off guard. Opening the information panel, host, Yi Muyun, species, undead, species name, top-tier skeleton warrior, evolution experience points, 1280, evolution attempts, 7, exclusive talent, devour, skill synthesis, skills, triphase power, explosive fist, soul whisper, realm, postnatal peak, combat power, 120. Combat power of 120. Yi Muyun was pleasantly surprised. This boost in combat power is substantial. That Jiang Daqiang, who is merely at the early innate stage, is no longer my match, just as Yi Muyun reveled in his newfound strength. A sound of footsteps approached. It was Jiang Daqiang. Looking disheveled, Yi Muyun was taken aback. How could he have defeated the evil bone spider, which possessed a combat power of 180? Was it due to that Nether Thunder Talisman? Yi Muyun pondered. It seems that combat power does not determine everything. Sometimes a weaker individual can triumph with the right treasure. Jiang Daqiang, dragging his weary, wounded body, reached the base of the tree, visibly shaken. That was close. Had I not found a narrow crevice to escape, I would have truly perished at the hands of that evil bone spider. Fortunately, I managed to use the Nether Thunder Talisman. Without it, I would have been doomed. Jiang Daqiang looked up, brimming with pride. It seems I, Jiang Daqiang, am destined for fortune. Who did this? Were my Ling Ming fruits? Which dog of a wretch stole my Ling Ming fruits? Just as Yi Muyun was about to express his anger, he realized that as a skeleton creature born from the earth's nether energy, he had no parents, rendering such a statement meaningless. Jiang Daqiang's eyes bulged in fury, his brows knitting together in a furious scowl. He bared his teeth, looking more fearsome than a skeleton. Who is it? I will kill you. Do you know that I lost my junior disciple for these Ling Ming fruits, and I nearly lost my own life? I invested all my wealth to deal with that evil-boned spider, and now you've stolen my hard-earned fruits. I will not rest until I find you." Surrounded by an eerie silence, no one responded to Jiang Daqiang's words. Damn it, today has truly been a stroke of misfortune. First, the grim bone grass from the cave inexplicably vanished, and now the Lingming fruits from the tree have also disappeared. I cannot swallow this indignation. Just you wait. Do you think you can escape? I shall reveal your true form. Yi Mu Yun was taken aback. Could this fellow actually track him down? Jiang Daqiang produced a blade of grass from his belongings, emanating a dark energy that invigorated the herb. With soul-calling grass in hand, let us see where you can hide. The soul-calling grass, a rare item for tracking, could sense the aura of souls within a certain range and trace their past. Its value exceeded that of all the Lingming fruits on this tree combined. Yet, in his fervor to avenge his grievances, Jiang Daqiang paid no heed to the cost. The soul-calling grass flew towards Yi Mu Yun under his watchful gaze. Jiang Daqiang's eyes gleamed with intensity. So, he isn't gone far. He is concealed right there. Netherclaw. Jiang Daqiang's fingers curled, unleashing a shadowy black claw towards Yi Mu Yun. Reacting swiftly, Yi Mu Yun evaded the attack and sprang forth from the shadows. Jiang Daqiang was momentarily stunned. He had assumed his opponent was merely human, but to his astonishment he stood before a skeleton, an innate peak skeleton at that. Was it you who devoured my Lingming fruits? Yi Mu Yun wished to speak, but realizing the other party could not comprehend his words, he chose silence. Without uttering a sound, coupled with the emotionless visage of the skeleton, he appeared utterly innocent. This sight infuriated Jiang Daqiang further. You audacious wretch. Having died once, you still lack the appreciation for life. Today, I, Jiang, shall grant you a second death. Jiang Daqiang dismissed Yi Mu Yun entirely. Why would he concern himself with a mere innate peak skeleton? Moreover, skeletons were the lowest tier of nether beings in the Xianming world. Possessing limited intelligence, he had no fear of an innate realm skeleton. Ghostly shadow palm. A chilling wind swept through, reminiscent of anguished wails. A massive palm adorned with a ghastly face struck Yi Mu Yun. What? Only a faint white mark remained? Jiang Daqiang was flabbergasted. How could a feeble, non-innate skeleton withstand his assault? I refuse to believe that a lowly skeleton can be so resilient. The Qingfeng Ghost Blade. Yi Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The weapon in Jiang Daqiang's grasp was no ordinary item. It was a superior human-grade weapon, pilfered from his master, renowned for its razor-sharp edge and the ghostly cries that disrupted the souls of its foes. This dual attack on both physical and spiritual realms was the reason Jiang Daqiang had managed to endure numerous assaults from the vile-boned spider. Die. Jiang Daqiang's face contorted with rage, his body leaving behind multiple afterimages as the Qingfeng Ghost Blade swiftly approached Yi Mu Yun's skeletal head. The blade descended smoothly, encountering no resistance. Jiang Daqiang's expression shifted. Afterimage. Yi Mu Yun ignited with nether flames, his blazing fist striking Jiang Daqiang from behind. Instant explosive fist. Boom! The violent explosion sent Jiang Daqiang hurtling through the air, the impact severely injuring him. Had he not advanced to the innate realm, his internal organs would have been shattered. Nevertheless, he lay grievously wounded, unable to rise. Jiang Daqiang stared at Yi Mu Yun in disbelief. Impossible. How can a skeleton be so formidable? Yi Mu Yun grasped Jiang Daqiang's neck, his hollow gaze fixated ominously upon him. That a sudden thought crossed Yi Mu Yun's mind. Could his devouring system also consume humans? System. Can humans be devoured? Ding. Affirmative. And for you, consuming humans yields even greater benefits. The energy provided by humans is far purer. Yi Mu Yun nodded, acknowledging the truth in this. Humans, being the essence of all living things, served as the finest nourishment for his cultivation as a nether being. His gaze towards Jiang Daqiang grew increasingly peculiar, instilling fear in Jiang Daqiang, whose complexion turned ashen as he struggled incessantly. What do you intend to do? Yi Mu Yun's hollow gaze turned frigid. Devour. A powerful force began to siphon Jiang Daqiang's energy and soul. Despite his desperate struggles, they proved futile. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Daqiang's body shriveled, eventually turning to dust upon the ground. Although Yimu Yun had been human in his previous life and had never taken a life, he felt no discomfort at this moment. The IT was akin to slaughtering a pig or a sheep, and he even felt a twinge of exhilaration within. Unbeknownst to him, he was subtly transforming from a human soul into a nether being. Ding! You have devoured an early, innate human, gaining 500 experience points. Indeed, consuming humans provided a significant amount of experience. Subsequently, Jiang Daqiang's memories flooded into Yi Mu Yun's consciousness that he learned that Jiang Daqiang hailed from the human settlement closest to the Skeleton Sea. Pingzhou Town, ding! Host has triggered the race war mission. Please become a lord of the Skeleton Sea's periphery and launch an invasion of Pingzhou Town in 1 month. Successfully occupying Pingzhou Town will complete the mission. An invasion of a human city. According to Jiang Daqiang's memories, Pingzhou Town boasted numerous sects, with countless innate realm beings, and even those in the Nether Chi phase system. Can I refuse this mission? Ding! Affirmative, the mission is not mandatory. Everything is for the host's benefit. However, completing the mission will reward a certain number of skill points. Skill points? These are used to enhance skills that it turns out that the continuous evolution was tied to the acquisition of skill points through mission completion. Thus, it was clear that refusing this mission was not an option. Accept the mission. Ding! Host has accepted the mission. Countdown to mission. 30 days. Failure to complete the mission objectives within 30 days will result in failure. Having accepted the mission, Yimu Yun understood he must act swiftly. His immediate goal was to enhance his strength and claim the Skeleton Sea's periphery as his domain. Yimu Yun picked up Jiang Daqiang's Qingfeng Ghostblade and rushed toward the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea. He embarked on a frenzied quest for experience. Ding! You have slain a mid-level skeleton warrior, gaining 100 experience points. You have slain a top-level skeleton warrior, gaining 200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution, achieving evolution count of 8. You have gained the skill, Charm Howl. Using this skill, the host can emit a sonic wave shriek to attack the opponent, inflicting damage while also causing their actions to slow down, with a range of 10 meters. The higher the skill level, the greater the damage, the longer the slowdown, and the wider the range. There remains 0.2560 experience points until the next evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the rank of Junior Silver Skeleton. Yimu Yun's frame expanded threefold, appearing significantly sturdier than before. His previously pallid bones were now enveloped in a layer of silvery luminescence, glimmering under the radiant moonlight. Yimu Yun flexed his bony hand. Not only had the color changed, but the strength of his bones had also increased tenfold. Should he face Jiang Daqiang now, he could easily overpower him with mere skeletal strength. Ding! You have gained the exclusive talent selection qualification upon advancement. Here it comes, the moment for talent selection. Yimu Yun could hardly contain his excitement. Drawl before Yimu Yun, the colossal wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the exclusive talent skill. I have the Siren. By utilizing this talent, the host can compel any underworld entity of lower rank to submit unconditionally, never to betray. Yimu Yun's heart swelled with joy. What a splendid talent. This would greatly assist him in becoming the lord of the outer realm of the Skeleton Sea in Pingzhou Town at the Deadly Gate. Where's my Qingfeng Ghostblade? Yuqing! An elderly man shouted from the courtyard. A young man hurried over. Disciple pays respects to master. What is your command, master? The elder inquired. Have you seen my Qingfeng Ghostblade? The young man, named Yuqing, furrowed his brows. I have not seen it. The elder's expression darkened. Summon everyone from the gate. After the young man departed, half an hour later, all stood before the elder. The elder's gaze swept over the disciples below, his brow furrowing into a shape. Where is Jiang Daqiang? And Li Fugui? Why are they absent? The elder turned to Yuqing. Yuqing, you are the eldest disciple. Answer my question. Lu Yuqing respectfully replied, reporting to master, they went to the Skeleton Sea in search of the underworld bone grass. The elder asked, did they come into contact with the warehouse before they left? Lu Yuqing shook his head. There was no indication they accessed the warehouse. The elder fixed his gaze on Lu Yuqing. Are you certain? Lu Yuqing remained silent. The elder's eyes narrowed. When did they depart for the Skeleton Sea? Lu Yuqing responded, they left 2 days ago. The elder remarked, We are the closest to the skeleton sea. And with their abilities, they would only be skirting the outskirts. It has been 2 days. Why have they not returned? Lu Yuqing lowered his head. I am unsure, Master. They may have exited the skeleton sea long ago and ventured elsewhere. The elder snorted coldly. You cannot even manage a warehouse. What good are you? From the crowd stepped a handsome young man. Master, it was my fault. A few days ago, I encountered a problem in my cultivation and sought guidance from my elder brother. At that time, my elder brother had stepped away for a while. The elder cast a glance at the youth, his stern expression softening instantly as he waved his hand. It is not your fault. Cultivation is paramount. He then turned to Lu Yuqing. Given your guidance of a young disciple's training, I shall not hold this against you this time. Lu Yuqing quickly bowed. Thank you, Master. However, he furrowed his brow. But what shall we do about Master S. Qing Feng Ghostblade? The elder chuckled derisively. With my engraved mark upon it, do they think they can simply take it? Saying this, he performed a hand seal. Closing his eyes as his consciousness swiftly connected to the mark on the Qing Feng Ghostblade, in the skeleton sea. Indeed, it was Jiang Daqiang and Li Fugue who had taken it. These two rascals shall face severe punishment upon their return. The elder opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yuqing. Yuqing, take a few people to the skeleton sea and bring these two miscreants back. They are audacious enough to steal my blade. Lu Yuqing's expression tightened. I shall obey. The young man named Zishur quickly interjected. Master, I also wish to accompany my elder brother. The elder's countenance darkened. Nonsense. The skeleton sea is fraught with perilous entities. What do you intend to do there? The youth retorted stubbornly. If I only focus on learning in isolation, I shall never amount to anything significant in the future. Progress requires the fusion of theory and practice. I intend to surpass you. Master, the elder chuckled heartily. Very well. You are a spirited lad. I shall allow you to accompany your elder brother for some practical experience. The youth beamed. Thank you, Master. A beautiful young woman beside them immediately exclaimed. Master, I wish to go as well. The elder reprimanded. You should refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Tomorrow is the city lord's grand birthday celebration. Accompany me to pay respects to the city lord. The young woman huffed in response, but lowered her head. The elder produced a talisman from his robe. Take this Nether Thunder talisman. It will surely save your life in times of danger. Everyone present was astonished. They knew the value of the Nether Thunder talisman. A gift from the elder's friend from the Nether Soul realm. Only 3 were bestowed, each worth a fortune. The elder was indeed generous. Lu Yuqing cast a jealous glance at the young disciple. A myriad of emotions swirling within. The elder then instructed, Yuqing, you must ensure the safety of your young disciple. Lu Yuqing nodded. Rest assured, Master, I will protect the young disciple with utmost care. The elder nodded in satisfaction. You may disperse now. Lu Yuqing selected several individuals from the crowd, a total of 8, all at the initial and mid stages of innate cultivation, to venture to the outskirts of the skeleton sea. At the outskirts of the skeleton sea, Yimu Yun continued to voraciously consume, his experience rapidly increasing. Yet each evolution doubled the required experience. The number of skeletons needed also grew, causing all the skeletons in the vicinity to avoid Yimu Yun. Yimu Yun shook his head in resignation. Despite consuming so many, I have only amassed a little over 2,000 experience. I still need at least another 200 points. Now, those skeletons are evading me. Making it challenging to find a silver skeleton, suddenly, a bright silver figure appeared before Yimu Yun. Ding, race. Undead race name. Junior Silver Skeleton Realm. Early innate combat power. 80 Yimu Yun's heart leapt with joy. A silver skeleton? The silver skeleton turned its head and locked eyes with Yimu Yun. The gaze from Yimu Yun sent shivers through the silver skeleton. Why does this creature seem intent on devouring me? Yimu Yun slowly approached the silver skeleton. The silver skeleton eyed Yimu Yun warily, letting out a roar as a warning to keep his distance. Why Yimu Yun gazed greedily at the silver skeleton. Speaking in the tongue of the underworld, do not be afraid. I merely wish to discuss the existence of skeletons with you. A solitary skeleton. You must feel quite lonely. I don't believe a word of that. The silver skeleton turned and bolted. Why Yimu Yun's speed surged, visibly chasing after the silver skeleton. Hee, little treasure. Now that I've found you, There's no escaping. Submit to my absorption. Yi Mu Yun raised his blade, striking the silver skeleton with a single blow. Though they belonged to the same level, the disparity in combat power was immense. The silver skeleton could not withstand the strike and was cleaved in two. Yi Mu Yun seized the silver skeleton's skull. Devour. An eerie green light flickered, and the silver skeleton was completely absorbed by Yi Mu Yun. Splendid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the evolution, becoming a mid-level silver skeleton. With 9 evolutions. Acquired skill. Soul Shock. By utilizing this skill, one can unleash a skeletal visage deep within the opponent's soul, temporarily inducing a state of shock within a 10-meter radius, rendering the target's soul blank for 0.5 seconds. The higher the skill level, the longer the blank duration for the opponent's soul. There are 0.5120 experience points remaining until the next evolution. Yi Mu Yun's heart swelled with joy. Another skill acquired. Let the synthesis begin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for synthesizing a new skill, Soulstorm. Utilizing this skill, one can create a soul vortex within a 20-meter radius. The target affected by the soul vortex will simultaneously experience dizziness, tremors, and a moment of blankness lasting 1 second. Yi Mu Yun murmured to himself. After yet another evolution, he aspired to reach the realm of nether energy within a month. Thus, even in failure, he could at least preserve his life. He opened his information panel. Host, Yi Mu Yun race, undead race name, Supreme Skeleton Warrior evolution experience, 0.5120 evolution count, 9 exclusive talents, Devour, Skill Fusion, Banshee's Eye skills, Tri-Elemental Force, Instant Detonation Fist. Soulstorm Realm, early innate stage combat power, 180 with his current strength. Confronting the peak of the innate stage would pose no problem. That moment, 2 disciples from the Deadly Gate happened upon Yi Mu Yun. Senior brother, the skeleton appeared to be wielding the very sword of their master. Lu Yuqing frowned. How could Master S' sword be in the hands of a silver skeleton? One of the Deadly Gate disciples grinned. Senior brother, allow me to retrieve Master S' sword first. Lu Yuqing nodded. Be careful. The man waved dismissively. You worry too much, senior brother. What is a mere silver skeleton? If I cannot handle a skeleton, I would have no face left to remain in our Deadly Gate. The other disciples laughed in agreement. Indeed, even our junior brother is at the innate realm that if you can't deal with a skeleton, it would indeed be a great embarrassment. Lao Chun chuckled and swiftly approached Yi Mu Yun with the sword in hand. Beast, behold my blade. Yi Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Had this human lost his mind to attack without a word? He effortlessly dodged Lao Chen's strike. Lao Chun was astonished. This skeleton was remarkably swift. He launched several more strikes, each faster and more ferocious than the last, the blade energy tearing through the air, causing trees and rocks to explode in a shower of debris. Lu Yuqing and the others spectating frowned. This skeleton was peculiar. Its speed exceeded that of an early innate stage. Could it possibly be a mid-innate stage silver skeleton? Lu Yuqing pondered. And why did it seem that this creature possessed intelligence comparable to a human? Yi Mu Yun, feeling irked, activated the Tri-Elemental Force, amplifying his speed yet again. Lao Chun's vision blurred as a skeletal hand gripped his neck tightly. Ding race, human race name. Chun Guangbao, male, realm, mid-innate stage combat power, 135. How could a combat power of over 130 dare to provoke me? Devour. Yi Mu Yun coldly regarded the human before him. A terrifying suction engulfed Lao Chun, leaving him utterly depleted in an instant. Ding, you have devoured a human cultivator, gaining 400 experience points. The disciples of the Deadly Gate stood dumbfounded at this bizarre scene. What on earth is this creature? Did you see that? Lao Chun shriveled up as if drained dry. This thing cannot be consuming humans, can it? Yi Mu Yun turned his hollow, icy gaze toward the source of the commotion. Ding, race, human race name. Lu Yuqing realm. Peak innate stage combat power. 225 race, human race name. Jiang Zishur realm. Mid innate stage combat power. 165. Most of these humans were in the early to mid innate realms. And Yi Mu Yun paid them little mind, crushing them as effortlessly as squashing ants. The only one he regarded with caution was Lu Yuqing, whose combat power reached an impressive 225. Lu Yuqing's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Mu Yun. All disciples of the deadly gate, heed my command. Surround this beast and attack together. Having witnessed the terrifying spectacle moments earlier, the disciples no longer underestimated Yimuyun, directing all their focus towards him. Kill! For Lao Chen's vengeance, a voice rang out, and the 6 disciples charged forward. Yimuyun cast a cold glance at the six. In an instant, his figure vanished from their sight. Instant detonation fist. A powerful blow struck one of the deadly gate disciples from behind, and he fell lifelessly. Yimuyun unceremoniously devoured the fallen disciple completely. Ding! You have devoured a human cultivator, gaining 400 experience points. The remaining 5 were taken aback, their astonishment stemming from the skeleton's extraordinary speed. Lu Yuqing's expression darkened. He watched 2 of his junior brothers perish, feeling a twinge of shame as the eldest brother. Beast! How dare you! Lu Yuqing's speed was also impressive, a fleeting shadow appearing above Yimuyun. Blood Fiend Battle Axe. Lu Yuqing's leg was imbued with a thick aura of Blood Fiend energy, striking down fiercely. Yimuyun's expression shifted. The overwhelming force was far too terrifying, clearly beyond his capacity to withstand. Yimuyun's gaze flicked toward the remaining disciples of the deadly gate, a chilling grin spreading across his skeletal face, sending shivers down their spines. You may be formidable, but that does not prevent me from slaughtering others. Once more, Yimuyun unleashed the instant detonation fist, claiming the life of yet another disciple, leaving him entirely devoured. Ding! You have killed a human cultivator, gaining 300 experience points. Delightful! Yimuyun taunted, casting a derisive glance at Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing's face turned pale with fury. His attacks had not only failed to inflict any harm, but had also cost him another junior brother. You're seeking death. At this moment, Lu Yuqing disregarded his image. Wishing to dismantle Yimuyun's bones piece by piece, Blood Fiend explosive step. The Blood Fiend energy surged beneath Lu Yuqing's feet, propelling him to a new level of speed, surpassing before, leaving behind no shadows. He appeared before Yimuyun as if teleporting. Blood Soul Nail. A sharp spike formed from Blood Fiend energy materialized in Lu Yuqing's hand, aiming to pierce through Yimuyun's skull. Just as the blood-colored spike was about to penetrate Yimuyun's skull, his figure vanished once more. Lu Yuqing abruptly turned, his eyes widening in horror as another disciple from the deadly gate was devoured by Yimuyun. Ding! You have killed a human cultivator, gaining 400 experience points. Although Lu Yuqing's speed was akin to teleportation, how could it possibly compare to Yimuyun's true instant movement? He naturally met with failure once more. The remaining disciples of the deadly gate turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They turned to flee. Yimuyun's figure disappeared again, and a disciple from the deadly gate found himself struck in the abdomen by Yimuyun's fist. He looked pleadingly at Lu Yuqing. Senior brother, save me. But it was futile. Like the others before him, he fell lifelessly, reduced to mere powder. Ding! You have killed a human cultivator, gaining 400 experience points. Yimuyun did not pause. His form flickered, instantly slaying yet another disciple of the deadly gate. Ding! You have killed a human cultivator, gaining 300 experience points. In an instant, Yimuyun had slain 5, leaving the remaining Jiang pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He had never encountered such a situation, had it not been for his willpower. He would have long since fainted. Yimuyun's cold and terrifying skeletal visage slowly turned toward Jiang, clearly indicating that he was next. Jiang, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his body no longer obeying his commands. Lu Yuqing's expression changed dramatically as he hastily shouted, Junior brother, quickly use the Nether Thunder Talisman. Yimuyun's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of what the Ming Lei Fu entailed. Even a peak, innate evil bone spider had perished at the hands of someone in the early innate stage. Whether he could withstand it or not was beside the point. At the very least, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Jiang had also regained his senses and hastily produced the Ming Lei Fu. You vile creature, should you dare approach, I shall reduce you to ashes. Seeing Yimuyun momentarily stunned, Lu Yuqing thought it was a prime opportunity and instantly lunged toward him. As Lu Yuqing drew near, he was taken aback to find Yimuyun's terrifying skeletal visage grinning malevolently. sending chills down his spine. Soul storm. A cacophony erupted within a 10-meter radius, akin to the wails of countless vengeful spirits demanding retribution. This multitude of souls coalesced into a tempest, piercing the air with soul-shattering shrieks, compelling Lu Yucheng and Jiang Zishur to clutch their ears in agony. Yi Mu Yun snorted disdainfully, his fist exploding in emotion as he teleported beside Jiang Zishur, who met an untimely demise in an instant. The Ming Lei Fu fell into Yi Mu Yun's grasp. At that moment, Lu Yucheng had regained his composure, helplessly witnessing Yi Mu Yun drain Jiang Zishur of every essence. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. This human is merely at the mid-innate stage. How could he yield such a wealth of experience? Is it due to his being a genius? Does devouring geniuses grant more experience? An idea flashed through Yi Mu Yun's mind. Should he specialize in capturing human prodigies? After all, geniuses were akin to vast reservoirs of experience. Consuming a few could equate to the bounty of several others. Lu Yucheng was in a frenzy. Before departing, his master had instructed him to keep a close watch over his junior disciple. Now, with his junior disciple reduced to mere dust, how could he possibly report back to his master? You vile creature, you dare slay my junior disciple. I shall grind you to dust. Curse it. This fellow's words are venomous. I am but bones now, and he speaks of grinding me to dust. Just as Lu Yucheng prepared to confront Yi Mu Yun, the latter raised a hand, the silver gleam of the bone fingers clutching the Ming Lei Fu, shaking it menacingly at Lu Yucheng. Lu Yucheng was momentarily bewildered. Was this creature attempting to threaten him? His worldview felt as though it had been invaded by something unfathomable, that a skeletal being, lacking in intelligence, dared to threaten him. What appalled him most was that the creature seemed to comprehend the function of the Ming Lei Fu, aware it could inflict considerable harm. Could it be that it had consumed something to enhance its intelligence? Cautiously eyeing Yi Mu Yun, Lu Yucheng was unsure if the latter understood his words and tentatively called out, "Vile creature, what of that Ming Lei Fu? You cannot wield it. You pose no threat to me." Yi Mu Yun was taken aback momentarily. "System," he exclaimed, "he says I cannot use it. But can I?" Ding! The host is capable of using it. The host merely needs to aim the Ming Lei Fu at the target and infuse it with ghostly energy. The energy contained within the Ming Lei Fu will be unleashed. This process feels somewhat familiar. The system was either driving or I was overthinking it. Seeing Yi Mu Yun momentarily dazed, a triumphant smile spread across Lu Yucheng's face. A vile creature remains a vile creature, despite its heightened intelligence. It will never rival humanity. Yi Mu Yun snapped back to reality, a void in his eye sockets suddenly igniting with an eerie green flame. He aimed the Ming Lei Fu at Lu Yucheng, who paled in response. In no way. It cannot truly wield the Ming Lei Fu. Can it? This day has turned bizarre. Lu Yucheng's mind raced. This creature was merely a skeleton, even if it had gained intelligence. It surely lacked the cunning to match a human. The Ming Lei Fu wielded great power, but it required precise targeting that if he evaded it with speed and feigned movements, the attack would be rendered futile. A plan crystallized in Lu Yucheng's mind within mere breaths that he smirked slightly. I'll outsmart you, just as one does with a human. However, Yi Mu Yun had already anticipated Lu Yucheng's swiftness. If he merely relied on the Ming Lei Fu for a straightforward attack, the margin for error was too slim. Should Lu Yucheng evade him, the Ming Lei Fu would be wasted. Therefore, rather than targeting a moving target, he would first immobilize Lu Yucheng before striking. Soulstorm. Lu Yucheng's smirk froze in an instant. How could he still cast such a spell? Stunned, he attempted to flee but found himself ensnared by the tempest born of souls. The wails of the damned rendered his spirit blank. Yi Mu Yun grinned. A splendid opportunity. Ming Lei Fu. Yi Mu Yun infused the Ming Lei Fu with ghostly energy. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning, imbued with destructive intent, surged toward Lu Yucheng. Just as Lu Yucheng emerged from his stupor, the formidable lightning struck. The raging energy obliterated all his defenses in an instant. The deliciously charred scent wafted through the air as Lu Yucheng was left scorched. Barely clinging to life, Yi Mu Yun slowly approached Lu Yucheng, grasping his neck and coldly gazing into his eyes. Lu Yucheng muttered, "You vile creature, you have slain so many of my fellow disciples. My master will not let you escape." Yi Mu Yun dismissed Lu Yucheng's threats with indifference that I will inevitably strike at Pingzhou town. Your master shall not evade me either. Devour, Ding. You have slain a human cultivator, earning 1,000 experience points. How does this fellow also possess 1,000 points? Could he too be a genius? Yet, judging by his age, he shouldn't meet the criteria. System, is this fellow's talent truly that of a genius? Ding, his talent is mediocre, not that of a genius. Yi Mu Yin inquired, perplexed. Are there various categories of talent in this world? Ding, indeed. Humans here possess a detailed classification of talent. Grassroots, mediocre, genius, prodigy, king body, saint body, and supreme body. Grassroots denotes the ability to cultivate without innate talent and low potential. Mediocre refers to those who, upon beginning cultivation, manifest ghostly energy enveloping their form, marking the lowest tier of talent that a genius generates a 3-flower peak mark upon entering cultivation. Prodigies are accompanied by celestial phenomena in their cultivation journey. The king body possesses a special attribute from birth. The saint body boasts an unparalleled physique among thousands. The supreme body is the pinnacle of talent in this world. Endowed with world-shattering abilities from birth, destined to stand atop this realm, Yi Mu Yun mused, the supreme body must undoubtedly be the protagonist of this world. Then he grinned. The experience they offer must be substantial. Yi Mu Yun habitually touched his nasal bridge. It seemed that he was currently undergoing a transformation into a villain. At this rate, he would inevitably become the arch-nemesis of this world. The tasks issued by this system were far from the endeavors of a hero. Embracing the role of a villain seemed acceptable. The dichotomy of hero and villain posed no constraints upon him. As long as he could live freely and splendidly, this rebirth would not have been in vain. Yi Mu Yun then cast a glance at his personal information. Including the experience acquired from Lu Yucheng, he had devoured a total of 4,200 experience points in this wave. This meant he was merely over 900 points away from evolving to the next stage, which would further enhance his strength. However, given the current circumstances, the outer regions were no longer suitable for his hunting endeavors. To swiftly elevate his realm to the Netherchi stage, he must venture into the inner areas. When he broke through to the Netherchi stage, it would mark the day he dominated the outer regions and initiated an assault on Pingzhou town. Yi Mu Yun grasped the Qing Feng Gui Tu Dao and proceeded towards the inner sea of skeletons. In Pingzhou town, at the He residence. Congratulations to Lord He on your grand birthday. Lord He smiled at the elder. It is none other than the esteemed Jiang sect leader. I am truly honored by your presence for my birthday celebration. Jiang sect leader responded with humility. Not at all. Our Pingzhou town relies heavily on Lord He. Without your protection, how could we enjoy such safety? Lord He laughed heartily, then turned his gaze toward the young woman beside him. His eyes lighting up. Sect leader Jiang. Who might this be? Jiang sect leader chuckled. I forgot to introduce her. This is my beloved disciple and also my niece, Jiang Qing Shan. Lord He beamed. Your niece is exceptionally beautiful. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty in the future. The more I look, the more I am charmed. My son is also nearing the age for marriage, if sect leader Jiang has no objections. Could our families perhaps unite? Jiang Qing Shan pouted defiantly. Master, I do not wish to marry. Jiang sect leader frowned. A girl must eventually marry. What nonsense are you speaking? He then smiled at Lord He. Lord He, the child has been without parents since a young age. I have raised her alone. That if you do not mind my little girl, I would naturally be willing to unite our families. Jiang Qing Shan puffed her cheeks. I want to marry. I refuse to marry. Lord He chuckled awkwardly. It seems we'll need to work a bit harder on this, but there is no rush. If she truly does not wish to, let be a jest for me today. Please, come inside. Jiang sect leader shot a glare at Jiang Qing Shan, sharing an awkward smile, and prepared to step inside. Something terrible has happened. Just as Jiang sect leader lifted his foot, he halted once more. Lord He and several other guests turned their gazes towards him. Jiang sect leader's face darkened as he reprimanded. What are you shouting about? Do you possess no manners? How have I taught you? Today is Lord He's grand birthday. What calamity could there be? He then turned to Lord He and bowed that I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline. Lord He waved his hand dismissively. Who doesn't he have urgent matters? Quickly inquire about what has transpired. The other guests nearby looked on with curiosity, their eyes fixated on the disciple of the Jiang sect. Jiang sect leader asked with a grim expression, "It better be something significant, or you shall face punishment upon your return." The Jiang sect disciple trembled and stammered, "Master, the life token of the junior disciple has shattered." Jiang sect leader's complexion turned pale, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Jiang Qingshan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother is dead." The disciple of the Jiang sect knelt down, bowing his head. "Today it was my duty to guard the life tokens, and then I heard a shattering sound. Upon inspection, it was indeed the junior disciple's token. The junior disciple, along with the senior brother, may have perished in the sea of skeletons." Jiang sect leader trembled all over, nearly losing his balance, though Lord He steadied him. Jiang Qingshan remained skeptical. "That's impossible." Brother went to the outskirts of the sea of skeletons, accompanied by senior brother and others, armed with Master S Nether Thunder talismans. How could they perish so easily? The gathering gasped, aware that the sect leader had a friend of considerable strength in the Nether Soul realm. This friend had gifted him 3 Nether Thunder talismans, which could easily slay foes of a higher level. These talismans were invaluable. The IT was indeed true, as rumored, that Jiang sect leader treated his disciples as if they were his own children. Lord He frowned. "Sect leader Jiang, do not be hasty. There is something amiss here. Every year, I send people to the outskirts of the Sea of Skeletons to clear out high-level nether entities that I can assure you. There are no high-level nether entities present. Since your disciple was armed with the Nether Thunder talismans, he should not have encountered any issues. Could it be that the life token itself has malfunctioned?" Jiang sect leader shook his head. "Absolutely impossible. That life token was procured with great effort from my friend at the Xiaoyu sect in the Xianming world. It is beyond belief that it could fail." The guests collectively gasped, realizing how generous this old man was. The Xiaoyu sect was one of the 13 sacred grounds of the Xianming world. A single life token was priceless. However, Lord He's expression grew grim, for no one understood the outer sea of skeletons better than him. If the life token was intact, then it meant that a nether entity capable of resisting the Nether Thunder talismans had emerged from the Sea of Skeletons. If this were true, it would pose a threat to the entire Pingzhou town. Jiang sect leader steadied himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent, regardless of whether it be man or ghost. "Whoever has taken my beloved disciple must pay the price. I shall mobilize all my sect's strength to annihilate it. Come, we return to the sect." Lord He watched Jiang sect leader's figure gradually recede into the distance. Lost in thought, he decided to first observe the situation. If the Jiang sect could handle it, he would be more than pleased to refrain from intervening, that if indeed there were high-level nether entities. He could act later. Upon returning to the sect in a frenzy, Jiang sect leader promptly summoned all the disciples of the Jiang sect. "You are all aware of the situation, so I shall not elaborate further. All members of the Jiang sect, follow me to eradicate the outer sea of skeletons, to vanquish the evil and avenge your senior brother, junior disciple, and fellow brothers." A throng of dozens followed Jiang sect leader toward the Sea of Skeletons. Originally, Jiang Qingshan intended to accompany them, but Jiang sect leader insisted she remain at the sect for her safety. Pingzhou town was not far from the Sea of Skeletons, and Jiang sect leader soon arrived at the destination. They divided into groups of 5, sweeping the area, each armed with communication jade. Should any unforeseen events arise, they would provide immediate support. Today, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would unearth the culprit. "Ding, you have slain a high-level silver skeleton, gaining 600 experience points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed your evolution, becoming a high-level silver skeleton. Evolution count, 10. Skill acquired. Ghost cloak. Upon using this skill, a ghostly mist will be released within a 10-meter radius, maintaining an invisible state. As the skill level increases, the range will expand. You require 10,240 experience points for the next evolution. Although it was anticipated that the experience required for higher levels of evolution would increase, The reality of it still left Yi Mu Yun gasping in astonishment. This experience requirement was absurdly high. Over 10,000 experience points. No wonder the system assigned a war as a task. Without such a conflict, how long would it take to evolve through mere hunting? Lu Shixiang, there are numerous footprints on this path. They likely belong to senior brother and the others. Yi Mu Yun directed his gaze towards the source of the voice. Ding, race, human name, Lu Jianghe, male, realm, late innate stage combat power. 185 humans. How is it that more humans have arrived? Could it be that the disciples of the Absolute Doom sect have come seeking vengeance? Yi Mu Yun stood amidst the grass, coldly observing the few individuals before him. Lu Jianghe, filled with confusion, remarked, "If we venture further in, we will stray from the periphery, given the temperament of our senior brother. He would never dare to tread deeper into the skeleton sea." How perplexing. The nearby disciples of the Absolute Doom sect were visibly shaken. "Brother Lu, I suggest we return to inform our fellow brothers and our master. If we press onward and an unforeseen event occurs, we would be utterly defenseless." Lu Jianghe cast a wary glance toward the depths of the skeleton sea. You all should use the communication jade to report to our master and the other brothers." Yi Mu Yun's gaze fell upon the footprints on the ground, which were certainly not left by Lu Yuqing, but rather by Jiang Daqiang and his companion. The path Lu Jianghe was traversing was indeed the one leading to the Long Ming fruit. Yi Mu Yun pondered, it truly is the work of the Absolute Doom sect. Has even the sect master come this time? It appears that the genius I eliminated has drawn them here. A sinister grin spread across Yi Mu Yun's face. It seems that fortune has favored me. Just when I was troubled over how to accumulate over 10,000 experience points, help has arrived unbidden. That I pray that those from the Absolute Doom sect are not too few. I detest experience being throttled. Yi Mu Yun's cruel smile widened. Hunting time. A disciple from the Absolute Doom sect trembled as he exclaimed, Brother Lu, Brother Lu." Lu Jianghe furrowed his brow. "Keep your voice down. Do you wish to attract the powerful malevolent entities?" Following the disciple's gaze, Lu Jianghe's pupils constricted sharply. That a strange white mist was surging toward them. Run! This was no longer the periphery. Lu Jianghe's first instinct was to retreat. However, their reactions were sluggish. In the blink of an eye, the white mist enveloped them, obscuring their sense of direction. The others turned their eyes towards Lu Jianghe. "Brother Lu, we can't see the direction anymore. What should we do?" Lu Jianghe admonished. "Why the panic? Our master has taught us to remain calm in the face of crisis. First, let us assess the situation. If the enemy's level is not excessively high, the 5 of us in the innate realm may yet withstand it." The others nodded, cautiously scanning their surroundings. In an instant, a chill swept across each of their necks. They spun around abruptly, only to find nothing behind them. Lu Jianghe's face darkened. This must be a soul-type malevolent entity. Yet we are in the skeleton sea, not the sea of souls. How could there be soul-type malevolent entities here? Yi Mu Yun stood not far from them. Indeed, they cannot see me. A mischievous thought flickered in Yi Mu Yun's mind as a low, ominous voice echoed in each person's ear. Instantly, a chill ran down their spines, and their legs quivered. Lu Jianghe could not suppress a gulp. Soul types among malevolent entities are categorized as high-level. They are far more troublesome than skeletons, especially if they are of a higher grade. One careless mistake could cost them their lives. "Vile creature!" Lu Jianghe shouted defiantly. "Do not feign mystique before me. If you possess the courage, reveal yourself and face me with true weaponry. Let us see if I can shatter your very soul." Suddenly, Yi Mu Yun's terrifying skeletal visage appeared, mere inches from Lu Jianghe's face. The hollow eye sockets burned with an eerie green soul flame, nearly causing Lu Jianghe to lose control of his bowels. Yi Mu Yun chuckled sinisterly and vanished once more. The remaining disciples of the Absolute Doom sect were already so terrified that they lost all composure and fled in panic. Yi Mu Yun reappeared, seizing one of them. Overcome by fear, the individual had lost the will to resist, reduced to a mere wail. "Devour." The eerie soul flame allowed Yi Mu Yun to materialize, and the horrific suction drew the unfortunate soul in his grasp into a withered state. The environment and the scene intensified their terror. causing the others to collapse onto the ground. Lu Jianghe was no better off. His legs had ceased to obey him, leaving him rooted in place. Unable to move. Ding. You have slain a human cultivator, earning 200 experience points. Wei Muyun turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals. Soon, a chorus of agonized screams erupted. Ding. You have slain a human cultivator, earning 200 experience points. As the ghostly mist receded, the surroundings returned to their former state, albeit with fewer humans and an increase in piles of powder on the ground. Wei Muyun murmured, 5 individuals, 1,100 experience points. Quite satisfactory. According to the memories of these individuals, the Absolute Doom sect had sent around 60 members this time. Wei Muyun's hollow eye sockets suddenly glimmered. 60 individuals at 200 experience points each. That amounts to over 12,000 experience points. Once I consume all of them, I shall evolve to the next stage. Wei Muyun turned his gaze toward the periphery of the skeleton sea and began to make his way outward. Wang Shan, did you hear that? It sounded like a scream. Yes, I heard it too. It was a pitiful cry, seemingly emanating from the depths of the skeleton sea. The depths of the skeleton sea. Brother Lu Jianghe and his companions mentioned they were there. Could it be them? The disciples of the Absolute Doom sect exchanged fearful glances. Quickly, inform the master. They hastily retrieved their communication jades. Master, trouble has arisen. Brother Lu Jianghe and his companions are in peril in the depths of the skeleton sea. Upon receiving the messages from several disciples, sect leader Zhang's expression darkened. He glanced at the bright moonlight before turning his gaze toward the depths of the skeleton sea, his eyes reflecting trepidation. Nighttime is when malevolent entities are at their most potent, especially in such an atmosphere thick with yin energy, enhancing their combat prowess. Zhang Tianming, Lu Xiaoyun, Songhu Yun Tian, you shall accompany me to investigate. Perhaps we can confront the culprit. The others responded eagerly and headed toward the location. All of them were in the late innate stage, at their peak. Having a few companions during such a critical moment would prove beneficial. Senior sister, it seems the culprit has made an appearance. A disciple of the Absolute Doom sect inquired. The senior sister replied, Indeed, they have appeared. The master has led the senior brothers and sisters deeper in. The disciple pressed on. Do you think our master and the others can bring the perpetrator to justice? The senior sister replied confidently, Of course, our master is in the Yinshi stage and is formidable even among them. How could he possibly fail to subdue the culprit? Yi Miyun, lurking in the distance, let out a cold laugh. Senior sister, there's a cloud of mist approaching us. The other disciples of the Absolute Doom sect turned their gazes towards the white mist. Could it be the humidity of the night causing fog? The senior sister exclaimed. This is bad. The mist seems peculiar. Run. The ghostly mist surged forward, rapidly engulfing them. Ding, you have slain a human cultivator, earning 200 experience points. Soon, similar bizarre occurrences unfolded in other areas surrounding the skeleton sea. Anyone ensnared by the white mist would vanish without a trace. In an instant, all disciples of the Absolute Doom sect were filled with dread. Referring to the white mist as a flesh-eating fog, all disciples of the Absolute Doom sect, heed my command. Do not scatter. Gather together. The master will return shortly. Once he does, the mist shall be dealt with. The faces of the disciples brightened, and they hurriedly converged in one direction. Wei Muyun's expression turned peculiar. Are they truly gathering for my banquet? I was initially contemplating the hassle of feasting in waves, but it appears they are quite cooperative. Gathering in one place, like at tea times, is not necessarily a misfortune for food to possess thoughts of its own. Wei Muyun stood by, awaiting the continuous gathering of disciples from the Absolute Death sect. Within half an hour, all the disciples had assembled. Wei Muyun flashed a grin. The ghostly mist surged once more towards those disciples. The sinister white mist is upon us again. Senior brother, senior sister. What shall we do? Everyone, remain calm. We must retreat while simultaneously attacking that mist. In an instant, a myriad of attacks surged towards the white fog. Yet they vanished as if cast into the sea, proving utterly ineffective. The speed and range of the white mist had increased significantly. The disciples of the Absolute Death sect turned pale with fear and fled. However, their speed was no match for that of the mist. which swiftly devoured several individuals. Run. That man-eating mist is at it again. Master, there's trouble outside. Over half of our disciples have been consumed by that eerie white mist. The leader, Jiang, wore a grim expression. Did I not command them to gather together? Lu Xiaoyun murmured. After our disciples clustered, it seems that the mist's speed of consumption has accelerated. Jiang's face darkened. Did so many attacks yield no effect? Lu Xiaoyun shook her head. The reports from below indicate that the mist appears to lack any tangible form. Ordinary attacks are utterly futile against it. Jiang's face betrayed a growing anxiety. Return immediately, Ding. You have slain a human cultivator and gained 200 experience in just over 10 minutes. Yi Mu Yun had consumed the disciples of the Absolute Death Sect completely. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed your evolution. Becoming a top-tier silver skeleton with 11 evolution counts, you have acquired the skill. Explosive clone. By using this skill, you can create 2 explosive clones, and as the skill level increases, the explosion's power magnifies and the number of clones multiplies. Yi Mu Yun's expression brightened. Is explosion truly an art? This is to my liking, especially when combined with my ghostly concealment skill. Releasing explosive clones within the mist seems a perfect configuration. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Yi Mu Yun race, undead race name. Top-tier silver skeleton evolution experience. 020480 evolution count. 11 exclusive talents. Devour, skill synthesis, Siren's Eye skills. Triphase power, instant detonation fist, soul storm, ghostly concealment, explosive clone realm. Innate pinnacle combat power. 350 with a combat power of 300. I should be able to contend with those in the Yin Chi stage. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted not far away. You vile creature! How dare you slaughter my disciples of the Absolute Death Sect? Today, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Ding. Race. Human race name. Jiang Yunsheng. Male. Realm. Mid-Yin Chi combat power. 305. Yi Mu Yun fixes gaze on the elder among the group. Mid-Yin Chi. He must be Jiang Yunsheng of the Absolute Death Sect. Yin Tian pointed at the Qingfeng ghost head knife in Yi Mu Yun's hand and exclaimed, Master, that's your knife. This fellow is the one who killed our senior brother and junior brother. Yi Mu Yun glanced at the knife in his hand, realizing they had traced him through it. Jiang Yunsheng trembled with rage. An uncontrollable murderous aura radiating from him. Beast, first you killed my beloved disciple, and now you slaughter my followers. Dismembering you would be too lenient. I shall have you turned into a corpse slave, tormented for eternity. As he spoke, a blood-red aura erupted from Jiang Yunsheng. Yi Mu Yun's expression shifted that moment. Jiang Yunsheng's combat power surged dramatically. From 305, it soared to 350 in an instant. This was a situation he had never encountered before. System, what is happening? How could his combat power increase so drastically? This defies logic. Ding. That is due to the enhancement from his cultivation technique. Different tiers of techniques will elevate one's combat power to varying extents. The higher the tier, the greater the enhancement. Yi Mu Yun queried. Then why didn't the combat power of the others increase? Ding. Cultivation techniques are categorized into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, human tier, earth tier, heaven tier, super tier, ultimate, sacred, and supreme. Only techniques from the human tier onward will enhance one's combat power. Yi Mu Yun regarded Jiang Yunsheng with suspicion. Originally, with 305 combat power, he felt no concern. Now, with a sudden 50-point increase, it would be somewhat challenging to deal with him. Beside him, Song Hu scoffed. This vile creature seems to be intimidated by Master's presence and dares not move. Zhang Tianming chuckled. Of course. Master practices a human tier technique. Few possess such techniques in the entirety of Pingzhou Town. It is precisely due to this that few wish to provoke him during the Yin Chi stage. An unintelligent skeleton like him would surely fear Master, Lu Xiaoyun suggested calmly. Let us retreat and observe how Master handles this skeleton. The other three nodded in agreement and began to back away. A blood-red line sliced through the air, and Jiang Yunsheng's figure appeared before Yi Mu Yun in an instant. Die. An endless surge of blood energy swelled forth, and a terrifying blood-red hand descended upon Yi Mu Yun's skull. Triphase power, Triphase power instantly augmented physical and magical defenses by 15. A thick skeletal armor enveloped Yi Mu Yun, bracing against the blood-red hand. Boom! The ground beneath them erupted, the terrifying force causing the very earth to shatter and create a deep pit several decimeters in depth. Yi Mu Yun's skeletal armor shattered instantaneously. Yet Jiang Yunsheng also found himself pushed back several dozen meters, having gained no advantage from the attack. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. He actually managed to withstand Master S. Blood Fiend Palm. This is simply inconceivable. Liu Xiao Yun murmured. The silver skeleton was able to endure a Blood Fiend Palm for Master. This silver skeleton is indeed peculiar. Songhu nodded. Indeed, and I sense that this silver skeleton possesses an extraordinary intellect. Zhang Tanming sneered. Humph, merely a struggle before death. Master possesses countless techniques. He is merely warming up. The others nodded in agreement, their faith in Jiang Yunsheng's victory unwavering. Therefore, they regarded Yi Mu Yun as little more than a fish on a chopping board. Jiang Yunsheng found himself quite astonished. He had just utilized 50% of his strength. Though that was just half, it was still the power of the mid-Yin Qi stage, capable of obliterating any innate realm individual or Yin creature. Yet, he had only managed to breach the opponent's defenses without inflicting any harm. Where did this skeleton come from? How could an innate realm skeleton possess such formidable defense? Before Jiang Yunsheng could ponder further, Yi Mu Yun ignited the flames of the underworld, vanishing right before his eyes. Jiang Yunsheng's pupils constricted. As a cultivator of the Yin Qi stage, how could he not discern the movements of an innate realm entity? Was this not a grand joke? Yet, it was happening before him. This was precisely Yi Mu Yun's instant detonation step. The strength of this skill lies in its unpredictability, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. No matter your cultivation level, you can only endure the assault. Thud! Yi Mu Yun's fist struck Jiang Yunsheng's back, delivering a ferocious, explosive blow that sent Jiang Yunsheng flying 100 meters, spitting blood violently. What? The disciples of the Deadly Gate, who were watching nearby, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Songhu, shaking off his stunned expression, inquired, I must not have seen that correctly. Did our master truly get sent flying by a skeletal being of the innate realm? Liu Xiaoyan slowly nodded in affirmation. You did not misjudge. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it is indeed the case. Our master was even struck to the point of spitting blood. Zhang Tianming shook his head in denial. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. How could our master be injured by a mere innate skeletal creature? What a ridiculous notion. Zhang Tianming's worldview was beginning to fracture. Jiang Yunshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His countenance dark as he glared at Yi Mu Yun. I underestimated you. You are indeed a unique, innate skeletal being. It seems I must exert my full strength to deal with you. You should take pride in being worthy of my utmost effort. Yi Mu Yun couldn't help but scoff internally. This old fool. Why does he relish in posturing so much? He deserves to be struck. Jiang Yunshan's legs were suffused with a rich crimson hue, as if they were ablaze. Blood-burning step. In terms of speed, I far surpass you. In an instant, a flash of red light zipped by, and Jiang Yunshan vanished from sight. Why Yi Mu Yun's expression shifted. Incredible speed. Jiang Yunshan reappeared behind Yi Mu Yun. Yi Mu Yun swiftly turned and unleashed a sudden explosive punch, yet struck only air. Jiang Yunshan's form remained elusive, always behind him. This time, it was Yi Mu Yun's turn to be astonished. How could this fellow evade his explosive movement? Such a trick? Having been caught off guard once, could he truly be fooled a second time? Your punching speed is impressive, but it requires a target. As long as I keep moving, you cannot truly lock onto me. Jiang Yunshan remarked with a smile. However, it's pointless to explain this to you, as you are but a simple-minded skeleton incapable of comprehension. Suddenly, a tempest brewed, accompanied by the wailing of spirits, as the skies darkened ominously. Jiang Yunshan's face turned pale, his soul rendered blank. Yi Mu Yun let out a cold chuckle. Explosive punch. The strike landed squarely on Jiang Yunshan's abdomen, propelling him like a cannonball. Another spray of blood erupted forth. Yi Mu Yun regarded Jiang Yunshan as if he were a fool. This human out of his mind. He had such an excellent opportunity to attack, and instead chose to flaunt his speed. Even a scion would not be so foolish. The four onlookers fell silent, witnessing their master once more sent sprawling by that skeletal figure. Zhang Tianming turned to Lu Xiaoyan. Second sister, our master cannot truly be unable to defeat that skeleton. Can he? Doubts began to creep into Lu Xiaoyan's mind. Surely he can overcome it, having suffered 2 consecutive devastating blows from Yi Muyun's explosive punches. Jiang Yunshan felt a searing malevolence igniting within him, the wounds on his body corroding incessantly. What was most intolerable for Jiang Yunshan was the look in Yi Muyun's eyes. Although Yi Muyun's hollow eye sockets lacked pupils, merely housing a flickering flame of soul energy. To Jiang Yunshan, it appeared as if Yi Muyun was mocking him. The implication being, is this all you can muster in the realm of the dead? Jiang Yunshan's defenses crumbled. Having been struck down twice by Yi Muyun had inflicted a deep sense of humiliation, especially with his own disciple watching. How could he, as a master, maintain his authority henceforth? No longer willing to hold back, he resolved to finish the fight swiftly. Blood-soul possession, a swirling miasma of blood energy enveloped Jiang Yunshan. His eyes turning crimson, blood-soul soared. A blood-red aura surged forth from Jiang Yunshan, coalescing into a long sword that shot towards Yi Muyun like lightning. Why Yi Muyun's expression shifted. This old man was serious. Quickly, Yi Muyun dodged the blood-soul sword, which seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him wherever he attempted to evade. Ghostly veil, a white mist enveloped Yi Muyun, causing his form to vanish. Oomph! Did he think hiding in the mist would save him? Jiang Yunshan plunged into the white haze. Why Yi Muyun's eyes lit up. I was hoping you'd come in. His body split into 2, launching an assault on Jiang Yunshan. Attempting to ambush me? Naive. Jiang Yunshan swung his sword, severing the skull's head. Boom! The skeleton exploded, and as Jiang Yunshan braced himself, another skeleton seized him in a bear hug. Boom! Another explosion erupted. The white mist dissipated. Yi Muyun stood triumphantly over Jiang Yunshan. Devour! Jiang Yunshan's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Yi Muyun's cold, expressionless skeletal visage. An irresistible force began to draw away his very soul and flesh. No! Do not kill me. Let me serve you as a thrall. Yi Muyun regarded Jiang Yunshan with a frigid gaze, devoid of any compassion. In an instant, Jiang Yunshan was reduced to a fine powder. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 1,500 experience points. The experience yielded by Jiang Yunshan was quite substantial. The onlooking disciples of the deadly gate stared in horror as they witnessed Jiang Yunshan being drained dry by Yi Muyun. Their very souls fleeing in terror. Yi Muyun turned to face them. Instantly, they scrambled to escape. Yi Muyun would not let these experience points slip away. Without breaking a sweat, he consumed them entirely. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 800 experience points. You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 600 experience points. The 4 individuals provided a total of 2,600 experience points, and, combined with Jiang Yunshan's 1,500, this was quite a lucrative endeavor. Yi Muyun picked up a Hell Thunder talisman from the ground, smiling to himself. This old fool. He didn't even have a chance to use the talisman, and I reaped the benefits with my current strength. As long as I do not face several innate beings simultaneously, my odds of victory are assured. That I originally thought it would take me more than half a month to reach the innate realm. Yet these individuals have consecutively delivered me waves of experience, allowing me to grow strong rapidly. My plans can now be set in motion ahead of schedule. First, I shall dominate the periphery. Yi Muyun began to actively seek out the skeletal beings on the outskirts. Sparing no effort against even the weakest among them, he did not devour these lesser skeletons, for they were still insufficient to sate his hunger. A pack of bone wolves, sensing Yi Muyun's aura, cowered in submission, too frightened to make a sound. The green flame in Yi Muyun's eye sockets ignited into a crimson hue. Submit to me. The bone wolves dared not resist, raising their gaze to meet Yi Muyun's eyes. As the crimson light blossomed, each bone wolf bore a striking, scarlet mark upon its forehead. This was the eye of the succubus. Those who had submitted or were creatures of the dead would bear this ominous insignia. Once branded by the eye of the succubus, betrayal would be forever out of the question. Subsequently, the pack of bone wolves howled in unison, heralding their new king. Why Imuyun smiled, continuing to expand his growing army. At the edge of the skeletal sea, within a valley, several gleaming silver skeletons whispered in an unintelligible tongue before a stone sarcophagus. A beam of moonlight cascaded onto the sarcophagus, and the lid was pushed open by a golden skeletal hand. Emerging from within was an enormous skeletal figure, towering half a meter above the silver skeletons, with bones tenfold more robust. The silver skeletons danced with joy. The golden skeleton scanned its loyal subordinates. "Why have you awakened me?" Had Imuyun been present, he would have been astonished to learn that this golden skeleton could speak. The silver skeletons surrounded the golden skeleton, chattering in their strange tongue. Upon hearing their words, the golden skeleton erupted with fury. "I have not emerged in ages, and yet you have forgotten that I am the king of this skeletal sea's periphery. How dare you encroach upon my territory and attempt to seize my subordinates? Harboring dreams of kingship, you clearly do not regard me with any respect." Several silver skeletons bobbed their heads frantically before they began to lament to the golden skeleton. In recent times, their existence had been fraught with peril. Constantly pursued by a menacing skeleton, and with a moment's lapse in vigilance, they risked being devoured. Their days were filled with trepidation, rendering their lives as skeletons less than bearable. "Humph," one of them scoffed. "And to think they bully my little brothers. Come, I shall avenge you. Upon encountering that skeleton, I will surely crush him." The golden skeleton, accompanied by several silver subordinates, exited the valley and, by sheer coincidence, crossed paths with Imuyun, who was followed by a large entourage of minions. After a brief exchange of glances, the silver skeletons hastily reported, pointing at Imuyun, indicating, "It is he." The golden skeleton scrutinized Imuyun, exuding a terrifying aura. "Is it you who disturbs the tranquility of the skeleton sea?" Imuyun gazed in astonishment at the towering, robust golden skeleton. Ding, race. Undead race name. Golden skeleton realm. Mid-level of nether energy combat power. 300 Imuyun was somewhat taken aback. Skeletons were generally considered the lowest tier of undead, typically weaker than their counterparts of the same level. Yet this skeleton was on par with Jiang Yinshan. Employing the language of the nether, Imuyun addressed the golden skeleton. "Big fellow, I am in the process of recruiting subordinates. The entire perimeter of the skeleton sea is under my command now. Would you care to serve as my vassal?" The golden skeleton was infuriated that "I am the true king of this perimeter. Not only do you seek to encroach upon my territory, but you also dare to demand my allegiance. You seek death. Do you not?" Enraged, the golden skeleton slammed his massive fist against a nearby boulder, causing it to crack and splinter. The skeletons following Imuyun recoiled in fear while Imuyun shouted at the golden skeleton. "Big fellow, you are scaring my subordinates." The golden skeleton roared back. "I am the king here." His gaze fixed on the surrounding skeletons, he added, "Will you betray me? I grant you an opportunity. Crush this audacious silver skeleton to pieces." Though the skeletons behind Imuyun quaked in fear of the golden skeleton, none dared to heed his command. After all, once marked by the eye of the siren, betrayal was impossible. After a lengthy silence, the golden skeleton, feeling humiliated by the lack of action from his minions, erupted in fury once more. "You worthless scoundrels! I have not emerged in ages, and you have seemingly forgotten my authority." With that, the golden skeleton raised his colossal fist to strike at the skeletons. Why Imuyun interposed himself. Instant burst fist. The clash of their fists reverberated through the air. Boom. The surrounding area erupted, and the weaker skeletons scattered in fear of being caught in the blast. The golden skeleton, astonished, remarked, "No wonder you are so brazen. It seems you possess some skill. I shall grant you one more chance. If you are willing to serve as my warrior, I will spare your life." Imuyun snorted disdainfully. Triune force. His attack power surged by 15. The golden skeleton's fist began to fissure. Boom. The golden skeleton was sent hurtling through the air. Why Imuyun's figure reappeared before the golden skeleton, initiating a flurry of blows. "You are the leader, and I shall be your subordinate." Imuyun halted, placing a foot firmly on the golden skeleton's face. "From this day forth, I'm the king of this skeleton sea's perimeter." Do you have any objections? The golden skeleton hurriedly shook his head. None whatsoever. You are my elder brother, and will always be my elder brother. Why, Imuyu nodded in satisfaction. At least you are wise enough to recognize your place. Go and summon all the skeletons from the perimeter of the skeleton sea to me. The golden skeleton promptly acquiesced. Yes, elder brother. After a considerable time, the golden skeleton returned, glancing back with curiosity. Elder brother, what is your intention? Yimuyun shot him a sidelong glance. You wish to return to your coffin to lie down. The golden skeleton quickly admitted his misstep. I shall not inquire where I ought not. Understand the rules. He dashed off in a hurry. The silver skeletons who had initially sought the golden skeleton's aid were left dumbfounded. Elder brother, did you not intend to tear him apart? You are quite cowardly. We can endure more than you. You have merely been beaten once, and you surrender. Do you not feel ashamed as a skeleton? You are still the king of the skeleton sea's perimeter. Maintain some dignity. Yimuyun regarded the golden skeleton with surprise. This fellow capitulated far too swiftly. Moreover, his acknowledgement of being an elder brother was executed with such ease, as if he were accustomed to it. Is this the king of the perimeter? One might mistake him for someone else's subordinate. Half an hour later, the ground trembled as groups of skeletons converged, densely packed like a migrating horde of beasts. Elder brother, the golden skeleton proclaimed, I have brought all the skeletons from the perimeter. Take a look, Yimuyun said, standing atop a height, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of skeletons before him, nodding in satisfaction. You have done well. The golden skeleton nodded vigorously. Thank you for the praise, elder brother. Suddenly, Yimuyun's gaze turned ominously crimson. Wherever his eyes fell, the souls of the skeletons below quivered in fear. From this day forth, I am the king of this skeleton sea, your absolute ruler. With an instant burst fist, he struck a boulder, unleashing a terrifying explosion that shattered it. The skeletons below, filled with dread, dared not utter a sound. All of you, look up at my eyes. As their gazes met, red marks instantly etched themselves onto the foreheads of the skeletons one by one. The skeletons knelt before their king, paying homage. The golden skeleton was utterly aghast. Elder brother, if you wish to be the king of the perimeter, I can concede it to you, but do not think of controlling the outer realm. Heed my advice, and promptly remove those marks. Yimuyun turned his gaze toward the golden skeleton. Why? The golden skeleton queried, his voice tinged with fear. In truth, the entire perimeter of the skeleton sea is not under my command. Put it plainly. I am merely a manager. The true king resides within. Yimuyun replied nonchalantly. Are you referring to the depths of the skeleton sea? The golden skeleton nodded. Why? Yimuyun inquired directly. What level is he? The golden skeleton responded, a skeleton general. Yimuyun was taken aback. Is skeleton general a rank? The golden skeleton affirmed with a nod. Our kind possesses a hierarchical system of evolution. Only upon reaching the level of golden skeleton does one become aware of it. We skeletons are categorized as bone warriors, silver skeletons, golden skeletons, skeleton generals, skeleton lords, and skeleton overlords. The entire skeleton sea falls under the dominion of a skeleton overlord. There exists only one skeleton overlord, residing at the core of the skeleton sea. He commands 4 major lords, each overseeing the directions of east, west, south, and north. Each lord has 12 generals under their command, with each general governing their respective territories. These generals further divide their domains into 24 sections. Overseen by golden skeletons, of which I am one. Yimuyun inhaled sharply, realizing that he had underestimated this place. It was far more expansive than he had imagined. The territory under his control was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of the skeleton sea. If one were to gauge it by realms, the skeleton overlord possessed at least the strength of the nether aspect realm. And no wonder the humans here held such trepidation towards the depths of the skeleton sea. They were evidently fearful of disturbing that formidable overlord within. The nether-chi realm was already quite powerful. Should a being of the nether aspect realm strike, a mere swipe could obliterate Pingzhou Town. It was no wonder the humans were so cautious. The golden skeleton, noticing Yimuyun's silence, continued, If you, elder brother, were to fully dominate the outskirts, it would be tantamount to provoking the overlord to that point. Even without the intervention of his subordinates, Just a handful of golden skeletons dispatched would be beyond your capacity to withstand. Thus, I advise you to reconsider and retract those marks as for your ambition to reign in the periphery. I shall gladly transfer the management authority to you. However, Yi Mu-yun's thoughts were not centered on inciting the Overlord's wrath, with the devouring system at his disposal, as long as his evolution rate kept pace. He regarded the Overlord of the Nether Aspect realm as inconsequential. His current concern was whether ruling over such a vast outer territory would suffice to fulfill the system's task requirements. System, you heard the golden skeleton's words. Does this count as fulfilling the task requirements? Ding! Rest assured, host. Everything is designed to serve you. Based on your current strength, as long as you govern the surrounding area, it will indeed meet the task criteria. Why Yi Mu-yun felt a surge of joy in his heart. What a sensible system. I must commend it. With this assurance, he felt no further apprehension for that so-called overlord. Let it be damned. No. It is a specter in itself. Perhaps let it meet the king of the underworld instead. Once I seize Pingzhou City, it will undoubtedly yield a tremendous influx of experience. Why should I fear it? The golden skeleton, observing Yi Mu-yun's prolonged silence, timidly inquired, Elder brother, what do you think of what I said? Yi Mu-yun raised a hand to silence him. Do not speak of such things again. I will tell you this. I do not fear that overlord. The golden skeleton was taken aback. What? Does this esteemed one even comprehend what he is saying? That is the skeleton overlord, the supreme entity of the skeleton sea. Not a single soul among the surrounding humans dares to provoke. Why Yi Mu-yun patted the golden skeleton on the shoulder. Fear not. As long as you follow me, countless benefits await you. The golden skeleton chuckled, remaining silent. Ding! The host has completed half of the task requirements. 2 skill points have been awarded. Completing the remaining task will yield further rewards. Why Yi Mu-yun felt a wave of delight. The system was truly considerate. Without hesitation, he allocated both skill points directly to the tri-aspect power, for it serves as both a foundation and a comprehensive enhancement, especially in bolstering his defensive capabilities, significantly increasing his odds of survival. Ding! The host has upgraded the tri-aspect power skill to level 3. The previous enhancement of 15 has advanced to 45. That your combat power has risen from 305 to 450. Good heavens! Upgrading skills is indeed the most effective method to enhance combat power. Choosing to fulfill the system's tasks was the wisest decision. Pingzhou City, at the Death Gate, a voice cried out. Junior sister, it's bad. The life tokens of our master and the brothers who accompanied him have shattered. Jiang Qingshan's complexion turned pale, nearly fainting. With tears streaming from her eyes, she gazed skyward. Brother, master, and all the brothers. Wait for me. I shall avenge you. Let us seek out Lordy at the manor. Lordy remarked, it is my niece Jiang. What brings you to my manor? He scrutinized Jiang Qingshan with a smile. Jiang Qingshan bit her my master and the dozens of brothers who accompanied him have perished in the skeleton sea. Lord, he was taken aback. What could have possibly emerged from the depths of the skeleton sea to cause such devastation? Even to someone of Jiangmen Master-S caliber? So, none of you managed to escape after such an extended absence. Jiang Qingshan shook her head. None. Lord He's expression darkened as he speculated. To annihilate Jiang Yunshan's entire force, the adversary must possess strength at least at the late Nether Chi stage, or perhaps have reached the Nether Soul realm. Jiang Qingshan knelt before Lord He. I beseech you, avenge my master and the brothers. Lord He hastily helped her to her feet. Niece, please rise. How could I accept such a profound courtesy? Jiang Qingshan covered her face, weeping. Now, the remaining members of the Death Gate are few, and I have no one left to rely on. Lord He sighed, expressing his predicament. Niece, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but I am currently unclear about the level of the nether entities that have emerged from the periphery. If I were to act recklessly, I might meet the same fate as Jiangmen Master. Lord He pondered for a moment before saying, Very well, I shall send someone to investigate the periphery and devise a plan once we ascertain the situation. Jiang Qingshan looked at Lord He with unwavering determination. That Lord, did you not mention a potential marriage alliance with my master? If you agree to avenge them, I am willing to wed your son. Lord He's eyes sparkled with delight, though he maintained a facade of calm. Alas, niece, why must you go to such lengths? It is not that I am unwilling to avenge Jiang Min Master. Jiang Qingshan stated, time alters all. The longer we delay, the greater the changes. What if the culprit behind my master and brother's deaths eludes capture? I wish to eliminate this murderer swiftly. Lord, he nodded. Jiang Min Master is indeed fortunate to have such a devoted disciple and niece. Very well, in light of your heartfelt plea, I shall immediately gather personnel to head to the Skeleton Sea. Today, I shall risk it all. Jiang Qingshan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, my lord. Lord, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingshan. Still calling me my lord? Jiang Qingshan whispered. Thank you, father. Lord, he erupted into hearty laughter. Splendid, splendid. You shall stay at my He Manor for the time being. Once I eliminate the culprit from the Skeleton Sea's periphery, we shall arrange a marriage to my son. Jiang Qingshan understood that Lord he was merely taking precautions against her fleeing without fulfilling her promise. Very well. I shall take my leave now. After Lord he departed, a slender man emerged. Father, our He family does not lack for women. Why agree to such a risky endeavor? Lord, he replied calmly. This girl is extraordinary. The man was puzzled. Are you referring to her talent? Lord, he nodded. Old Jiang Yinshan was blind to recognize such a precious niece. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I perceived her as a prodigy. The man gasped at a prodigy. Father, you must be mistaken. Such individuals are coveted by the grand sects of Tianshi County. Moreover, prodigies are typically recognized the moment they begin their cultivation. How could Jiang Yinshan possibly overlook her? Lord, he shook his head with a smile. Her prodigious talent differs from others. She possesses an innate allure, with a faint glimmer residing between her brows. This talent is something I came across in a book called The Gathering Evolution Flower. Such phenomena only manifest during the first breakthrough into the Yin realm. The man was astonished. There exists such a talent. He Chengzhu nodded in agreement. Furthermore, this talent is undoubtedly on par with any royal body. Once the celestial phenomena manifest, the speed of cultivation will surge dramatically, with the absorption of dark energy occurring at rates 10-fold or even 100-fold compared to others. Hiss. The man inhaled sharply. Father, if that is the case, what if this woman achieves a high realm and escapes our control in the He family? Allowing her to marry into our family brings us no benefits. He Chengzhu smiled faintly. The Gathering Evolution Flower has another function. At the moment her realm skyrockets, another person's realm will also advance rapidly. The man immediately smirked. Father means to use her as a furnace to enhance our cultivation? He Chengzhu chuckled. The method has already been found by your father. Whether you can achieve greatness in the future depends on you. The man hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Father. Rest assured. With such a furnace, I will surely devote myself to diligent training. He Chengzhu nodded. The pressing matter now is to send someone to the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea. I am quite concerned about what has transpired there. Immediately gather your capable subordinates, at least those at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and ensure there are no fewer than 10 in the dark energy phase, the man replied, bowing. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Suddenly, He Chengzhu urgently stopped the man. Wait, I've just thought of a one-time solution. There is no need to gather our own people. Hurry and contact some factions in Pingzhou town. Inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. The man, being quite astute, responded. Father means to have those sects lend their assistance? He Chengzhu nodded. To minimize losses. The man agreed that I understand. Father. Half an hour later, nearly all the sect masters from Pingzhou town had arrived at the He residence. A grim-faced elder spoke lightly. Lord City Master, may I inquire what urgent matter has compelled you to summon everyone? He Chengzhu's gaze swept across the individuals in the hall. The absolute doomed sect is on the verge of annihilation. Upon hearing this, all present were shocked and turned their gazes towards He Chengzhu. Lord City Master, the absolute doomed sect is a mid-tier sect in Pingzhou town. How can it be on the brink of destruction? Is it a vendetta? He Chengzhu shook his head. You all remember when sect Master Jiang came to celebrate my birthday and his disciples perished at the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea? Everyone nodded in unison. The incident had occurred recently, and they remembered it clearly. He Chengzhu continued. Sect Master Jiang personally led over 60 disciples, and yet they were all wiped out. All the sect masters widened their eyes in disbelief. They were well aware of Jiang Yunshan's prowess, a standout in Pingzhou town. How could so many perish at the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea? He Changzhu sighed, that I was equally astonished upon hearing this news. It seems the Skeleton Sea has birthed formidable dark entities, that we must plan early to eradicate this menace in its infancy. Otherwise, when it matures, it will spell disaster for us all, and there will be no escape. The group nodded gravely. The Skeleton Sea is perilously close to Pingzhou town. Should that dark entity wander into the town, it would result in calamity. One of the sect masters, visibly worried, asked, Lord City Master, with such a large mobilization, will we not provoke the one dwelling deep within the Skeleton Sea? He Changzhu shook his head. No. Years ago, the envoy of the Evil Moon sect made an agreement with that entity. As long as we do not actively venture deep into the Skeleton Sea, it shall not attack us. Another sect master frowned and remarked, yet this time, our actions are not small scale. The risks are considerable. He Changzhu nodded. Your concerns are valid, and I share them. Hence, we must strike with lightning speed to eliminate it. The faces of the sect masters grew solemn. They comprehended He Changzhu's intent. To eradicate the threat swiftly, they would need to dispatch their top-tier experts without holding back. Yet, should those experts perish in the Skeleton Sea, it would severely undermine their sections. He Changzhu stated calmly. Then I shall lead by example, that I will dispatch 20 experts, all at the pinnacle of the innate realm, alongside 3 dark energy phase masters, with one from the mid-dark energy phase leading the charge. The rest will depend on everyone else. With He Changzhu taking the lead, they had no choice but to express their intentions. Our Li Xiong sect will provide 15 at the pinnacle of the innate realm and 2 in the dark energy phase. Our Soul Bell sect will offer 15 at the pinnacle of the innate realm and 2 in the dark energy phase. All 20 sects present promptly declared their commitments, and He Changzhu was quite satisfied. The combined strength of 20 sects amounted to 300 or 400 at the pinnacle of the innate realm, with 40 to 50 in the dark energy phase and 3 or 4 in the mid-dark energy phase. This formidable array would make it effortless to annihilate any sect, let alone clear the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea. He Changzhu smiled. Then I shall first express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Pingzhou town. Rest assured, all contributions will be acknowledged. That I will petition Lord Yang Kong of Tianshi County to secure each sect an opportunity to pay respects at the Evil Moon sect. The eyes of the sect masters widened with excitement. Who could resist the allure of such an opportunity? In the Evil Moon state, the Evil Moon sect was akin to a royal palace, inaccessible to the common folk. An opportunity to pay respects meant guaranteed rewards. Jiang Yunshan's dark thunder talismans were obtained during such visits. The crowd bowed in unison. That we thank you, Lord City Master. He Changzhu waved his hand dismissively. It is merely my duty. Now, return and prepare. Tomorrow, we shall gather all forces to assault the outskirts of the Skeleton Sea. The sect masters filed out. Father, you cannot be serious about arranging their opportunity to pay respects. That would involve over 20 sects. The difficulty is insurmountable. Lord Yang Kong would never agree. He Changzhu smiled faintly. If you had learned from me regularly, you would not find this impossible. You believe it cannot be done, yet it can indeed be real. He Changzhu's son was momentarily taken aback. Then why would you offer it to them? He Changzhu laughed. Without a tempting prospect, how could they be willing to exert themselves? I merely indicated that I would present their case. Later, I can simply inform them that Lord Yang Kong did not agree. And they will never know I initiated this. Furthermore, how could I allow them to reap the rewards of such a grand opportunity for paying respects? It is better left for ourselves. He Changzhu's son suddenly understood. Giving a thumbs up, Father, I truly admire you this time. He Changzhu beamed with pride. There is much for you to learn. Pay attention, for it will benefit your future. Relay the message that when our people enter the Skeleton Sea, they must not act impulsively, but observe the situation first. I have painted a tempting picture for them. Those sects will undoubtedly be eager to act, even if it means sacrificing some of their own. If there are achievements, we should strive to attribute them to our own, but we must be cautious in our methods. He Changzhu's son nodded. Understood. The next day, He Changzhu surveyed the hundreds before him. Heroes, you bear the mission of protecting Pingzhou town, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. The crowd responded with respectful bows. "Lord City Master, you are too kind." He Chengzhu nodded. "Without further ado, let us set forth." A throng of several hundred individuals marched resolutely towards the ominous expanse of the skeleton sea that on the periphery of this eerie realm. Yi Mu Yun languidly reclined upon a stone, basking in the silvery light of the moon. Suddenly, a silver skeleton scurried over and communicated in a tongue of the underworld. "My king. Trouble brews. The humans are preparing to attack us." The flames of soul fire within Yi Mu Yun's eyes ignited with intensity. "How many have they brought?" The silver skeleton hastily replied. "According to the reports from the Nightbone birds, there are at least several hundred, all possessing formidable auras that..." Yi Mu Yun grinned widely. "Formidable auras. You say? How delightful. I revel in the presence of strong." The silver skeleton regarded Yi Mu Yun with curiosity. "Why does the king seem so exhilarated at the prospect of an enemy assault?" Yi Mu Yun commanded, "Go inform the Golden Oath not to impede their entry. I intend to catch them like fish in a barrel." The silver skeleton nodded and departed. Yi Mu Yun murmured to himself. At times, humanity exhibits remarkable cleverness, while at others, they reveal their utter foolishness. They come in waves, offering experience points, and I find it quite enjoyable. Several miles away from the skeleton sea, a group of mid-level nether-chi practitioners pressed forward. "Senior," one called out, "if we continue in this direction, traversing the woods and crossing a mountain, we shall enter the realm of the skeleton sea." The leaders of the group nodded in understanding that we are aware. One of the mid-level practitioners shouted back, "Everyone, stay alert. We are about to enter the skeleton sea. Prepare for battle at a moment's notice." After traveling several miles without encountering even a single skeleton, the group began to grow uneasy that a skeleton sea devoid of skeletons. "This is peculiar," remarked Chun, a mid-level practitioner. "Indeed, it is quite strange," another mid-level woman concurred. "Typically, low-level skeletons or even skeleton warriors would appear by now. Why the eerie silence this time?" Chen's expression darkened with concern. "If this is the case, then whatever lies within is no simple matter. The ability to control those skeletons suggests a presence of at least golden caliber." The woman whispered, "Golden caliber is manageable. But what if something even more powerful lurks within?" Chen turned to his companions that we must report the anomalies of this place to the city lord immediately. He then reassured the others, "Do not fret. With our numbers, even the most fearsome nether creatures would think twice before confronting us. Onward, brother!" A voice cried out. "Those foolish humans have already entered our encirclement. Shall we tighten the noose around them?" Yi Mu Yin shook his head. "Not yet. I desire their complete annihilation. They are still relatively close to their town. Should they realize they are outmatched, they will flee, making them difficult to capture. Let us first send a wave of skeleton warriors to entertain them." Meanwhile, the human practitioners had ventured deep into the skeleton sea, approximately 50 miles in, when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a horde of skeleton warriors. The skeletons emerged, but were swiftly dispatched. One of the mid-level practitioners remarked, "I believe we have been overly cautious. This is nothing unusual. These skeletons are still weak. If that nether creature truly possessed the ability to control all of them, we would have been surrounded by now." The others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems we may have been too wary in retrospect. If such a formidable nether creature existed, the one deeper within the skeleton sea would have already dealt with us." Chen nodded, acknowledging their reasoning. "You speak wisely. Perhaps we have overthought this. From this moment forth, we shall search with utmost speed to locate that creature." The humans, now more at ease, accelerated their search, their pace quickening tenfold. And soon they had penetrated nearly 100 miles into the territory. "Brother," a voice exclaimed, "those humans are advancing rapidly." Yi Mu Yun grinned, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. "Issue the order to encircle them entirely. Not a single one shall escape." The golden skeleton chuckled wickedly. "Understood." As per Yi Mu Yun's command, skeletal forms erupted from the earth, baring their teeth as they surged towards the direction of the humans. Panic ensued among the humans that we are surrounded by skeletons. Their expressions shifted dramatically. "Break through." Though each skeleton was weak, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, gradually being enclosed in an impenetrable barrier. The golden skeleton strode forth from the throng. its fearsome demeanor casting a shadow over the humans. Humans, you have ventured into the skeleton sea. Are you not aware of the danger? What folly brings so many of you here? The imposing presence of the golden skeleton intimidated a portion of the humans, causing them to involuntarily step back. However, the mid-level practitioners remained undeterred. You must be the culprit behind the near annihilation of my clan. We have come to eradicate you. With an air of arrogance, the golden skeleton raised its massive fists, striking the ground with tremendous force. The ground trembled as fissures radiated outward. In my domain, you dare to threaten me? It seems humanity has forgotten their fear. The humans' faces paled. Their families resided within the city. Should this creature lead a skeletal army to assault the city, it would spell disaster. Chen's voice turned. I see why. It appears that today you shall meet your end. One of the early-stage Netherchi practitioners stepped forward. The Soul Bell sect requests permission to engage. We shall eliminate this abomination. Chen recalled the master's parting words and nodded. Very well. Hero, should you succeed in vanquishing this fiend, I shall ensure you receive the highest commendation. The early-stage practitioner declared, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Watch my prowess. I will slay this monster. The golden skeleton cast a disdainful glance at the human practitioner. Seeking death, it swung its colossal golden fist towards him, and the practitioner was obliterated before he could react, reduced to a mere pulp. The remaining humans were horrified. One early-stage practitioner has been dispatched so easily. This being's strength is at least mid-level nether chi. We must prepare to strike. They exchanged glances, and 4 mid-level auras began to emanate from them. Sensing the burgeoning power, the golden skeleton faltered, retreating slightly. I must take my leave. Witnessing the golden skeleton's attempt to flee ignited a fierce desire for revenge among the humans. You were so arrogant moments ago. Where do you think you're going? Yimu Yun, who had been observing from the shadows, shook his head. This creature is truly weak at heart. It seeks to flee before the battle has even begun. The golden skeleton ran. It cried out, Brother, help! Save me! Chen's voice was cold. Your pleas are futile. We shall ensure your demise. Spirit capturing banner. Chun brandished a black flag that swirled with dark energy, ghostly visages writhing from within the shadows. The spirits coalesced into a vast net, ensnaring the golden skeleton. The creature struggled, but the tighter it fought, the more constricted it became. Moreover, it feels as though those phantoms are lying upon me, draining the very essence of my soul's flame. Just look at your pitiful demeanor. The golden skeleton, initially wailing in torment, exclaimed in ecstasy upon hearing Yimu Yun's voice, Brother, you have come to rescue me. Several practitioners of the mid-stage of the Nether Chi realm, upon witnessing a silver skeleton standing protectively before the golden one, scoffed derisively. Do you still think you can save it? Ding race. Human name. Chun Jingshan realm. Mid-stage Nether Chi combat power. 380, there were 4 in total. 3 men and 1 woman, among whom Chun Jingshan possessed the highest combat prowess. That rascal Jiang Yinshan is also at mid-stage Nether Chi. Yet this fellow's baseline combat power is surprisingly inferior. Remarked one of the men coldly. Brother Chun, the silver skeleton is mine. You 3 focus your efforts on that golden skeleton. The 3 nodded in agreement, just as they prepared to bypass Yimu Yun. A shriek pierced the air. They stared wide-eyed as Yimu Yun's gleaming silver claws gripped the man's neck, causing him to wither visibly, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Ding! You have slain a human practitioner, gaining 1,300 experience points. Yimu Yun murmured, This fellow is indeed slightly weaker than Jiang Yinshan. The remaining 3 stood in stunned silence, questioning their sanity that a silver skeleton had just obliterated a mid-stage Nether Chi practitioner, Chun Jingshan. Not lacking in wit, swiftly deduced, you are the very killer of Jiang Yinshan. Yimu Yun remained composed, standing still as his gaze swept over the trio, speaking not a word. Yet the aura emanating from him spoke volumes. Contempt, they, who held esteemed positions within their sect, had never before endured such disdainful scrutiny, igniting their inner fury. The woman was the first to act, summoning a dark red bracelet. The bracelet was peculiar, adorned with an array of writhing runes, emitting eerie laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. Demon puppet spirit bracelet. A slender, pallid woman emerged from the bracelet, her appearance grotesque. With a stark white face, a tongue extending over 10 centimeters, bulging eyes, and a crimson eye in the center of her forehead, she appeared as if teleporting, materializing before Yi Muyun with a sinister smile. The third eye on her forehead radiated a pinkish glow. Brother Chun, my demon puppet has ensnared its soul. You too, concentrate your fire upon it. Chun Jingshan and another mid-stage Nether Chi practitioner nodded, each brandishing their formidable weapons. Soul-capturing banner, blood-slashing sword. The two unleashed their powerful artifacts. Each strike aimed at Yi Muyun, delivering devastating damage. The three men laughed mockingly at Yi Muyun, believing he had nowhere left to escape. In an instant, Yi Muyun's form erupted. The other mid-stage Nether Chi man roared with laughter. Indeed, Sister Lin was correct. This fellow is nothing more than a silver Fade, relying solely on ambush. With Yi Muyun's demise, Chun Jingshan's face lit up with It seems this fellow was not as formidable as anticipated. Clearly, the city lord has overestimated him, deploying such grand measures for such meager talent. The woman concurred. Indeed, it is no wonder that the esteemed one did not slay him. Evidently, they deemed it unnecessary. Suddenly, a pale skeletal hand rested upon the shoulder of the mid-stage Nether Chi man. Are you happy now that you have killed me? The woman and Chun Jingshan's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief. You were supposed to be dead. Yi Muyun replied coolly, I was merely toying with you. The woman and Chun Jingshan hastily activated their artifacts. Soul Storm. A tempest of colossal soul clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by haunting cries that contorted the faces of the trio in agony. The three powerful artifacts lost their control. Chun Jingshan's expression turned grave. Not good. Protect your souls. Yi Muyun seized the mid-stage Nether Chi man, his deep, icy gaze locking onto him. The man recalled the earlier sight of Yi Muyun draining the life from another. A shiver coursing through him. No. Do not consume me. I beg you, spare me. Yi Muyun ignored his pleas, growing even colder. Devour. The man's body withered rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he was entirely consumed by Yi Muyun. Ding! You have slain a human practitioner, gaining 1,500 experience points. The woman and Chun Jingshan snapped back to reality, helplessly witnessing Yi Muyun's voracious act once more. The woman, now as pale as a ghost, understood that she might very well be next. Resolute, she decided to go all out against him. Channeling all her strength into the demon puppet spirit bracelet, an otherworldly glow emanated from it, doubling the size of the demon puppet, which cast a wicked glance at the woman still pouring energy into it. The third eye of the demon puppet aimed at Yi Muyun, attempting to freeze his soul. Yet in the next instant, Yi Muyun appeared beside the demon puppet. With hellfire igniting in his hand, he instantly set the demon puppet ablaze. Hellfire inflicted the most damage upon spiritual entities, which were inherently fearful of it. The demon puppet screamed in a harrowing wail, its third eye closing as its form writhed in the air. The woman watched in shock as cracks spread across the demon puppet's spirit bracelet, which shattered into fragments as the demon puppet was reduced to ash, losing its luster. Soul-capturing banner. Simultaneously, Chun Jingshan took action, seeking to ambush Yi Muyun while he was preoccupied. Tendrils woven from souls shot towards Yi Muyun. Ghostly concealment. A mist enveloped Yi Muyun, and his figure vanished from sight. Chun Jingshan's face paled. What? He can turn invisible. Suddenly, he recalled something, shouting urgently, Sister Lin, be careful. He is likely coming for you. No sooner had Chun Jingshan's warning escaped his lips than Yi Muyun appeared behind the woman. With a swift strike, he unleashed a devastating blow to her abdomen. The force of the explosion elicited a pained scream from her, and she was soon seized by Yi Muyun. Devour. She struggled briefly before turning to dust. Ding, you have slain a human practitioner, gaining 2,000 experience points. Chun Jingshan's eyes burned with fury as his aura surged, gripping his sword tightly and charging at Yi Muyun. The sword energy rampaged, obliterating the surrounding skeletons in an instant. I will kill you, beast! I will slay you! The impenetrable sword energy completely sealed off Yi Muyun's escape route. It seemed that this individual's techniques surpassed Jiang Yunshan's by a considerable margin. with his combat power soaring to 420. However, he was still no match for me. Yi Mu Yun let out a cold snort, gazing at the sword energy surging towards him from all directions, extending his pale, bony hand, akin to a myriad of hands transforming into a Buddha. He swiftly deflected all the sword energy. Boom! The surrounding sword energy dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, Yi Mu Yun left behind a fleeting shadow, appearing before Chun Jing Shan, effortlessly snapping the long sword between his two fingers. Chun Jing Shan trembled, instinctively retreating. Your defense, your speed, and your power. How can they be so absurd? To effortlessly extinguish his sword energy and shatter his long sword, one must possess at least the strength of the peak of the Nether Chi realm. A silver skeleton with such prowess? Chun Jing Shan had never encountered nor even heard of such a creature in his lifetime. What manner of monster is this? Yi Mu Yun swiftly seized Chun Jing Shan by the neck, his devouring power rapidly siphoning away Chun Jing Shan's life force. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 2,500 experience points. Yi Mu Yun was somewhat astonished. This fellow's talent was rather impressive, yielding 2,500 points. Including the others from earlier, he had already amassed 7,300 experience points, coupled with the previous 4,100 points from Jiang Yun Shan. It seemed he was on the verge of evolving again. Open the information panel. Host, Yi Mu Yun race, undead race name. Elite Silver Skeleton Evolution Experience Points, 114,002,0480 Evolution Count. 11 exclusive talents, Devouring, Skill Synthesis, Wraith's Eye Skills, Triphase Power, Instant Explosive Fist, Soul Storm, Ghost Concealment. Self-Detonation Clone Realm, Innate Peak Combat Power, 450, only 9,000 points remain for the next advancement. Yi Mu Yun turned his gaze towards the human cultivators. Those human practitioners had just witnessed Yi Mu Yun devour 4 mid-Nether Chi masters. They swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. Yi Mu Yun waved his hand, and the skeletons surged forward. Yi Mu Yun charged in like a tiger among sheep. Dozens of Nether Chi cultivators were ensnared by countless skeletons. Lacking the time to unite against Yi Mu Yun, the outcome was inevitable. One by one, they were consumed by Yi Mu Yun. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 1,000 experience points in merely a few minutes. Yi Mu Yun's experience had already met the evolution requirements. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed evolution count. 12 that you have acquired the skill, spatial teleportation. Using this skill, you can open a void gate and teleport to any location within a 10-meter range. The higher the skill level, the greater the teleportation range. Yi Mu Yun felt a surge of joy, his mind racing with ideas. Skill synthesis. Ding! Synthesizing a new skill. Eye of the Reaper. Using this skill, the host can open the Eye of the Reaper at any location within a 20-meter radius. Once opened, 4 invisible self-detonating clones will emerge to bombard the target. The higher the skill level, the greater the range, and the more invisible self-detonating clones will be produced. A divine skill. Yi Mu Yun grinned widely. It indeed matched my expectations. This is the essence of being unassailable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced to Golden Skeleton. You require 0.40960 experience points for the next evolution. Yi Mu Yun's skeletal frame expanded at a visible rate, his originally bright silver body now cloaked in shimmering gold. His bones grew 20 times thicker, surpassing ordinary golden skeletons by 10-fold, his form akin to a small mountain over 10 meters tall. The nearby golden skeleton gazed at Yi Mu Yun in shock. Brother, did you just evolve? How is your size comparable to that of Skeleton General? Did you truly advance to a golden skeleton? Ding! You have received one opportunity for an exclusive talent roulette draw. A massive roulette appeared before Yi Mu Yun. Draw the enormous wheel spun. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a talent upgrade ticket. The Devouring talent has been upgraded to Group Devouring. Single target to group. Yi Mu Yun's gaze fell upon the peak innate cultivators. Those peak innate cultivators were instantly filled with dread under his stare. Run! This creature has evolved. We can no longer contend with it. Quickly report to the city lord. Yi Mu Yun watched as the cultivators fled heedlessly from the skeletal onslaught. Devour. Yi Mu Yun slowly raised his hand. A terrifying force instantly cleansing the peak innate cultivators. Ding! You have slain a cultivator, gaining 100 experience points. Delight surged through Yi Mu Yun as he groaned. Group devouring was indeed far more satisfying than single target. The golden skeleton stood, dumbfounded, and the other skeletons trembled in fear, gazing at Yi Mu Yun. The golden skeleton was the first to kneel. Brother, you are truly remarkable. With just a gesture, you turned those humans to ashes. As the golden skeleton knelt, the others followed suit. Yi Mu Yun smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards the direction of Pingzhou Town. The Sea of Skeletons is our domain. It is inexcusable for these humans to brazenly intrude. Let them feel our wrath. Attack the human town. With Yi Mu Yun's command, all the skeletons rallied in response. Tens of thousands of skeletons surged towards Pingzhou Town alongside Yi Mu Yun. In Pingzhou Town, at the City Lord's mansion, City Lord he received the urgent message from those in the Sea of Skeletons and crushed the communication Jade Talisman in his grip. His son, observing the City Lord's grim expression, hastily inquired, "Father, what has happened?" The other sect leaders turned their curious gazes towards City Lord he, sensing that something was amiss with those who had ventured into the Sea of Skeletons. City Lord he surveyed the sect leaders with a heavy sigh. "Esteemed guests, our forces have been completely annihilated." This news detonated like a bomb, reverberating through the hearts of all present. What? Each person found it hard to believe. City Lord he continued, "The culprit has been identified. It is a skeleton. Not only can it control all the surrounding skeletons, but also possesses formidable strength." Chun Jingshan and his companions had no means to retaliate before being mercilessly slaughtered. A tense silence enveloped the room. Slaughtered? They were all bona fide mid-nether chi cultivators, and Chun Jingshan's strength was comparable to that of late nether chi. Such strength being slaughtered? Everyone gasped in shock. And someone murmured, "Could it be that it possesses the strength of the nether soul realm?" The crowd exchanged glances, their pupils constricting in fear. City Lord he fell silent. Suddenly, a person from the City Lord's mansion burst into the room. "City Lord, it's terrible. Our scouts reported that the Sea of Skeletons is in upheaval, with hordes of skeletons advancing towards Pingzhou Town, including 2 golden skeletons." City Lord he felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over him. He lamented ever meddling in such matters. Had he not sent anyone, he wouldn't have provoked that skeleton. Truly cursed, if that skeleton truly has the strength of the nether soul realm. Even he would be unable to withstand it. He was merely at the peak of the nether chi realm, and with the enhancement of his techniques, he could at most match the strength of the early nether soul realm. City Lord he was frantic. If Pingzhou Town fell to the invasion of those skeletons, his sins would be monumental. No, I must urgently seek assistance from Lord Si Yongkong. City Lord he addressed the crowd, not panic. Immediately return to your sects, mobilize all available forces, and prepare to resist the skeletal army. We must not allow them to breach the town at any cost. I will now request reinforcements from Lord Si Yongkong." The weight that burdened the hearts of the crowd has finally been lifted. Sianking is indeed the lord of Tianshi County. His subordinates are masters of exceptional skill, capable of dispatching a few of them to swiftly annihilate that horde of skeletons. The various sect leaders nodded in unison, expressing their gratitude. "We shall rely on you, esteemed City Lord. The lives of all in Pingzhou Town depend on your protection." City Lord he acknowledged their sentiments with a nod. "Hasten to gather your forces. We must not allow that fiend to breach the town before reinforcements arrive." The sect leaders promptly departed, urgency in their steps. His son interjected, "Father, I shall also rally our personnel at the City Lord's residence." City Lord he swiftly kicked his son in the rear. "Are you foolish? I merely spoke of this to them. You truly intend to go?" His son looked at him in bewilderment. City Lord he smacked his forehead in exasperation. "How could I have raised such a dim-witted child? I will delegate the assembly of forces to others. You must leave the city at once and head to Tianshi County. It is our only sanctuary." His son, puzzled, questioned, "Did you not say to summon Lord Sianking for assistance? Will Pingzhou Town not be able to withstand the onslaught?" City Lord he replied calmly, "I had initially believed that Chun Jingshan and his companions could vanquish that skeleton overlord. However, it appears I was mistaken. Nothing is certain. To be prudent and ensure a contingency for our He family, you must take Jiang Qingshan and depart swiftly." Remember, do not alert anyone, nor allow yourselves to be seen. Hurry! Seeing his father's urgency, his son ceased to argue, nodding as he exited. Once his son had left, City Lord, he released a sigh of relief and entered the hidden chamber within his quarters. On the stone table in the chamber lay a communication jade, inscribed with the name Xiang. Lord Xianqing, I am Hezhong. The communication jade slowly levitated, and a voice emerged from within. I am Xianqing. What is the matter? Hezhong spoke with respect. My lord. Disturbances have erupted among the outer skeletons of the Skeleton Sea, and Pingzhou Town is on the verge of invasion. Xianqing's tone was indifferent. Is it merely the outer skeletons? They are but lowly creatures. You cannot handle them? Hezhong explained. If it were merely those lowly skeletons, it would be manageable. However, their ride appears to be instigated by a mutated skeleton that seems to exert control over them. This mutated skeleton possesses formidable strength. The 4 mid-level specters and dozens of low-level specters I dispatched were utterly annihilated, and those 4 mid-level specters were even brutally slain. This mutated skeleton likely possesses the power of the Soul Realm. Xianqing's voice shifted. How could a Soul Realm skeleton appear among the outer skeletons? Hezhong shook his head. I cannot explain it. It only manifested in recent days. Last month, when I sent scouts to patrol. It was not there. Xianqing pondered for a moment. Very well. I shall immediately dispatch a team of Soul Realm warriors to assist you in eliminating that mutated skeleton. A team of Soul Realm warriors? Hezhong's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, Lord Xianqing is a formidable county lord. A single team consists of at least 5 individuals. 5 Soul Realm warriors are being sent at a mere word. Xianqing continued. It is fortuitous that I wish for my son to undertake some training. This is an excellent opportunity for him to lead the team. Upon hearing this, Hezhong's expression brightened even further. It is said that Xianqing's son, Xiang Jian, began absorbing external spectral energy at the age of 1, stepping into cultivation by the age of 2. The day he entered cultivation, celestial phenomena accompanied him, and all the swords in the vicinity were drawn to the skies above Xiang Manor, even startling the evil moon sect. The sect eventually deemed Xikong Jian to be a prodigy among prodigies, his talent rivaling that of the royal physique. He was later taken by the evil moon sect, where his cultivation progressed rapidly. He entered the innate stage at 7, reached the spectral energy stage at 10, and achieved the soul realm at 15. Now, at 16, he stands at the mid-stage of the soul realm. His understanding of swords is astonishing. He has manifested sword intent in the innate stage, fused spectral energy with his blade, and has reached a state of unity between man and sword in the soul realm. Few who entered the evil moon sect alongside him could rival his prowess, rendering him invincible among his peers. Almost every accolade imaginable has been bestowed upon Xiang Jian, marking him as a true child of destiny. To dispatch such a prodigious talent to their aid is indeed a source of great reassurance for Hezhong. Rest assured, Lord Xianqing, I will ensure the utmost hospitality for your son. Xianqing did not respond. Is there anything else? Hezhong quickly shook his head. None. They shall travel by airship and arrive in half an hour. The communication jade settled back onto the stone table, falling silent, in high spirits. Hezhong stored the jade away and exited the hidden chamber, promptly gathering the personnel of the city lord's residence to prepare for the impending assault by the skeleton army. As long as they could hold out for half an hour until the arrival of young Master Xiang, the skeleton's demise would be assured. That moment, Yimiyun had already led tens of thousands of skeleton warriors to the gates of Pingzhou Town. The cultivators stationed on the city walls gazed upon the ocean of skeletons before them, their palms growing clammy with sweat. They had never before encountered such a scene, their hearts heavy with trepidation. The sect leaders on the walls focused their gazes on 2 golden skeletons, one of which, colossal in stature, instilled a sense of suffocation within them. The city lord has arrived. Clear the way for the city lord. The crowd parted to allow Hezhong passage. Observing the dense throng of skeleton warriors outside the walls, Hezhong's expression darkened. Yimuyun regarded Hezhong with keen interest, piecing together fragments of memories he had devoured. He surmised that this man was the city lord of Pingzhou, Ding race, human, name, Hezhong, realm, peak specter, combat power, 500. Yimuyun was somewhat taken aback a city lord. He Zhang was indeed remarkable. His combat power exceeded that of the vast majority at the peak of the Spectre realm and approached that of the Soul realm. Thank goodness he had been cautious and advanced to golden skeletons. Otherwise, capturing Pingzhou town would have proven difficult. He Zhang scrutinized Yi Muyun in turn. The pressure emanating from the two golden skeletons, particularly Yi Muyun, left him shaken. When the battle commences, you must work together to entangle it. Lord Sianking has promised reinforcements. Do not engage it recklessly. Simply hold out for half an hour. The sect leaders nodded, their previously grim expressions now clearing. Yi Muyun observed that all the prey had assembled and felt a growing eagerness to commence the feast. With a sweep of his skeletal hand, thousands upon thousands of skeleton soldiers surged forward to assault the city. He Zhang immediately issued the command. Attack! The sect leaders charged toward Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun sneered. The power of the three. Although his size had increased, it did not impede his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon one of the sect leaders, his massive skeletal hand seizing the individual and devouring him whole. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator. You gained 2,000 experience. The chill ran through the hearts of Yi Zhang and his followers. They had not anticipated Yi Muyun's speed to be so astonishing. Yi Muyun turned, a sinister smile on his face, addressing the sect leaders. What are you all dawdling for? Attack! He Zhuang shouted hoarsely from behind. It was only then that the sect leaders reacted, simultaneously launching their attacks toward Yi Muyun. Nearly 20 assaults struck Yi Muyun simultaneously. He Zhuang chuckled. That's more like it. Keep the attacks coming. Do not allow a moment's respite. I had thought it was formidable, but turns out to be nothing but a hollow shell. The sect leaders, witnessing that Yi Muyun had not evaded their onslaught, displayed expressions of delight. Everyone put in more effort. Perhaps we won't even need reinforcements. We can vanquish this abomination ourselves. Seeing hope. The sect leaders increased their strength, launching another wave of assaults at Yi Muyun. Meanwhile, the golden skeleton looked on with concern. These humans are despicable, ganging up on our boss. Surely, he will be all right. As the dust settled, Yi Muyun's colossal figure emerged. Is that enough? Now it's my turn to strike. The sect leaders stared in astonishment at Yi Muyun. How is it possible? How can it be unscathed? Its defense is so formidable. The smile on He Zhuang's face froze. Even a practitioner in the early stages of the Nethersoul realm would have been severely injured by that assault. What manner of monster is this? Do not hold back. Unleash your ultimate abilities. Upon hearing He Zhuang's frantic shout, the sect leaders hastily summoned their treasures. Suddenly, Yi Muyun's figure vanished from sight, reappearing beside one of them in the blink of an eye. With a sudden explosive punch, that individual perished instantly, and Yi Muyun devoured him completely. Ding! You have slain a human practitioner and gained 2,000 experience. A golden rope floated down from the sky, ensnaring Yi Muyun's body. While Yuli golden rope has captured it. Another shouted, Excellent! Behold my prowess! Ultimate death sword! A colossal sword, resembling a mountain, cleaved toward Yi Muyun. With a slight exertion, Yi Muyun shattered the Lioli golden rope and obliterated the giant sword with a single punch. The two onlookers stood dumbfounded. He swiftly killed them both and consumed them. Ding! You have slain a human practitioner and gained 2,100 experience. You have slain a human practitioner and gained 2,400 experience. The situation spiraled out of control. No matter what means they employed, they could inflict not a scratch upon Yi Muyun. Every second, he was eliminating foes, and within a minute, the over 20 attackers lay dead at his feet. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed your evolution, becoming an intermediate golden skeleton, with 13 evolution instances. You have acquired the skill. Bone Finger of Slaughter. By utilizing this skill, you can summon a bone finger that inflicts indiscriminate damage within a 20-meter radius. With attack power, double your own strength. The higher the level, the greater the power and range. This skill will consume a certain amount of soul fire from the host. Frequent usage is not recommended. There are 0.81920 experience points remaining until the next evolution. Yi Muyun felt a surge of joy. This skill could be deemed his most powerful ability thus far. With another evolution, his combat power skyrocketed from 750 to 900. With this finger strike, he would possess an astounding power of 1800. With such power, he could easily dispatch any Nether Soul Realm practitioner, and even those in the Nether Spirit Realm would find it insurmountable that why Yimu Yun fixed his gaze upon He Zhuang. Now, there's only you left. He Zhuang's face turned ashen. He had initially thought that the 20 or so practitioners in the late Nether Chi stage could at least stall Yimu Yun. But to his dismay, they had been exterminated in mere moments, utterly powerless to retaliate. What should I do now? I must face this fiend alone. Gritting his teeth, He Zhuang glared at Yimu Yun. Beast, you slaughtered the people of Pingzhou Town. Today, as the city lord, I shall avenge the fallen. He Zhuang dared not hold back, unleashing his full power in Yimu Yun's eyes. He Zhuang's combat power, originally at 500, surged to 700 in an instant. Why Yimu Yun was somewhat astonished. What a significant increase in combat power. A ground-level technique. He Zhuang closed the distance to Yimu Yun in a flash. 9 turns ghost, thunder. 9 ghostly heads encircled He Zhuang, each with a gaping maw, unleashing torrents of black lightning. One must admit that He Zhuang possessed some skill. Had it been Yimu Yun from earlier, he might have faced some difficulty. However, now it was effortless. Why Yimu Yun raised his colossal fist and struck at the black lightning. Boom! As He Zhuang stood in shock, Yimu Yun shattered the black lightning one after another. Impossible. This is my trump card. Not even those in the Nether Soul Realm would dare to meet it head-on. How can he withstand it? Yimu Yun waved his hand, grinning. Not powerful enough. We shall reciprocate. He Zhuang's expression shifted. At that moment, he was no longer concerned about the citizens of Pingzhou Town. Preserving his own life took precedence. Why Yimu Yun coldly regarded He Zhuang. Thinking of fleeing? Eye of the Reaper. Just as He Zhuang turned, he saw the space in front of him tear apart, forming a vertically oriented eye. Before he could react, for hidden skeletons seized him, He Zhuang was taken aback. What is happening? I feel as though something has grasped me. Why Yimu Yun snapped his fingers. Explode. The 4 concealed skeletons detonated instantaneously. The tremendous explosive force sent He Zhuang hurtling away, crashing against the city wall, nearly breaching it. Yimu Yun looked on in astonishment that he actually survived. He saw He Zhuang slowly rise from the wall, casting a wary glance at Yimu Yun. Thankfully, my vigilance was high enough. I had temporarily activated the Tian Kuai Xing talisman bestowed upon me by Lord Xiyang at the moment of the explosion, mitigating the blast. Otherwise, I would have either died or been severely injured. He Zhuang quickly sprinted toward the city. With such a significant experience monster, Yimu Yun had no intention of letting him escape. He surged forward at blistering speed toward He Zhuang. I'm almost there. Instant explosive punch. Yimu Yun's figure teleported beside He Zhuang. At this distance, He Zhuang had no hope of evasion. To Yimu Yun, he was already a dead man. Just then, a dazzling beam of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yimu Yun. Why Yimu Yun's heart raced as he forcefully retracted his punch and swiftly dodged. A surprised voice exclaimed, "He actually evaded my attack. This skeleton possesses impressive strength." Yimu Yun gazed in astonishment at a flying vessel approaching from the sky, upon which stood 6 individuals. The leader was the very youth who had spoken earlier. Ding race, human race name. Xiyang, Jian realm. Mid-Nether Soul combat power. 1100 race, human race name. Suan realm. Mid-Nether Soul combat power. 900. All 6 individuals were the Mid-Nether Soul realm, each boasting impressive combat power, particularly Xiyang Jian, who maintained a constant power of 1100. He Zhuang, who had just moment ago feared for his life, now wore a look of elation upon seeing the flying vessel in the sky. "Is it young Master Xiyang? You have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, we would have lost Pingzhou Town." Yang Jian glanced at He Zhuang, replying nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Lord He, with my presence, Pingzhou Town shall remain safe and sound." With that, Xiyang Jian and his companions descended from the flying vessel, landing deftly atop the city wall. Their entrance was dramatic, drawing the attention of all. It was as if he radiated a brilliant aura. Yimu Yun murmured, "A youthful genius?" Subsequently, Yimu Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A genius is certainly not comparable to an ordinary person, as their experience is immensely profound. Suan, who stood beside Xiyang Jian, replied respectfully, There's no need for the young master to intervene with this skeleton. We shall take care of it ourselves. Siyang Jian nodded in agreement. If this skeleton cannot withstand your attacks, then my intervention is unnecessary. Suin chuckled. How could it possibly allow the young master to take action? Siyang Jian smiled faintly, but remained silent. The crowd around began to murmur, "My heavens! Am I dreaming? Is this truly Siyang Kong's son? Siyang Jian, that young prodigy?" Another person nodded. "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to have seen the Siyang family's flying vessel, the one in the heavens. Who would have thought that such a prodigy as Siyang Jian would come to rescue us? We are truly fortunate." An elder nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I have heard that Siyang is now a master of the underworld realm, and he is only 16 this year. His strength surpasses that of any peer. No one dares to compete with him. With him here, dealing with that skeleton will be as effortless as slicing through vegetables." The hearts of everyone present lightened with the arrival of Siyang Jian. He gazed upon the adoring and expectant looks of the crowd. A sense of pride swelled within him. "Rest assured, everyone," he proclaimed. "Now that I, Siyang Jian, am here, it will not merely be a matter of defending the city, that I will eradicate these skeletons entirely and resolve your safety concerns." His words instantly ignited cheers from those around him. "Ah, I can hardly contain myself. Siyang Jian exudes such masculinity. He is still so young. How could he possibly take an interest in you? I harbor no illusions that he would notice me. I would willingly do anything for him." This moment, Suan and his companions had already surrounded Yi Mu Yun. Monstrosity, Yi Mu Yun glared at them, rather than living peacefully amidst the sea of skeletons. "You choose to cause trouble. It is a shame my young master must personally come to this remote location. For that alone, you shall not live to see another day." Yi Mu Yun cast a sweeping glance over them, sparing no words, and directly activated the Eye of Death. Rows of eyes manifested behind the 5 individuals. Yang Jian's expression shifted. "Suin, be careful." Before Suin could react, a tremendous explosion occurred, catching the 5 off guard. These individuals were typically formidable fighters, but Yi Mu Yun aimed to exploit their lack of vigilance, swiftly eliminating a few of them first. Suin fared better, suffering only minor injuries, while the other 4 were not so fortunate. Severely wounded in the blast. "Withdraw." Before Suin could finish his sentence, Yi Mu Yun had already dispatched 4 of them in an instant. Suin watched in horror as Yi Mu Yun reduced the 4 to mere dust. "Ding, you have slain a human cultivator. Experience gained. 3,500. Suin erupted with rage. "You vile creature! How dare you!" Suin unleashed his full power, his combat strength soaring from 900 to 1,200, surpassing even Siyang Jian's typical prowess. 5 Buddha axes from behind Su and a spectral Buddha materialized, possessing 5 arms, each wielding a massive AX. Suin opened his eyes. The Buddha's eyes also flared open to eye in the blink of an eye. Suin vanished, reappearing above Yi Mu Yun. The 5 massive axes descended swiftly towards Yi Mu Yun. Refusing to back down, Yi Mu Yun countered with an explosive punch, enduring the impact of Suin's axes. Boom! 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 As they clashed, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, annihilating everything living in the vicinity. Surrounding flowers, trees, and rocks were reduced to rubble. The more Suin swung his axes, the greater his strength became. While Yi Mu Yun began to feel overwhelmed, Suin scoffed. "Is this all you can do? If this is your limit, your life is forfeit. Submit your life to me." Yi Mu Yun's horrific skeletal visage slowly twisted into a grin. "I'm merely warming up. Try power." Instantly enhancing his attack, defense, and speed, the power of the explosive punch surged as well. Boom! Suan's expression changed as he suddenly felt as if a mountain had descended upon his chest. Suan was grievously injured, collapsing into unconsciousness. He could not withstand even a single punch. The nature of the explosive punch was overwhelmingly forceful. The power generated was not merely additive, but rather a concentrated release of energy aimed at a single point, which Suan could not endure. Yi Mu Yun extended his hand, the devouring force instantly reducing Su into dust. "Ding! You have slain a human cultivator. Experience gained. 4,000. Everyone present gasped in shock at the sight. Even Yi Zhang was left dumbfounded. He was well aware of the strength of these individuals. Yet, despite this, they were still vanquished by Yi Mu Yun. How terrifying is this fellow's power? Yi Mu Yun's gaze fell upon Si Yang Jian. One by one, I have eliminated your subordinates, and yet you remain so composed, not lifting a finger, merely watching. Si Yang Jian replied coolly, my interest in you surpasses their lives. Your strength has piqued my curiosity. I find myself eager to engage. Who would have thought I could encounter such an opponent in this desolate place? This journey has not been in vain. Yang Jian's eyes locked onto Yi Mu Yun's hollow. Icy gaze. Come at me, he declared. If I lose, the town of Pingzhou shall fall to your whims. If I win, you and all the skeletons you command shall be reduced to dust beneath my blade. Si Yang Jian's bravado was palpable. Yi Mu Yun detested such pretentiousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his explosive punch directly at Si Yang Jian's face. However, as Yi Mu Yun's punch neared, boundless sword intent erupted from Si Yang Jian, enveloping him in protection. The terrifying sword energy surged towards Yi Mu Yun, colliding with his explosive punch. And no matter how many times Yi Mu Yun unleashed his explosive punch, he could not breach Si Yang Jian's sword or defense. Si Yang Jian regarded Yi Mu Yun with disappointment. Is this all you can do? You are quite the letdown. With that, Si Yang Jian drew his sword, a dreadful aura emanating from him. Yi Mu Yun's heart tightened, prompting him to distance himself from Si Yang Jian quickly. A dazzling, cold light sliced through the sky. The terrifying sword energy threatening to cleave the world in two. Yi Mu Yun narrowly evaded the onslaught, his heart racing as he beheld the mountain peak reduced to powder in the distance. A slight smirk graced Si Yang Jian's lips. Your reflexes are rather quick. You managed to dodge this strike. Yi Mu Yun's expression grew grave. This individual was exceedingly sinister. Although his combat strength was only 1100, the power he wielded far exceeded that. The people of Pingzhou Town witnessed Yi Mu Yun being overwhelmed by Si Yang Jian, their cheers echoing with fervor. Young Master Si Yang is incredible. I told you the skeleton would pose no challenge for him. Indeed, young Master Si Yang is a paragon of excellence. A mere skeleton of low intelligence stands no chance against him. He Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Si Yang Jian had arrived. Otherwise, the skeleton could have proven troublesome. Having suffered earlier, Yi Mu Yun refrained from rashly attacking again. If close combat was futile, he would resort to ranged attacks. Soul storm, that a tempest of souls manifested in the sky. The wailing cries compelling onlookers to cover their ears. Yang Jian frowned, acutely aware that his soul was being disrupted. Clear sword heart, the formidable sword intent instantly dispelled the soul interference. Seizing the moment, Yi Mu Yun activated the Eye of Death. Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically. Dragon slash, as the formidable sword energy emanated from Si Yang Jian. It sliced through the air in a ruthless arc, encompassing a full 360 degrees without leaving any blind spots. The four concealed, self-destructing doppelgangers were obliterated before they even had a chance to detonate. Shattered by the sheer might of Si Yang Jian's sword aura, no longer able to maintain his composure, Si Yang Jian's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had he not been on high alert moments ago, he would surely have found himself in a most precarious predicament. Yi Mu remarked with a hint of disdain. So, you too could be caught off guard. Seemingly affronted, Si Yang Jian's eyes ignited with an overwhelming, killing intent. You have angered me. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. His combat prowess surged dramatically, leaping from 1100 to an astounding 1600. With a flick of his wrist, he split his sword into myriad forms, each one intertwining around him like a tempest of blades. He brought his index and middle fingers together, a mystical incantation manifesting at his fingertips. 10,000 swords technique. A multitude of sword shadows surged forth, converging upon Yi Mu with ferocious speed. Each blade packed the force of a full-powered strike from a nascent soul, capable of overwhelming even the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Yi Mu snorted disdainfully. Who shall meet their end is yet to be determined. Bone finger of life and death. A colossal bony finger materialized in the sky, thrusting upwards to counter the onslaught of swords. The two titanic forces collided. unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated everything within a radius of several miles, leaving no survivors among the living or the undead. The once mighty city walls were reduced to mere rubble. Suyang Jian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Yi Mu's technique, which effortlessly dismantled his 10,000 swords technique. Staring in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Impossible! My 10,000 swords technique is imbued with my boundless sword intent. No one at the same level can withstand its might." Despite his desperate efforts to sever the colossal bone finger, his attempts were futile, powerless against its overwhelming force. The bone finger crushed Suyang Jian's technique with ease, piercing through his very being. Yi Mu felt his soul fire dimming significantly, waves of excruciating pain rending through him. Oh, this is the cost of consuming soul fire. The system's warnings had indeed proven accurate. While the skill's power was formidable, its usage came at a price. "Suyang Jian," He Zhuang shouted, his voice laced with urgency as he witnessed Suyang Jian's body impaled by the sharp bone finger. Crimson blood splattered across the sky, and Suyang Jian's breath dwindled to a mere whisper. He Zhuang's face turned pale with terror as he cried out to Yi Mu, "Monster! I advise you not to kill him. He is the son of a powerful ruler of the underworld. Should you end his life, you will invoke the wrath of a being of that magnitude." Yi Mu paid no heed to He Zhuang's warning, slowly raising his hand to draw Suyang Jian closer. Suyang Jian, eyes clouded and feeble, gazed at Yi Mu with fading strength. "A prodigy." Yi Mu scoffed. "Merely that." With a dismissive huff, Suyang Jian's body rapidly withered into dust. "Ding, you have slain a human practitioner, gaining 8,000 experience points. Ding, you have slain a human prodigy, obtaining an additional talent drop. Sword Heart, da-da. Slaying prodigies yield such benefits, and the chance for talent drops?" Yi Mu mused. "System, the last prodigy I killed did not yield any extras. Ding. Additional drops occur at a certain probability, and only those above the prodigy level have a chance for such rewards." Yi Mu understood now. The last genius he had vanquished was simply not worthy enough to qualify for additional drops. Upon acquiring the Sword Heart talent, Yi Mu felt an exhilarating surge of power, as if he could wield a sword with effortless grace, even transforming his explosive punch into a sword technique. Elated, Yi Mu realized the overwhelming potential of combining the explosive punch with sword techniques would exponentially enhance their power. Upon witnessing the demise of Suyang Jian, He Zhuang was paralyzed with fear, desperately fleeing. Yet Yi Mu would not allow him to escape. With a swift motion, Yi Mu brought his two bony fingers together and unleashed a golden sword energy, akin to his explosive punch, that teleported directly before He Zhuang. The terrifying explosion fused with the razor-sharp sword energy, instantly obliterating He Zhuang. Yi Mu waved his hand, devouring both his body and soul. He Zhuang's death extinguished the last flicker of hope in Pingzhou town. Without hope, morale crumbled, and an endless tide of skeletons surged into the town. Unfettered, Yi Mu began to consume without restraint, as nearly half of the town's inhabitants were practitioners, all powerless against his grasp. The remaining half, however, were spared, not out of compassion, but because they held no value for Yi Mu. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have gained 5 skill points. While 5 skill points may seem modest, Yi Mu understood their significance. Each skill upgrade promised a qualitative leap. He contemplated which skills to enhance with his newfound points. The tri-elemental force had already risen 2 levels, so he dismissed it from consideration. This left him with the explosive punch, soul storm, eye of the reaper, and bone finger of life and death. Now that he possessed the Sword Heart talent, it was evident that upgrading the explosive punch with the Sword Heart technique was the most beneficial course of action. Next, he pondered the Soul Storm. Initially intrigued by its potential, he had found it rather ineffective against formidable opponents or prodigies. Suyang Jian had easily countered his Soul Storm, which made him reconsider its viability. This skill would be set aside as a backup fusion option. That left the Eye of the Reaper and the Bone Finger of Life and Death. The Eye of the Reaper had performed admirably during battle, catching opponents off guard. As for the Bone Finger of Life and Death, its power was undeniable, capable of overwhelming even a Suyang Jian at 1600 combat power. However, it consumed substantial soul fire, making frequent use impractical. Though it would serve as a trump card, Decision made, he allocated the points 2 for the explosive punch and 1 for the bone finger of life and death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating the explosive punch to level 3. You can now unleash it within an 80-meter radius, causing physical and magical explosions, corrosive and penetrating damage, bypassing 80 points of physical and magical defense. The higher the skill level, the greater the benefits and range. Yimu murmured to himself, "The enhancement is remarkable. Bypassing 80 points of defense means there is no defense left against me, especially with the added boost from Sword Heart, within an 80-meter radius. My explosive sword energy will become a nightmare for my foes." Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the Eye of the Reaper to level 3. That using this skill, the host can open the Eye of the Reaper at any location within an 80-meter radius, summoning 24 invisible self-destructing doppelgangers to bombard the target. The higher the skill level, the greater the range and number of doppelgangers. The 24 doppelgangers detonating. Yimu gasped in awe. The sight of 20 doppelgangers exploding would be akin to a nuclear detonation. He wondered if 24 would produce a mushroom cloud. Moreover, as the skill level increased, so would the number of doppelgangers. Imagine the spectacle of hundreds or even thousands of them detonating. Upgrading this skill was undoubtedly the right choice. While it might not match the bone finger of life and death in power, it consumed no soul fire. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating the bone finger of life and death to level 2. This skill summons a bone finger, dealing indiscriminate damage within a 40-meter radius, with attack power 3 times that of the user's strength. The higher the level, the greater the power and range. This skill will consume a portion of the host's soul fire. Frequent use is not advisable. Yimu nodded in satisfaction. 3 times the power was indeed impressive. Ding! The host has triggered the second phase of the race war mission. He is to become one of the 4 minor lords of the Skeleton Sea and then launch an assault on Tianshi County, aiming to seize it within 3 months. The system's issuance of such a task seems to genuinely desire to incite a war between the undead and humanity. It was initially thought that the assault on Pingzhou Town would conclude matters, but unexpectedly, a second phase has emerged. However, abstaining from conflict is not within his purview. Having slain Xiang Jian, Xiang Kong will undoubtedly seek vengeance for his son, ultimately leading to confrontation. Given this inevitability, coupled with the system's rewards, Yimu Yun naturally finds pleasure in the endeavor. Why Yimu Yun's gaze falls upon the entirety of Pingzhou Town, which now lies in ruins, filled with cries and screams. He coldly observes his skeletons slaughtering the ordinary townsfolk, choosing not to intervene. Even if he were to command his subordinates to refrain from the massacre, the common people would harbor nothing but hatred in their hearts. Thus, those who can flee will preserve their lives, while those who cannot will meet their demise. Yimu Yun does not meddle further. Unbeknownst to Yimu Yun, on a hill 30 miles outside Pingzhou Town stand a man and a woman, He Tianzong and Jiang Qingshan. The son and daughter of Yizhang, He Tianzong gazes upon the desolate ruins of Pingzhou Town, memories of his father's death flooding back, and tears stream uncontrollably down his face. Jiang Qingshan's expression is complicated. She had not anticipated the terrifying nature of the murderer who had slain her brother and master. Not only could even Lord he not contend with this fiend, but the entire assembly of cultivators in Pingzhou Town had been annihilated by him. Faced with such a ruthless adversary, a sense of helplessness envelopes Jiang Qingshan. Can my grand vengeance truly remain unavenged? She glances disdainfully at the weeping He Tianzong beside her, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She had not wept so profusely at the deaths of her brother and master. A grown man sobbing in such a manner is utterly disgraceful. Stop crying. The town has fallen. We must consider our next destination. Your father allowed you to escape secretly, which implies he must have informed you of where to go next. He Tianzong casts a glance at Jiang Qingshan. Feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation now that the He family has been reduced to ashes. Before my father departed, he instructed us to journey to Tianshi County's capital, Yongning-fu. He has a friend there whom he once assisted. We can take refuge with them for the time being. Jiang Qingshan furrows her brow. What are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to live perpetually under someone else's roof? Have you not considered seeking vengeance? He Tianzong looks out over the ruins of Pingzhou Town and responds helplessly. Even the prodigious Si Yang Jian was no match for him. Do we truly have any hope for revenge? Jiang Qing Shan's disdain for He Tianzong deepens. Such a man is utterly ineffectual. She feels fortunate that she did not marry him, for enduring a lifetime with such a failure would be unbearable. Coldly, she retorts, "You lack even the courage for revenge. Perhaps it would be better if you simply perished." He Tianzong is momentarily taken aback. Then his anger flares. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Setting aside the fact that I am the Lord's son, you are still a member of the He family. Is this how a wife speaks to her husband?" Jiang Qingshan casts a frigid glance at He Tianzong, her sword glinting ominously as it rests against his shoulder. "We are not wed. I advise you to show me some respect." He Tianzong is taken aback by her audacity to draw a weapon against him, immediately shrinking back. "How can you deny it now? You once spoke highly of my family, claiming we would help you exact revenge and that you would marry into the He family." Jiang Qingshan responds coldly. "I did say that at one point, but did your family ever fulfill that promise of vengeance? Not only did you fail to avenge me, but the He family has also been obliterated. Since revenge is no longer an option, our prior agreements are rendered null and void." He Tianzong is astounded by her rejection of their pact, his fury escalating. "You vile woman, if it weren't for you, would my family have met such a fate? And now you refuse to acknowledge it?" Jiang Qingshan presses her blade firmly against He Tianzong's neck. "Do not presume I am unaware of Yi Zhang's intentions. I overheard your conversation with your father. I would have accepted any terms as long as I could obtain my vengeance. You sought to exploit a young girl, and yet you have the audacity to speak of honor." He Tianzong opens his mouth to retort, but finds himself at a loss for words. Jiang Qingshan continues, "However, I must thank you and your father for revealing to me my own prodigious talents. In light of your family's willingness to aid me, I shall not pursue past grievances. From now on, you are you, and I am I. Apart from being fellow townsfolk of Pingzhou, we share no further connection." He Tianzong clenches his fists, ultimately conceding defeat. He cannot overpower Jiang Qingshan. She casts one last disdainful glance at him, sheathing her sword and walking away. "Where are you going?" He Tianzong calls after her. "With my talents, I intend to seek my fortune at Xiaoyu sect. If I can gain entry, in due time, it shall spell the doom for that skeleton." He Tianzong follows her, harboring his own ambitions. "I shall accompany you. Perhaps I too might gain entry into Xiaoyu sect. Within a day, not a single human remains in Pingzhou town. It has been transformed into a ghost town. A paradise for skeletons. Yimu Yun remarks. System. Open the information interface. Host. Yimu Yun race. Undead species name. Intermediate golden skeleton evolution experience points. 653,008,1920 evolution count. 13 exclusive talents. Group Devour. Skill synthesis. Siren's Eye. Sword Heart skills. Tri-elemental power LV3. Instant burst fist LV3. Soul Storm. Grim Reapers LV3. Bone Finger of Death LV2 realm. Mid-level Nether Chi combat power. 1050. Yimu Yun shakes his head. The higher the level, the more arduous the evolution becomes. After slaying so many cultivators, I have barely gained over 60,000 experience points. It seems I must delve deeper into the skeleton realm. At the heart of the skeleton sea, within a resplendent palace, sits a colossal skeleton adorned with a golden crown, signifying his noble status. Before this crowned skeleton stand 4 others, slightly smaller in stature, each bearing a brooch emblazoned with different names. The 4 skeletons bow deeply to the crowned one. "We pay homage to the great Lord of the Nether." The great Lord of the Nether nods slightly, his profound gaze fixed upon one of the skeletons. "O Yin, I have heard that your region has been rather tumultuous of late. An aberrant skeleton has claimed dominion over the periphery of your territory." The skeleton known as Mo Yin promptly replies, "I have dispatched my skeletal generals to verify the situation. If it proves true, we shall eradicate it immediately." The great Lord of the Nether nods in acknowledgement. At that moment, a raven composed entirely of bones flutters in, alighting upon the great Lord's shoulder. The great Lord gently caresses the raven, its eerie green eyes flickering as if relaying information. "What?" Suddenly, the great Lord of the Nether leaps from his seat. The four skeletons exchange bewildered glances, having not seen their lord lose his composure in many years. What news could provoke such a reaction? The great lord turns to Yin. Yin. Immediately mobilize all your skeletal generals to capture that aberrant skeleton at the periphery. Yin, perplexed, inquires, what has transpired to incite such urgency from a lord? The great lord of the Nether bellows, that fiend has taken the skeletal forces at the periphery to assault human cities. The four skeletons are left in stunned silence, while Yin, in disbelief, exclaims, that is impossible. Another skeleton spoke up. The nearest human city to the domain of the demon flame is Pingzhou Town. Although there are no particularly formidable human warriors there, there are some skilled individuals. With the strength of our outer skeletons, it should be impossible for us to attack a human city, right? The Lord of the Dark Transformation exclaimed. Impossible to attack a human city? It has already conquered a human city. The four skeletons stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend how that mutated skeleton had managed to do so. The Lord of the Dark Transformation coldly commanded, you must immediately go and retrieve it. This concerns the very safety of our skeleton sea, that I hope this matter does not escalate too much. If humans send powerful warriors to confront us, we must hand it over without hesitation, that we cannot alert the evil moon sect. If they are provoked, the entire skeleton sea will be reduced to ruins. Finally, the Lord of the Dark Transformation bellowed. What are you still standing there for? Go. The demon flame swiftly departed from the palace. Big brother! Not good. Yumian turned to the golden skeleton. What is it? Asked the golden skeleton. Lord Demon Flame is already aware of your existence and knows about your attack on the human city. Lord Demon Flame has dispatched 12 skeletal generals to capture you. Muyun's eyes lit up. So there's a chance for him to gain experience. The golden skeleton said, Big brother, perhaps you should not return to the skeleton sea just yet. Find a place to hide. After all, those are Lord Demon Flame's 12 skeletal generals, each one at the Nether Soul realm, and the first general possesses peak Nether Soul strength. You cannot defeat them. Yi Muyun displayed a joyous expression. There are those at the pinnacle of the Nether Soul realm? The golden skeleton nodded, looking at Yi Muyun with a strange expression. Indeed, big brother, why do I feel you are not worried but rather excited? Yi Muyun murmured. Good. The golden skeleton was taken aback, wondering if big brother was frightened, as he began to speak nonsensically. With so many skeletal generals coming to capture him, how could he be saying good? Yi Muyun grabbed the golden skeleton. Come, we must return to the skeleton sea. I fear they might not find me out here. The golden skeleton's head was filled with question marks. Who is capturing whom? Yi Muyun left some skeletons stationed in Pingzhou Town and led his army back to the outskirts of the skeleton sea. The golden skeleton hurriedly said, Big brother, you must think this through. Perhaps Lord Demon Flame will come out as well. Yi Muyun laughed. Yes, that's so. That would be most welcome. Evolution and mission completion can go hand in hand. The golden skeleton thought to himself. Big brother must be mad. This time, returning will surely be a death sentence. Should I take the opportunity to escape? Is this not courting death? I still wish to live a few more years. However, the golden skeleton quickly interrupted his own thoughts. Given my size and features, it would be impossible for me to escape under Yi Muyun's watchful eye, so I could only follow him with frustration. An hour later, as Yi Muyun and his army entered the outskirts of the skeleton sea, they beheld a number of golden skeletons awaiting them. The golden skeleton said to Yi Muyun, Big brother, among those skeletons is a skeletal general, and I serve under him. Yi Muyun nodded, his gaze fixed on the central figure. A skeletal general with long red hair, riding a skeletal steed and wielding a long-handled greatsword. Ding, race, undead race name. Skeleton General, Red Demon, Realm, Mid-Nether Soul Combat Power. 800. The Red Demon also scrutinized Yi Muyun. You are the mutated skeleton? Yi Muyun replied, nonchalantly. It is I. The Red Demon nodded. You possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to claim dominion in the outer regions while defying Lord Demon Flame. Now Lord Demon Flame wishes to see you. Will you come with me willingly? Or shall I take you by force? Yi Muyun chuckled coldly. Your information must be quite outdated. Has Demon Flame not informed you that I have also attacked human cities? The Red Demon's expression shifted. What? You dare to defy the rules of the Skeleton Sea by attacking human cities. Such audacity warrants even greater punishment. Yi Muyun shook his head. That it seems you truly are unaware. A general under demon flame. And within your own jurisdiction, do you not feel any shame? Yi Muyun turned to the golden skeleton beside him. You think Lord Demon Flame will be pleased? The golden skeleton quickly agreed. He will not be pleased. I believe he bears significant responsibility for such an occurrence within his domain. Yi Muyun replied coolly. Hey, join me. Your crime may even surpass mine. If you fail to capture me, your life will be in jeopardy. I offer you a chance to save yourself. The red demon was momentarily taken aback. I came to capture Yi Muyun, yet now my own offenses are being discussed. The golden skeleton surrounding the red demon appeared somewhat flustered. Red demon, are we still capturing him? The red demon slapped the golden skeleton beside him. Look at your foolish demeanor. If we do not capture him, what on earth are we here for? Bring him to me. Over 10 golden skeletons advanced toward Yi Muyun. The skeletons behind Yi Muyun, sensing danger, rushed to shield him. The golden skeletons roared, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, we will show no mercy." Yi Muyun replied calmly. "Step aside and let them through." Upon hearing Yi Muyun's command, the skeletons quickly retreated. While Yi Muyun surveyed the over 10 golden skeletons, I also offer you an opportunity. Reaching the level of the golden skeleton is no easy feat, and if you lose your lives, it would be for naught. The leading golden skeleton sneered arrogantly. What are you, to offer us an opportunity? You need not even trouble Lord Red Demon. We can take you down ourselves. Yi Muyun shook his head, casually waving his hand. In an instant, the sword technique of the explosive fist manifested before the golden skeleton, which had no time to react before being obliterated by the explosive sword energy, leaving only a wisp of soul flame. The soul flame attempted to flee, but was snatched by Yi Muyun's hand and devoured entirely. The entire process took less than a second, leaving not only the golden skeletons, but also the red demon in shock. Yi Muyun's cold gaze swept over the remaining golden skeletons. This is the consequence of not heeding my words. The red demon regarded Yi Muyun gravely, having not anticipated such formidable strength from Yi Muyun, who was merely at the golden skeleton level. He slowly approached the golden skeletons. You all may retreat. Then, looking at Yi Muyun, he said, It seems I have underestimated your strength. I shall personally take you in. Yi Muyun replied indifferently. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will willingly accompany you. If you lose, you must serve me. The red demon bellowed. Are you underestimating me? Seeking death, the red demon charged at Yi Muyun, wielding his long-handled greatsword, enveloped in nether fire. Boom! Yi Muyun unleashed 2 sword energies in quick succession. The red demon was unable to defend himself and was sent flying. Were it not for his sturdy bones, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. The golden skeleton standing beside, Yi Muyun gasped in astonishment. This cannot be real. This is Lord Red Demon, and yet he was almost extinguished so easily. Goodness, this is truly impressive. Yi Muyun observed the disheveled state of the red demon. Well then, you are now under my command. Despite the red demon's reluctance, the moment Yi Muyun made his move, he comprehended the disparity in their strengths. This individual was formidable, and to ensure his survival, he had no choice but to heed Yi Muyun's orders. To Yi Muyun's surprise, the red demon swiftly crawled before him. Big brother, from now on, I shall be your subordinate. Whatever you say, I shall not dare to contradict. I will listen solely to your commands. Yi Muyun was momentarily taken aback. This sentiment sounded oddly familiar. Turning to the nearby golden skeleton, he mused, how is it that they seem to be cut from the same cloth? What a peculiar assortment of subordinates I have gathered. Even the golden skeletons accompanying the red demon stood there, utterly baffled that this truly the red demon they know. How utterly spineless. Yi Muyun's gaze swept over the golden skeletons. And what of you? With the red demon having pledged allegiance to Yi Muyun, any resistance from them will be tantamount to self-sabotage, and one by one, they hastily knelt in submission. Big brother. Yi Muyun nodded in satisfaction. He then addressed the red demon. I have a task for you. The red demon replied with a grin. Please, command me. Big brother, Yi Muyun instructed, isn't the demon flame searching for me? Relay my location to those war generals. The red demon's expression shifted. Big brother, what are you implying? Yi Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. Simply follow my instructions. There is no need for unnecessary dialogue. The red demon nodded vigorously and began contacting the war generals. Typically, communication among the war generals was sparse, particularly at a time when they were keen to claim credit for themselves. This was why, despite the demon flame's orders being issued, the red demon remained unaware. After disseminating the location to all the war generals, he turned to Yi Mu Yun with a smile. "My lord, it's done." Yi Mu Yun nodded in approval. Now we shall wait patiently for the prey to come. Although the skeleton war generals were filled with trepidation, their eagerness to prove themselves to the demon flame overshadowed their doubts. The scarred face was the first to enter the red demon's domain, charging directly towards Yi Mu Yun. Half an hour later, the red demon called out, "Big brother, the scarred face is approaching." Yi Mu Yun chuckled. "The fish has taken the bait." From a distance, the scarred face spotted the red demon's flowing red hair and shouted a greeting. Red demon, ding, race, undead race name. Skeleton general, scarred face, realm. Late soul phase combat power. 950 in the blink of an eye. The scarred face stood before the red demon. Red demon, where is that mutated skeleton you spoke of? The scarred face glanced around. The demon flame instructed me that it was leading a vast army of skeletons to attack human cities. Yet I see not even a shadow. You wouldn't be toying with me, would you? Just then, Yi Mu Yun appeared and spoke calmly. Are you searching for me? The scarred face turned to Yi Mu Yun. Which of the mutated skeletons are you? Yi Mu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. The scarred face scoffed. You certainly possess audacity, daring to defy the rules of the skeleton sea. Watch as I subdue you and present you to the demon flame for judgment. Before the scarred face could finish his sentence, all the golden skeleton subordinates he had brought were swiftly eliminated by Yi Mu Yun. What? The scarred face stared at Yi Mu Yun in shock. The strength of this individual sent a chill down his spine. He turned to the red demon. Red demon, this guy is powerful. We must join forces to take him down. However, the red demon remained unmoved, simply observing him. Furious, the scarred face exclaimed, Red demon, what are you doing? I said we should join forces to subdue him, yet you stand there doing nothing. Yi Mu Yun replied coolly, because he is already my subordinate. The scarred face gaped at Yi Mu Yun in disbelief. Your subordinate? Red demon, you dare betray the demon flame. In that moment, the scarred face realized that the red demon had intentionally exposed their location. Red demon, you have deceived me. Yi Mu Yun smiled slightly. You are not alone. With that, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy, and the scarred face felt an immediate threat, attempting to defend himself. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming power behind Yi Mu Yun's attack. In an instant, he was reduced to ash, leaving only a wisp of soul fire. Devour. Ding. You have slain a skeleton general, gaining 4,500 experience points. Why Yi Mu Yun was quite satisfied. 4,500 experience points were commendable. If he could consume a few more such skeleton generals, he would likely evolve. There would still be a surplus of experience points remaining. Next, thus, one skeleton general after another fell prey to Yi Mu Yun. And his experience points soared at it was then that the red demon realized why Yi Mu Yun had spared his life, wanting him as a subordinate. It was due to admiration for his strength. Rather, he merely needed bait. He himself was that bait. Nonetheless, the red demon felt fortunate that he had not become the fish. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere bone dust. All 12 war generals under the demon flame, aside from himself, met their demise at the hands of Yi Mu Yun. Such power was likely on par with that of the demon flame himself. It was no wonder he dared to defy the rules of the skeleton sea. He had never feared the demon flame at all. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed evolution, becoming a high-level golden skeleton. Evolution count 14. That you have acquired the skill, Surging Phantom Steps. Utilizing this skill doubles your agility speed and grants you a 1-second invincibility status during activation, allowing you to negate any physical or magical attacks. The higher the skill level, the greater the agility boost and the longer the invincibility period. There are 0.163840 experience points remaining until the next evolution. Yi Mu Yun sighed. 0.160000 experience points. Each time it becomes more challenging. Open the information panel. Host. Yimu Yun race. Undead race name. High-level golden skeleton evolution experience points. 0163840 evolution count. 14 exclusive talents. Group Devour. Skill synthesis Siren SI. Sword Heart skills. Triphase Power LV3. Instant Burst Fist LV3. Soul Storm. Reaper's Eye LV3. Bone Finger of Death LV2. Surging Phantom Steps Realm. Late Nether Energy Phase Combat Power. 1200 Yi Mu Yun grinned widely. Although evolution becomes increasingly arduous, the rewards remain substantial. With a combat power of 1200 at the late Nether Energy phase, perhaps I'm the only one capable of such feats. The Red Demon. With a hint of concern, cautioned, Big Brother, you have slain all of the Demon Flame's war generals. He will not take this lightly. He is likely already enraged and will come seeking you himself. Yimu Yun replied with a smile. Let us go find him. The Red Demon looked at Yimu Yun in dread. Big Brother, this is no trifling matter. The Demon Flame possesses unfathomable strength and is already at the Nether Spirit Realm. It would be wise for us to avoid direct confrontation. Why? Yimu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the Red Demon. Are you questioning me? The Red Demon hastily bowed his head. Your subordinate dares not. Yimu Yun said coolly, simply do as I instruct. Lead the way. With a resigned sigh, the Red Demon complied. The golden skeleton beside Yimu Yun whispered, Big Brother, I think I shall remain behind to assist you from the periphery. Yimu Yun discerned the golden skeleton's intentions. Having attacked the human city, the humans of Tianshi County may come looking for us at any moment. That moment, the most perilous situation lay in the periphery. Are you certain you wish to remain on the outskirts? The golden skeleton shivered slightly and chuckled. Hee. I suppose I shall follow my elder brother. Wherever he goes, I shall go. Why? Yimu Yun smiled lightly, remaining silent as he trailed behind the red ghost into the depths of the Sea of Skeletons. Deep within the Sea of Skeletons lies the mountain of demon flames. The demon flames paced back and forth impatiently. It had been quite a while since the 12 war generals were dispatched. Why had they not returned yet? Just then, several golden skeletons hurried in. Master Demon Flames, trouble is afoot. The demon flames barked sharply. What is it? The golden skeleton replied hastily. The red ghost has betrayed us. He has brought some skeletons and is attempting to storm the mountain of demon flames. The black flames of the demon flame skull surged to a height of 2 meters. What did you say? The red ghost dares to rebel against me. He truly seeks death. 4 great guardians, for skeletons entered from outside the door. To your command. The demon flame said indifferently, go and handle the situation. Outside the mountain of demon flames, a group of skeletons encircled Yimu Yun and the others, continually retreating. Red Ghost, I've already sent someone to inform Master Demon Flames. You dare to rebel against him, and you shall meet a most tragic end. Upon hearing the name of Demon Flames, the Red Ghost trembled internally. Yet he could not defy Yimu Yun's command and could only grit his teeth and respond. That would be for the best. Let Demon Flames prepare to welcome my elder brother. Just then, formidable auras approached rapidly. The skeletons revealed expressions of delight. It is the 4 guardians. Master Demon Flames has sent them. 4 uniquely distinct skeletons blocked the red ghost's path. Point 1 was a pink skeleton wielding a bone sword. Another, a pitch-black skeleton holding a bone staff. A third, a bull-headed humanoid skeleton brandishing 2 colossal axes. The last one, shrouded in a black robe, held a scythe. The red ghost recoiled in fear upon seeing these 4 skeletons. Brother, it seems we have encountered a tough opponent. Yimu Yun regarded them intently. Ding, race, undead race name. Skeleton sublord, pink lady. Realm, early nether spirit combat power. 1300 race, undead race name. Skeleton sublord, bone monk. Realm, early nether spirit combat power. 1300 race, undead race name. Skeleton sublord, bullhead. Realm, early nether spirit combat power. 1300 race, undead race name. Skeleton sublord, grim reaper. Realm, mid nether spirit combat power. 1500. Yimu Yun's eyes sparkled. All 4 skeletons were at the nether spirit realm, and he couldn't help but salivate at the prospect of the experience they would yield. Rubbing his hands together, his gaze roamed over the 4 skeletons like a lascivious man eyeing 4 unclothed young maidens. The pink lady spoke first. Why do I feel that the golden skeleton beside the red ghost has a strange look in its eyes? The bullhead grumbled. I think he sees us as prey. The bone monk, with hands clasped, remarked, interesting. It is the first time I have encountered a golden skeleton bold enough to consider us as quarry. The grim reaper, sensing that he had become the target of scrutiny, cast an additional glance at Yi Muyun before shifting his gaze back to the red ghost. Red ghost. To trespass upon the mountain of demon flames is to court death. You wish to meet your demise at your own hands. Or shall we four take action? Do not harbor any delusions of mercy. You know we for never hold back. The red ghost trembled all over. Brother, these four are truly formidable characters. What shall we do? Yi Muyun patted the red ghost on the shoulder. I shall handle this. Stepping forward, Yi Muyun unabashedly revealed his greedy gaze as he surveyed the four skeletons. Which of you shall make the first move? All four skeletons were taken aback. They had sensed something amiss in Yi Muyun's demeanor moments ago, and now he was openly provoking them. The bullhead, not waiting for the Grim Reaper to speak. Step forward. I have taken a disliking to you. How dare you challenge us? I shall cleave you in two with my axes. The bullhead raised his dual axes and swung them toward Yi Muyun. Though the bullhead was large in stature, his speed was remarkable. A gust of wind swept by, and he was already before Yi Muyun. The other three skeletons looked on with cold indifference. The pink lady let out a tempting giggle. The bullhead is as impetuous as ever. He speaks of striking before he even has a chance to toy with his opponent. The bullhead glared at Yi Muyun, excitement radiating from his words as he sadistically declared, "Ah ha ha ha! Boom!" The bullhead's dual axes struck the ground with tremendous force, creating near 100-meter fissures upon impact. The Grim Reaper remarked coolly, "Let us go. He is as good as dead now. Once we deal with the red ghost and his companions, we can return to report." The bullhead sheathed his axes, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What a useless waste. He fell after just 2 strikes. How dull. Not thrilling at all. The golden skeleton and the red ghost were equally startled. Red ghost! Surely our elder brother hasn't been vanquished. The red ghost quivered. It seems so. The golden skeleton replied, casting a worried glance at the 4 guardians. What shall we do? Are we destined to be cleaved into pieces by the bullhead? As the golden skeleton and the red ghost noticed the 4 guardians' gazes upon them, the red ghost quickly spoke up, "Esteemed guardians, it appears we have a misunderstanding. Let us converse amiably. As the saying goes, do not harm one's kin. We are the same kind. Why must we resort to blades?" The bullhead cursed, "What a damn nuisance. Why'd I not notice how annoying you were before?" Saying this, the bullhead charged at the red ghost. Just as the bullhead's axes were about to descend, the Grim Reaper shouted urgently, "Bullhead, get back!" Boom! The explosion sent the bullhead flying, his skeletal frame shattered. Slay my underlings before my very eyes is intolerable. The other 3 guardians gazed in disbelief at the unharmed Yi Muyun. The golden skeleton and the red ghost breathed sighs of relief. They had genuinely been startled, for had Yi Muyun perished, their fates would have been sealed as well. Now that Yi Muyun was unharmed, their lives were preserved. Why? Yi Muyun turned to the bullhead. "Big fellow, it seems your axes are in dire need of sharpening. They do not appear very keen." The flames of the bullhead's eye sockets blazed a furious red. "You dare to ambush me? You seek death?" The bullhead roared in fury, his body undergoing a dramatic transformation as dense. Emerald green runes covered him entirely. His previously scattered bones rapidly reformed, even sprouting additional bone structures to become 2 massive black axes. Yi Muyun watched in astonishment as the bullhead's combat power surged from 1,300 to 1,500 before stabilizing. The bullhead brandished the axes generated from his back, glaring fiercely at Yi Muyun. "This is my true form." With a thunderous roar, the bullhead swung both axes, launching corrosive blades of force toward Yi Muyun. The red ghost shouted, "Brother, run! That fellow has gone mad." Yi Muyun responded coolly, ghostly steps of the surging swallow. The figure swayed uncertainly, appearing to move yet remaining still as the axe blades cleaved towards Yi Muyun. It seemed as if they were deliberately severing him, for none struck his person. The other 3 guards gazed at Yi Muyun in astonishment. Fenyang exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Yi Muyun chuckled lightly. "In the spirit of reciprocity, Why not try my blade? Instantly, countless sword energies manifested around the ox head, sealing off all avenues of escape. With a violent explosion, the ox head emitted not even a cry of agony before dissipating into a wisp of soul fire in the air. Yimu Yun raised his hand and inhaled, drawing the soul fire towards his palm. Devour! Ding! You have slain a skeleton sublord, gaining 6,000 experience points. Indeed, the experience from the skeletons of the Nether Realm was substantial. Yimu Yun then turned his gaze to the remaining 3 guards. Come at me together. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble. The other 3 guards were incredulous. In the blink of an eye, the ox head had been dispatched. What kind of power did this individual possess? That was a sublord-level skeleton. To slay it with a mere gesture. The Reaper spoke solemnly. Do not hold back. This fellow possesses extraordinary strength. Let us attack together. The other 2 guards nodded in agreement. The aura emanating from the 3 guards intensified. Their combat prowess surged dramatically. Especially the Reaper, whose battle power skyrocketed from 1,500 to 1,800, the surrounding skeletons, filled with fear, hastened to retreat to a safe distance, lest they be caught in the fray. Yimu Yun smiled slightly. Your momentum is commendable, yet still, it is far too weak. Have you ever witnessed a mushroom cloud? The 3 guards looked at Yimu Yun in confusion. Eye of the Reaper. A singular, upright eye opened before the 3 guards. 24 avatars have surged forth, although the leading Reaper could not perceive the avatars. It sensed an overwhelming danger, detecting a scent of extreme peril. Scatter. Just as the 3 guards intended to disperse, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated. A mushroom cloud, dozens of meters high, erupted. The violent energy radiated outward, engulfing nearly 100 meters in an instant. Some skeletons that failed to retreat in time were instantly reduced to dust by the energy wave. Yimu Yun had not anticipated that the simultaneous self-detonation of 24 avatars would yield such formidable power. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, pulling the golden skeleton and the red ghost away to a distance of over 100 meters. The golden skeleton and the red ghost were left in stunned silence. Bewildered by the sheer might of the technique, that moment, Yimu Yun's mind was filled with exclamations of astonishment. If he could unleash this skill multiple times, would it not flatten an entire mountain? As the dust settled, a crater, 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep, lay before Yimu Yun. Not only were the 3 guards absent, but even their remnants were nowhere to be found. Thankfully, the soul fires of the 3 guards remained. Yimu Yun raised his hand to absorb them. Ding! You have slain a skeleton general, gaining 8,000 experience points. Having absorbed the soul fires of all 4 guards, he acquired a total of 26,000 experience points, a considerable sum indeed. Adding this to the experience from the previous skeleton warriors, he had completed 1/3 of the 160,000 experience required. In truth, 160,000 experience was not so difficult after all. Within Demon Flame Mountain, Mo Yin gazed at the distant mushroom cloud, murmuring, what on earth transpired over there? A golden skeleton stumbled towards him, exclaiming, My lord Mo Yin, it's terrible. The 4 guards have been slain. Mo Yin gasped, What did you say? My 4 guards are powerful, dominating the sea of skeletons. How could they possibly be killed? Moreover, how could the red ghost defeat them? Absolutely impossible. The subordinate hastily replied, My lord, you must see for yourself. The 4 guards were obliterated by that mushroom cloud. Mo Yin stared in shock at the nascent mushroom cloud in the sky. Let us go. After Yimu Yun annihilated the remaining 3 guards. No skeleton dared to approach. They fled at a distance, fearing that they might be the next to be obliterated. Yimu Yun felt a deep disappointment. Why did they not resist? They were all avoiding him, making it difficult for him to gain experience points. Surely, no one would obstruct me now. Let us go, lead the way. The red ghost nodded vigorously, pointing towards a structure within Demon Flame Mountain. Brother, see that palace? That is where Lord Mo Yin resides. Yimu Yun nodded. Let us proceed and have a heart-to-heart with Mo Yin. Just as Yimu Yun took a step forward, a furious roar echoed. Who has slain my 4 guards? Yimu Yun looked up to the sky and saw a cloaked skeleton adorned with a badge floating in midair. All the surrounding skeletons knelt and bowed upon seeing Mo Yin. The red ghost trembled, pointing at the sky. Brother, that is Lord Mo Yin, Ding, race, undead race name. Skeleton Lord Mo Yin, realm, pinnacle of nether spirit combat power. 1900 judging by the state of the four guards. This Mo Yin likely possessed a complete form. In that case, its combat power will be no less than 2200. However, it remained within the realm of his control. He could endure the pain of soul tearing and unleash a killing bone finger upon it. Mo Yin looked up and spoke. So, you're the ruler of this territory, Mo Yin. Mo Yin, gaze fixated on Mo Yin. Who are you? You're the one who killed my four guards. Mo Yin smiled. Have you not been searching for me all along? Mo Yin's soul fire flickered violently in his eye sockets. You are that mutated skeleton who attacked human cities? You dare to come to my demon flame mountain, and you have slain my four guards. Had it not been for the orders of Lord Nether Transformation, you would surely die today. However, even if I cannot kill you, I will make you suffer. Mo Yin did not respond to Mo Yin's words, but instead posed another question. Can we negotiate a matter? Mo Yin coldly replied, if you seek my mercy. I find that unnecessary. Why? Mo Yin was taken aback, chuckling at the self-importance of this creature. How long have you been a lord? Why not let me take your place? What do you say? Mo Yin's body ignited with flames and fury. Are you provoking me? Mo Yin shook his head earnestly. I am not provoking you. I am sincerely seeking a discussion. The flames on Mo Yin intensified once more, and a pair of fiery wings unfurled behind him. Now, I shall take you down. Meteor claw. Mo Yin's palm expanded dramatically and came crashing down towards Mo Yin, utilizing the surging ghost steps. Mo Yin effortlessly evaded Mo Yin's assault. This all you've got? Enraged, Mo Yin conjured a massive fiery sword, dozens of meters in length, radiating temperatures exceeding 100 degrees, and swung it violently towards Mo Yin. The intense heat melted everything in its path. Mo Yin glared at Mo Yin, watching as the flames enveloped him. Yet Mo Yin emerged unscathed. Suddenly, Mo Yin sensed something amiss. A colossal eye opened behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Explode! Boom! Another mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. Mo Yin's disheveled figure escaped the mushroom cloud, his skeletal frame now bearing additional damage. Just as Mo Yin caught his breath, another upright eye appeared before him. Explode! Boom! Another mushroom cloud. Why? Mo Yin unleashed the eye of the Reaper more than 10 times in succession, bombarding Mo Yin with relentless fury, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Darting about, Mo Yin screamed in rage. I am infuriated, utterly infuriated. A surge of terrifying energy erupted, amplifying the combat prowess of the demon flame to a staggering 2200. Why? Mo Yin murmured, just as I suspected. This fellow's true battle strength far exceeds 1900. The demon flame, in a frenzy, bellowed, I shall burn you to ashes, utterly obliterated. In its current state of madness, the demon flame disregarded the advice of its dark mentor. Its singular focus was the annihilation of Mo Yin. Exterminate this insufferable fly. The horrific flames appeared poised to incinerate everything in their path, melting all beneath them. The affected skeletons disintegrated instantly, and the rocks shattered under the intense heat. However, despite the apparent ferocity of these flames, they posed little threat to Mo Yin. With the support of the triune power, his magical resistance was formidable, and coupled with a swift phantom step, he emerged unscathed from the searing onslaught. As the demon flame prepared to rejoice, it was met with the sight of Mo Yin standing unharmed. Impossible! How did you survive my flames? Mo Yin replied with a faint smile. You call that fire? I dare say it pales in comparison to the warmth of a human hearth. You should henceforth be known as Warm Baby. The demon flame glared at Mo Yin in fury. What is a warm baby? Mo Yin chuckled, a tool used by humans to warm their hands. The demon flame's rage flared anew. I am infuriated. You dare label me as worthless. Mo Yin retorted, I never claimed you were worthless. With a swift motion, the demon flame unleashed a massive fireball. Yet with the swift phantom step, it still failed to strike Mo Yin. Now completely consumed by madness, the demon flame's aura surged once more. sprouting bony wings and a robust horn from its forehead. Yimyun exclaimed in astonishment. This creature possesses a third transformation. The Demon Flame's combat power soared from 1900 to 2400, reaching the level of the Netherrealm. Fixating on Yimyun, it declared, after all these years, you are the first to compel me to reveal my third phase. You should take pride in witnessing this. With a mere flick of my hand, I can extinguish you. The terrifying aura emanating from the Demon Flame left the red ghost and golden skeleton trembling, unable to maintain their stance as they cowered in submission. Lord Demon Flame, please retract your divine powers. Yimyun, however, kicked the two ineffective creatures away with disdain. Useless beings, is it merely a transformation that has frightened you so? This response was not unfounded. The hierarchy among nether beings was strictly enforced, and the overwhelming presence of the Demon Flame invoked primal fear within them. The Demon Flame scoffed. Even in the face of death, you remain so brazen. Today, I shall surely slay you. A terrifying energy coalesced in the Demon Flame's hand, morphing into a colossal flame spear measuring over 10 meters. Die. The fearsome fire spear streaked across the sky, seemingly intent on incinerating the heavens, casting the entire expanse in crimson. The immense pressure nearly rendered the red ghost and golden skeleton unconscious. Yet, Yimyun remained unfazed in the face of such terror. The Demon Flame's anger ignited further upon witnessing Yimyun's indifference. It felt disrespected and insulted. With a sinister grin, the Demon Flame vowed, I shall burn away even your soul fire, obliterating everything you hold dear. Yimyun slowly raised his hand. Bone finger of life, a massive skeletal finger materialized from the void, colliding with the flame spear. The Demon Flame cruelly taunted, struggling, No, you have no hope of escape. Whatever techniques you employ, they shall crumble to dust beneath my flame spear. Yimyun calmly regarded the frenzied Demon Flame as it continued its taunts. Just as the words left its mouth, a crisp sound resonated. The flame spear was forcefully repelled by the bone finger, leaving the Demon Flame aghast. Impossible! My flame spear is powerful. How could it be pushed back? What followed left the Demon Flame utterly speechless. The bone finger not only repelled the flame spear, but also began to dismantle it. Within mere moments, the flame spear was obliterated by the bone finger. At that moment, the Demon Flame finally grasped the concept of fear, watching helplessly as the massive bone finger advanced toward it. Panic surged within the Demon Flame, and its sole thought became escape. Yimyun sneered. Think you can flee? The Demon Flame attempted to evade, only to find the surrounding environment slowing, its movements becoming sluggish. It watched in horror as the bone finger pierced its body. The Demon Flame shrieked in agony, desperately trying to break free, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not extract the bone finger from its form. The most terrifying aspect was that the bone finger did not merely penetrate. It carried a corrosive energy that relentlessly invaded its body and soul fire. Yimyun firmly planted his feet atop the bone finger, gazing down at the Demon Flame. Do you wish to live? At this juncture, the Demon Flame could no longer concern itself with pride. The instinct to survive compelled it to lower its noble head. I wish to live. I wish to live. Yimyun replied coolly. If you wish to live, you must obey. The Demon Flame nodded fervently. I will listen. I will listen. Yimyun slightly tightened his grip, his pale skeletal hand grasping the Demon Flame's skull. That if you defy me, I shall drain your life force. The terrifying power of absorption left the Demon Flame perpetually aware of its life ebbing away. Spare me. The Demon Flame shrieked. Yimyun released his grip and leaped back to the ground, retracting the bone finger. The Demon Flame plummeted to the earth. Yimyun approached it, towering above as he declared, What shall you now call me? The Demon Flame slowly raised its head, recalling the terrifying power of absorption. Its soul trembling, My Lord, from now on, you are my master. As long as you spare my life, I shall obey your every command. Yimyun nodded in satisfaction. And what of the position of Lord? The Demon Flame hastily replied, That position belongs to you as well. How could I dare to contest it? Ding. The host has completed half of the task, becoming the lord of the designated area. Receiving one upgrade voucher for the succubus E.Y. Mu-Yun was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that task rewards would include not only skill points, but also talent upgrade vouchers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating the exclusive talent. Succubus I. To level 2.B. While utilizing this talent, the host can compel nether beings or creatures that fear them, lower than their own level, to submit unconditionally and never betray, with complementary effects between master and servant. Complementary effects? Yi Mu-Yun pondered in confusion. System, what do you mean by complementary effects? Ding. The complementary effect of the succubus I is that the master and servant will continuously convert 20 of their cultivation achievements into the host's evolution experience. Benefiting the host. Upon the host's evolution, the servant will simultaneously undergo evolution, while Yi Mu-Yun's heart swelled with joy. This function is extraordinarily powerful. It means he need not constantly seek prey to consume, as he would automatically gain evolution experience. When he evolves, his subservient minions would likewise evolve, enhancing the strength of both master and servant, that while Yi Mu-Yun's gaze turned toward the demon flame. With the upgrade of the succubus eye, could this creature also be claimed as a servant? In the realm of the nether spirit, each day bestows upon itself a commendable yield of cultivation results, which amounts to a substantial reservoir of evolutionary experience. The sustainability of such a practice, akin to fishing the depths dry, is certainly more prudent than the notion of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Moreover, by obtaining the demon flame, one can deftly evade further conflict with the formidable overlord dwelling within. Originally, Yi Mu-Yun had intended to eliminate the demon flame. However, upon witnessing its combat prowess surge thrice, he realized he had underestimated it. If the demon flame's battle power could escalate to 2,400, how formidable must the true strength of that overlord be? Although he possessed the bone of killing, it was not an absolute guarantee of safety at this juncture. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the overlord would yield no tangible benefits. Hence, Yi Mu-Yun made a spontaneous decision to refrain from challenging the overlord for the time being, opting instead to fortify his own strength. The demon flame regarded Yi Mu-Yun with a peculiar gaze, akin to a naive maiden being scrutinized by a rogue, and timidly inquired, "Might I ask what orders you have for me, my lord?" Yi Mu-Yun replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing of great import. I have but one command for you, and not divulge any of our dealings to the overlord inside." The demon flame, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over it, realizing the concern was merely about preventing any clandestine reporting. It promptly nodded in acquiescence. "As you command, my lord. Today's events shall remain a secret from the overlord." The demon flame then ventured to ask, "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Yi Mu-Yun responded. "Demon flame, look into my eyes." Bewildered, the demon flame met Yi Mu-Yun's gaze. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from Yi Mu-Yun's eyes. The demon flame felt an invisible hand reaching into its soul's fire, and despite its desperate struggles to resist, it could not escape the grip of that intangible hand. Ultimately, it surrendered, allowing the mark to be inscribed upon its soul. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the demon flame as a servant. As the crimson light in Yi Mu-Yun's eyes faded, the demon flame regained its composure, albeit with an intensified loyalty. "I pay homage to my lord." Yi Mu-Yun smiled faintly, pleased to find that the upgraded eye of the siren had indeed proven effective. Even a being 2 realms above himself could be subdued, indicating that his earlier display of strength had genuinely instilled fear in it. Why, Yi Mu-Yun commanded the demon flame, "Summon all the skeletons from this place." The demon flame bowed slightly at once. It called forth tens of thousands of skeletons from the flame mountain, including the red ghost and the golden skeleton. Yi Mu-Yun summoned the red ghost and the golden skeleton before him. "Red ghost, do you wish to become my servant?" The red ghost trembled, not daring to utter a word in refusal, fully aware that the demon flame had cried for mercy. It quickly nodded, "I am willing." Yi Mu-Yun then turned to the golden skeleton, who promptly declared, "I too am willing." Yi Mu-Yun nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Look into my eyes and do not resist." The crimson light reappeared, and in an instant, The marks were inscribed upon the souls of both the red ghost and the golden skeleton. Henceforth, you shall officially be my servants. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, you shall not be treated poorly. And in due time, you will ascend to the ranks of overlords. The two skeletons displayed expressions of excitement. Why, Mu Yun then addressed the golden skeleton. I have yet to bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Little Gold. Little Gold nodded eagerly. As you command. Mu Yun gestured for them to withdraw. His gaze swept across the nearly 10,000 skeletons before him. And he instructed the demon flame, unleash your aura with all your might. The demon flame complied, emanating a terrifying pressure. All the skeletons, including the red ghost and Little Gold, trembled in their souls and prostrated themselves on the ground. Mu Yun calmly said, lift your heads and look into my eyes. Do not resist. The skeletons raised their heads, fixated on the crimson hue within Mu Yun's eyes. In that moment, the entire throng of skeletons was marked. We pay homage to our Lord. Mu Yun promptly accessed his information panel. Host, Mu Yun race, undead race name. High-level golden skeleton evolution experience points. 7085-816-3840 evolution count. 14 exclusive talents. Group Devour. Skill synthesis, Eye of the Siren LV2, Sword Heart skills. Triphase Power LV3, Instant Burst Fist LV3, Soul Storm, Eye of the Reaper LV3, Bone of Killing LV2, Phantom Step Realm. Late Nether Chi Combat Power, 1200 in such a brief period. His experience had surged by nearly 10,000. This was far more advantageous than scouring for prey to devour. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Mu Yun's mind. Demon Flame. Which of the other three overlords do you share a good rapport with? The demon flame hesitated slightly. Among the 4 overlords under the great overlord, I am closest to Bloodbone. That a wicked smile crept across Mu Yun's face. Could you summon him for me? The demon flame looked at Mu Yun, seeking clarification. What do you mean, my lord? Mu Yun replied matter-of-factly. Fishing. The demon flame immediately understood. I shall go at once. Mu Yun smirked cunningly. Although he could not confront the great overlord directly at present. Undermining him from the shadows was still within reach. By the time the overlord realized what had transpired, the entire sea of skeletons would be under his command. Bloodbone was soon invited over by the demon flame. Upon receiving the invitation, Bloodbone curiously asked, what brings you to invite me? The demon flame whispered, I have captured the mutated skeleton that Lord Nether spoke of. I have only told you, inviting you to take a look. Together, we can take credit before Lord Nether. I am being quite the friend. Bloodbone's eyes lit up at the news, and he hurried over. Upon seeing Mu Yun, he circled around him, rubbing his hands with glee. Is this the mutated skeleton? Splendid. He then gave the demon flame a thumbs up. Well done, demon flame. This time, we shall surely receive generous reward from Lord Nether. Mu Yun remarked nonchalantly. Have you seen enough? Bloodbone frowned. You are now a prisoner. Were it not for Lord Nether's orders forbidding me from killing you, would you dare speak to me so brazenly? I must inform you, while I cannot slay you, I have many ways to torment you. Mu Yun snorted coldly. Demon flame. Seize him. Bloodbone's expression changed as he sensed the demon flame stealthily approaching from behind. What are you doing, demon flame? Why are you listening to him? I tell you, we are friends, the demon flame replied coolly. Before my lord, there are no friends. Bloodbone was taken aback by the demon flame's words. You call him lord? Mu Yun interjected. Do not waste time with him. Attack. The demon flame lunged at Bloodbone, engaging him in a fierce battle that raged from indoors to the skies, each struggling fiercely against the other. Bloodbone scoffed. Demon flame. Our strengths are evenly matched. There is no need for theatrics. You cannot subdue me. He then directed his gaze toward Mu Yun. I suspect the demon flame's transformation is closely tied to you. Although I do not know how you achieve this, I intend to take you down first. Emerging from the blood-soaked remnants of its form, 5 crimson claws extended towards Mu Yun. The magical flames sought to assist Mu Yun in fending them off, but were halted by his intervention. You entangle it. I need not concern myself with this side, the Bloodbone sneered. If the magical flames were to assist you, I would truly be at a loss. Yet here you are, flaunting your strength and courting death. The blood-red claws surged forth with astonishing speed towards Yimu Yun. Suddenly, the void trembled, and the bone of slaughter erupted from the abyss, colliding with the crimson claws. What? The bone of slaughter shattered the blood-red claws with ease, surging towards the blood bone. Magical flames, retreat, fully aware of the bone of slaughter's might. The magical flames swiftly evaded. Witnessing the magical flames evade, the blood bone attempted to dodge as well, but it was evidently too late. I shall see just how formidable your strength truly is. Since evasion is impossible, I shall confront it head-on. Engaging directly with the bone of slaughter would yield no favorable outcome. Within mere 3 seconds, the blood bone was pierced through by the bone of slaughter. Yimu Yun flipped onto the bone, seizing the blood bone's skull, the terrifying power of devouring causing the blood bone's soul to tremble. "Oh, you wish to live?" The blood bone nodded fervently. "Yes," Yimu Yun replied coolly, "if you wish to live, gaze into my eyes and do not resist." With scarlet eyes, Yimu Yun stared directly at the blood bone. The blood bone felt an invisible hand traverse its soul. Yet it dared not resist, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Yimu Yun would result in the consumption of its soul flame. Why, Yimu Yun concealed the crimson glow from his eyes, imprinting the blood bone's soul, binding it as his servant. With the bone of slaughter retracted, the blood bone respectfully bowed. "I pay homage to my master," Yimu Yun inquired of the blood bone. "Among the other 3 lords, with whom do you share a close relationship?" The blood bone answered honestly, "With the antelope." Yimu Yun nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, the antelope from another region of the skeleton sea felt an involuntary shiver of dread. Subsequently, an invitation arrived from the blood bone. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Once they arrived, they would inevitably fall under Yimu Yun's grasp, and without fail, their souls would be marked by him. However, Yimu Yun lamented that the ice mountain among the 4 lords had no close ties with anyone. Thus, he relinquished the pursuit. Having claimed 3 out of 4 lords, he deemed it inconsequential, vowing to seize the opportunity at a later date. With the team now complete, they awaited the assault on Tianshi County. Yet Yimu Yun was entirely ignorant of Tianshi County. A direct attack would surely be unwise. He needed to ascertain the overall strength of Tianshi County, lest he fall into a trap. After contemplation, Yimu Yun resolved to personally venture to Tianshi County for reconnaissance. However, given his current form, he realized he would be unable to blend in among humans. This posed a dilemma for him. "System, is there any method to reduce my size? For instance, to assume a human-like form?" Ding! 2 methods are available. The first is to advance to the skeleton general level, which will decrease your size. The second is to utilize the eye of the siren, allowing you to control a servant to act on your behalf. Yimu Yun's heart leapt with joy. The second method is splendid. He then inquired, "If I control a servant, will it possess the same strength as mine?" Ding! The controlled servant will possess half the strength of the host. The skills possessed by the host can also be wielded by the controlled servant as a medium. This is truly advantageous. I merely need to control a white skeleton. Even if exposed, sacrificing a single white skeleton would not weigh heavily on my conscience. Yimu Yun summoned the magical flames, bloodbone, and antelope. "I shall enter a period of slumber. You must ensure my safety." The 3 lords bowed in unison that we vow to protect our master's safety at all costs. Yimu Yun nodded and, accompanied by a white skeleton, entered the underground chamber where the magical flames originally slumbered. He lay down in a coffin, placing his hand upon the white skeleton's skull. Instantly, Yimu Yun's consciousness transferred into the white skeleton. Observing his new form, he moved slightly and chuckled. The control was seamless, indistinguishable from his own body. It appears the eye of the siren possesses this utility. It is remarkably convenient. Yimu Yun closed the coffin and exited the underground chamber. Once outside, he donned a black cloak and departed from the depths of the skeleton in Tianshi County. Zhanyang Prefecture, a guard station at the city gate, observed the influx of refugees with a hint of confusion. "Old Zhang, why are there so many refugees these past few days?" Old Zhang sighed. "Old Li, you are still unaware. This is the matter from yesterday." Old Li's interest peaked. The hotel. Old Zhang shook his head. "It said that Pingzhou town, not far from here, was besieged by the skeletons surrounding the skeleton sea. The devastation was immense. The entire town had transformed into a ghost town, devoid of any living souls. Those who could flee did so, while those who could not perished. Old Lee was astonished. A massacre? Are those monsters so rampant now? Did they not sign a pact with the evil moon sect to refrain from invading human cities? How dare these skeletons defy that agreement? Do they not fear the evil moon sect laying waste to the skeleton sea? Old Zhang sighed. Who knows? Perhaps this is the nature of those monsters. They are capricious, acting solely on instinct. Old Lee continued to inquire, but Pingzhou Town had many formidable experts. How could they succumb to the skeletons of the outer sea? Old Zhang explained. It is rumored that an exceptionally powerful skeleton emerged from the outskirts of the skeleton sea, and even the Lord of Pingzhou Town was helpless against in the end. They had no choice but to seek aid from Lord Xiyang Kong. Old Lee was taken aback. Did the rescue team dispatched by Lord Xiyang Kong manage to save Pingzhou Town? Old Zhang's expression grew increasingly exaggerated. You may not know this. Not only the rescue team, but it is said that Lord Xiyang's prodigious son, Xiyang Jian, has also perished. Old Lee exclaimed in shock. What? Xiyang Jian is dead. Old Zhang quickly covered Old Lee's mouth. Oh, dear brother, keep your voice down. If others hear us discussing Lord Xiyang Kong, we are doomed. Old Lee glanced around and whispered. Given our proximity to the skeleton sea, could we become the next target of attack? Old Zhang quickly silenced him. Sure, such words must not be spread that if they get out, chaos will ensue in Jiangyang City. If the higher-ups learn of this, we might be accused of inciting panic. Old Lee shrank his neck in fear. Were you two discussing? A man clad in a dark green grass-dyed robe, with a dark yellow lychee-patterned belt cinched at his waist, his flowing long hair swaying in the wind, and eyes deep and inscrutable, truly appeared like a gem among men. Upon seeing the man, the two quickly bowed. Young master, we were not discussing anything. The man coldly snorted, "As if I did not hear. I warn you both, mind your posts and refrain from gossiping, or you'll not even know how you perished." The two nodded hastily. We understand. We shall never dare again. The man nodded and departed. After his departure, he wore a grave expression, heading straight for the Jiangyang City Lord's mansion. The guards at the mansion bowed upon seeing him. We have met the young master, the man inquired. Is my father in the mansion? One of the servants replied, the lord of the city is indeed in the manor today. The man nodded and hurried into the city lord's residence. Father, upon entering a courtyard, he spotted a middle-aged man engaged in a game of chess. This man was none other than Lan Shiyuan, the lord of Jiangyang City. Lan Shiyuan slowly lifted his eyelids and remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, it's Ruyu. What brings you here in such haste?" Lan Ruyu furrowed her brows. "Father, how can you still have the leisure to play chess at a time like this?" Lan Shiyuan chuckled lightly. "What else is there to do besides chess?" Lan Ruyu continued, "Are you aware of the massacre that took place in Pingzhou Town yesterday?" Lan Shiyuan smiled faintly. "Of course I am." "What of it?" Lan Ruyu said anxiously, knowing this and remaining so calm. "The number of refugees escaping from Pingzhou Town is increasing by the day, and soon Jiangyang City will be overwhelmed." Lan Shiyuan laughed heartily. "Is that all?" Lan Ruyu pressed on. "Moreover, we are not far from the skeleton sea. There's a real possibility that it might invade Jiangyang City as well, that we must prepare in advance." Lan Shiyuan responded with a hearty laugh. Lan Ruyu, perplexed, asked, "What is so amusing?" "I'm discussing serious matters." Lan Shiyuan replied with a smile. "I am your father. If you have thought of these matters, do you think I would not have considered them as well? Since yesterday, I have already instructed your uncle to manage the influx of refugees into the city. Furthermore, I sent a message to Lord Xiyang Kong this morning that I am merely awaiting his orders." Lan Ruyu expressed her concerns. Will Lord Xiyang Kong respond in a timely manner? Lan Shiyuan reassured her, "You need not worry about that. The son he cherishes most has fallen victim to those skeletons. So he is likely more anxious than we are. Of all the people they could have targeted, they chose to kill Lord Xiyang Kong's beloved son, which has undoubtedly touched a nerve with him. Those skeletons won't have long to live." While the father and daughter conversed, the communication jade in Lan Shiyuan's hand lit up. He took it out and said with a smile, as if on cue, "A reply has come. Lan Xuan infused his spiritual sense into the communication jade, and after a few moments, he withdrew it. Observing Lan Xuan's grave expression, Lan Ruiyun inquired, "What did Lord Xiong Kong say?" Lan Xuan shook his head. "It seems Lord Xiong Kong is unable to spare any effort." Lan Ruyu frowned and asked, "But father, you just said that those skeletons killed Xiong Jian, and Lord Xiong Kong would not let those ants go unpunished. Why then is he unable to act?" Lan Xuan sighed. "Lord Xiong Kong informed me that the Evil Moon sect has summoned various county lords overnight. It seems a great demon has descended upon the Evil Moon state, and they require their assistance to capture it. He must obey the orders of the Evil Moon sect and has had to set aside the matter of the skeletons for the time being." Lan Ruyu's brow furrowed tightly. This period is quite unstable. The next target of the skeleton sea could very well be us. Lan Xuan replied calmly, "This is indeed a matter we must guard against. However, you need not be overly concerned. The overall strength of our Jianyang city far surpasses that of Pingzhou town. Even if those skeletons invade, they may not gain the upper hand during this time. Ensure that your subordinates remain vigilant. If they encounter any unusual circumstances, they must report immediately." Lan Ryu nodded and exited the courtyard. Lan Xuan murmured to himself, "I never imagined that after so many years, a great demon would once again appear in the Evil Moon state. And oh wonder the Evil Moon sect is taking it so seriously. Slaying that great demon should yield considerable benefits that I can only lament my insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, I could have seized the opportunity as well." Days passed without any significant developments, and the skeleton sea returned to a state of tranquility. Gradually, Lan Ruyu's worries began to ease. While patrolling the streets today, she stumbled upon a tavern surrounded by a crowd, piquing her curiosity. What could be causing such a commotion? Upon seeing Lan Ruyu, the crowd greeted her enthusiastically. "It's the young master." Several young men called out to her, "Ruyu, over here." As she approached, she recognized many familiar faces. Lu Sandao, the young master of the Shaotian sect, Pang Shi, the senior disciple of the Wujiman, Su Xiaoxiao, the senior sister of the Linglong sect, and Lu Feiong, the genius of the Zhangguimen. These were all prodigies from prestigious sects, known for their relentless dedication to cultivation, rarely stepping outside their sects. Yet here they were gathered in this small tavern. Lan Ruyu inquired, "Is today a special occasion? Why are you all gathered here?" Su Xiaoxiao winked at her and replied, "That man is talking about the recent appearance of a great demon in the Evil Moon state, and we came to listen." Lan Ruyu glanced at the man at the center, animatedly speaking with fervor. "I am aware of the great demon situation, but with our cultivation levels, it hardly concerns us," she remarked. Lu Sandao chuckled. "Ruyu, you are mistaken. Opportunities are all about fate. That it is not solely about who has a higher cultivation level. If we happen to have that fate, but are unprepared, wouldn't we miss our chance?" Lan Ruyu smiled, recognizing the truth in Lu Sandao's words. With nothing pressing on her schedule these days, she decided to sit down and listen. As she settled in, she noticed a cloaked figure sitting alone at a nearby table. Lan Ruyu frowned, feeling that something was off about this person. Unlike the others, the figure exuded an aura lacking vitality, instead brimming with a sense of death. Lan Ruyu spoke up, "Have you all noticed that cloaked individual?" The others turned their gazes toward the figure as Su Xiaoxiao asked, "What about him?" Lan Ruyu explained, "Do you not find it peculiar? He has little vitality and an abundance of death energy." Pang Shi dismissed her concern. "What is so strange about that? Some individuals prefer to conceal their identities, deliberately hiding their presence. That we've all done this at some point. You're being overly sensitive." Lan Ruyu continued to observe the cloaked man, murmuring, "I hope I'm just being paranoid." Lu Sandao laughed lightly. "Ruyu, you must be too on edge these days. Everything appears to be ominous to you. Come, let us have a drink and relax." Lan Ruyu cast one last glance at the cloaked figure and raised her cup, downing its contents in one go. Her instincts were not mistaken. The cloaked figure was indeed Yu Muyun, the one controlling the skeletal minions. Today he had just infiltrated Jianyang City and was intrigued to hear discussions about the great demon, prompting him to sit down. Naturally, he sensed Lan Ruyu's scrutiny, but was unfazed. His aura was still weak, having only just passed the initial stage of the death energy, and as long as he did not expose himself, no one would discern his true identity. Wai Muyun continued to listen intently to the man at the center as he spoke animatedly. Let me tell you, as far as I know, this great demon is no ordinary being. The crowd responded with curiosity. How is it not ordinary? The man spoke mysteriously. Everyone knows that every few thousand years, great demons appear out of nowhere in each state. The descent of a great demon heralds significant events to come. This particular great demon likely has a substantial connection to the massacre in Pingzhou town a few days ago. Wai Muyun chuckled softly, intrigued by the man's words, unaware that the great demon's descent was indeed linked to him. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Please elaborate on this connection. The man continued. This signifies that a great disaster may soon befall the evil moon state, and anyone within its borders will be unable to escape. The source of this calamity will undoubtedly be the skeleton. As Wai Muyun's expression turned thoughtful. This individual possessed some insight. Was he merely guessing, or did he have ulterior motives for stating such things? The people around burst into hearty laughter. You must be jesting, they scoffed, for the evil moon sect, one of the 13 sacred lands, was present in the evil moon state, and what was a mere skeleton sea in comparison. Even the mightiest of skeleton overlords within the evil moon sect were no more than guardians. Could such combat prowess truly turn the tide? Spare us the jest. The room erupted with ridicule. Pangshi shook his head, thinking he had encountered someone with genuine insights, only to discover he was merely a blabbermouth. Let us depart. Remaining here is a waste of time. The other prodigies nodded in agreement. Seeing the mockery directed at him, the man retorted angrily, Believe it or not, it matters not. I tell you, a great demon is set to descend upon the world in the coming days, and it is not far from Jianyang City and the Skeleton Sea. It is right nearby. The moment his words left his lips, the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense. Great demons were often accompanied by fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, the evil moon sect would not be so fervently hunting them every 1,000 years. If they could partake in this grand chance, their futures would be limitless. Lu Feiyong chuckled. It seems we have not wasted half an hour after all. We have gleaned valuable information. Su Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feiyong. What good does it do us? Can we truly compete with the formidable figures of the evil moon sect? Pang, she replied, compete? Not necessarily, but surely we can at least share in the spoils. As for how to partake in this bounty, that will depend on each individual's capabilities. Beside them, Yumian also expressed interest that a great demon, a grand opportunity, that I wonder if I might seize a chance. If I were to devour that great demon, it would surely grant me substantial experience. Ding! The host triggered a temporary quest. Successfully devouring a great demon would earn a spin on the grand prize wheel. Yi Miyun was taken aback. System, I am the host, and you have concealed such functionalities for me. Pray tell, how many more hidden features do you possess? Ding! All functionalities of this system rely on the host triggers. Stay tuned for what is to come. I await your revelation with bated breath. Yi Miyun murmured. Why not unveil everything at once? Why keep me in the dark? The grand prize will promise rich rewards. Yi Miyun's mind began racing as he contemplated whether to risk coming in person. However, it would depend on the circumstances. If the time came that he truly needed to show his true form, he would have to take the plunge. After all, sometimes taking a risk transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle. As Yi Miyun prepared to rise and leave, he was halted by Lan Ruyu's call. Please, brother, stay your course. Yi Miyun replied coolly. What is it you desire? Lan Ruyu smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan Ruyu, the son of the city lord, Lan Shuyu, and I am responsible for the safety of Jianyang Prefecture. As you know, times are turbulent. I must inquire about any suspicious individuals. Hence, if you do not mind, could you kindly remove your cloak for me to see? Yi Miyun turned a glance at Lan Ruyu, who immediately felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. Lan, young master, have you gone too far? I have done nothing wrong. Do you expect me to uncloak simply because you say so? Lan Ruyu replied calmly. In other places, I may have no authority, but here in Jianyang Prefecture, these are the rules you must abide by. Yi Miyun burst into laughter. What absurdity! You, a mere official of Jianyang Prefecture, possess such audacity. What if I refuse to comply? Lan Ruyu retorted. If you refuse to adhere to these rules, then I shall be left with no choice but to take offense. The surrounding prodigies closed in. With Lu Sandow adopting a more domineering stance. Remove your cloak as instructed. No one is forcing you to do anything. Why all this chatter? Are you disregarding young Masterland's authority? Looking for a beating? Are we? Pang Shi added. Though I sense you have your reasons for wearing that cloak, Lan Ruyu has spoken. Just remove it. Let us not complicate matters, as Yu Xiao chimed in. If Brother Ryu asks you to unveil, then you ought to do so. Would you like me to assist you in removing it? By this point, the tavern's patrons were drawn to the commotion. Their attention shifted from the earlier chatter to the unfolding spectacle. Yimyun cast a cold glance at the gathered prodigies. What's this? Are you all conspiring to bully me? Is this how Jianyang Prefecture treats its guests? Lu Sandow hefted his large sword, positioning it against Yi Muyun's shoulder. What's this? Are you now subject to my intimidation? Lan Ryu spoke with a genteel demeanor. Brother, if you remove your cloak and there is nothing amiss, I, Lan Ryu, shall publicly apologize and even present you with a gift as a token of remorse. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled. Brother Ryu is so gentle. Xiao likes him. That why Yimyun sighed inwardly, realizing he had encountered an obstinate individual. It seemed he had no choice but to take action. That why Yimyun coldly regarded Lu Sandow. That I shall count to 3. Remove your sword from my shoulder. Lu Sandow chuckled. This is the first time I've encountered someone who dares to speak to me so. Come, I shall not withdraw my blade. Let us see what you can do. Why Yimyun coldly stated. 1, 2. As the final count echoed, a surge of sword energy manifested before Lu Sandow. Boom! A violent explosion sent Lu Sandow flying. The onlookers were caught completely off guard. Even Lan Ruyu and his companions were taken aback by Yimyun's audacity. Lan Ruyu's expression darkened. Friend, by doing this, you are challenging the authority of Jianyang Prefecture. Pang Shi coldly declared, Brother Ryu, spare the words. Seize him at once. As Pang Shi drew his flexible sword and lunged at Yimyun, the latter stood resolute, seemingly unmoved, yet numerous thrusts failed to land on him. Boom! Another wave of sword energy erupted, sending Pang Shi flying as well. Liu Feiyong and Su Xiao exchanged glances, recognizing they had encountered a formidable foe, and thus decided to join forces against Yimyun. Lan Ryu brandished a spear, charging at Yimyun. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Who was this individual, provoking the prodigies of Jianyang City to unite against him? I observe this person is no ordinary being. Did you not see how Lu Sandow and Pang Shi were dispatched with a single strike? I doubt these prodigies will gain the upper hand. Impossible, perhaps Lu Sandow and Pang Shi were caught off guard. But these are prodigies. They have yet to reveal their true capabilities. As Yimyun faced the trio's onslaught, his figure danced like a mirage. He remained rooted in place, while they perpetually failed to strike him. With a few more waves of sword energy, the 3 were sent reeling once more. Why Yimyun mocked. Is this all the skill you possess, yet you flaunt such arrogance? Arrogance is commendable, but if one lacks the ability to back it up, it is nothing but folly. The audience was left astonished at my word. This person is astonishingly powerful. I am now intrigued about his true identity. Indeed, to have single-handedly dispatched the prodigies is an incredible feat. This would be hard to believe if recounted. That I surmise this individual must be an ancient being, cloaked to conceal his identity, and it appears these prodigies have met their match. That a few proud individuals slowly rose from the ground. Their eyes filled with unyielding resentment. That it was no longer a matter of having Yimyun remove his cloak. Rather, it was the competitive spirit within their hearts that had been ignited. They were all the elite of their sects, and aside from their elders, they had never been subjected to such humiliation. Lu Sandow glared at Hukodadao as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, if you have the ability, then face us head-on instead of resorting to ambushes. Let us have a fair fight. Pang Shi echoed his sentiments. Exactly, what does a sneak attack even count for? However, Lan Ruyu's expression darkened. Though they had not exerted their full strength earlier, even a few of them working together should have been enough to handle a mere practitioner at the initial stage of Yinqi. Who exactly are you? What brings you to my Jianyang Prefecture? Yimyun replied coolly, Do not ask what you should not. Why should I explain my actions to anyone? Lan Ryu fell silent. Although this individual was at the initial stage of Yin Qi, his strength was clearly not to be underestimated. Lan Ruyu suspected that he might be a disguised ancient monster. Lu Sandao snorted in anger. Damn it, I have never encountered anyone more arrogant than myself in Jianyang City. Today, Lu Sandao will not back down. Lan Ruyu quickly intervened, a smile gracing his face. Might I inquire your name? Senior, my father greatly enjoys making friends. Perhaps you are an acquaintance of his. Mu Yun responded nonchalantly. Young man, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. My earlier strike was merely a leniency towards you. If you continue to be ungrateful with your caliber, you will not leave this place alive. El Feiong, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a hint of disdain. Your words are rather presumptuous. We are in the city, and we simply did not exert our full strength. Moreover, it seems you have quite the inflated ego that we have formidable experts backing us, numerous at the Yin Soul stage, and many even at the Yin Spirit stage. If you dare to kill us, you will not leave Jianyang Prefecture unscathed. Mu Yun cast a cold glance at El Fei. On you doubt my resolve to kill you? Then allow me to demonstrate. With that, several sword energies sealed off El Feiong's escape routes. His expression shifted as he unleashed the aura of the Yin Soul stage. Yet, even at half strength, Mu Yun's explosive fist techniques easily overpowered El Feiong's defenses. The sword energies, which ignored 80% of defense, swiftly shattered El Feiong's protection. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within the tavern, leaving countless bystanders affected, some even reduced to a state of disability. El Feiong suffered the worst. His body battered and broken, only a faint breath remaining. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing Mu Yun's audacity to kill El Feiong, fled in terror, each desperately trying to distance themselves from the chaos. Lan Ruyu and the others' expressions shifted as well. This incident had escalated. With El Feiong in such a state, the Ghost Slayer sect would surely not let this slide. Lan Ruyu's face turned grim. It seems you are intent on provoking my Jianyang Prefecture. Mu Yun replied coldly. It is you who are provoking me. As Mu Yun attempted to leave, he was intercepted by Lan Ruyu. You have injured someone and expect to depart unscathed? Su Xiao, Pang Shi, and the others swiftly surrounded Mu Yun. Mu Yun's icy gaze swept over them. Today, I shall see who dares to stop me. The group trembled at his words, watching helplessly as Mu Yun strode out of the tavern. Lan Ruyu's expression darkened as he shouted to his subordinates outside the tavern. Quickly inform the Ghost Slayer sect. If they come late, Brother L will not survive. He then instructed the other proud individuals. You all go summon aid from your respective sections. We must ensure he does not escape today. The proud individuals nodded. Each departing the tavern. Mu Yun shook his head, lamenting his misfortune. Just upon entering the city, he had encountered these brash youths. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, merely observing the situation, but it appeared that staying in Jianyang was no longer feasible. He resolved to head for the city gates. Ironically, the more one seeks to avoid trouble, the more it seems to seek them out. Upon reaching the city gates, Mu Yun was met with a fortified barrier, preventing anyone from exiting. His expression darkened. Damn it, you deserve to be slaughtered. If I don't deal with you today, it seems I shan't be allowed to leave. Just as he contemplated turning away, he found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals. What are you doing? Mu Yun replied calmly. I am merely an ordinary practitioner. One of the leaders brandished a portrait, pointing at the figure of a man in a black robe. Is this you? Mu Yun felt a surge of killing intent rising within him. The repeated provocation had drawn forth the latent fury within him. And if I were to say it is not. The man raised the portrait, his voice sharp. You think I am blind? Don't let him escape. Capture him. Boom. In an instant, dozens of sword energies erupted, obliterating all those surrounding Mu Yun. He flicked his fingers, and the souls of those fallen were swiftly consumed. The leader stood in shock. How could a mere practitioner at the Yin Qi stage have annihilated dozens in an instant? Mu Yun regarded him coldly. Do you still wish to detain me? The man immediately fell to his knees. I apologize. I did not know you were a master. Please spare my life. Mu Yun's gaze remained icy, the flames of soul fire flickering in his eyes. His bony hand reached for the man's head. The man, trembling, stammered, "You are," but his words were cut short as he disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The guards stationed at the gates, witnessing the terror that Yi Mu Yun exuded, dared not impede his passage, hastily clearing a path for him. Just as Yi Mu Yun prepared to exit Jianyang City, a new wave of figures surrounded him once more. Onlookers, seeing the gathering of forces, recoiled in fear. Good heavens, who is this person to draw such attention from so many factions? The Ghost Slayer sect, the Howling Sky sect, the Fearless sect, the Linglong sect, the City Lord's mansion, and the Lone Yu Hall. Yi Mu Yun's expression turned grim as he surveyed the assembled. You all wish to court death. A figure clad in black from the Ghost Slayer sect stepped forward, his long beard adorned with a skull insignia. Your words are quite bold. Take a good look around. Nearly all the major sects of Jianyang City have gathered here. You still think you can leave? A towering man from the Howling Sky sect planted his sword in the ground. Having provoked our Jianyang prefecture, you cannot leave without leaving something behind. A beautiful woman from the Linglong sect smiled. I heard from my Xiao that a master had arrived at Jianyang prefecture, so I thought I would come and join the festivities. Lan Ruyu clasped his hands together. Thank you all for coming to assist. It is a great honor for Ruyu. The others from various sects chimed in. We are all part of Jianyang prefecture. We cannot let an outsider harm our own without seeking retribution. That Yi Mu Yun replied coolly. I had no intention of causing trouble, but it seems you all are seeking death. His aura erupted suddenly, causing all present to startle. Indeed, he harbors hidden strength that it appeared that Lan Ruyu's suspicions were not unfounded. This man had a definite purpose in coming to Jianyang prefecture. Lan Ruyu's gaze sharpened as he issued a command. Attack. A throng of individuals surged forward. Yi Mu Yun's figure flickered, weaving seamlessly among them as none of their attacks could land. Yet, wherever he passed, sword energies surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, dozens had already fallen. Naturally, their souls were devoured by Yi Mu Yun as well. Lan Ruyu cried out in alarm. This man has concealed his strength. Be cautious. The burly man from the Howling Sky sect raised his massive blade, charging towards Yi Mu Yun. Clang, race. Human race name. Xiao Yuhu realm. Mid-level soul of darkness combat power. 800 dominating blade slash. Xiao Yuhu's aura surged dramatically, his combat power instantly escalating from 800 to 1,000. A blade of energy, spanning dozens of meters, hurtled towards Yi Mu Yun. Dragon slash. This was a technique originally belonging to the Siyang sword. Having acquired the sword's essence, Yi Mu Yun naturally adapted it. A razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through the sky, effortlessly shattering the blade attack. Shortly thereafter, another sword energy followed, aimed directly at Xiao Yuhu's chest. Lan Ruyu's expression changed. Brother Yuhu, be cautious. No sooner had Lan Ruyu's warning left her lips than Xiao Yuhu was cleaved in two by the sword energy. Yi Mu Yun consumed yet another soul. The death of Xiao Yuhu instilled dread in the hearts of the onlookers, causing them to hesitate and refrain from acting recklessly. Lan Ryu scoffed coldly. This individual employs insidious and treacherous tactics, making it nearly impossible to defend against that. We should refrain from confronting him individually. Let us employ the 5 ghosts locking essence formation. Several individuals summoned their treasures, and in an instant, the great formation emerged. 5 ghostly visages appeared in various directions, emitting beams of light that enveloped Yi Mu Yun within the formation. Lan Ryu declared frostily, this 5 ghosts locking essence formation cannot be breached by those in the soul of darkness realm, let alone those in the spirit of darkness realm. In 1 hour, you shall be drained of your essence and perish. Indeed, Yi Mu Yun sensed the formation incessantly siphoning the essence of his soul fire. A sword energy struck the formation with a resounding boom. The force was formidable, yet the formation remained unscathed. The members of the sect mocked. Ha ha, it's futile. Prepare to be drained of your essence and die. Yi Mu Yun scanned the crowd. It seems I bear no grudge against any of you. I fail to comprehend why you insist on seeking my demise. The beautiful woman smiled wryly. You have disregarded the rules in Jianyang City and assaulted our people, which is a transgression in itself. Our several sects hold authority in Jianyang Prefecture. To defy us is tantamount to a death sentence. Yi Mu Yun grinned widely. That I possess foresight. I can assure you that Jianyang Prefecture shall soon be reduced to ruins. Lan Ryu scoffed. I have long suspected you. Your attempts to conceal your intentions only betray your designs against Jianyang Prefecture. Your true identity shall soon be unveiled. Yi Muyin furrowed his brows. System. How can I break this formation? Can you provide a hint? Ding. The host may attempt to utilize the devouring talent. Curious, Yi Muyin activated his devouring talent, and an immense pulling force began to consume the formation. Yi Muyin felt a surge of delight. I can even devour the formation. Ding. The formation consists of external energies. Being innate energy, it is susceptible to the devouring talent. Yen Ryu sensed the energy of the formation rapidly depleting, her face revealing panic. What is happening? Why is the formation's energy continuously diminishing? The others also changed their expressions, channeling all their energy into the formation in an attempt to sustain it. However, they greatly underestimated Yi Muyun's devouring talent. If they had withdrawn their energy immediately, nothing would have occurred. At worst, Yi Muyun would have drained the formation. Yet by pouring in their own energy, the devouring talent accepted it all, including their vitality. This is bad. One exclaimed, I feel my energy depleting rapidly. Me too. Lan Ryu's expression darkened as she realized the same. As they attempted to break free, they found themselves utterly unable to escape. One of the beautiful women from the Linglong sect trembled, pointing at Yi Muyun that he must be from the demon sect. Such nefarious techniques can only belong to them. Yi Muyun discovered a new application of his devouring talent. A vast energy surged into him at an astonishing rate. Outside, Lan Ryu and the others were rapidly withering. No. I refuse to be drained, they cried in terror. Quick, is there anyone who can stop him? Yet, while Yi Muyun was ensnared within the formation, he was unable to exit, and no one could enter, leaving them helplessly watching as he absorbed their energy. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed evolution, becoming a top-tier golden skeleton, with 15 evolution instances. You have acquired the skill, 7 Fiends Ghost Seal. This skill allows you to temporarily seal 3 targets within a 100-meter radius for 5 minutes, disregarding their realm. The higher the skill level, the greater the range and the number of targets that can be sealed. Yi Muyun's eyes sparkled at a skill that disregards realms. This is undoubtedly a remarkable ability, a true means of survival. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unexpectedly acquired the talent, Dragon Elephant Body. With the Dragon Elephant Body, your attributes are increased by 100 during combat. Dragon Elephant Body. Whose exceptional talent was this? Yi Muyun's gaze fell upon the dust that was once Lan Ryu. Could it possibly belong to this fellow? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him, as he hadn't even had the chance to utilize his talent before being completely drained. System, does the enhancement from Dragon Elephant Body conflict with my Tri-Phase Power enhancement? Ding! The talent abilities do not conflict with skills. You may use them in conjunction without concern. Can they be used in conjunction? How splendid! The Tri-Phase Power already provides a 45 boost to all attributes, if combined with a 100 boost from Dragon Elephant Body. That totals 145. This power, speed, and defense is simply monstrous. Yi Muyun opened his information panel. Host, Yi Muyun race. Undead race name. Top tier, Golden Skeleton Evolution Experience. 53,678,327,680 evolution instances. 15 exclusive talents. Mass Devouring. Skill Synthesis, Sirens, ILV2, Sword Heart, Dragon Elephant Body Skills, Tri-Phase Power LV3, Instant Explosion Fist LV3, Soulstorm, Grim Reapers ILV3, Killing Bone Finger LV2, Frightening Ghost Step, 7 Fiends Ghost Seal Realm. Pinnacle of Soul Energy Combat Power. 1350. The members of various factions gazed at Yi Muyun in terror. Not only have you slain important members of our sects, but you have also killed Lan Ryu. You are finished. You shall not leave Jianyang Prefecture today. Yi Muyun shook his head. It has always been you who sought to make things difficult for me. If you had not troubled me, would they have had to die? Moreover, even if I hadn't killed them, I could have still left Jianyang City. Sometimes this individual was easier to deal with than some skeletons. Yi Muyun declared coldly, Enough of this nonsense. I intend to leave now. Will you obstruct me or not? The sect members exchanged glances, having witnessed Yi Muyun's prowess. To be honest, they were merely trying to make a living. None wished to charge forward to their demise, as the disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Yi Muyun snorted coldly and strode towards the gates of Jiangyang Prefecture. "Umph, do you think you can walk away after killing someone?" A sharp sword hurtled directly towards Yi Muyun's back. Yi Muyun, startled and enraged, unleashed several sword energies, sending the weapon flying. In an instant, 5 or 6 figures rushed towards him. Ding, race, human race name. Zhuang Jiaying realm. Late-stage spirit of darkness combat power. 1700 race, human race name. 1 Inghao realm. Mid-stage spirit of darkness combat power. 1550 Yi Muyun cast a cold gaze at the newcomers, most of whom were in the mid to late stages of spirit of darkness, significantly surpassing the disciples of the sections. "And who might you be?" They scoffed in unison. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Zhuang Jiaying, the leader of the Fearless Sect. This is Wan Inghao, the first seat of the Dragon Jade Hall. He's Xiao Zhong, leader of the Ghost-Slaying Sect, and she's Hua Miao Miao, the sect master of the Linglong Sect. The master of the Xiaotian Sect, Lu Hong, had just finished the introductions when a formidable aura approached from a distance. That it was none other than Lan Xian, the lord of Zhangyang City. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a figure wielding a long spear materialized before the group. Clang, race, human race name, Lan Shuyuan realm. Peak of the nether spirit combat power. 1900 Lan Shuyuan's face was a mask of rage, his eyes mingling sorrow and fury. At the moment the nameplate of Lan Ryu shattered, Lan Xuan was consumed by a tempest of emotions. His only precious son, a prodigy, had been slain within his own city. How could he not be enraged? "I care not who you are. For killing my Xiaoer, you shall surely die today." The other sect leaders cast furious glances at Yi Muyun. The principal and I, for an eye was clear, one must pay with their life. Yi Muyun felt a growing annoyance. The situation seemed unending. Coldly, he remarked, "With the young ones gone, the old ones appear. May I inquire if your factions still have any elders, grand elders, or ancestral masters? Perhaps it would be best to summon them all at once. It would save me some trouble." Lan Xuan retorted sharply. Such audacity, to speak so defiantly when death is imminent. Yi Muyun merely shook his head. "There's a saying that I am unsure whether to voice. You have come merely to deliver yourselves as sacrifices, and rather insistently, I might add." Lu Hong, known for his volatile temperament, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Yi Muyun's brazen words. "You insolent brat. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he invoked his Dharma form, summoning a massive bear apparition behind him, brandishing a colossal sword. "Let me show you the might of the divine bear." The sky-splitting great sword came crashing down towards Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun furrowed his brow. The strength of this adversary was immense, and in this body he possessed only half of his true power. Engaging in a direct confrontation was out of the question. However, the stunning phantom step granted him 3 seconds of invincibility, rendering him untouchable. As the sky-splitting great sword descended with a thunderous roar, the ground quaked, forming a massive crater, obliterating all structures within a radius of several dozen meters. Observers from afar marveled at the display. Truly, Lu Hong of the Xiaotian sect is unmatched in power within Zhangyang City. Indeed, that strike must weigh over 100,000 pounds. I believe the man in the black robe is finished. Yes, with such force, he would have perished long ago. The other sect leaders frowned in unison that I expected more from him. Turns out he is merely a blusterer, preying upon the young. Lan Xuan trembled with rage. To have killed Ryu and so easily let him escape. How incredibly unjust. No, I shall ensure he is ground to dust, that my heart may find solace. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Lu Hong's expression shifted from one of triumph to disbelief. Impossible! How can you? When Lu Hong's sky-splitting great sword struck Yi Muyun's shoulder, he remained utterly unscathed, while Yi Muyun slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Lu Hong. The piercing coldness in his gaze sent chills down Lu Hong's spine. He realized that Yi Muyun was likely not human. How could a mere human possess such a terrifying gaze? Swallowing hard, Lu Hong attempted to retract his great sword, but the surrounding space was suddenly enveloped by countless sword energies. Caught off guard, Lu Hong's body was instantly pierced by a multitude of sword energies. What? All present stood in shock, staring at Lu Hong. The man had endured Lu Hong's full-force strike, and yet remained alive. Zhuang Jiaying bellowed, "Brother Lu, I come to aid you." As he spoke, a massive blood-red palm imprint surged towards Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun cast a glance at Zhuang Jiaying and deftly evaded the attack with a stunning phantom step. Zhuang Jiaying, witnessing Yi Muyun evade, quickly supported Lu Hong. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Lu Hong was drenched in blood, severely wounded, and utterly devoid of combat capability. Zhuang Jiaying's expression fluctuated as he regarded Yi Muyun. He was well aware of Lu Hong's strength, yet had not anticipated that he would be gravely injured in an instant. Fear gripped him, and he hesitated to attack again. Lan Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It is better that you live. I shall torment you to death." The other sect leaders, witnessing Lan Shuyuan's resolve, discreetly retreated, aware that he was harboring a deep-seated rage that could ensnare them as well. They opted to observe from the sidelines, ready to assist if necessary. Suddenly, Lan Shuyuan's aura erupted with the power of the Nether Spirit Peak, rapidly ascending to the Nether Form realm. The sect leaders were taken aback. Wan Yinghao muttered, "I never imagined that Lord Lan had concealed such depths. He has cultivated a terrestrial-level technique." Chou Zhong narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that the terrestrial-level technique from years past fell into his hands?" Wan Yinghao chuckled. "I did not imply such. That is merely your speculation. Lord Lan is a direct subordinate of Lord Si Yongkong. Should he accomplish great feats in governing the city, it is plausible that rewards may follow." The more Wan Yinghao spoke, the darker the expressions of the others became. Si Yongkong was notoriously stingy. It was unfathomable that he would grant Lan Xun a terrestrial-level technique, which only implied the origin of that technique was questionable. Hua Miao Miao remarked with a knowing tone, "It appears we have all been deceived by his fa for all these years." The group fell silent, their gazes fixated on Lan Xun, their greed for the terrestrial-level technique palpable. With a blue spear in hand, Lan Xun charged towards Yi Muyun in the blink of an Yi Muyun was no pushover. He immediately retaliated with a barrage of sword energies. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. But Yi Muyun's current body was not his original. Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage. A resounding dragon roar echoed, and the images of dragons and elephants intertwined around Yi Muyun as a translucent armor of dragons and elephants began to envelop him. Dragon-elephant body? Everyone present was taken aback. Hua Miao Miao gasped in shock. "Isn't this the prodigious talent of Lan Ruyu? How can this be?" Wan Yinghao remarked darkly that it must be due to this person's technique. His technique likely allows him to strip others of their talents. Zhuang Jiaying and the others gasped in astonishment. Such a nefarious technique exists in this world. Their gazes towards Yi Muyun became increasingly avaricious. Lan Xun, upon witnessing the dragon-elephant body enveloping Yi Muyun, was filled with rage. "How can you possess my son's dragon-elephant body?" Yi Muyun paid no heed to Lan Xun, unleashing a torrent of sword energies in response. Lan Xun brandished his blue spear, which crackled with bolts of lightning. "Very well. You will not speak? I shall beat you to the brink of death, and then we shall see if you choose to speak." Lightning Soul Spear. Lan Shuyuan's form transformed into a streak of blue lightning, surging towards Yi Muyun. Though Lan Xuyuan moved with incredible speed, it was of no consequence against the stunning phantom step. Yi Muyun effortlessly dodged the attack. Lan Xuyuan, now exasperated, found himself at an impasse. Despite being outmatched in strength, Yi Muyun managed to hold his ground, thanks to the stunning phantom step. The more they battled, the more impatient Lan Shuyuan became. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Come help me. This man should have died long ago." The four exchanged glances, each hesitant to act. They had hoped for a conclusion where both sides would suffer. Not a one-sided affair. Lan Xuyuan, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Ah, so it appears you have all harbored thoughts against me. Do you wish to witness a mutual destruction between me and this individual?" Hua Miao Miao spoke. "Brother Xiao Yuan, we truly do not desire such an outcome. However, we harbor a perplexity in our hearts. If you could assist us in unraveling this mystery, we would naturally be obliged to lend our aid." Lan Xiao Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. "Speak." Wan Yinghao inquired. From where did you acquire the Earth-grade martial arts you possess? Why have you concealed it until today? Is it not the Earth-grade martial arts from years past? Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. You have known me for so many years. Do you truly remain unaware of my character? My Earth-grade martial arts are absolutely unrelated to that from the past. You must first deal with this person, and then I shall explain the matter to you. The others exchanged glances. Zhuang Jiaying hesitated. Is what he says credible? Wan Yinghao replied ominously. Whether to believe him is clear to all of us. A heavy silence fell upon them, as their desire for mutual destruction and the acquisition of the Earth-grade martial arts overshadowed their concern for its origins. Yi Muyun sneered. It appears they are not particularly inclined to assist you. Lan Xiao Yuan retorted in anger. Do you not seek the Earth-grade martial arts? If it means avenging my son, what value does a volume of Earth-grade martial arts hold? Whoever can help me eliminate this individual shall claim that Earth-grade martial arts for themselves. The four below could no longer contain themselves. Exchanging a glance, they rushed into battle. Their intervention promptly turned the tide of the conflict. Yi Muyun remarked coldly, Old man, you are quite willing. Lan Xiao Yuan snorted disdainfully. As long as I can kill you, that is all that matters. That Yi Muyun suddenly laughed. I've been waiting for you all to join forces. You have provided an excellent opportunity. Lan Xiao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Yi Muyun grinned ominously. Have you ever seen a mushroom cloud? The crowd's faces turned pale with fear. Run, quickly. An eye in the sky slowly opened, releasing 24 self-destructing clones. Boom! A mushroom cloud towering several dozen meters high erupted. Those observing the commotion also cried out, Run for your lives. The terrifying explosive energy rapidly spread outward. Surrounding structures were instantly consumed by the dreadful energy. Even the city walls were obliterated. The center of the mushroom cloud. The surrounding area was reduced to ruins for 100 meters. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, several figures emerged from the heart of the mushroom cloud. Aside from Lan Xiao Yuan, who was gravely injured, Wan Yinghao and the other four were all obliterated, leaving not even a corpse behind. However, their souls were devoured by Yi Muyun in the process. Lan Xiao Yuan, trembling, pointed a finger at Yi Muyun. You have turned my Jianyang city into this, showing utter disregard for the lives of ordinary citizens, wielding such a powerful martial art. Lord Xiang Kong will certainly not let you go. Yi Muyun coldly regarded Lan Xiao Yuan, slowly approaching him. First and foremost, I shall not spare you. Yi Muyun's hand reached toward Lan Xiao Yuan's head. Stop. A bolt of lightning struck directly at Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun's expression changed. In an instant, he executed the stunning ghost steps, bracing against the thunderbolt. Feeling a lingering dread, Yi Muyun was relieved that the stunning ghost steps provided invincibility for 3 seconds. Otherwise, he would have perished from that lightning strike. Yi Muyun looked up to see several terrifying auras descending from the sky. Among them, some were unfamiliar to him, eliciting a sense of awe. All eyes in the group focused intently on Yi Muyun. One man, clad in crescent moon attire, bellowed, Who are you? Did you cause all of this? Yi Muyun fixed his gaze on the man. Ding, race, human race name, Shao, Aegean realm. Mid-level nether phase combat power. 2700 Yi Muyun was taken aback. This individual was remarkably young, yet possessed a mid-level nether phase realm, with combat power exceeding that of an ordinary mid-level nether phase. Where did this group come from? Shao Aegean, glaring at Yi Muyun, barked, I am asking you a question. Are you mute? An elder in the group inquired of another beside him. Xiang Kong, if I recall correctly. Jianyang Prefecture falls under your jurisdiction. You should handle this. Xiang Kong respectfully bowed to the elder. Yes, Xiang Kong. The father of Xiyang Jian, the lord of Tianshi County. Who is this elder that commands such respect from a county lord? Ding race. Human race name. Jiang Bei Realm. Combat power. What on earth? Yi Muyun was bewildered. It was his first encounter with the system revealing question marks for information. System. What is this question mark? Ding. The opponent's realm exceeds that of the host by a significant margin, rendering specific information temporarily inaccessible. Could it be that this elder, Yi Muyun, entertained a bold hypothesis? The elder's attire bore the crescent moon emblem. suggesting a strong likelihood of affiliation with the evil moon sect. Yi Mu Yun endeavored to calm his emotions. His 7 fiends go seal had yet to be utilized, and fleeing remained a viable option. Moreover, even if this body were to perish, it would not harm his true self. Thus he had little to fear, as Yang Kong hovered in the sky, scrutinizing Yi Mu Yun, a powerful pressure descending upon him. Boom! The mere pressure distorted the surrounding space, causing the debris on the ground to tremble uncontrollably. Those nearby felt the weight of this pressure, with some collapsing to their knees. They gazed in terror at the figures above. Who are they? The sheer force of their presence is terrifying, suggesting they are formidable individuals. Did you not hear the elder's words? One among them is Lord Yang Kong, the ruler of Tianshi County. Ah, if Yang Kong shows such deference to the elder, how fearsome must his identity be? Yi Mu Yun remained unaffected by Yang Kong's pressure. It was a form of spiritual suppression. However, at that moment, Yi Mu Yun's spirit resided in the distant skeleton sea, rendering him impervious to any impact. Yi Mu Yun's gaze locked onto Yang Kong. Ding, race, human race name. Yang Kong realm. Mid-level Nether King combat power, 4100. A king's realm? This Yang Kong is indeed a Nether King, a level that likely surpasses the Great Lord at the center of the skeleton sea. Furthermore, his standard combat power reaches an impressive 4100. To suggest that a county lord possesses no martial arts above Earth grade would be utterly unbelievable. With martial arts enhancement, his combat power would at least reach the late or even peak Nether King realm. Yi Mu Yun spoke indifferently. You're Yang Kong? Yang Kong was astonished. This individual was unaffected by his pressure, indicating he was no ordinary foe. Indeed. How? Do you know me? Yi Mu Yun smiled. I do not, but it seems we may cross paths in the future. Yang Kong snorted coldly. So you kill my people, slaughter my citizens, and reduced Jianyang Prefecture to this state, and you believe you can simply walk away? In front of all these witnesses, including the esteemed elder from the evil moon sect, if I let you go, I, Yang Kong, would no longer be fit to be the ruler of this county. Yi Mu Yun smiled faintly. Do you not wish to inquire as to how this situation came to be? Had they not repeatedly provoked me, could it have escalated to this extent? Yang Kong narrowed his eyes, glancing at the gravely injured Lan Xiao Yuan. What transpired? Lan Xiao Yuan opened his mouth, but due to his severe injuries, he could not utter a word as Yang Kong snorted in anger. Useless to be so thoroughly trounced on your own turf. You have brought shame upon us all. Yang Kong casually scanned the crowd in the distance, his gaze settling upon a bystander. You, come forth and answer. The man, taken aback by Yang Kong's selection, felt compelled to obey and hurriedly approached him. I humbly greet you, Lord Yang Kong. Please ask whatever you wish. Yang Kong replied indifferently. Relay the events as they transpired. The man nodded in acknowledgement. You have indeed chosen the right person. I am well versed in the details of this matter. It unfolded as follows. Yang Kong's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration as he glared at the fallen Lan Xiao Yuan. This was truly an embarrassing predicament, having sought out trouble and ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Yi Mu Yun let out a cold chuckle. Am I free to leave now? Just as Yang Kong was caught in a dilemma, Lan Xiao Yuan shouted with all his might. Lord Yang Kong, you must not let him go. He possesses the demonic sex techniques. He cannot be allowed to escape. Yang Kong's demeanor shifted. Demonic sect techniques. Are you from Fengzhou? Yi Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. And if I am, what of it? Yang Kong retorted coldly. If that is indeed the case, then you cannot be permitted to leave. Today, you shall meet your demise. Yi Mu Yun's mind began to formulate a plan as he calmly remarked, Are you suggesting that you wish to wage war against Fengzhou? Yang Kong coldly declared, Your bravado is amusing. Do you believe that killing you will instigate a conflict between our two states? I shall see for myself whether your death can indeed provoke such a war. Yi Mu Yun was prepared to unleash the 7 fiends go seal at any moment. Suddenly, Jiang Bei interjected. Hold on. Yang Kong halted, perplexed, and turned to Jiang Bei. Elder Jiang? Jiang Bei Yi's gaze shifted between Yi Mu Yun and Lan Xiao Yuan. What kind of technique did he employ? Lan Xiao Yuan recalled, reporting to Elder Jiang, I did not witness it personally, but my subordinates relayed that this individual wields a devouring type of technique. My son, Lan Ru Yu, attempted to ensnare him with a formation alongside several sect members, only for this person to utterly consume the energy within the formation, shattering it, and subsequently sucking the life out of those who cast the formation. Moreover, he even robbed my son of his innate dragon elephant physique. Jiangbei Yi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of brilliance flashing through them. The Heaven Demon Devouring Technique? Si Kong was similarly taken aback. The Heaven Demon Devouring Technique was a supreme art of the demonic Night Palace in Fengzhou. Was this man truly affiliated with the demonic Night Palace? Jiang Bei, he fixed his gaze firmly upon Yi Muyun. Who is your master in the demon flute? Yi Muyun feigned ignorance. I know nothing of this Heaven Demon Devouring Technique, the demonic Night Palace, or the demon flute. Initially intending to fabricate a story to intimidate his opponent, he found himself inadvertently hitting the mark. Why Yi Muyun coolly stated, I have no information to disclose. A murderous intent flickered in Si Kong's eyes. You dare to play tricks, Jiang Bei interjected. Perhaps this individual is not even from the demonic Night Palace. It is entirely possible that his techniques are mere imitations, that I could eliminate him right now. Jiang Bei, he shot a stern glance at Si Kong. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Have I given you permission to act? Si Kong trembled slightly, hastily admitting his fault. I acted impulsively. I beg Elder Jiang for your forgiveness. The other city lords present watched with glee as Si Kong found himself in a tight spot. Jiang Bei, he stated with indifference. Before I departed the sect, I received word that the demonic Night Palace had dispatched individuals intending to seize the opportunity during our hunt for the great demon. You are likely one of those sent by the demonic Night Palace. Yi Muyun found the old man's imagination amusing. He had said nothing, yet the elder had conjured an entire narrative, one that was surprisingly coherent. Given that he had spun such a tale, it would be impolite not to indulge him. Why Yi Muyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a rather arrogant demeanor. I believe Elder Jiang is mistaken. I am merely passing through this area. If I had intended to seize anything, why would I not accompany you? Observing Yi Muyun's defiant posture, the onlookers became even more convinced that he was indeed from the demonic Night Palace. Surely, only someone of such background would dare speak so boldly to an elder of the Evil Moon sect. Jiang Bei, Yi's eyes crinkled slightly as he smiled. Your acting leaves much to be desired. You cannot deceive an old man with such feeble skills. The demonic Night Palace must have anticipated that the great demon would appear in this vicinity, hence your early arrival at Jiangyang Prefecture. Goodness, this old fellow is quite the thinker. He has woven a narrative for me that is commendable. Yi Muyun shook his head. The words may be yours, but they are yours to claim. May I leave now? Yi Muyun inquired. Jiang Bei, he replied. Since you have arrived, I cannot simply allow you to depart. Where would that leave the reputation of the Evil Moon sect? How about this? I have a disciple, quite young yet with considerable talent. If you can surpass him, then you may leave. This way, I am not bullying you. If the demonic Night Palace comes looking for us afterward, it will only reflect your lack of strength. As Jiang Bei spoke, he turned to a young man nearby, Jihao. Jihao bowed respectfully. Elder, Jiang Bei smiled. Go and spar with our friend from the demonic Night Palace. I wish to see how your recent training has fared. Do take care. Jihao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Muyun. Jiang Bei, he had deliberately emphasized the word care, and Jihao instantly understood. In combat, one must always be cautious. Accidents can happen. Jihao looked down at Yi Muyun. Friend, please. Ding. Race. Human race name. Jihao realm. Mid-level nether phase combat power. 3,000 mid-level nether phase with a combat power of 3,000. This fellow was certainly no ordinary person, but rather a prodigy. This old man was indeed cunning, setting a prodigy against him. However, it remained within Yi Muyun's control. If need be, he could unleash the Eye of the Reaper, bombarding relentlessly. If one strike did not suffice, he would continue until his opponent was vanquished. Jiang Bei, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Muyun. Jihao, you must give it your all. Do not bring shame to the Evil Moon sect. Why would one exert full effort against a mere rabbit? Jihao smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Understood. In an instant, Ji Hao erupted with terrifying energy, flames soaring around him, painting the sky crimson like tea that moment. He stood as a king of flames descending upon the mortal realm. Simultaneously, Ji Hao's combat power surged. Leaping from 3,000 to 4,000, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. My heavens! What am I witnessing? Is that the legendary king of talents? Indeed, it is the fabled king of talents, and a domineering fire spirit king at that. With the emergence of a royal physique, who can rival him? All other talents must yield. It seemed that this man was truly in peril. Yimu Yun felt his heart skip a beat. This old man was indeed devious, sending forth a royal physique to battle him, whose combat power was nearing that of Si Yong Kong. Were he to arrive in his true form, he might have stood a chance against Ji Hao, but in his current state, it was utterly hopeless. Ji Hao toyed with the flickering flames in his hand. Eyeing Yimu Yun with keen interest, I have heard that the techniques of the demonic night palace are exceedingly strange. I have long wished to test them out. Friend from the demonic night palace, please, make your move. Yimu Yun replied coolly. Since you are aware, you must also know that the techniques of the demonic night palace are not suited for friendly sparring. One misstep could lead to either death or injury. Given Elder John's concern for both factions, I shall do my part. I have recently learned a sealing technique. Should you manage to break it, I will allow the Evil Moon sect to handle me as they see fit. Jiang Bei wore a somewhat grim expression, never expecting that his underhanded tactics would backfire on him. He cast a glance at Ji Hao, who disdainfully remarked, "Rest assured, Elder. Under my royal body, all restrictions shall be reduced to mere ashes." Yimu Yun mused to himself, "You really know how to boast. Why, 7 Fiends Go Seal disregards realms entirely. Not only you, but even the ancestor of your Evil Moon sect would have to kneel obediently before my seal. How dare this little brat underestimate me? You won't escape unscathed." With an air of arrogance, Ji Hao crossed his arms and scoffed, "I rank among the top 10 in the Evil Moon sect. While I can't claim invincibility among the younger generation, I certainly stand among the elite. You think your petty tricks can confine me? Save your effort. I advise you not to struggle. Wouldn't it be easier to let me defeat you outright?" Yimu Yun smiled faintly. "It's one thing for the first or second to boast, but you, a mere top 10, dare to flaunt. If I were you, I'd rather find a block of tofu and end it all." Ji Hao's face flushed crimson from Yimu Yun's words. "Will you, an outsider, know? You have no comprehension of the significance of ranking among the top 10 in the Evil Moon sect. Anyone who can achieve a position on that list is a prodigy, a remarkable talent. Those on the list are the future pillars of the Evil Moon sect, its elite, and I, having secured a place in the top 10 among these elites, am the Siarmi de la Siarmi. You understand nothing. Why Yimu Yun appeared intrigued. With such grandiose claims, I hope this elite among elites won't find himself unable to counter my little trick." Ji Hao glared at Yimu Yun. "Come at me. If I, Ji Hao, cannot break your little trick, then I shall no longer be worthy of the title of disciple of the Evil Moon sect. And I shall withdraw from the sect, renouncing my title as a disciple of the Evil Moon sect." Why, Yimu Yun clapped his hands. "Good. At such a young age, you possess such spirit. I admire that. I hope you won't regret it." Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, but said nothing. He had confidence in his own disciple, especially Ji Hao, who, as he had asserted, was already quite exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him along for the mission to eradicate the great demon. However, he would not allow his disciple to suffer. Jiang Bei remarked coolly, "Since you have allowed my disciple to speak such venomous words, shouldn't you also offer something in return? Otherwise, it would be quite unfair." Yimu Yun internally scoffed, realizing that this old man truly would not suffer any losses. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. It was merely bravado, for Ji Hao would undoubtedly find himself unable to escape his 7 Fiends Go Seal. Yimu Yun stated casually, "In that case, if he does break free from my sealing technique, I shall not require your assistance. I will simply die on the spot." Jiang Bei chuckled. "Excellent. He had not anticipated that you possess such fortitude. It truly garnered my respect. Since the atmosphere has escalated to this point, please, make your move." Yimu Yun glanced at Ji Hao, and a strange, eerie aura emanated from his hand. 7 Fiends Go Seal. The eerie aura split into 7 parts, each flying off in different directions, each exuding a chilling, spine-tingling wail. The seven entities swiftly coalesced into ghostly silhouettes that encircled Ji Hao. With a look of disdain, Ji Hao scoffed. "Humph, just a trivial skill. Wait a moment. I will incinerate all of these with a single fire blast." The seven ghostly figures opened their gaping maws, unleashing bizarre beams of light that snaked toward Ji Hao. As these strange beams emerged, Jiang Bei's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. What power is this? It invokes a sense of suppression. The beams entwine around Ji Hao, swiftly weaving into a seven-faced light pillar that enveloped him. Covered in an intricate array of incomprehensible runes, Jiang Bei was left speechless in astonishment. These runes? No, it can't be. How could he possibly utilize these runes? Xiang Kong also noticed the change in Jiang Bei's expression. "Elder Jiang, what is the matter with those runes?" Jiang Bei muttered. "Are you aware of the saying in our Xianming world that there is one mountain, two seas, three forbidden lands for demons, 9 saints, and 13 states?" Xiang Kong nodded. "Of course, I am familiar with that." Jiang Bei continued. "That one mountain refers to the ancestral mountain of the Xianming world, the Ming Ancestor Mountain. The runes on these light pillars bear a striking resemblance to those on the Ming Ancestor Mountain. They are not identical, but close enough. For all these years, no one has been able to decipher the meaning of the runes on Ming Ancestor Mountain, nor has anyone ever utilized them. Yang Kong's expression fluctuated. "Elder Jiang, are you suggesting that the Demon Knight Palace has mastered the method to wield these runes?" Jiang Bei raised his hand to halt Xiang Kong's words. "Let's observe first before jumping to conclusions." Xiang Kong understood Jiang Bei's intent. The relationship between the demon sect and the holy sect was exceedingly delicate. Although both belonged to the 13 sacred lands, their ideologies were completely divergent, leading to continuous friction, with both sides eager to eliminate the other. Yet large-scale battles had never erupted. After all, both sides were aware that once war broke out, many lives would be lost, a scenario they wished to avoid. Should the demon sect gain overwhelming power, the delicate balance would tip, and a great conflict would be imminent. Thus, without confirmation, one should refrain from making baseless claims, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Ji Hao had completed the Seven Fiends' ghost seal, firmly trapping him within. Mu Yun remarked coolly, "You may now attempt to break my seal." Ji Hao lightly tapped the light pillar twice, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "This seal? I can break it with a mere flick of my hand." Flames erupted in Ji Hao's hand as he struck the light pillar with great force. His astonishment. His fiery punch merely rippled against the pillar, not even leaving a crack. Ji Hao's expression shifted. "I underestimated your sealing technique." "Interesting." Ji Hao slapped the light pillar, countless runes appearing around him as the temperature soared, transforming him into a being of fire. Explode. Intense heat surged from Ji Hao's palm, seeking to consume the light pillar. Yet, the pillar remained unaffected, merely rippling without any signs of damage. Ji Hao's expression darkened. Mu Yun observed Ji Hao, mocking him. "Boy, did you not claim to be formidable? That so-called elite among elites, and yet you cannot even break the seal of an ordinary disciple of the Demon Knight Palace. Is this the caliber of the Evil Moon sect's elite?" Ji Hao's face turned a deep shade of anger, Mu Yun's words cutting deep. "What are you so proud of? I only exerted 30% of my power to test the sturdiness of your seal. Now, I will break it." Ji Hao's pupils instantly turned to molten gold, a phoenix-like emblem appearing on his forehead. Ming Phoenix Technique. Phoenix soars through the 9 heavens. With a resounding cry, Ji Hao transformed into a Ming Phoenix and struck fiercely against the light pillar. Yet, the pillar remained intact. Unscathed, Ji Hao's fist slammed against the pillar in a fit of rage, shouting, I refuse to believe it. I shall break this damned light pillar today." Firefall Phoenix Ascension. Ming Phoenix Sword. Break for me." No matter how hard Ji Hao struggled, he could not break free from the binding of the Seven Fiends' ghost seal. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes all fixated on Mu Yun. How could a king body of the Evil Moon sect fail to shatter his restraints? This individual possesses formidable strength. The most astonished were those who truly knew Ji Hao's capabilities. They were acutely aware of his prowess. Ji Hao's expression twisted into a grimace as he glared at Mu Yun. You must be concealing your true realm. You are an elder of the Night Demon Palace. Aren't you? Yi Mu Yun shrugged. I am not hiding my realm. I genuinely possess only the cultivation of the underworld chi stage. Jiang Bei's face darkened, his gaze on Yi Mu Yun filled with uncertainty. Beside him, Xiang Kong whispered, Elder, should I take action now? Jiang Bei shot a glare at Xiang Kong. Are you looking for trouble? If this brat alone possesses such an ability, it would be one thing. But if the entire Night Demon Palace is aware of this power, provoking them now would make us the scapegoats of the evil Moon Prefecture. Xiang Kong glanced at Yi Mu Yun. But letting him go like this is simply unacceptable. Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly, I agreed to let him leave, but I did not promise to spare his life. Xiang Kong paused slightly, quickly understanding Jiang Bei's intent. A trace of wariness flickering in his eyes. I understand. Yi Mu Yun said coolly to Ji Hao, cease your struggles. You cannot break my seal. It would be wiser to concede. Ji Hao glared at Yi Mu Yun. His unwillingness palpable. A disciple ranked on the Evil Moon Sect's Earth list, possessing the Fire Spirit King body. How could he not break free from a mere underworld chi seal? You must have tampered with it. I refuse to believe it. I do not believe. Jiang Bai found it. Ji Hao. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. Such a fragile mindset will lead to no great achievements in the future. Losing is losing. Concede to the friends of the Night Demon Palace. Ji Hao trembled, his body shaking, teeth grinding in defiance, his eyes bulging to Ji Hao concede. Yi Mu Yun turned to Jiang Bei. Why? I asked at it. I recall he stated that if he could not break my seal, he would no longer be a disciple of the Evil Moon Sect. Jiang Bei replied calmly, friends of the Night Demon Palace. One should show mercy when possible. Yi Mu Yun let out a cold laugh. Your double standards are painfully evident. Today, he must sever ties with the Evil Moon Sect. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Bei, causing the surrounding space to warp as everyone was bent under the weight of this pressure. Yet Yi Mu Yun remained unaffected. Jiang Bei's pupils constricted. He did not expect Yi Mu Yun to withstand his oppressive force. With narrowed eyes, his murderous intent intensified. Humph! Do not be ungrateful. I have already shown considerable deference to the Night Demon Palace. If you wish to live, it would be wise to leave now, should you continue to negotiate with me. I cannot guarantee your escape. Yi Mu Yun, unperturbed, retorted, old fool. Do not boast. Do you truly have the courage to kill me now? Jiang Bei's hand trembled as he pointed at Yi Mu Yun. You, after a millennium, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are courting death. Jiang Bei's aura surged once more, forcing those who had been merely bent over to the ground. Yet Yi Mu Yun remained unaffected, crossing his arms and mocking. Rein in that useless pressure of yours. Just look at how your own people are being crushed. Jiang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he secretly gathered terrifying energy in his hand. Yi Mu Yun, too, was prepared to unleash the Seven Fiends Go Seal at any moment. Just as Jiang Bei was about to strike, he suddenly retracted the terrifying energy he had gathered. He relented, realizing he could not kill Yi Mu Yun in front of so many witnesses. Even if he intended to kill, it would have to be done in secrecy. To do so openly would invite trouble for the Evil Moon Sect, and he did not wish to face judgment from the Elder Council. Jiang Bei had already formulated a plan in his mind. He would leave a mark on Yi Mu Yun when he departed, and as soon as this person left, he could strike swiftly. However, Yi Mu Yun discovered that his identity as a member of the Night Demon Palace proved unexpectedly advantageous, making him reluctant to leave. He was confident that the old man dared not kill him in front of this crowd. Jiang Bei's voice turned icy. While I have yet to change my mind, you should leave at once. Yi Mu Yun smiled. I have changed my mind. Unless you sever his ties with the Evil Moon Sect today, I will follow you, patiently awaiting the arrival of great calamities. Jiang Bei was taken aback by Yi Mu Yun's audacity. You, Ji Hao glared at Yi Mu Yun. You are delusional. I am among the elite of the Evil Moon Sect. How could I possibly sever my ties? I declare here now, I, Ji Hao, will absolutely not leave the Evil Moon Sect today. Exclamation point. Yi Mu Yun ignored Ji Hao and turned his gaze to Jiang Bei. I am uninterested in his boasting. I am more concerned about your stance. Jiang Beiyi's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to Ji Hao. Ji Hao was taken aback, wondering why Elder Jiang was looking at him. Surely he did not intend to expel him from the Evil Moon sect. The people surrounding Jiang Beiyi were equally bewildered. They could not comprehend why he would bow to a mere underworld chi ant. Ji Hao's complexion paled as he stammered. Elder Jiang Beiyi, he spoke in a low voice, in the name of the Elder of the Evil Moon Prefecture, I hereby expel Ji Hao from the Evil Moon sect. From this moment forth, Ji Hao shall no longer be a disciple of the Evil Moon sect. Clap, clap. Yi Mu Yun applauded loudly. Elder Jiang truly has great resolve. I am genuinely impressed. Look at that. His words carry weight that in the future, those without strength should refrain from boasting, lest they fall painfully. Ji Hao immediately knelt. If it were not for Elder Jiang, what would I have done? You cannot expel me from the sect. Elder Jiang, you cannot do this. Why must you heed the words of someone from another sect? 3 piercing questions struck Jiang Beiyi's heart, igniting a furious blaze within him. Are you teaching me how to act? A chill surged from Ji Hao's feet to his back, causing him to promptly close his mouth. Jiang Beiyi, he barked, are you satisfied now? Can you leave this place? Yi Mu Yun noticed that this old man was so eager to force him away, clearly hiding something sinister. Why Yi Mu Yun stretched lazily, suddenly feeling a desire to stay. Jiang Beiyi, he trembled with rage. You! Xiang Kong shouted, all right, I shall apprehend you now. Elder Jiang has his reasons for sparing you, but capturing you is still within my power. Yi Mu Yun retorted, Xiang Kong, you a king realm cultivator. Dare to lay hands on someone in the underworld chi stage. Does the Evil Moon sect still have any face left? Xiang Kong chuckled that I am not of the Evil Moon sect. I merely serve as an officer under its jurisdiction, as the lord of a county. We must discuss the state of my territory, which you have left in disarray, as Xiang Kong prepared to act. 7 ghostly figures surrounded him, as Yang Kong scoffed that I am a genuine underworld king realm powerhouse. Do you think this can stop me? A beam of light enveloped Xiang Kong, who casually raised his hand, attempting to pierce through the radiant column with several strands of sword energy. Yet, the light continued to ripple undisturbed. What? This time, it was Xiang Kong who was taken aback. How could his casual strike, a manifestation of the underworld monarch realm, fail to breach this person's barrier? Unwilling to be defeated by fate, Xiang Kong fervently devised various methods to dismantle the restriction, ultimately resorting to his most powerful technique. Judgment Sword, a multitude of solidified swords coalesced behind Xiang Kong, targeting a single point of a light column, aiming to break through by concentrating force upon a singularity. However, to his utter disbelief, his assault inflicted not the slightest harm upon the luminescent barrier. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. This must be a jest. If Ji Hao was incapable of breaking through, it could be attributed to his youth, but how could Lord Xiang Kong also be thwarted? The other county lords exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Although they often looked down upon Xiang Kong's obsequiousness towards the Shiwa sect, they acknowledged his formidable prowess. After all, Xiang Kong was a sword cultivator, renowned for his lethal and destructive capabilities, ranking among the elite within the underworld monarch realm. If he could not breach this individual's barrier, what hope did they possess? Meanwhile, Jiang Beiyi's expression darkened further, proving once more that the Mo Yi Palace wielded the power of the runes atop the Ming Ancestor Mountain. Just as Jiang Beiyi prepared to lend his aid, the sky suddenly tore open, unleashing a tremendous rift, accompanied by violent tremors across the ground. Jiang Beiyi's countenance shifted that a great demon had descended. Hunting the demon was paramount. Those around Jiang Beiyi nodded in agreement. Why, Imiyun murmured to himself. So the great demon truly has emerged here. This presents an opportunity. With deft movements, Jiang Beiyi conjured a rotating disc artifact that hovered in the air, its pointer spinning wildly as he opened his eyes. He grasped the disc tightly to the north. Swiftly, Jiang Beiyi led the charge, followed closely by streams of light, while Xiang Kong watched anxiously, helplessly ensnared within the 7 Fiends' ghost seal. The great demon has emerged. Quickly dismantle this barrier. I must slay the great demon. Yi Mu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Kong, unperturbed by his claims, suspecting he might even seek to eliminate him before departing. Whether to seal or unseal, you must rely on your own abilities. With that, Yimuyun hastened towards the city outskirts, heading north. About a minute later, the light column of the Seven Fiends' ghost seal dissipated, and Xiang Kong shot forth, his fury trailing behind him. "Kid, don't let me encounter you again. That if we meet next time, I'll tear you to shreds." Once Jiang Bei and the others departed, those who had discussed the great demon in the tavern emerged, their gazes laden with significance as they looked towards the north. Unexpectedly, the Shiwa sect anticipated our Mo Yi Palace's arrival to seize the opportunity. A cold laugh escaped from the figure, knowing changes nothing. Once the Mo Yi Palace intervenes, this great demon shall surely belong to us. A subordinate, dressed in the garb of an assistant, hurried over. "Lord Yalong Tian, that cloaked figure is impersonating one of our Mo Yi Palace members. Should we eliminate him?" Yalong Tian waved his hand dismissively. Not act hastily. With Jiang Bei regarding him as one of our own, it serves to conceal our true intentions. Once we have vanquished the great demon, we can deal with him at our leisure. The subordinate lowered his head slightly. "Understood." The Mo Yi Palace nodded. "Relay the order." All disciples lurking in the shadows prepared to mobilize. The roar echoed from the northern reaches of Zhongyang Prefecture, followed by a formidable presence surging forth with a violent wind. Why, Yimuyun murmured, "Is this the great demon? Such imposing force. How fortunate I am to be using a decoy. Had it been my true self just now, I would have been rendered immobile." Its aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Unaffected by the oppressive presence, Yimuyun swiftly approached the great demon. Suddenly, a massive fragment of shattered mountain plummeted from the sky, and Yimuyun promptly executed the surging ghost steps to evade disaster. Yet another tempest of terrifying destructive force sought to consume everything in its path. Utilizing the surging ghost steps once more, he narrowly escaped. The landscape crumbled, with thunder and lightning echoing as if the world were meeting its end. This great demon is astonishingly powerful. I question whether Jiang Bei and his companions can contend with it. I must avoid being killed by the great demon. Ideally, both sides would suffer mutual destruction. That way, neither would escape, and I could absorb the experience from both. As Yimuyun contemplated, he drew closer, soon catching sight of figures soaring through the sky, Jiang Bei and his crew. Then Yimuyun beheld a shocking sight. A colossal head emerged between two towering mountains, resembling that of a dragon, save for its lack of horns. Following the head's trajectory, Yimuyun beheld its body, akin to a robust python, coiling around a mountain, its purple scales glistening under the sun's rays, blindingly radiant. "Why," Yimuyun murmured, "is this the great demon? It's enormous. Can I truly devour such a creature?" Ding. Species. Destruction Dragon Clan species name. Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent Realm. Combat power. By heavens, this serpent seems formidable indeed. Although both parties were uncertain, it was evident that this serpent far surpassed Jiang Bei in strength. Yimuyun found a secure location, quietly observing the fierce clash between Jiang Bei and the serpent. Biding his time for an opportunity to seize the spoils, the Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent glanced at Jiang Bei and his companions. "I have just emerged, and you are already here. How swift you are." Jiang Bei snorted in response. "Wretched beast, if you had arrived a little later, Wu-Ti, you have laid waste to everything within 1,000 miles. The Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent chuckled menacingly. "I am born of destruction, devoted to annihilation. My duty is to bring ruin to all worlds. You cannot halt me." Jiang Bei scoffed. "You extraterrestrial entities, we have long since devised countermeasures against your kind. Countless beings like you have perished before you." The Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent let out a furious roar. "Mere insignificant ants! How dare you speak so boldly? I shall obliterate you first." With a swift motion, the serpent's claws tore through the void, unleashing hundreds of bolts of lightning towards Jiang Bei and his group. Jiang Bei bellowed, "Form the formation." The county lords beside him promptly arranged themselves in formation, centering around Jiang Bei, creating a massive crescent that enveloped them. The tempest of lightning unleashed by the serpent inflicted no harm upon their crescent formation. The Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent was momentarily taken aback. Interesting, you can withstand my lightning storm. Now, let us see how you endure. The gargantuan serpent detached itself from the mountain, soaring into the air, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as it approached the crescent formation. Jiang Bei regarded the serpent coldly, seemingly prepared. Shift the formation with a series of hand seals. The original crescent transformed into a lethal sword. Execute. With Jiang Bei's command, a colossal sword, stretching thousands of meters, materialized in the void, piercing toward the Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent. The cold light cleaved through the sky, colliding with the serpent's claws. Boom. The terrifying might caused the heavens and earth to tremble, shattering nearby mountains into dust. The Shiwa Destruction Crystal Serpent let out a pained cry as blue blood seeped from one of its claws. Evidently injured by the previous clash, you insignificant insects dare to wound me. I shall ensure your demise. With that, the serpent's tail whipped violently, conjuring countless whirlwinds infused with destructive energy, reducing everything in their path to mere paper. Utterly fragile, no object could withstand such overwhelming force. The county lords turned pale at this sight, experiencing their first encounter with a great demon, realizing that it was far more terrifying than the legends had portrayed. Within the formation, only Jiang Bei remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The hunt begins. Jiang Bei turned to Xiang Kong and proclaimed, Xiang Kong, the position you occupy has become redundant. Your next task is to keep a vigilant watch over that figure in the black robe. His sealing techniques are exceedingly peculiar. Monitor him closely, and should you uncover any opportunity, strike him down without hesitation. Xiang Kong nodded in affirmation. Understood. As Jiang Bei concluded his instructions, he produced a black crystal from his possession and inscribed a formation to secure the crystal in place, thus taking the position of Xiang Kong. With the inclusion of the black crystal, the formation instantly transformed into a shadowy abyss. The Xiaoyu Hurong, taken aback, gazed at the darkened formation. Yet, the Xiaoyu Hurong possessed unwavering confidence in its own strength. No matter how you struggle, you remain mere ants. Now, allow you insignificant creatures to experience the might of annihilation. The destructive hurricane seemed to be under its control, converging towards the black formation. The Xiaoyu Hurong, brimming with arrogance, suddenly changed its expression. IT realized that its power of destruction was being countered by that black aura. Once stripped of its destructive essence, the hurricane merely became an ordinary wind, incapable of inflicting any harm upon the formation. How could you possibly withstand my destructive force? Suddenly, a figure shot forth from within the black formation. It was Jiang Bei. Sword, come forth. The black aura from the formation coalesced into a black longsword in Jiang Bei's grasp. Simultaneously, a shroud of black energy enveloped him, forming an armor of shadows. Jiang Bei cast a cold smile at the Xiaoyu Hurong. Beast, perish! Seeing Jiang Bei dare to advance, the Xiaoyu Hurong's fury intensified. You insignificant ant, unaware of your impending doom. The Xiaoyu Hurong lashed out with its massive form, imbued with destructive power, towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, not daring to be careless, unleashed all his strength, flying rainbow, sword technique. He became one with his sword, piercing the heavens, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the Xiaoyu Hurong, but a howl of anguish echoed as the Xiaoyu Hurong beheld its tail pierced by the black sword light. Soon after, it felt the black energy rapidly infiltrating its body, voraciously consuming its power of destruction. IT is indeed the underworld crystal, Jiang Bei sneered. Now you realize, but it is too late. Your power of destruction shall be drained to the last drop. In a fit of extreme rage, the Xiaoyu Hurong moved with astonishing speed, and before Jiang Bei could react, it was already before him. You vile human! Die! Jiang Bei's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the Xiaoyu Hurong's speed would be so swift in its fury. It was too late to defend himself, as a claw sent him flying. The blow was delivered with full force. Although Jiang Bei was not slain, his bones were shattered, and he sustained grave internal injuries. Struggling against his injuries, Jiang Bei called out, quickly, focus all your strength for a fatal strike. The princesses hastily mobilized the formation's power. Yet without the formation's core, its potency could not possibly match its former glory. In an instant, it was breached by the Xiaoyu Hurong, and several princesses were torn to shreds. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Muyun lamented, "Such experience, do not waste it," attempting to harness his devouring ability. Yi Muyun sought a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, the system's bestowed devouring talent proved extraordinary, allowing him to draw the souls of those princesses from such a distance. Haha, this time I truly struck gold. These individuals are at least of the underworld monarch realm, so their experience should be considerable. Ding. You have gained 30,000 experience. You have gained 40,000 experience. That Yi Muyun could hardly contain his joy. The underworld monarch realm indeed yields vast experience. A single individual amounts to tens of thousands. In stark contrast, Jiang Bei's countenance darkened. He realized he had been overly complacent, believing that possessing the underworld crystal capable of restraining great demons was infallible, only to find himself in dire straits. The remaining members of the Xiaoyu sect, witnessing the slaughter of their companions, no longer dared to engage the Xiaoyu Hurong. Elder Jiang, perhaps we should retreat to the sect and seek reinforcements. Though reluctant, given their current state, remaining would be tantamount to seeking death. Agreed. Return to the sect. Just as Jiang Bei prepared to leave, several figures appeared. Elder Jiang, I have just arrived. Why the rush to depart? Jiang Bei's expression shifted. Who are you? The leader peeled away a layer of mask from his face, smiling. After so many years, I did not expect you would not recognize my voice. Jiang Bei exclaimed in disbelief. Elder of the Devil's Night Palace, Yi Lang Tian. Curse be it. What is Si Yang Kong doing, surrounded by others, and unaware? Yi Lang Tian chuckled. He's been drawn to the figure in the black robe. Black robe figure. Jiang Bei exclaimed, he is not allied with you. Yi Lang Tian replied with a grin. Of course not. The Devil's Night Palace operates discreetly. It is impossible for anyone to discover our actions. His deeds diverge too greatly from our own. At that moment, Jiang Bei was consumed by regret. He had been completely deceived. If that individual is not from the Devil's Night Palace, how could he wield your unique technique? The heavenly demon devouring technique? Yi Lang Tian pondered for a moment. Although his technique bears some resemblance to our heavenly demon devouring technique, it is not the same. Jiang Bei's eyes narrowed, betraying his intent to kill. Elder Yi, this great demon belongs to your Devil's Night Palace. I shall not interfere, but you must grant me a path to vengeance that I wish to slay that individual with my own hands. Yi Lang Tian scoffed. Now that we have revealed ourselves, do you truly believe you can survive? Do not harbor such delusions. Your demise is assured. However, I can assist you. When we depart shortly, we shall take that individual's life as well. Jiang Bei sighed, fully aware that his previous words were unrealistic. The Devil's Night Palace was notorious for leaving no roots behind, and these individuals would never allow him to escape. Xiao Yijian and the others promptly surrounded Jiang Bei, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Yi Lang Tian and his companions. Elder Jiang, do not worry. With us here, they cannot harm you. Yi Lang Tian cast a disdainful glance at them. You think you stand a chance? Behave yourselves. Later, I shall claim your lives. Yi Lang Tian unleashed several black threads from his palm, all adorned with runes in an instant, the members of the Xiaoyu sect found themselves tightly bound by the black threads. This binding technique is difficult even for those of the underworld monarch realm to escape. Let alone you mere children. Yi Lang Tian commanded 2 individuals to supervise the Xiaoyu sect members, then led everyone toward the still rampaging Xiaoyu Hurong. Affected by the underworld crystal, the Xiaoyu Hurong's body was being eroded, as though countless insects were gnawing within, inflicting immense agony. Unable to vent its fury, upon spotting the approaching humans, its rage escalated. Vile humans, it is you who have caused me such suffering. You shall all perish. With a thunderous roar, the Xiaoyu Hurong unleashed a gray energy beam, prompting Yi Lang Tian to swiftly evade. Those unable to escape were obliterated by the gray energy, while the surrounding mountains were obliterated as well. Yi Lang Tian remarked, such a temper. Alas, it will still meet its demise. As he spoke, a small black tower appeared in his hand and was hurled into the air. Suppression. The black tower rapidly expanded, enveloping the Ciu Huron within. 4 black beams of light bound the Ciu Huron, rendering it immobile. Lang Tian stated coolly, prepared to take action. The individuals from the Demon Knight Palace nodded in unison, each grasping a rod inscribed with runes, which they plunged directly into the body of the abyssal moon crystal serpent to commence its exsanguination. The serpent writhed in agony, exerting all its strength to escape as the formidable energy enveloping the small tower began to fracture. Yilang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the terrifying power of the abyssal moon crystal serpent, which, despite being gravely injured, still possessed such might. The members of the Demon Knight Palace expressed their trepidation, exclaiming, "Elder Yi, what shall we do? The restraints of the small tower are loosening rapidly. It may not hold much longer." Yilang Tian's countenance darkened as he replied, "Focus on your tasks, that I shall stabilize the seal." He soared to the apex of the small tower, placing his palm upon its summit, channeling vast energy into it. With this influx of new power, the tower regained its potency, mending the myriad fissures in the beams of light. The abyssal moon crystal serpent let out a furious roar. "Despicable humans! If you wish for my demise, then you shall not escape your fate. I shall take you down with me." Suddenly, the purple gem upon the serpent's brow shattered, releasing a terrifying surge of energy into it, instantly purging the swirling darkness within. The serpent returned to its peak state, but Yilang Tian cried out, "This is bad. I will suppress it." He spat blood and again infused energy into the small tower. Yet, the result was still insufficient to contain the abyssal moon crystal serpent, which caused the tower to shatter and Yilang Tian to suffer a backlash, his internal organs crushed, leaving him on the brink of death. Although several members of the Demon Knight Palace recognized the peril and fled swiftly, they were still caught in the shockwave, sustaining various injuries. Jiang Bei laughed heartily. "Yilang Tian, today is your day of reckoning." "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Yijian seized this opportune moment to strike while the members of the Demon Knight Palace were distracted. Attack! The followers of the Abyssal Moon sect immediately launched a surprise assault on the Demon Knight Palace, and several members were severely wounded. "Quickly assist Elder Jiang. Retreat to the sect." As a few attempted to escape, a figure blocked their path. One gets away. Yimuyu appeared suddenly, leaving the members of the Demon Knight Palace in shock. Yilang Tian trembled. "Were you not entangled by Si Yankong? How did you arrive here?" Yimuyu scoffed. "Can he truly hinder me?" He clasped his hands and smiled slightly. "Thank you, diligent workers, for your hard work." Both the members of the Demon Knight Palace and the Abyssal Moon sect were left dumbfounded, realizing they were merely pawns in a larger game. Xiao Yijian glared at Yimuyu. "Are you seeking death?" Yimuyu glanced at him dismissively. "Do you truly believe you have the standing to address me thus?" Xiao Yijian retorted angrily. "What do you have to be arrogant about, being merely in the spirit energy stage?" "Die!" Xiao Yijian surged forward, crackling with electricity towards Yimuyu. Yimuyu smiled faintly, evading Xiao Yijian's attack with a graceful sidestep, and swiftly enacted the Seven Fiends Go seal, trapping Xiao Yijian within. The others, seeing Xiao Yijian ensnared, rushed to assist. However, their powers were evidently lacking, all at the spirit's soul stage, and Yimuyu was able to eliminate several of them with just his sword energy in the blink of an eye. They fell to Yimuyu's lethal strikes, devoured utterly. Jiang Bei, his expression fluctuating, said ominously, "Spare me. As long as you do not take my life, I will comply with any of your requests." Meanwhile, Yilang Tian urgently interjected. "Do not heed him. This old fox is treacherous. Once you release him, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. He is untrustworthy." Jiang Bei insisted, "Release me. Your techniques bear resemblance to those of our Demon Knight Palace. We are kindred spirits. With your strength, coupled with my recommendation, becoming a true disciple of the Demon Knight Palace will be no challenge." Jiang Bei growled, "You're speaking nonsense, Yilang Tian. Do you think it is easy to become a true disciple of the Demon Knight Palace? Do not trust him. Trust me. He is no good. I have known him for ages. His current prowess is solely due to devouring and usurping the talents of others. He will drain you dry." Yilang Tian was immediately irked. "Old fool. You slander me. When have I ever been that kind of person? Do not listen to this old trickster. I mean what I say. I will ensure you become a true disciple of the Demon Knight Palace. Yi Muyu gazed from a distance at the now faltering abyssal moon crystal serpent, which was teetering on the brink of collapse. I do not have time for your quarrels. We shall talk later. Jiang Bei and Yi Langtian watched as Yi Muyu approached the abyssal moon crystal serpent. Jiang Bei called out, "With your strength, you cannot breach its defenses." Yi Muyu offered no explanation, placing a hand upon the serpent's head. Although the abyssal moon crystal serpent sensed a threat, it was too weak to resist any further. Devour. The serpent's body began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a desiccated husk, then into dust. Jiang Bei and Yi Langtian's pupils constricted simultaneously. Jiang Bei exclaimed, "You can actually devour this great demon. Are you not afraid of bursting?" Yi Langtian was equally astonished. Their Demon Knight Palace's heavenly demon devouring technique also involved consumption, yet it was never this extreme. Yi Muyu radiated only the aura of the spirit energy stage. Even if he concealed it all, his level should not be so high, yet he managed to consume such a formidable demon without suffering backlash. Could it be that he practices a technique superior to the heavenly demon devouring technique? Yi Langtian's mind raced with a bold conjecture. Could it be that this person is cultivating a sacred rank technique? Though this thought seemed far-fetched, as sacred rank techniques were exceedingly rare within the Demon Knight Palace, mostly existing as fragmented or lost manuscripts, it seemed only a sacred rank technique could accomplish such a feat. Ding! You have slain an abyssal moon crystal serpent, gaining 160,000 experience points that a mere one yields 160,000. Truly, it is a great demon. Yi Muyu felt a surge of excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully evolving. Evolution count 16 that you have acquired the skill. Crossing Woe Ghost Sword. Utilizing this skill will form a sword array with a 50-meter radius around you. For each additional undead creature within the array, its power increases by 1 the higher the skill level. The broader the array's range and the greater the power enhancement. Yi Muyu was overjoyed. This skill was tailor-made for him, as he commanded countless skeletons. Although the sword array's range was limited to 50 meters, it could still accommodate hundreds, multiplying his power manifold. Most importantly, there was no cap on the enhancement for him. As long as the array was sufficiently expansive and populated with enough undead, his strength could rise infinitely. Ding! You have gained an additional drop talent, Heart of Destruction. With this talent, all of the host's offensive methods carry inherent destructive power. Yi Muyu had witnessed the destructive capabilities of the abyssal moon crystal serpent, which were formidable. Any ordinary cultivator who came into contact would either perish or be grievously harmed, displaying sheer dominance. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to Skeleton General, granting one opportunity for a talent roulette draw. Yi Muyu could hardly contain his joy. Draw the grand roulette before him began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing the talent master of the undead dragon. With this talent, the host will acquire a bone tomb dimensional space. Upon the death of a skeleton, it will enter the bone tomb, and once the collection progress within the tomb reaches 100, a bone dragon will be produced. Current progress within the bone tomb, 0. Yi Muyu curiously inquired, "System, what level will the bone dragon cultivated in the bone tomb possess?" Ding! The bone dragon strength is determined by the level of collected deceased skeletons. The higher the level and greater the quantity, the stronger the bone dragon. Yi Muyu nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "If we consider the lowest tier of skeletal warriors, how formidable would the bone dragon be?" Ding! Strength of the Netherrealm. Yi Muyun's heart leapt with joy. This was quite impressive. The fact that even the weakest skeletal warrior could cultivate such power from the Netherrealm was a remarkable cost-performance ratio. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, successfully devouring a great demon, and earning one lottery spin. Another chance? Delightful. The Wheel of Fortune spun once more before Yi Muyun's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade card for Instant Blast Fist. Not bad. This allows for an enhancement of the skill level without consuming skill points. Without hesitation, he immediately used the Instant Blast Fist upgrade card. Ding! The skill level for Instant Blast Fist has been upgraded to level 4. It can unleash instantaneous strikes within a radius of 160 meters, causing physical, magical explosion, corrosion, and penetration damage, ignoring 100 points of both physical and magical defense. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement effects and the broader the range of use. Open the information panel. Host: Yimu Yun race. Undead race name. Junior Skeleton General Evolution Experience. 8000655360 Evolution Count. 16 exclusive talents. Group Devour, Skill Synthesis, Eye of the Siren, Heart of the Sword. Body of the Dragon Elephant, Heart of Destruction, Master of the Nether Dragon Skills. Tri-Elemental Force LV3, Instant Blast Fist LV4, Soul Storm, Eye of Death LV3, Bone Finger of Slaughter LV2, Ghostly Step of the Swift Swan. 7 Kill Ghost Seal, Crossing the Tribulation Ghost Sword Realm. Early Nether Soul Combat Power. 1550, he had initially ventured out to assess the strength of Tianshire County, but unexpectedly, his luck had favored him, significantly enhancing his power, that he was now far stronger than he had been moments ago in terms of his original form. He could even contend with those of the Nether King realm. It was time to return and prepare for an invasion of Tianshire County. However, before heading back, Yimu Yun's gaze swept over Jiangbei, Yi, and Yilang Tian. They had all witnessed the process in which Yimu Yun devoured the evil moon destruction crystal serpent. Thus, these individuals could not be left alive, especially since they were all severely injured, presenting an opportunity for him to gain experience. Yilang Tian, seeing Yimu Yun approach with a grim expression, exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, my life token is crafted from flowing void stone. Once my life token shatters, my sect will reverse time through it and witness your act of killing me." Yimu Yun chuckled coldly. "And what if they see me slay you? Do they even know who I am?" Yilang Tian fell silent, and in that moment, Yimu Yun's bony hand grasped Jiangbei Yi's head. Yilang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You aren't human?" Yimu Yun revealed his terrifying skeletal visage, grinning widely. "I never claimed to be human." An overwhelming sucking force instantaneously drained Jiangbei Yi of all vitality. "Ding, you have slain a human and gained 120,000 experience points." Jiangbei Yi swallowed hard, eyes wide as he watched Yilang Tian being completely drained. When he then noticed Yimu Yun approaching him, his face turned ashen. It had been many years since he had felt such a mortal threat. In mere moments, Yimu Yun's figure swiftly closed the distance, reaching out with his bony hand to press against Jiangbei Yi's head. Jiangbei Yi's expression mirrored that of Yilang Tian, both astonished by Yimu Yun. He could not fathom that Yimu Yun was not human, and oh wonder you exude more vitality than death energy. "It turns out you are a being of the Nether." Yimu Yun replied casually. "But now that you know, it's too late. Time to depart." Just as Yimu Yun prepared to consume him, a blazing inferno surged towards him. Yimu Yun swiftly dodged, glaring angrily at the source of the attack. Jihao rushed forward. "Elder Jiang, do not fear. I am here to rescue you." Jiangbei Yi stared at Jihao in astonishment. "Did I not expel you from a sect? Why have you followed me?" Jihao replied, "Though I'm no longer a disciple of the Evil Moon sect, having come this far, I must see if I can be of assistance. If I can help, then I shall." Jiangbei Yi felt a surge of relief. "Good. It seems the Evil Moon sect has not wasted its efforts on you. Rest assured, if you save me, you will earn merit and may return to the sect." Jihao's face brightened. "Elder Jiang, fret not. I shall handle this person. I've long wished to eliminate him. I'll slay him now." Yimu Yun regarded Jihao with indifference, as so eager for reincarnation. "Are you in a hurry to invite the king of hell to dinner?" Jihao retorted coldly. "Humph. You truly believe you are something special. Your sealing methods are somewhat impressive, but I wonder where you learned them. In a real fight, I could take your life in an instant." Yimu Yun smiled. "Perfect. I shall use you to test my newly researched technique." Flames enveloped Jihao's body in an instant. "You speak boldly. Let us see if you can withstand my punch." Jihao concentrated, forming a massive fireball the size of over 10 meters, which he hurled towards Yimu Yun. Tri-elemental force, body of the dragon elephant. Having broken through to the Nether Soul realm, Yimu Yun's fundamental strength had undergone a monumental transformation. The combination of these two skills made him significantly stronger than before, with a mighty roar resembling that of a dragon. a dragon-elephant form entwined around him, manifesting a transparent armor. The transparent armor was encased in crystalline bones. Yi Mu Yun crossed his arms, bracing himself against Ji Hao's assault. Ji Hao sneered. How foolish! My flames are not ordinary. They are natural fire. To withstand them with your body is to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Just as Ji Hao believed Yi Mu Yun would be engulfed by the flames, Yi Mu Yun's arms astonishingly withstood Ji Hao's fire. Break! Yi Mu Yun swung his arm, extinguishing Ji Hao's flames effortlessly. Impossible! How can you resist my flames? This is absolutely inconceivable. If he could not break through Yi Mu Yun's sealing techniques, Ji Hao could reluctantly accept that he was outmatched. However, to find himself utterly powerless against Yi Mu Yun in terms of raw strength was a crushing blow to Yi Mu Yun shook his arm and chuckled. The power is adequate, but unfortunately, the temperature leaves much to be desired. Yi Mu Yun's defense was not solely physical. He also possessed magical defense, which meant that he was particularly adept against those of Ji Hao's stature. Magical attacks were akin to mere tickling. Ji Hao glared at Yi Mu Yun. Since the temperature is insufficient, then I shall simply melt you. Nether Phoenix Technique. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed as a colossal image of the Nether Phoenix soared above Ji Hao's head, unleashing fiery projectiles that rained down upon Yi Mu Yun like meteors. Yi Mu Yun unleashed hundreds of sword energies from his hands, instantly clearing the sky of flames, while the Nether Phoenix shrieked in agony as countless sword energies pierced through it. Ji Hao's heart raced in alarm. Just as he was about to employ another technique, Yi Mu Yun had already closed the distance. Now it is my turn to strike. You have lost your opportunity. Ji Hao's eyes widened as hundreds of sword energies surged towards him. Fire Phoenix Armor. Flames coalesced around Ji Hao, forming a protective nether phoenix that enveloped him, encased in layers of thick, sturdy feathered armor. This is my ultimate defense. You cannot breach it. Yi Mu Yun scoffed. Before my sword energies, you have no defense at all. The instant burst fist now disregards a full 100% defense, and coupled with the enhancement of destructive power, Ji Hao's defense is rendered laughable. Hundreds of sword energies effortlessly penetrate Feng Yi, all while Ji Hao gazes in disbelief. Soon, his cries of agony echo, born from the pain of the explosion, the torment of erosion from the destructive force, and the suffering inflicted by the countless sword energies slicing through him. The convergence of these three agonies elevates Ji Hao's suffering to unprecedented heights. His screams cease, and his body is reduced to several segments strewn across the ground. Ji Hao's soul is entirely absorbed by Yi Mu Yun. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 15,000 experience. That Yi Mu Yun remarks casually. You not know that I specialize in hunting geniuses. Jiang Bei stares in astonishment at Yi Mu Yun, unable to comprehend how a mere skeleton could possess such formidable power. Even among the lowest ranks of the underworld, Yi Mu Yun strides towards Jiang Bei. N01 is here to rescue you now. With practiced ease, Yi Mu Yun consumes Jiang Bei. Ding. You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 110,000 experience. Yi Mu Yun grins widely. I now find that 60,000 experience is not so difficult to attain. This entire endeavor has already yielded half of that. Yi Mu Yun's gaze shifts to the remaining heavily injured disciples of the Mo Yi Palace. In an instant, they too are entirely devoured by Yi Mu Yun. The disciples of Mo Yi Palace are not weak, most being at the underworld manifestation realm, with several at the underworld king realm. This wave alone grants him over 100,000 experience. Just 20,000 more, and Yi Mu Yun can evolve again. At that moment, a furious roar resonates from afar. You little thief, prepare to die. The voice belongs to Si Yongkong. Yi Mu Yun's expression shifts. It is Si Yongkong. In my current form, I am no match for him. Once I return and switch to my true self, I shall seek you out. Without waiting for Si Yongkong's arrival, Yi Mu Yun self-destruct his current body, his consciousness returning to his original form. When Si Yongkong arrives, he looks around in confusion. There are signs of battle on the ground, yet not a single corpse remains that a fierce confrontation had transpired. But how is it that not even one body is found? Where has the great demon vanished to? Si Yongkong scans the vicinity and discovers a single black robe left on the ground. The aura emanating from it feels familiar. Is this the black-robed person's? Could he have perished here? Just as Si Yankong contemplates this, the communication jade in his possession lights up. He hastily retrieves it. Is this Si Yankong? Si Yankong bows respectfully. Indeed, it is your subordinate. Si Yankong pays his respect to the esteemed sect master. The voice from the communication jade responds. The life tokens of Elder Jiang and the others have shattered. What transpired on your end? Si Yankong's expression changes. Elder Jiang and the others are dead. Yet I did not discover any of their bodies. The voice on the other end falls silent before continuing. Elder Jiang's communication jade possesses time reversal capabilities that I witnessed a black-robed figure slaying him. A black-robed figure? Si Yankong finds this hard to believe, shaking his head in denial. That is impossible. The black-robed figure is merely at the underworld chi stage. How could he have slain Elder Jiang? The voice continues calmly. You should return to the sect at once. I have many questions for you. The death of our evil moon sect's elder is a matter of grave concern, and we must pursue this relentlessly to bring that black-robed figure to justice. Si Yankong glances at the black robe in his hand and nods. Understood. He promptly returns to the sect. Meanwhile, the Moe Palace is also in turmoil. In the conference hall of the Moe Palace. The seats are filled with prominent figures, and at the center sits the palace master, Nangong Yin. Draped in a purple sheer gown, her fair skin is subtly revealed, igniting the imagination of those who gaze upon her. With a delicate oval face and captivating phoenix eyes, any man who meets her gaze finds himself entranced. Her fiery red lips further ensnare their desires, yet the cold aura surrounding her deters any who might dare draw near. Nangong Yan's gaze sweeps over the assembly with indifference. Our operatives sent to intercept the great demon of the evil moon sect have been utterly annihilated. The crowd is struck with shock. One elder queries, but Elder Ye's strength is considerable. Not to mention he had several at the King Realm and dozens at the Underworld Manifestation Realm by his side. How could such a formidable force be entirely wiped out? Another elder speculates, could it be that the evil moon sect discovered our presence and ensnared our people? Nangong Yin shakes her head. Utilizing Elder Ye's life token's time reversal ability, I saw a black-robed figure slay Elder Ye. The crowd gasps, realizing the implications, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lies in wait. That person the yellow bird? Nangong Yin states coolly, we must send our people to investigate the matter further. After all have departed, Nangong Yin recalls the terrifying visage of Yi Lang Tian in his final moments and the technique employed by Yi Muyun that allowed him to instantly consume others. It bears a resemblance to our Moe Palace's demonic devouring technique, yet feels distinctly different. Could this individual also be one of the demonic sect, or perhaps affiliated with one of the other 3 demonic sects? Nangong Yan's eyes narrow, revealing a hint of cold determination. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall locate this individual. After years of painstaking preparation, awaited the arrival of the great demon, only to have you ruin it all. You have shattered my plans, and I shall not spare you. And no matter who you are, I will unearth you, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, deep within the depths of the skeleton sea. In the underground palace of the Demon Flame Mountain, a coffin lid creaks open, and a skeleton rises within. None other than Yi Muyun. Having regained consciousness that why Yi Muyun surveys his body with satisfaction, Y's massive form has finally returned to normal. A smaller stature is indeed more convenient. Why Muyun steps out of the underground palace, where Mo Yin immediately bows deeply. I pay my respects to my lord. Yi Muyun gazes at Mo Yin in surprise. Ding, race, undead race. Race name, skeleton grand lord. Realm, initial underworld manifestation. Combat power, 2100. Mo Yin, you have actually advanced to grand lord? Mo Yin nods. Yes, I'm unsure how it happened. I inexplicably advanced. Inexplicably, Yi Muyun recalls the effect of the eye of the female demon. Having undergone 2 consecutive evolutions, it stands to reason that his subordinates would also experience a rise in power. If that is the case, does this mean I now possess 3 grand lords under my command? Yi Muyun smiles at Mo Yin. Your realm will accelerate in its ascent. Mo Yin is momentarily taken aback before comprehending Yi Muyun's implication. realizing that his breakthrough is likely intimately linked to Yi Muyun. I shall remain eternally loyal to you, my lord. Yi Muyun responds with a gentle smile, but you are not the only one. What of Ling Yang and Shui Gu? And Mo Yan's expression grows grim. My lord, during this time, it seems the Grand Lord has caught wind of something. Ling Yang and Shui Gu have been taken for questioning. I managed to delay it with an excuse to why Yi Muyun nods. Unperturbed by the Grand Lord's scrutiny, with his current strength, he may not entirely overshadow the Grand Lord, but defeating him poses no challenge. Will they be in danger? And Mo Yin shakes his head. That is uncertain. If the Grand Lord has indeed discovered our activities, they may be at risk. Why Yi Muyun nods. Then what are we waiting for? Let us strike directly. I cannot stand idly by while my subordinates are in peril. And Mo Yin hastily intervened, saying, My lord, that is a greater lord we are speaking of. We are not yet equipped to confront such a formidable opponent. Why Yi Muyun, filled with curiosity, inquired, But are you not also a greater lord now? Moreover, I surmise that both Ling Yang and Shui Gu have also ascended to the rank of greater lord. Are we to fear a single entity when there are three of us? Mo Yin shook his head and replied, My lord, you are unaware that this particular greater lord has reached the pinnacle of evolution that we can aspire to. We newly appointed greater lords are utterly no match for it. Yi Muyun smiled and asked, How does its realm compare to that of a human king? And Mo Yin pondered momentarily before responding. It is comparable to an ordinary king. Why Yi Muyun chuckled lightly. Then what is there for me to fear? Just follow my lead, and once today has passed, I shall be the one to command the entire skeleton sea. And Mo Yin was taken aback, yet bound by duty to obey Yi Muyun's command. He reluctantly followed. My lord. Mo Yin exclaimed, If the greater lord proves too powerful, the three of us shall shield you while you make your escape. Why Yi Muyun glanced at Mo Yin and remarked, You are quite loyal. Rest assured, the greater lord of the underworld is not yet worthy of making me flee. Enough with the idle chatter. Lead the way to the heart of the skeleton sea, lay the manor of the greater lord of the underworld. Meanwhile, Ling Yang and Shui Gu were struggling under the oppressive force exerted by the greater lord. The greater lord of the underworld scoffed, You dare to betray me? I never anticipated this. If it weren't for Ice Mountain's warning, I would have remained oblivious. He demanded, Speak. To whom do you pledge your allegiance now? Reveal it, and I shall grant you mercy. However, Ling Yang and Shui Gu bore the mark of Yi Muyun upon their souls, rendering them incapable of betraying him. Enraged by their silence, the greater lord declared, Very well. If you choose not to speak, then you shall perish. As he prepared to strike, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside. The greater lord, momentarily stunned, bellowed, What is happening out there? Two skeletal generals rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, trouble approaches. Mo Yin has brought a skeleton into our territory. The greater lord, his voice dripping with malice, retorted, Does Mo Yin possess the audacity to invade my domain? He then turned his gaze to Ice Mountain. Ice Mountain, you handle this. Ice Mountain nodded slightly. At your command. Outside, any who dared to obstruct Yi Muyun's path were swiftly eliminated by a single stroke of sword energy. No skeleton dared impede his progress. Mo Yin pointed towards the Grand Hall, saying, My lord, that is the palace of the greater lord of the underworld. Why Yi Muyun surveyed the palace and jested. This greater lord certainly knows how to indulge. Even the lord's manner of humans pales in comparison to this opulence. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the palace, landing before Yi Muyun and Mo Yin. Mo Yin, it exclaimed, You are exceedingly bold to trespass into the palace of the greater lord of the underworld. Ding. Race. Undead race name. Skeleton lord, Ice Mountain. Realm. Pinnacle of nether spirit combat power. 1900 as Mo Yin prepared to retaliate. Yi Muyun stepped in front, addressing Ice Mountain. You are one of the four lords under the greater lord of the underworld? Ice Mountain cast a disdainful glance at Yi Muyun, retorting, Who do you think you are to question me? Yi Muyun replied calmly, Submit to me, and I can spare you from suffering. Ice Mountain cackled, Did you evolve into a fool during your transformation? I could crush you as easily as an ant. Yi Muyun replied coolly, It seems you are eager for pain. Ice Mountain huffed, If it is death you seek, then I shall grant it. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and the frigid air encased everything in ice. Surging towards Yin quickly enveloped himself in flames to fend off Ice Mountain's cold. Meanwhile, Yun was enveloped in a shimmering, transparent armor, his body alternating between dragon and elephant forms, activating the power of the three aspects. Icy bones entwined around his armor as the frigid air attempted to engulf him. Ice Mountain observed Yun with a cold gaze, believing that the flames of his soul had been extinguished by the biting cold. "Is this all?" Yun remarked. "I wouldn't even need to seek refuge from your meager chill." Ice Mountain, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Do you possess a treasure that wards off the cold?" Yun smiled nonchalantly, unleashing a sword energy that Ice Mountain could not react to in time, severing a bone from his body. Gray energy, akin to flames, began to invade Ice Mountain's form. Terror filled Ice Mountain's eyes as he watched the gray energy consume him, powerless to resist. "What have you done to me?" he screamed, as the gray energy surged closer. Ice Mountain dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please, help me." Yun looked down upon him, declaring, "If you wish for my assistance, you must submit to me," as the gray energy threatened to engulf his skull. Ice Mountain panicked, Yun placed a hand upon Ice Mountain, drawing in the gray energy. "Look into my eyes," he commanded. Ice Mountain raised his gaze, and the crimson void of Yun's eyes penetrated his soul. An invisible hand reaching into his essence, not resist. The icy chill shuddered as a faint crimson mark began to materialize upon Ice Mountain's skull. "I pay homage to my lord," Ice Mountain declared with newfound reverence. Yun nodded. "Take me to meet the greater lord of the underworld." Ice Mountain led Yun and Yen into the palace of the greater lord. Upon seeing Yen's entrance, the greater lord chuckled. "Ice Mountain, you truly are reliable." He then turned his attention to Yen. "Why have you betrayed me?" Standing behind Yen, Yun stated coolly, "Because they have already acknowledged me as their master." Ding, race, undead race name. Greater Lord of the Undead, Greater Lord of the Underworld, Realm, Pinnacle of Nether Aspect Combat Power. 3000 The Greater Lord of the Underworld fixed his gaze upon Yun. Then burst into laughter. Yen, if you were to find a scapegoat, at least choose one of merit. Abruptly, the pressure emanating from the Greater Lord intensified, aiming to overpower Yun. However, to his astonishment, his oppressive aura had no effect on Yun. "Interesting," the Greater Lord mused. Think you are immune to my presence. Yun, straightforward as ever, declared, "You have occupied your position for far too long. It is time for a change." The Greater Lord erupted in laughter. "In all these years, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the first." He then turned to Yen, Lingyang, and Shuegu, commanding, "Eliminate him before me, and I shall consider this incident forgotten." But the trio remained unresponsive. The Greater Lord's anger flared. "Very well. Since you remain loyal, I shall obliterate you all today." Yen, Lingyang, and Shuegu, sensing the impending threat to Yun, unleashed their collective energy to shield him. The Greater Lord was taken aback, realizing, "So you have all broken through to the Greater Lord level." With a mocking grin, he taunted, "Do you truly believe that your ascension allows you to contend with me?" Suddenly, the Greater Lord's power surged, overwhelming the energies of Yen, Lingyang, and Shuegu. My strength is beyond your comprehension. Even with your newfound status, you are no match for me. Yun emerged from behind, speaking softly, "They cannot defeat you. But what about me?" Minghua scoffed, "Are you attempting to make me laugh? I could extinguish you in an instant." As he spoke, a surge of gray energy shot from his palm, Yun casually countered with a blade of sword chi, resulting in a thunderous collision. The terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, obliterating everything within the Grand Hall in an instant. Minghua's corruptive energy was consumed by Yun's destructive force. Why corruptive energy has been negated by you? Minghua was taken aback. His ability was unparalleled even in the vast realm of Xianming, were it not for the innate limitations of his race, confining him to the realm of Mingxiang. He could have easily crushed the 13 holy lands with such power, for none could withstand his corruptive abilities. How could a mere skeletal general of the soul realm possibly resist his own corruption? Who are you? What is your purpose? Yi Mu Yun gazed intently at Ming Hua. I have stated that this position must be relinquished. Ming Hua retorted angrily. You seek your own demise. With that, he unleashed skeletal hands, sending chains imbued with soul fire towards Yi Mu Yun. The three lords of the demon flame acted swiftly, intercepting the chains on Yi Mu Yun's behalf. Ming Hua let out a cold snort. Even if the three of you join forces, you cannot stop my soul-binding chains. The aura emanating from Ming Hua grew increasingly formidable, as Yi Mu Yun observed his combat power surge from 3,000 to 3,300. The three lords of the demon flame dared not underestimate him, and immediately activated their third form. Ming Hua snorted disdainfully. You stand no chance. The luxurious robes upon him fell away, and a crown transformed into a deadly blade in his grasp. His aura soared once more, with combat power escalating from 3,300 to 3,600, and then steadily climbing to 4,000. The soul fire chains lashed out violently, sending the three lords of the demon flame flying. Ants remain ants, always attempting to shake the elephant, a foolish delusion. Ming Hua's icy gaze fell upon Yi Mu Yun. Now it is your turn. He commanded the soul fire chains to lash out at Yi Mu Yun again. To his surprise, Yi Mu Yun's movements were exceedingly elusive, evading the strikes effortlessly. Ming Hua was taken aback. Your agility is impressive, but do you truly believe that this alone places you beyond defeat? Naive, he continued. As long as your soul fire burns, you cannot escape its attack. Just as he finished speaking, the spatial barrier shattered, and the soul fire chains erupted forth, sealing all avenues of escape for Yi Mu Yun. Haha, now let us see how you evade. I shall slowly refine you with soul fire, allowing you to endure centuries of torment. Yi Mu Yun replied coolly. Have you finished your performance? Observing Yi Mu Yun's calm demeanor, Ming Hua bared his teeth in a grimace. Even facing death, you still pretend. He had witnessed many hard-headed individuals, all of whom ultimately turned into soft ones that Yi Mu Yun remarked. I wonder if your soul fire chains can withstand the encroachment of destructive power. With that, several blades of sword chi struck the soul fire chains, sending sparks flying, yet the chains remained unscathed. Ming Hua burst into laughter. Is this the destructive power you speak of? Is this your true strength? It appears you are merely a loudmouth. Yi Mu Yun replied lightly. The best is yet to come. Although his sword chi had inflicted no damage upon the chains, the aura of destruction began to erode them. A dark essence erupted forth, spreading rapidly like flames fueled by oil. Ming Hua's expression changed as he recalled that it was this very black energy that had neutralized his corrosive ability earlier. The encroachment of destructive power was formidable. He watched helplessly as the chains ensnaring Yi Mu Yun were devoured. Even the destructive energy began to creep along the chains towards Ming Hua. Terrified, he hastily severed the chains to prevent further invasion of the destructive force. Yi Mu Yun calmly stated, Unleash your true abilities. Otherwise, when I strike, you shall have no opportunity left. Ming Hua clenched his fist, shattering a nearby stone pillar. Arrogant. Ming Hua's aura surged once again, sprouting a pair of crystalline wings from his back, enveloping him in a shimmering layer. The blade in his hand transformed into a crystalline spear. His combat power surged from 4,000 to 4,500. Yi Mu Yun gazed at Ming Hua, murmuring, My guesses were indeed correct. Ming Hua possesses a fourth form. Ming Hua flapped his crystal bone wings, looking down upon Yi Mu Yun. Ha ha ha! You did not see this coming. This is my true form. I am merely an ant to be crushed at will. As he waved his hand, overwhelming destruction instantly ravaged half of the Grand Hall. Yi Mu Yun looked mournfully at the now ruined palace. You truly are a waste. Such a magnificent palace. Why destroy it? Ming Hua snorted disdainfully. While you concern yourself with the palace, you ought to worry about your own life. Yi Mu Yun smiled faintly. Since you have already demolished half of it, why not completely raze it to the ground? Killing Bone Finger. As the spatial barrier shattered, a massive skeletal finger slowly emerged. The space within dozens of miles seemingly frozen, with only that finger in motion. Unlike any before, this skeletal finger was enveloped in a layer of black energy, the very essence of destruction. Upon sighting the killing bone finger, Ming Hua's soul trembled. At his level, he could sense an unknown dread. Deep within his soul, he knew he could not withstand this skeletal digit. He could not fathom who Yi Mu Yun truly was. Feeling an extreme threat even in his ultimate form. Run! Ming Hua had no intention of facing this attack, attempting to escape the range of the skeletal finger's assault with his astounding speed. Yet, the killing bone finger was not so easily evaded. The heaviness of space slowed Ming Hua's speed to a crawl, making him slower than even a congenital realm fighter. He watched helplessly as the skeletal finger drew closer with each passing moment. Realizing he could not escape, Ming Hua roared in fury, "I will fight back." He channeled all his strength into the crystalline spear and hurled it with all his might. The violent energy swept through the vicinity, reducing the ground and structures to dust. The crystalline spear, entwined in an energy storm, collided with the skeletal finger. Ming Hua believed that such power would allow him to withstand it for at least a moment, providing him the opportunity to flee. However, while his imagination was grand, reality proved otherwise. The crystalline spear, despite its unmatched power, could not withstand the skeletal finger's onslaught, which obliterated it in an instant. What? Ming Hua stared in disbelief at the indomitable skeletal digit, which soon loomed before him. The crystalline body was pierced through, dragged 100 meters away, and pinned against a nearby mountainside. The energy of destruction began to permeate Ming Hua's body, swiftly crawling towards the soul fire within his skull. "No, do not kill me," he pleaded. "I beg you, retract it. I am afraid. From this day forth, you shall be the master of the Sea of Skeletons. I shall revere you." Yi Mu Yun approached slowly. Revere me is not enough. You must acknowledge me as your master." Ming Hua bellowed. "Do not go too far. This is no different from condemning me to death." Yi Mu Yun chuckled softly. "I could grant you your wish. Then you may as well perish." The destructive energy was now encircling Ming Hua's soul fire, poised to consume it. Ming Hua immediately capitulated. I concede. As long as I can survive, I am willing to toil like a beast of burden." "Master, please save me." Yi Mu Yun coldly snorted. "Truly a wretched creature, only shedding tears when faced with death. Look into my eyes." A crimson glow flashed, and an invisible hand swiftly inscribed a mark upon the soul of the deceased. In the Evil Moon Prefecture, within the Evil Moon Sect, this moment, Xiong Kong stood in the grand hall of the Evil Moon Sect, rendered utterly speechless. Though he was the lord of a county, wielding the lives of countless beings, this was not a place where he could act arrogantly. The hall was filled with rows of individuals, each radiating an overwhelming aura, so powerful that Xiong Kong found it difficult to breathe. In the center of the hall stood an elder with white hair and a youthful visage, holding a piece of black robe. "Is this the clue you have brought back?" Xiong Kong inquired respectfully, bowing deeply. "Indeed, this black robe belongs to that individual. I believe the formidable beings within the sect may possess the means to discern something from it." The elder smiled faintly. "You are indeed clever. The sect possesses methods to trace the ownership of items. You have accomplished a significant feat this time." Xiong Kong knelt in fear upon the ground. "That I dare not claim credit for my achievements. I would consider it a great fortune if the sect leader does not hold me accountable." The elder raised his hand, exerting a terrifying force that forcibly lifted Xiong Kong. "Rise. This matter is not your fault. I have heard that not only our people perished there, but those sent by the Demon Knight Palace also suffered complete annihilation. The woman from the Demon Knight Palace is now frantically searching for the culprit." The elder paused before continuing. "With this black robe, we could be the first to uncover the perpetrator. What we desire must lie within their grasp." Xiong Kong nodded repeatedly. The elder turned to a nearby man with a bushy beard. "Elder Yuan Si, please utilize your long-range tracking technique to investigate." Elder Yuan Si took the black robe, and as he moved his fingers, strands of energy, as fine as hair, lifted the robe. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, emitting a dazzling light that swept over the black robe. The elder inquired calmly, "Have you discovered anything?" As the light dissipated, the black robe fell back into Elder Yuan Si's hands that I report to the sect leader. I have found something. The elder nodded. Speak. Who is the individual wearing this black robe? Elder Yuan Si furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat grim. Based on my investigation, this black robe is saturated with deathly energy and lacks the vitality of a living being. It does not belong to a mortal. The elder nodded. Indeed, when I came into contact with this black robe, I sensed something peculiar. Elder Yuan Si's countenance darkened. You are not mistaken. The owner of this black robe is indeed not a living person, but a corpse, a corpse. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Yuan Si. The elder leader frowned. A spectral object? Elder Yuan Si nodded. Precisely. You may find it hard to believe, but the owner of this black robe is merely a skeletal remains. A skeletal remains? They were all too familiar with such spectral entities, which were not only the lowest form of skeletons, but also ranked among the most inferior of spectral beings. A mere skeletal remains annihilated the evil moon sect and the elders of the Demon Knight Palace. And nearly all those sent forth perished. How could such a thing be accomplished by a mere skeletal remains? Another elder hesitantly questioned. Elder Yuan Si, have you perhaps indulged in drink again and miscalculated? Please reevaluate. Though others remained silent, their expressions conveyed disbelief. Yuan Si was instantly filled with indignation. You may indulge in drink, but do not question my calculations. You insult me. The skeletal remains are a certainty. Recalculating will yield the same result. The elder leader raised his hand, signaling for silence. I still place my trust in Elder Yuan Si's abilities in this regard. If it has been determined to be a skeletal remains, then it is undeniably correct. The other elders chimed in. But how could a skeletal remains accomplish such deeds? This is sheer nonsense. Only Si Yang Kong's expression changed. He recalled an incident from not long ago. The elder leader observed Si Yang Kong's expression as Yang Kong. It seems you know something? Si Yang Kong hastily replied. Indeed, not long ago, my subordinate's Pingzhou town was besieged by a tide of skeletal remains, and the entire city was devastated. The culprit was merely a golden skeletal remains. I dispatched several from the underworld realm, including my own son, yet we were unable to withstand that skeletal remains. I believe there have been unusual movements in the skeletal tide recently. The skeletal remains there seem to be gaining power at an alarming rate. The elders in the hall began to murmur among themselves. Such an occurrence is indeed shocking. They are merely spectral entities. How could they cause such an uproar? Has the skeletal overlord in the tide forgotten the pain of the past? Yes, a beast is but a beast. Quick to forget its wounds, we of the evil moon sect must remind them of their past. The elder leader pondered. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Thiong Kong. Simultaneously, I will dispatch several skilled individuals from the sect to accompany you and ascertain what is truly occurring within the skeletal tide. Thiong Kong bowed deeply. Understood. The elder leader's gaze swept across the elders. Esteemed elders, the time has come for the inner disciples' trials. Let us designate the skeletal tide as the subject for their training. The elders nodded in agreement. We shall heed the sect leader's decree. Upon returning, the elders began to disseminate the elder leader's intentions in a certain room within the residence of the inner disciples of the evil moon sect. Heavy breaths of both men and women could be heard. Junior sister, you possess truly remarkable vitality. Engaging in dual cultivation with you has significantly enhanced my realm. Senior brother, I am utterly craving you. The woman smiled playfully. Your words are mere deceit. Men are but empty talkers. The man pulled the woman into his embrace. Junior sister, I speak nothing but the truth. I care for you deeply. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall surely fulfill them. The woman's delicate fingers traced across the man's chest. How goes the matter I entrusted you regarding entering the inner sect? The man patted his chest. Of course, your affairs are always on my mind. It is just that our master has been particularly busy lately, and I have had no time. Furthermore, the trials for the inner disciples are upon us. I will assist you once I return. The woman struck the man's chest vigorously. You deceived me once, took my body, and now you wish to deceive my affections. Why must my life be so tragic? The man hurriedly soothed her. My dear, Fear not. I am not that kind of person. This trial is simple. It is in the skeletal tide, and I should return swiftly upon hearing the term skeletal tide. The woman's eyes narrowed. Skeletal tide? The man nodded, explaining the origins of this trial to the woman. The woman embraced the man tightly and said, Senior brother Lu Tian, I have a request. You must assist me, or else I shall never speak to you again. Lu Tian was taken aback. What is it? The woman's gaze turned sinister as she spoke with venom. Assist me in slaying all the golden skeletal remains there. It would be even better if we could eradicate the entire outskirts of the skeletal tide. Lu Tian curiously inquired. Why? Do you have a grudge against those skeletal remains? The woman replied coldly. Not only do I have a grudge, but it is a deep-seated hatred. I came to the Evil Moon sect with the intention of one day seeking vengeance. Subsequently, the woman embraced Lu Tian and smiled seductively. However, I don't mind if others seek vengeance on my behalf, that if you assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. Lu Tian lewdly lifted the woman's chin. Qing Shan, you truly are a little enchantress, and why waste will inevitably break under your spell. Jiang Qing Shan cooed, you still promised me you would heed what I mentioned earlier. Lu Tian laughed heartily. What realm does that skeleton belong to? Jiang Qing Shan pondered. It is of the golden skeleton level. Yet its strength far surpasses that of the nether soul realm. Even a genius like Xiyang Jian was slain by T. Lu Tian felt relieved, then disdainfully remarked, What is Xiyang Jian? Anyway, a prodigy of talent. Yet merely an ordinary disciple within the inner sect, incapable of even entering the top 100 of the Earth rankings. As for me, your senior brother, I rank 57th on the Earth list. Rest assured, should I encounter the skeleton you mentioned, I will personally capture it for you to vent your frustrations. What are its characteristics? Please describe them, so I may find it later, Jiang Qing Shan said, planting a kiss on Lu Tian's cheek. You are truly wonderful. The golden skeleton differs from others. Its status appears elevated, as all other skeletons bow in deference to it. If you encounter such a situation, it is undoubtedly the one. Lu Tian nodded. Leave it to me. He then leered. The sky is still bright outside. Let us continue. The next day, the inner courtyard square of the Xiaoyu sect was filled with inner disciples and various elders. The leading elder was a stooped old man. I am Elder Lu Jinghao of the Xuanwu Academy's Muxi Hall. I shall preside over today's assembly. In contrast to yesterday, everyone had received news regarding the inner disciples' trials. I shall not elaborate further. Your masters will brief you. Instead, I will highlight a few key points. Elder Lu Jinghao's piercing gaze swept over the gathered inner disciples. First, this trial pertains to your rankings on the Earth list. Second, the location for your trial is the Skeleton Sea, where you have two tasks. One is to eliminate the nether objects in the Skeleton Sea, and the other is to investigate any anomalies. Any unusual occurrences must be reported. Third, this trial will be scored based on points, combining the number of skeletons slain and the investigation of the Skeleton Sea to yield a final score. The disciple who secures first place will receive a treasure personally selected by the sect master from the treasure vault. Fourth, given the multitude of inner disciples, it is impossible for all to venture into the Skeleton Sea. Therefore, a preliminary selection will be held. Only the top 100 from this selection will qualify for the trial. That a buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. This trial seems too simple. After all, it is the Skeleton Sea. This is a splendid opportunity to rise. To claim first place, it requires not only raw strength, but also considerable luck. We must go all out, utilizing every skill and trump card we possess. A captivating woman beside Lu Jinghao chuckled. Elder Jinghao, this trial is so straightforward. I hope your Xuanwu Academy does not suffer embarrassment this time. Lu Jinghao's expression darkened. Humph, what are you mocking me for? Isn't your Zhuke Academy always ranked second to last? The woman's face turned slightly awkward before she laughed. I was merely joking. Why so serious? But on a serious note, it seems the Qinglong and Baihu Academies will likely take the lead again. I've heard they've produced numerous prodigies this year, including several with royal physiques. Lu Jinghao nodded, casting a glance at the elder from the Baihu Academy in the distance. That I've heard that the Baihu Academy has even acquired a saint body this year. Truly a stroke of luck. The woman agreed. I've heard that the disciple with the saint body is quite remarkable, possessing unique eyes akin to the legendary netherite saint-bodied it is said that when the netherite saint body appears, all nether entities bow in submission. More alarmingly, if someone falls victim to her eye technique, they can be transformed into a nether entity for her use. Lu Jinghao nodded. Indeed, I have also heard that the chief elder of the Baihu Academy, Yin Changhe, encountered this netherite girl when her powers went awry, slaughtering an entire village and turning its inhabitants into zombies. Even Yin Changhe nearly fell victim to her abilities at that time. The first place in this trial will likely be hers. The woman sighed. Alas, our two academies have not been fortunate. It has been a long time since we have seen such a dazzling talent. Lu Jinghao replied coolly. However, the primary objective of this expedition to Skeleton Island is not merely the trial, but rather to investigate the cause of Jiang Bei's death. Lu Jinghao paused before continuing. I have a troubling intuition. I sense that this matter will not proceed smoothly. The woman looked at Lu Jinghao in astonishment. Why? Lu Jinghao shook his head and I cannot explain it. I just feel an unease within me. I hope my instincts prove false, that in the heart of the skeleton sea, Yimeyun stood before a vast expanse of gleaming white skeletons, densely packed to the point of sending shivers down one's spine. Yimeyun turned to Minghua. Is this all the skeletons in the skeleton sea? Minghua nodded. Yes, my lord. Minghua hesitated. My lord. Although we have a multitude of skeletons in the skeleton sea, we are still at a disadvantage against humans. After all, we skeletons are the most basic existence among nether entities, lacking extraordinary talent, ancestral bloodlines, or any means of self-preservation. I advise my lord to avoid conflict with humans. If the Xiaoyu sect truly comes knocking, we can simply admit our faults. White Yimeyun's emerald soul flames flared with great intensity. Are you instructing me on how to act? Minghua immediately knelt. I would not dare. Yimeyun snorted coldly, casting a glance at the skeletons. The previously subjugated skeletons, empowered by her evolution, collectively advanced a tier. Xiaojin reached the pinnacle of the golden skeleton level and would soon attain the rank of skeleton general. Many who were originally golden skeletons had ascended to the rank of skeleton general, while Qi Gui had directly evolved into a skeleton lord. Yimeyun carefully calculated her current forces. 4 skeleton lords, 15 lords, 156 skeleton generals, 500 golden skeletons, 23,000 silver skeletons, and countless skeleton warriors. This tally only accounted for those she had personally subdued. If she could conquer the myriad skeletons before her, her experience in evolution would surge daily, and her overall strength would become terrifying. Although she may not stand a chance against the Xiaoyu sect, seizing a territory like Tianshi County would pose no problem. Yimeyun's gaze swept over the skeletons as she coldly commanded. Look into my eyes. All the skeletons collectively turned their gaze to Yimeyun's crimson eyes. The skeleton sea, with its millions of skeletons, became Yimeyun's subservience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution, achieving the rank of intermediate skeleton general. Evolution instances, 17. Skill acquired. Rapid regeneration group. Utilizing this skill allows for rapid regeneration within a 300-meter radius for oneself or subordinates, with all bodily damages instantly restored. The higher the skill level, the greater the usable range. Rapid regeneration, a group skill, no less. This ability is immensely useful. As long as my soul fire endures, I am essentially immortal. Yimeyun grinned. Now, this is what it means to be a skeleton. Open the information panel. Host, Yimeyun race. Undead race name. Intermediate skeleton, general evolution experience points. 253,541,310,720 number of evolutions. 17 exclusive talents. Group Devour, Skill Synthesis, Wailing Eye, Sword Heart, Dragon Elephant Body. Heart of Destruction, Lord of the Nether Dragon Skills. Triphase Power LV3. Instant Burst Fist LV4, Soul Storm, Eye of Death LV3, Bone Piercing Finger LV2, Swift Ghost Step, 7 Kills Go Seal, Passage of Misery Sword, Super Speed Regeneration, Group, Realm, Mid-Level Nether Soul Combat Power, 1700 Yimeyun side. It appears my suspicions were correct. The next level requires over 1.3 million experience points. Fortunately, I have tamed 1 million servants. Otherwise, I would have no idea how long it would take to reach that amount. Yi Mu Yun grinned. Having a million servants is indeed delightful. I can evolve just by lying around all day. If it weren't for the system's tasks, I would simply wait amidst this sea of skeletons until I became invincible before venturing out. As Yi Mu Yun evolved, the legion of skeletons under his command also underwent evolution, their quality increasing once again. The Ice Mountain successfully advanced to the Great Lord level, raising the number of Great Lords in Yi Mu Yun's ranks from 4 to 5. The number of lords doubled to 30, while the skeleton generals tripled to 468. The quantity of golden skeletons surged to 3,000, and the silver skeletons became countless, exceeding 100,000, with skeleton warriors numbering in the millions. In total, there were 4 great lords, 15 lords, 156 skeleton generals, 500 golden skeletons, 23,000 silver skeletons, and tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. Yi Mu Yun was most astonished to find that Ming Hua had also evolved. He promptly checked Ming Hua's status through the system. Ding. Race. Undead race name. Skeleton Monarch Realm. Nether King Realm combat power. 3,300. Ming Hua looked at Yi Mu Yun with surprise. My lord, I have actually broken the curse. Nether Ancestor. I never imagined I would one day break free from the shackles and reach the monarch level. My lord, encountering you is truly my great fortune. Yi Mu Yun inquired curiously, wasn't it said that skeletons can only evolve to the Great Lord level? How can there be a higher level? Ming Hua excitedly responded, all of this is thanks to you. My lord, without your presence, I might have never shattered this layer of shackles. Yi Mu Yun mused in confusion. Shackles? Ming Hua nodded. Then, the great Lord Ming Hua respectfully addressed Yi Mu Yun. My lord, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Mu Yun looked at Ming Hua in surprise. Speak. Ming Hua glanced at the other skeletons hesitantly. This matter must remain known only to you. Yi Mu Yun cast a puzzled glance at Ming Hua and dismissed all the skeletons, allowing them to attend to their tasks. Now, can you explain the matter of these shackles? Ming Hua began to explain. In ancient times, our skeleton race had no limitations on evolution, like other nether beings and humans. Reaching the realms of Nether King or Nether Sovereign was not an issue. Some even reached the Nether Ancestor level. Yi Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Skeletons can actually reach the Nether Ancestor level. Ming Hua nodded. Indeed. Yi Mu Yun pressed on. What exactly caused skeletons to be limited to evolving only to the Great Lord level? Ming Hua shook his head. I am unsure. I have only heard of it. But there is one who knows. My lord. Please follow me. Yi Mu Yun followed Ming Hua to the entrance of a vast pit. The pit was immense, with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. Looking down, it was pitch black, revealing no bottom. Yi Mu Yun stated calmly. Is the one you mentioned down there? Ming Hua nodded. Yes, Yi Mu Yun replied coolly. Take me down. Ming Hua led Yi Mu Yun as they jumped down. After descending several thousand meters, they finally landed on the ground. A chilling wind howled, and the ground was devoid of even a blade of grass, let alone a complete stone. The environment was as harsh as hell. Ming Hua guided Yi Mu Yun along a narrow path for several thousand meters until they arrived at a cave entrance. My lord, this is where that individual resides. Before Yi Mu Yun could speak, an ethereal voice echoed from within. Ming Hua, is that you? What brings you here today? Wait, there's an unfamiliar presence. Did I not say only you were allowed? Ming Hua hastily explained. Senior, I have broken the shackles. A voice filled with disbelief resonated from within the cave. What? How did you manage that? Ming Hua respectfully replied. It is all thanks to the one beside me. That is why I brought him to meet you. After a moment of silence, the voice responded. Come in. Ming Hua led Yi Mu Yun into the cave. The interior was spacious, with the walls covered in ice, resembling an ice chamber. After walking for several hundred meters, they found themselves in an ice crystal plaza, at the center of which was a massive magical array, within which sat an ice-encased skeleton. As Yi Mu Yun and Ming Hua entered, the soul flame of the ice-encased skeleton suddenly ignited. The deep blue flame coldly gazing at the two. Ming Hua immediately knelt. I pay my respects, senior. Yi Mu Yun, however, did not kneel, but instead scrutinized the ice-encased skeleton. Why do you not kneel before me? Yimu Yun replied indifferently, You are not yet worthy of my kneeling. The blue soul flame of the ice-encased skeleton surged violently, its aura continuously strengthening, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Yimu Yun. Yimu Yun was enveloped in a layer of black energy, shielding him from the ice-encased skeleton's oppressive force. Destruction energy? How do you possess foreign energy? Who exactly are you? Yimu Yun answered coolly. I am simply myself, not anyone else. That I am curious, though. Who are you? The ice-encased skeleton proudly declared. I am one of the 72 saints of divine fire, the Earth Dark Star Saint. Yimu Yun's expression froze, and he quickly checked through the system. Ding, race, undead race name, skeleton nether saint, Earth Dark Star Saint, realm. Yimu Yun gazed at the Earth Dark Star Saint in astonishment. You are a saint-level skeleton, the Earth Dark Star Saint replied with pride. At least you possess some discernment. Since you know, why do you not kneel before me? Yimu Yun chuckled. Though you are a saint-level skeleton, you still lack the qualification for me to kneel. The Earth Dark Star Saint roared angrily. You dare? Yimu Yun looked at the Earth Dark Star Saint with great interest. If my guess is correct, you cannot leave. I can curse you, and you will have to listen. Ming Hua gasped in shock. That my lord, what are you doing? This is the Earth Dark Star Saint. Do not provoke the senior. The Earth Dark Star Saint was seething with rage. Oh, Ming Hua, you are growing increasingly ambitious, even recognizing a lowly skeleton general as your master. You have brought shame upon yourself. Yimu Yun patted Ming Hua reassuringly. Not be afraid. This fellow is merely putting on airs. Yimu Yun turned his gaze back to the Earth Dark Star Saint. You old relic, who knows how many ages you have lived, dare to insult my loyal subordinate. You have become an ice sculpture, and yet you remain so arrogant. Do you believe I cannot obliterate you along with the ice with this black energy? As he spoke, a black energy resembling flames surged in Yimu Yun's hand. Seeing Yimu Yun approach with a sinister smile, the Earth Dark Star Saint faltered. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. That is not a toy to be trifled with. Quickly put it away. Yimu Yun teased. It seems that even one as esteemed as you know is feared. I had thought you were unafraid of life and death. If you wish for me to return it, then have your loyal servant apologize to me. Otherwise, I shall erase you from existence. The Saint of the Dark Star was nearly in tears. Who was this reckless youth? He had intended to showcase his status through his identity. But the individual before him was even more ruthless. I concede. You are formidable. Just put that thing away. Yimu Yun, satisfied, stored the destructive energy. Apologize, Ming Hua whispered from the side. Otherwise, let us settle this matter. Yimu Yun replied coolly. You wish to instruct me on how to behave? Ming Hua quickly bowed his head in trepidation. I dare not. Yimu Yun turned toward the Saint of the Dark Star. What are you still doing there? Do you need me to teach you? Have you been confined here for so long that you have forgotten how to apologize? The Saint of the Dark Star hastily replied. I am sorry, truly sorry. It is entirely my fault. I should not have spoken that way. I will certainly be more careful with my words in the future. Yimu Yun nodded in satisfaction. This attitude is somewhat sincere. I can reluctantly accept it. I have come to inquire about a certain matter. What is the situation regarding the shackles? The Saint of the Dark Star responded. It seems Ming Hua has already briefed you. I am curious how you enabled Ming Hua to break free of the shackles? Yimu Yun replied nonchalantly. After he became my servant, he broke free of the shackles. You too may recognize me as your master. Perhaps I could rescue you from this place. The Saint of the Dark Star felt a sense of frustration. Are you being unreasonable? You want me, a dignified saint, to recognize you as my master? Yimu Yun laughed. Think carefully. Once this opportunity is missed, it may never come again. When the time comes, should you seek my aid, I may not be inclined to accept your plea. The Saint of the Dark Star shouted in anger. Not a chance. Even if I were to perish here, I shall never acknowledge you as my master. Yimu Yun shrugged. If you refuse, so be it. I hope you do not come to regret it in the future. Now, let us continue discussing the matter of the shackles. The Saint of the Dark Star sighed. These shackles were imposed upon us by a certain nether ancestor targeting our skeletal race. Yimu Yun inquired. Why would that nether ancestor take such action against the skeletal race? The Saint of the Dark Star replied helplessly, because our skeletal race posed a threat to him at that time. Our race was teeming with powerful beings. The number of those at the great ability level was countless, with half-step Emperor-level individuals numbering in the hundreds, and several dozen at the Emperor level. Yi Mu Yun questioned, isn't the Nether Ancestor invincible in this world? Even so, how could we threaten him? The Saint of the Dark Star nodded. You are correct. The Nether Ancestor is the embodiment of law and order in this realm, with no one capable of posing a threat to him. Furthermore, as long as the Nether Ancestor exists, no new Nether Ancestors can emerge. However, the situation is different for external forces which are not constrained by the rules of this realm. Our race's dozens of emperors, striving to break through this limitation and reach the Nether Ancestor level, painstakingly researched for over 100,000 years, and finally obtained an external type of energy by sheer chance. Mastering this energy would allow us to transcend the rules and ascend to the Nether Ancestor level. The Saint of the Dark Star paused. Unfortunately, the truth could not be concealed. The Nether Ancestor soon learned of this matter. He began to suppress our race with unyielding force. Our dozens of emperors fought desperately, leveraging the external energy to severely injure the Nether Ancestor. Reluctantly, the Nether Ancestor retreated to recuperate. However, before closing himself off, he suppressed all beings of our race above the Nether aspect level. He then imposed rules and established shackles, ensuring that the skeletal race would never break through to the Nether King level. Yi Mu Yun suddenly understood, and oh wonder, amidst such a vast sea of skeletons, the strongest is merely the Grand Lord. However, such a situation will no longer persist. With me present, the shackles imposed by the Nether Ancestor will hold no power. The Saint of the Dark Star expressed concern. You must be cautious. The Nether Ancestor Mountain once issued a decree, allowing the 13 Holy Lands to monitor the sea of skeletons. Should any anomalies arise, Nether Ancestor Mountain will be immediately alerted. At that time, Skeleton Island may face obliteration. Yi Mu Yun scoffed. I welcome their arrival. The more, the merrier, T then declared. Now that I've grasped the situation, it is time for me to depart. You may remain here. Upon seeing Yi Mu Yun turn to leave, the Saint of the Dark Star hastily exclaimed, Do you not wish to know why I am able to escape the suppression? Yi Mu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. When you decide to acknowledge me as your master, I shall return to learn more. As Yi Mu Yun walked further away, the Saint of the Dark Star shouted, I will risk it all. If you can rescue me, I shall acknowledge you as my master. Yi Mu Yun turned his head back. That will not do. You must acknowledge me first before I can rescue you. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. The Saint of the Dark Star fumed. What kind of transaction is this? What if I acknowledge you as my master, and you do not rescue me? Yi Mu Yun replied calmly. Have you been confined here for so long that you've lost your wits? If I do not intend to rescue you, why would I need you? In a single breath, he asked, so, do you acknowledge me or not? The Saint of the Dark Star pondered this and realized the truth, then repeatedly affirmed, I acknowledge you. I do. Yi Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Now, look into my eyes and do not resist in any way. The Saint of the Dark Star felt an invisible hand inscribing runes upon his soul. Instinctively, he wished to resist, but heard Yi Mu Yun's words. If you wish to be free, then obey. The Saint of the Dark Star sighed internally. He had been trapped here for countless ages and yearned to escape. Thus he had no choice but to comply with Yi Mu Yun's demands. The crimson light faded from Yi Mu Yun's eyes. The Saint of the Dark Star immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. I pay my respects to my master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of subjugating a saint-level servant, rewarding one spin of the grand wheel. Yi Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Such a delightful surprise. Spin. As soon as Yi Mu Yun's words fell, the wheel before him began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations on winning a skill upgrade voucher for the Bone Finger technique. Yi Mu Yun was overjoyed. A skill upgrade voucher for the Bone Finger technique? This is fantastic. Now the Bone Finger can be directly upgraded to level 3. The power of a level 3 Bone Finger is remarkable. Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enhancing the Bone Finger skill to LV3. Upon using this skill, summon a skeletal finger that delivers indiscriminate attacks within an 80-meter radius. with an attack power 4 times that of the host's strength. The higher the level, the greater the power and range. This skill will consume a certain amount of soul fire from the host. Frequent use is not advisable. Yi Mu Yun grinned widely, 0.4 times the power, with an attack strength nearing 7,000 battle power. What's this Si Yang Kong? I could obliterate you with a single finger. The Saint of the Dark Star, observing Yi Mu Yun standing still and laughing, felt an overwhelming urgency. I beseech you, my master, to release me from this place. Yi Mu Yun snapped back to reality and chuckled. I was just pondering. I will find a way to release you. Yi Mu Yun approached the block of ice and lightly tapped it. Quite sturdy, the Saint of the Dark Star explained. This ice is not genuine ice. It is formed from the rules of the Nether Ancestor and cannot be broken by force. Yi Mu Yun paused. Rules formed, meaning that a power not bound by this realm can indeed shatter it. As Yi Mu Yun spoke, a dark aura ignited once more in the palm of his hand. The Earth Dark Star Saint, startled, exclaimed, "My lord, what are you doing?" Yi Mu Yun replied nonchalantly, "I know what I am doing." The black destructive aura made contact with the ice block and began to rapidly devour it. Although the pace was slow, it was undeniably effective. If it is useful, then let us intensify the effort. Subsequently, Yi Mu Yun condensed a sphere of black energy, several meters in diameter, and struck it against the ice block. The black energy swiftly consumed the ice. Yet for the thick ice, it was still too sluggish. At this rate, it would take an eternity to consume it. Yi Mu Yun could not afford to wait that long. System, rules must surely count as a form of energy. Can they be consumed? Ding. Yes, absolutely. Yi Mu Yun grinned. You should have mentioned it sooner. Had I known, I would have started consuming it right away. He placed his palm upon the colossal ice block. Consume. The rule energy within the ice block surged violently into Yi Mu Yun's body. As the rule energy dissipated, the ice block visibly shrank in size. The Earth Dark Star Saint, filled with excitement, declared, "The ice block is diminishing. I shall soon be free. After so many years, I can finally see the light of day again." Ha ha! At that moment, the Earth Dark Star Saint was as jubilant as a child. 5 minutes later, the ice block melted away, and the Earth Dark Star Saint was no longer bound. He immediately knelt before Yi Mu Yun. "I pay homage to my lord. Without you, I would have known no sunlight. Thank you for rescuing me." Yi Mu Yun chuckled. "Rise. From now on, follow me, and I shall ensure you live a life of luxury. Even your long-held ambition to surpass the underworld ancestor can be easily achieved by following me." The Earth Dark Star Saint was astonished. "Is that true?" Yi Mu Yun replied coolly. "Are you questioning me?" The Earth Dark Star Saint hastily lowered his head. "I dare not." Yi Mu Yun admonished sternly. "Remember this. There shall be no doubt in my words from now on. Do you understand?" The Earth Dark Star Saint quickly responded. "I shall remember, my lord." Ding. The host has absorbed the power of world rules and gained 1,500,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing evolution, achieving the rank of High Skeleton General with 18 evolution occurrences. Acquired skill, Heavenly Burial Bone Melody. Utilizing this skill allows the host and all subordinates within a 5-kilometer radius to receive a 200-point attribute bonus. The higher the skill level, the broader the area, and the greater the attribute enhancement. Simultaneously, all skeletons under Yi Mu Yun's command also evolve by 1 level. Wow. 1.5 million experience points. My goodness, the power of the Underworld Ancestors' rules is truly valuable. At that moment, a bold thought crossed Yi Mu Yun's mind. If this little bit of rule power yields 1.5 million experience points, then how much would I obtain if I drained the Underworld Ancestor completely? Yi Mu Yun chuckled to himself. In the center of the Xianming world, at the Bone Mountain, a figure suspended in the air, indistinguishable as male or female, suddenly shuddered, opened its eyes, and exclaimed in disbelief. "I have encountered an ominous omen. What kind of power could instill such dread in me?" The figure quickly expanded its consciousness to envelop the entire Xianming world, but found nothing suspicious. Could it be my imagination? The figure shook its head. No. My perceptions have never been wrong. There must be something amiss. He cannot be those filthy skeletons again. With its injuries nearly healed, the figure vowed. Once I recover, I will ensure the extermination of those accursed, filthy skeletons. I shall not permit any threat to my existence." The figure then closed its eyes once more. Before the elder lay the skeleton sea. A massive flying vessel soared through the sky, and Xiang Kong respectfully pointed toward the cloud-shrouded area, saying, "Look over there." The elder of the water leopard from the Qinglong Institute, Murong Yun, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, instruct the disciples to prepare to descend." Several other elders nodded in unison, commanding the inner disciples to fly downward. The flying vessel descended towards the outskirts of the skeleton sea like dumplings falling into water. Below, the skeletons slowly raised their heads to gaze at the vessel that blotted out the sun, witnessing figures descending, their souls trembling as they hurried to report to Xiao Jin. Although Xiao Jin had recently advanced to become a skeleton general, he preferred to remain on the outskirts, primarily for leisure, without too many responsibilities. Today, as Xiao Jin leisurely basked in the moonlight, 2 golden skeletons rushed over, exclaiming, "Not good, Jin Yi! A great calamity has befallen us. Powerful humans seem to have come to hunt us in the skeleton sea. Many skeletons have already perished at their hands." Startled, Xiao Jin sat upright. What realms do these humans possess?" The 2 golden skeletons replied. "Nearly in tears, we do not know, but they are incredibly strong. Our outer skeletons cannot withstand them. For every one that confronts them, many die. Thousands of skeletons have already fallen." Alarmed, Xiao Jin sprang to his feet. "This is bad. I must report to my lord immediately. You 2 hold the fort. I will go inform." Xiao Jin vanished in an instant, leaving the 2 golden skeletons no chance to react. The 2 golden skeletons exchanged glances. Revealing bitter smiles, he runs swiftly, leaving us behind to hold the line. "But we cannot withstand this." However, Xiao Jin had disappeared, and among the outskirts, they were the 2 strongest, one a high gold skeleton and the other a peak gold skeleton. "Let us go. We will hold them off as long as we can. If it becomes too dire, we shall retreat into the depths of the skeleton sea." This moment, the outskirts of the skeleton sea had become a playground for the inner disciples of the Xiaoyu sect, who were madly slaughtering the outer skeletons in a frenzied competition for points. Some even resorted to bickering over the right to kill. Murong Yun furrowed his brow. "It has been many years since I visited the skeleton sea, and the strength of the skeletons here has changed so drastically." Yang Kong nodded. "Indeed. Although the skeleton sea lies within my Tianshi County, I rarely come here, and I did not expect so many silver-level skeletons in the outskirts. A silver-level skeleton is equivalent to a practitioner in the underworld Qi stage." Murong Yun was astonished. Indeed, the number of these silver-level skeletons exceeds that of all the underworld Qi practitioners in my entire Xiaoyu sect. Thankfully, we arrived early to clear them out. Otherwise, over time, the skeleton sea could have become a hidden threat. Yang Kong chuckled. "You are overthinking, Elder. The strongest being in the skeleton sea is merely a grand lord at the pinnacle of the underworld phase. How could it possibly pose a threat to our Xiaoyu sect?" Murong Yun shot Xiang Kong a sidelong glance. "What do you know? The depths of the skeleton sea are far more profound than you realize." Xiang Kong's expression changed in alarm. Could there be hidden powers within the skeleton sea? Murong Yun nodded. "Roughly speaking, it is just that for certain reasons they cannot manifest in the world. Do not inquire further into this matter. It is beyond your concern." 2 golden skeletons appeared before the inner disciples, who rushed towards them like fish sensing blood in the water. Slaying a golden skeleton grants far more points than killing 100 silver skeletons. Lu Tan, naturally among them, had promised Jiang Qingshan he would bring back the golden skeleton she mentioned. He had searched extensively on the outskirts, but had yet to encounter the golden skeleton Jiang Qingshan spoke of. Now that he had finally found 2, he would not let them slip away. Lu Tian instantly activated his Wind Spirit King body, charging towards the 2 golden skeletons with incredible speed. Weaker inner disciples, witnessing Lu Tian's overwhelming prowess, dared not contest him for the kill. However, there are many who are stronger than Lu Tian, and one by one, they begin to contend with him for dominance. Among them, 5 or 6 presences surpass Lu Tian's formidable aura. The 2 golden skeletons, merely possessing the strength of the soul realm, had never encountered so many formidable beings of the soul manifestation realm, causing them to tremble in fear. What should we do? Should we flee or stay? We cannot withstand those from the soul manifestation realm. Just as they were preparing to escape, they discovered that the humans had begun to fight amongst themselves. The reason for the conflict was Lu Tian's desperate attempts to prevent a few inner disciples from taking action. That a woman, radiating an extreme chill, glared at Lu Tian. Lu Tian, how dare you? Ranked over 50 on the Earth list, compete with us? Lu Tian replied nonchalantly, Sister Lan, these two golden skeletons are of great importance to me, that I hope you won tea contest with me for them. In the future, I shall surely express my gratitude to you. He then turned to the others, brothers and sisters. The same applies to you that I in due course. I will personally extend my thanks. Among them, a strikingly handsome young man scoffed. Lu Tian, your appetite is insatiable. You think that just a few words will make us relinquish our claim. Your influence is not so great. Lu Tian retorted coolly, if you insist on contesting with me, then do not blame me for being impolite. Upon finishing his words, he unleashed a powerful aura. The others gasped in astonishment. The peak of the soul manifestation realm. He was just a step away from the Soul King realm. Lu Tian, how have you progressed so swiftly? I recall just half a month ago you had only just entered the soul manifestation realm. That Lu Tian coldly replied, I have my methods for the sake of my esteemed brothers and sisters. I shall say this once more. These two golden skeletons belong to me, that I hope you will accommodate me. The group exchanged glances. Most of them were in the mid-stage of the soul manifestation realm, with only one being in the late stage. Facing Lu Tian at the peak of the soul manifestation realm would mean incurring significant losses. Sister Lan smiled. Since junior brother Lu has spoken, then we shall yield the golden skeletons to you. Being the only one at the peak of the soul manifestation realm, Sister Lan's departure led the others to follow suit. Just as they left, a streak of light shot across the sky at an astonishing speed. Some inner disciples exclaimed in surprise, It's Brother Long. Now Lu Tian is finished. Brother Long has set his sights on those two golden skeletons. A spectacle is about to unfold. Although they were astonished by Lu Tian's realm, Brother Long was also at the peak of the soul manifestation realm, and a clash between two at that level was certainly worth witnessing. Lu Tian's expression darkened. What terrible luck! How could I encounter Long Chun-shan? This fellow is ranked 6th on the Earth list. I wonder if I can contend with him. Long Chun-shan stood with his hand behind his back, smiling at Lu Tian. Junior brother Lu, I hadn't expected that after just a few days, your cultivation has soared. This is indeed commendable. I have a request. I too have my eyes set on those two golden skeletons. Would you be so kind? Lu Tian replied coolly, Brother Long. Your words seem rather domineering. You are at the peak of the soul manifestation realm, and now I am, as well that it is somewhat unreasonable for you to expect me to withdraw simply based on your word. Long Chun-shan regarded Lu Tian with interest. It seems junior brother Lu wishes to exchange blows with me. Very well. Let us proceed. Consider a guidance for you, but let us keep it within limits to avoid any discord. Lu Tian roared, arrogant. Without holding back, Lu Tian charged at Long Chun-shan. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with fervor. One wielding the wind elemental royal body, the other the thunder elemental royal body. The surrounding area was ravaged by wind and lightning. They unleashed all their hidden power, yet the battle ended in a stalemate. At this moment, some elders aboard a flying ship also turned their attention to the fray. Mu Rongyan exclaimed in astonishment. I remember Lu Tian was only at the early stage of the soul manifestation realm. How has he reached the peak in just half a month? Lu Zhenghao, the disciple in question, nodded. Indeed, I too am quite surprised by his progress. Mu Rongyan stroked his beard with a smile. It seems you have gained yet another prodigy among your ranks. Long Chun-shan is unable to defeat him, and is on the verge of losing. The elders were all curious. Why is that? Mu Rongyan replied calmly. I specialize in wind, which has a significant advantage over thunder. Moreover, I observe that the soul energy within Lu Tian is surging. He is on the brink of a breakthrough. Yes, soon as Mu Rongyan finished his statement, Lu Tian indeed broke through during the fight, defeating Long Chun-shan with a single move. Lu Tian felt elated. Sister Jiang Qingshan's physique is truly remarkable. Long Qingshan, though unwilling to accept defeat, realized that Lu Tian had already ascended to the Soul King realm, and with both being royal bodies, he had no chance of victory. All the inner disciples below were dumbfounded. Lu Tian had actually defeated Long Qingshan. He had also broken through to the Soul King realm, placing his strength among the top 5 on the Earth list. What incredible fortune Lu Tian possessed. One could only wonder what kind of luck allowed for such rapid advancement. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. Youthful ambition. What young person isn't a little reckless? He was no exception. Haha, I never expected that one day I, Lu Tian, would be admired and revered by others. This is all thanks to Sister Jiang Qingshan, that I must keep her pleased. In the future, not only will I contend for a position on the Earth list, but perhaps even the heavenly list or a personal disciple. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward the 2 golden skeletons. The 2 skeletons trembled, gazing at Lu Tian with trepidation. Human, I advise you not to act against us. Our king will not spare you. Your demise will be most tragic. Lu Tian frowned. The words of these 2 golden skeletons did not align with what Sister Qingshan had told him. Your king? He demanded. Are you referring to the one who led the attack on Pingzhou town? The 2 golden skeletons were taken aback that Lu Tian recognized Yi Mu Yun, their confidence bolstered. Since you know our master, why are you still here? You should hurry and retreat. Someone has already gone to inform our master. When he arrives, you and everyone up there will perish here. The golden skeleton's words elicited laughter from those around. Ha! You are quite amusing, you little fiend. Those above are our esteemed elders. What are you skeletons to them? With just a finger, they could obliterate your skeletal army. Even your king would have to kneel before them. Lu Tian replied coolly. Where's your king? Bring him forth. The 2 golden skeletons, somewhat fearful, replied, Our master is on his way. Lu Tian snorted, moving like lightning to appear beside one of the golden skeletons, wind elements swirling in his hand. If you die, he may arrive even faster. The terrifying wind element engulfed one of the golden skeletons. Such violent energy was beyond its capacity to withstand, having even extinguished its soul fire before. Only one golden skeleton remained, trembling in fear. Lu Tian turned to glare at it. If he dies, you will be next. Just as Lu Tian prepared to strike, an ethereal voice interrupted him. Are you looking for me? Lu Tian halted, turning to the source of the voice. You finally chose to reveal yourself. I thought you would merely watch as your subordinates were slaughtered. Hiding like a coward, why Yi Mu Yun appeared before everyone. You have slaughtered my subordinates. None shall escape. You must all remain, including those above. The appearance of Yi Mu Yun left everyone from the Xiaoyu sect momentarily stunned. Ha ha! Is this the king they speak of? A mere skeletal general I could kill with ease, and he dares to call himself a king. How did this fellow ascend to the throne? If that's the case, I could be a king too, serving my seniors and masters daily in the Evil Moon sect. Isn't it rather splendid to reign over this sea of skeletons? I find this skeletal creature to be rather dim-witted. It genuinely believes itself to be a king, all-powerful, and even wishes to keep us all here. Who granted it such audacity? Ha! This is utterly hilarious. There are jokes every year, but this year seems to be particularly abundant. Lu Tian remarked nonchalantly. You think you're something special just because you slaughtered a town. Do you truly see yourself as significant? I've been entrusted by my junior sister to capture you and present you to her for gratification. If you are sensible, kneel before me directly to spare yourself from suffering. Dingrace, human.name, Lu Tian, realm, early stage of the underworld king. Combat power, 3800. Yi Mu Yun stated coolly. Your words are quite audacious. But it appears you've attained early stage underworld king status at such a young age. Indeed a dragon among men. Then, with an icy demeanor, Yi Mu Yun continued, however, what I relish most is hunting down human prodigies. Especially those as exceptional as you did. Lu Tian threw back his head and laughed. How absurd. I shall capture you now and make you face reality. Just as Lu Tian prepared to strike, he heard the voice of Si Yang Kong from above. Junior brother Lu, hold on. Lu Tian frowned. Senior brother Si Yang Kong, why do you interrupt me? Xiong Kong glared at Yimu Yun with seething rage that he is a vendetta against me. I implore you, junior brother Liu, to hand it over to me for punishment. Lu Tian's expression soured. Senior brother Xiong Kong, while I respect you as a senior, this is an intersect disciple trial. Your interference seems somewhat excessive. Xiong Kong's face darkened. He had not anticipated Lu Tian's blatant disregard for him. Today you must allow it. It must die by my hand. Lu Tian coldly replied. And what if I refuse? The sword intent radiating from Xiong Kong surged forth. Then I shall have to test my skills against you. Junior brother. The mid-stage Underworld King's strength instantly forced Lu Tian to retreat. Yimu Yun remarked indifferently. You both are already dead. What is the point of your squabbling? Xiong Kong manifested a longsword, unleashing a strike imbued with the intent to cleave through the heavens towards Yimu Yun. Yimu Yun smiled slightly, effortlessly countering with a sword chi that dissipated Xiong Kong's attack. What? Everyone present was left in stunned silence, including the elders in the sky, eyes wide in disbelief. This defies logic. A mere skeletal general. At the Underworld Soul Realm, how could it nullify Xiong Kong's sword intent at will? The crowd erupted in commotion. It actually withstood Xiong Kong's sword intent. Although Xiong Kong was not a master swordsman, he was still a mid-stage Underworld King, capable of easily dispatching countless Underworld souls with a single strike. This skeleton was indeed peculiar. No wonder it spoke so arrogantly. It must possess some skill. Xiong Kong furrowed his brow, feeling a strange familiarity with the sword chi emitted by Yimu Yun, as if he had encountered it before. Beside him, Lu Tian mocked, senior brother Xiong Kong. Did you perhaps spend last night nestled among several women? To be in such a state, your sword intent being countered by a mere skeletal creature. How embarrassing. I shall handle it. You are unworthy. Lu Tian grinned menacingly. Watch me subdue you. Wind language extreme. A terrifying wind lance erupted from Lu Tian's hand, spinning with such velocity that it destabilized the surrounding space. Kill. Yimu Yun dismissed Lu Tian's wind lance with a disdainful glance. With a casual wave, he unleashed a sword chi infused with a destructive aura, instantly annihilating the wind lance and piercing through Lu Tian's body, causing it to explode, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Yimu Yun drew in his palm, capturing Lu Tian's escaping soul. Lu Tian's spirit pleaded, Please, do not kill me. I am now but a soul. I can serve as your servant. I will do anything as long as you spare my life. Lu Tian coldly inquired, Who is this junior sister you speak of? Why did she ask you to capture me? Lu Tian hurriedly replied, Her name is Jiang Qingshan. She was originally from Pingzhou Town. She said you destroyed her home and killed her brother and master, and she asked me to seek revenge on her behalf. The flames of the soul in Yimu Yun's eyes turned icy as he swiftly consumed Lu Tian's soul entirely. Jiang Qingshan, so she is the disciple of Jiang Yunsheng. How intriguing. With her around, I might continue to receive experience points. For now, I shall allow you to linger a bit longer. Ding, you have slain a human cultivator and gained 40,000 experience. The event transpired too rapidly for anyone present to comprehend. Even the elders in the sky displayed astonished expressions. He just killed Lu Tian. My heavens, Lu Tian was an underworld king, a royal body, and he was instantly obliterated. Was it not merely a creature of the underworld soul realm? This is impossible. It must be hiding some power. Xiong Kong gazed at Yimu Yun with trepidation. Though he was somewhat stronger than Lu Tian, he was not significantly so. If Yimu Yun could dispatch Lu Tian, he could surely do the same to him. He began to regret his earlier bravado. Instinctively retreating, Yimu Yun remarked, Human, weren't you quite arrogant just now, claiming you would kill me? What now? Beginning to retreat. As Xiong Kong stepped back, he attempted to assert himself. You wretched beast, do not get too pleased with yourself. There are elders from the evil moon sect above. They can easily annihilate you. Yimu Yun unleashed several sword chi towards Xiong Kong. They cannot save your life. Die. The sword chi, evolved from the instant exploding fist, leaped through space, closing in on Xiong Kong in an instant, leaving him no room to evade. Seeing the bizarre trajectory of the sword chi, Xiong Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. You are the black-robed one. Boom! The sword Qi, infused with a destructive aura, sealed off all escape routes, piercing through Si Kong's body from all directions. To Yi Mu Yun's astonishment, Si Kong had used a certain protective artifact, absorbing the damage in his stead, leaving his own body unharmed. That a clever means of self-preservation. But do you think that will allow you to escape? 7 fiends ghost seal. 7 ghostly figures instantly bound Si Kong. Si Kong quickly shouted, "Elders, the culprit has been identified. It is that black-robed one. Elders, please act swiftly." The 4 elders aboard the flying vessel changed their expressions. "This is bad. Quickly, save Si Kong." Several figures descended rapidly, preparing to rescue him. Why? Mu Yun grinned widely. "I have been waiting for you." As the elders approached Si Kong, a pair of spectral eyes materialized around them, the very eyes of death unleashed by Yi Mu Yun. Dozens of invisible skeletal clones surged forth, self-destructing on the spot. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted centered around Si Kong, expanding outward. The elders screamed, "This is not good." Although the elders were powerful, the explosion was far too sudden. One of them was instantly melted away, leaving no trace behind. The others reacted quickly, managing to defend themselves, sustaining only minor damage to their garments. Yi Mu Yun shook his head, somewhat disappointed. The eyes of death are indeed ineffective against these high-level old dogs. I only managed to kill one, drawing in his palm. Yi Mu Yun absorbed Si Kong's soul along with that of one elder, leaving nothing behind. Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 37,000 experience. You have slain a human practitioner, earning an additional 100,000 experience points. Lu Jinghao glared fiercely at Yi Mu Yun. "Abominable creature, you have thwarted the good deeds of our evil moon sect, killed several of our members, and even slain one of our elders. Are you the black-clad figure responsible?" Ding race. Human race name. Lu Jinghao realm. Mid-stage underworld emperor combat power. 5,600 in the face of several elders from the evil moon sect. Yi Mu Yun remained undaunted. With an average combat power of just over 5,000, even with the enhancement of their techniques, they barely reached 6,000 yet. Yi Mu Yun's own lethal bonefinger technique boasted a combat power exceeding 7,000, capable of dispatching any of the elders in an instant. Yi Mu Yun replied calmly, "I have never intended to conceal my identity." "What of it?" Lu Jinghao's eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Very well, since you admit it. Today shall mark your day of reckoning. You have dared to oppose our evil moon sect. It seems you have forgotten the terror we instilled in you." Yi Mu Yun retorted coolly, "You might want to reconsider your own safety. You trespassed into my bone sea without permission and slaughtered my kin. For either of these offenses, you shall not escape the bone sea today." A raucous laughter erupted from the flying vessel. "Ha ha! Our evil moon sect has long ignored the bone sea, allowing you skeletons to grow so arrogant. It seems you have truly forgotten the painful lessons of the past. Today, let us remind you." Murong Yun descended gracefully from the vessel. Ding, race, human race name. Murong Yun realm. Early stage underworld sovereign combat power. 6,900. This individual possesses some merit. With the aid of techniques, their combat power may well exceed 7,000 or even 8,000. They will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. However, just because I cannot defeat them does not imply my subordinates are incapable. Having recently acquired a saintly subordinate, it was the perfect opportunity to test its strength. The elders bowed in respect as Murong Yun descended. "Senior Brother Murong." Murong Yun nodded, then unleashed a fierce pressure directed at Yi Mu Yun. Yi Mu Yun enveloped himself in a shroud of destructive energy, repelling the oppressive force. Murong Yun regarded Yi Mu Yun with mild astonishment. "The essence of that flood dragon truly lies within your grasp. Surrender the core of destruction, and I shall grant you a swift end." "The core of destruction? I have consumed the entire dragon. Not a trace remains." Yi Mu Yun countered defiantly. "What if I refuse?" Murong Yun coldly declared. "Then the bone sea shall be rendered obsolete. Your entire domain shall perish alongside you." Before Yi Mu Yun could respond, a voice filled with rage resonated from the heavens. "How audacious the evil moon sect! You are indeed the lapdogs of the underworld ancestor mountain, fulfilling your roles admirably. Had it been my bone sea of old, would you have dared to utter a word? Murong Yun's expression shifted. He sensed no trace of the speaker's presence. Who dares? You presume to insult my evil moon sect. What of it? I not only intend to insult you, but will also slay your members. What will you do about it? Murong Yun scoffed. Arrogance. Do not think that by concealing your aura with some secret method, you can consider yourself a master. I am not so easily deceived. I shall unearth you and claim your life. Murong Yun turned to Lu Zhenghao and commanded, Zhenghao, issue an order for all inner disciples to eliminate as many as possible. Today, we shall eradicate the Bone Sea. I will return shortly. As soon as Murong Yun's words fell, his figure vanished from sight. Lu Zhenghao respectfully responded, As you command. Yi Muyun cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Evil Moon sect. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my Bone Sea? Allow me to showcase the current might of the Bone Sea. My loyal servants, arise. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of skeletons surged forth from behind Yi Muyun, encircling the 100 or so members of the Evil Moon sect. As the aura emanating from those skeletons washed over them, some inner disciples trembled in fear. Is this the power of the Bone Sea? My heavens, how can there be so many skeletons? Was it not said that the strongest among them only reached the underworld apparition realm? How could there be so many of them? Nearly 100 lords. That's not all. Look at those skeleton generals at the underworld soul realm. There must be at least 300 to 400 of them, and there are quite a few at the underworld king realm as well. Lu Zhenghao and the elders wore grim expressions. The Bone Sea had indeed undergone a transformation. What had transpired to enhance its power so drastically? In the entire Evil Moon state, it was unlikely to find another force capable of contending with them. Elder Xieshue Yan of the Vermilion Bird Academy remarked, Esteemed elders, it is time for us to take action. Let us eliminate those underworld kings and underworld apparitions. This army of skeletons shall disperse. At that moment, a woman interjected, Elder Xie, allow us 5 to handle this matter. There is no need for esteemed uncles and aunts to intervene against these wretches. Xieshue Yan covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Isn't this the prized disciple of Chief Elder Yun Chang'e from the White Tiger Academy, Su Shihuan? The elders turned their attention to Su Shihuan, well aware of Yun Chang'e's disciple. Not only did she rank first on the Earth ranking, but she was also the only saintly body among the inner disciples. The emergence of a saintly body renders her unmatched. Her combat power is on par with any elder. Lu Zhenghao smiled. Since you have spoken, dear disciple Su Shihuan, we shall grant you this opportunity for experience. However, be wary of that peculiar skeleton who claims to be a king. Do not provoke it. Su Shihuan cast a dismissive glance at Yi Muyun. Regarding Lu Zhenghao's words with indifference, Su Shihuan bowed alongside the top 5 inner disciples of the Earth ranking, and we shall ensure that these aberrations are eradicated. With that, they charged into the throng of skeletons. Each of the top 5 were kings, all at the underworld king realm, their methods exceedingly ruthless. The skeletons stood no chance against them, especially with Su Shihuan leading the charge. Within moments, a breach was torn through the ranks of skeletons. Minghua stepped forward respectfully. My king, these insignificant creatures do not warrant your involvement. I shall lead Mo Yin and the others to deal with those humans. Yi Muyun nodded. Be cautious. One of the women is quite formidable. Minghua grinned. Since I have broken through to the monarch realm, I have yet to truly showcase my strength. This time, I will relish the opportunity to Yin, Shuegu, Ling Yang, Bing Shan. The 4 answered in unison. Present, follow me to confront these human prodigies. After Minghua departed, Yi Muyun fixed his gaze on Lu Zhenghao and the others. Lu Zhenghao remarked coolly, Humph. What does it matter if you possess so many skeletons? A swarm of ants cannot slay an elephant. Will you strike, or shall we? Yi Muyun stared intently at Lu Zhenghao and the others. Indeed, ants cannot kill an elephant, yet I am the elephant, and you are the ants. An elder from the White Tiger Academy snorted. Humph, this fellow is far too arrogant. Fellow brothers, rest easy and watch how I eradicate this audacious wretch. Ding race, human race name, Zhao Yuanhua realm. Mid-stage underworld emperor combat power, 5. 700 Zhao Yuanhua flickered several times, closing in on Yi Muyun. Abominable creature, meet your end. White Tiger, four-sword technique. As Zhao Yuanhua unleashed this ultimate move, his combat power, originally at 5,700, surged instantaneously to a staggering 6,500. The intent to kill radiated within a 100-meter radius, obliterating the surrounding skeletons in an instant. The sky tore open, revealing four distinct rifts from which countless flying swords emerged, hurtling towards Yi Muyun with lethal intent. Lu Jinghao remarked appreciatively, Brother Zhao's White Tiger Sacred Sword technique has become increasingly domineering. Xie Shuiyan expressed her envy. Indeed, the White Tiger specializes in slaughter. Its techniques are purely destructive. When it comes to sheer destructive power, none among us can rival Brother Zhao. Another elder added, Brother Zhao holds the skeleton in too high regard. It seems he requires the use of such an exalted technique to defeat it. Lu Jinghao shook his head. Even a lion, when hunting a rabbit, must exert its full strength. That skeleton is evidently more cunning than humans, and no one knows what tricks it may have up its sleeve. Brother Zhao's cautious approach is entirely justified. That Yi Muyun was equally astonished, never anticipating that Zhao Yuanhua would resort to an exalted technique right from the outset. In the Xianming continent, techniques are classified into various tiers. Third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, human tier, earth tier, heaven tier, exalted tier, ultimate tier, sacred tier, and supreme tier. Techniques above the third rate are rare, let alone human tier, earth tier, heaven tier, and exalted techniques. Even within a major sect like the Shiyue sect, exalted techniques are scarce, totaling no more than a few dozen. Such precious techniques possess formidable power. Human tier and earth tier techniques allow practitioners to fight beyond their rank, and exalted techniques can enable one to surpass two realms. Although Zhao Yuanhua employed an exalted technique, Yi Muyun's abilities were even more monstrous. Exceeding his expectations, with a breathtaking movement, the phantom step rendered him invincible for a fleeting moment, and the terrifying attack that struck Yi Muyun had no effect whatsoever. What? This scene left not only Lu Jinghao and the others in shock, but even Zhao Yuanhua himself was incredulous. How did you achieve this? My White Tiger four-sword technique embodies the essence of slaughter, regardless of the disparity in our ranks. The intent alone should reduce you to ashes. Yi Muyun disdainfully parried one of the swords, retorting, Is this what you call an exalted technique? Are you merely tickling me? Zhao Yinhua's emotions surged. He had unwavering confidence in his attack. Yet today his White Tiger four-sword technique failed to even harm a mere skeleton of the underworld realm. What on earth had he been cultivating? Lu Jinghao's expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. Brother Zhao's mental state is unstable. He shouted, Brother Zhao, it must have employed some secret method to withstand your attack. It is cleverly targeting your psyche. You must not let it manipulate your mind and ruin your resolve. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanhua snapped out of his confusion and fixed his clear gaze upon Yi Muyun. What a monstrous being! You dare to attempt to shake my resolve. Yi Muyun's terrifying skeletal visage broke into a grin. Humans always seek elusive justifications for their failures. If your strength were truly formidable, my mere words could not possibly unsettle your resolve. It is evident that your cultivation falls short. Zhao Yunhua's eyes hardened. Humph. Your words can no longer sway my resolve. My heart is now steadfast, and your efforts are futile. I shall now unleash my strongest move to affirm my conviction. Yi Muyun, intrigued, replied, I shall only utilize a single finger. I wonder if you can withstand this strike. Zhao Yuanhua bellowed. Do not think that a mere finger, even 1,000 fingers, could withstand my assault. White Tiger's sacred sword technique, final form. Boundless sword. The elders in the distance gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, Brother Zhao is employing his strongest sword move. I recall it has been many years since he last used this technique. What a privilege it is to witness it today. Another elder sighed, indeed. I was fortunate to see this move once before. During our clash with the demonic sect, when we faced 3 underworld emperors like the tea that time, Brother Zhao stood at the pinnacle of the underworld king realm, but we were utterly despondent. Yet Brother Zhao fearlessly stepped forward, executing this move and instantly annihilating the 3 underworld emperors. We were all left in awe. Lu Jinghao murmured, gazing at Zhao Yuanhua. Indeed, Brother Zhao was a prodigy among us. At that moment, the sword intent emanating from Zhao Yuanhua intensified, and his hand was no longer empty. It now wielded a sword. This was no ordinary weapon, but a heavenly tier artifact. The augmentation from the weapon and technique propelled Zhao Yuanhua's combat power from 6,500 to an astounding 8,000, making him the most formidable opponent Yi Muyun had encountered thus far. Die. Yi Muyun's expression faltered. He was taken aback by the revelation that this individual's ultimate move could achieve 8,000 in combat power. His own killing bone finger, with a fourfold effect, only reached 7,200. However, Yi Muyun remained undeterred. The absorption of the power of the underworld ancestor had allowed him to evolve once more, attaining the rank of a high-level skeleton general. With his combat power reaching 1850 in a normal state, the fourfold killing bone finger yielded over 7,000 in combat power, but that did not imply he lacked skills to enhance his combat prowess. The third-tier triadic power could provide a 45-point boost to all attributes, meaning that with an enhancement, his 1850 combat power would exceed 2,000 with over 2,000 in combat power. The fourfold killing bone finger was more than sufficient to send him to the afterlife. Yi Muyun gazed at the unparalleled sword before him, murmuring, "Triadic power." The 45-point enhancement swiftly elevated Yi Muyun's combat power. Subsequently, his gaze turned icy as Lu Jinghao felt an unsettling chill in his heart, reminiscent of a previous foreboding sensation from the sect. This is not good. This feeling. He glanced at Yi Muyun's frigid eyes and shouted, "Brother Zhao, run." All the elders were perplexed by Lu Jinghao's sudden exclamation. Did he suffer a shock? Clearly, Brother Zhao held the advantage, and the skeleton was on the verge of being eradicated by him. This moment, Zhao Yuanhua was fully immersed in a state of perfection. Sensing an impending breakthrough, completely engrossed in this move and oblivious to Lu Jinghao's voice. Even if he had heard it, Zhao Yuanhua would not retreat. That would be absurd. To withdraw while in an absolute advantageous position would be the act of a fool. As Zhao Yuanhua remained firmly in place, showing no intention of retreating, Lu Jinghao's complexion turned pale as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over." Xie Shuiyan disdainfully patted Lu Jinghao's shoulder. "What nonsense are you spouting, old Lu? What do you mean it's all over? You're cursing Brother Zhao." The other elders echoed their discontent. "Exactly. Lu Jinghao, are you harboring ill intentions?" Zhao Yuanhua merely shook his head. "You will soon understand." A blinding sword light flashed across the sky, captivating everyone's attention, even halting those engaged in battle, who stared in terror at the celestial display. This sword light instilled a profound fear in their souls, a terror beyond comprehension. They felt that if Elder Zhao so desired, he could cleave the very heavens apart. This heaven-splitting sword truly astonished all, including the surrounding skeletons. Minghua, Umo, Yin, Shuigu, Lingyang, and Ice Mountain watched Yi Muyun with concern. Shuigu murmured, "Surely our master will be fine." Mo Yin shook his head. "This sword is too terrifying. I wonder if our master can withstand it." Minghua reassured, "Our master is omnipotent. Trust in him." Su Shihuan sneered. "You still have time to worry about others. Perhaps it would be wiser to concern yourselves with your own fates." As Su Shihuan's sacred body awakened, her originally round and glimmering pupils fragmented into numerous smaller orbs, layered together, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery and eeriness. Just as she prepared to unleash her attack, the sky underwent a profound transformation. The void shattered, and a colossal bony finger emerged, pointing directly at the sword light. Everyone was once again captivated by the bony digit. Oh heavens, that is indeed a skeletal finger. The overwhelming sense of oppression is suffocating. I feel as though my very soul is on the verge of being crushed by that finger. Indeed, merely witnessing it leaves me breathless, my chest heavy with dread. The emergence of the bony finger rendered the previously confident elders' faces pale with trepidation. How could this be? What manner of skeleton is this? And how could the finger it summoned possess such formidable pressure? How powerful! I sense that even with all my strength, I am utterly incapable of contending with that bony finger. Xie Shuiyan stared blankly at the finger, recalling Lu Jinghao's earlier nonsensical words. Brother Zhao is in danger. With a bony finger passed, space disintegrated, obliterating the sword light with a power that crushed everything in its path. Zhao Yuanhua had no chance to react before being annihilated by the finger. The expressions of all the members of the Evil Moon sect froze in disbelief. They could not accept this outcome. Just moments ago, they were confident of victory, and now they felt as though they had lost everything. How could this happen? Even if the skeleton's attack was formidable, Brother Zhao should not have been completely defenseless against it, unless the opponent's strength far exceeded his own. Another elder, both astonished and terrified, exclaimed, "Brothers, shall we continue? This skeleton is so terrifying. I fear none of us stand a chance against it." Lu Jinghao gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze upon Yimu. "Oh, not be afraid. He must have employed some secret technique. Such a terrifying attack is unlikely to be unleashed a second time, that if we retreat now, we will fall into his trap. This is precisely the moment for us to strike." The elders exchanged glances, while Xie Shuiyin, still shaken by Yimiyun's bony finger, spoke in fear. "Brother Lu, look at that fearless gaze. Surely he has more tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it would be wise for us to hold off until Brother Morong arrives, at which point we would have greater confidence to attack together." Lu Jinghao narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Yi Muyun, recalling that unsettling sensation, hesitating for a moment. "Very well. Let us refrain from a direct confrontation for now and await Brother Morong's return." Upon witnessing the elders avoiding him, Yimyun couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Waiting for Murong Yun, is it? That old fool may not even have a complete corpse left by now." Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar. "Help! My lord!" Yi Muyun jolted, realizing that he cared little for the deaths of the skeletal minions. But the demise of the Minhua was another matter entirely, for they were his subordinates, and their loss would be deeply felt. He saw Su Shihuan single-handedly facing off against 5 Minhua, pushing them back relentlessly, sometimes even causing them to engage in self-inflicted harm. The White Imuyun marveled. Could this woman's sacred body control souls? Yet it did not seem like mere soul control. It appeared to have the ability to transform the undead. Wai Imuyun stated coolly, "Do not panic. Mass accelerated regeneration. By employing this skill, all entities within a 300-meter radius, whether self or servant, would gain a rapid regeneration effect, instantly recovering from all bodily harm." A.S. Imuyun unleashed his skill. All damaged skeletons within a 300-meter radius centered on the Minhua were restored to their prime state in an instant. Terrifyingly, even those skeletal remains with only a skull remaining, their soul flames still flickering, coalesced in a full form that Wai Miyun continued to utilize accelerated regeneration in other locations, augmenting his skeletal army once more. This time, bolstered by the rapid regeneration, they became even harder to eliminate. As long as the members of the Evil Moon sect did not extinguish the soul flames of the skeletons, they would revert to their full strength instantaneously. What? The Evil Moon sect began to falter, suffering significant casualties. That Wai Miyun extended his hand, drawing the souls of numerous disciples from the Evil Moon sect. Humph. The true despair has only just begun. Subsequently, a flute appeared in Yi Muyun's hand. Heavenly Burial Bone Melody. By utilizing this skill, the host and all subordinates within a 5-kilometer radius would receive a 200-point attribute boost. The eerie melody of the flute swiftly enveloped the battlefield. Wherever the sound reached, the skeletons underwent dramatic transformations. Each skeleton's combat power surged to double, while the previously dominating disciples of the Evil Moon sect found themselves overwhelmed. Some disciples of the Evil Moon sect exclaimed in terror. What has happened to these skeletons? Why has their power suddenly become so terrifying? Naturally, the Minhua were also affected by the flute's melody, their combat prowess doubling as well. The Minhua unleashed chains that swiftly dispatched one of the top 5 inner disciples. Laughing maniacally, "Ha ha! Come on, weren't you all quite formidable just now? With my lore behind me, what do I have to fear from you?" Su Shihuan's expression darkened. Ever since the flute sound began, her influence over the Minhua had diminished significantly. The Minhua fixed their gaze upon Su Shihuan, intent on eliminating her, for her abilities posed a considerable nuisance. The augmented Minhua were fearsome, especially 5 of them attacking in unison. Even Su Shihuan, with her sacred body, could only temporarily evade their onslaught. The Minhua's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, And while Su Shihuan focused on defense, she understood that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. Glancing at several top 5 inner disciples nearby, she sensed their fear as they recalled her notorious reputation. "Sister Su, for the sake of our shared sect, please spare us." The remaining 3 attempted to flee, but Su Shihuan snorted coldly. "Forgive me, brothers, but survival must come first." An eerie light emanated from her peculiar gaze, enveloping the heads of the 3 disciples. Behind them, a ghostly visage materialized. This visage was not a lifeless entity, but a living presence, emitting a chilling laughter that sent shivers down their spines. After planting the ghostly visage, the bodies of the 3 disciples began to transform, their vitality being siphoned away by the visage, leaving only lifelessness behind. In that moment, the 3 inner disciples were no longer human, but had been grotesquely transformed into zombies by Su Shihuan. The 3 inner disciples, already formidable, now possessed the bodies of zombies, successfully blocking the Minhua's advance. Point 1 Elder, witnessing his disciples turned into zombies, bellowed in fury. "Su Shihuan, what have you done? That is my disciple. How dare you transform him into a zombie before my eyes?" The expressions of the other elders were equally grim, yet they felt powerless. After all, her master was the chief elder of the Bone Hall, Yun Tianhe. Within the Evil Moon sect, the disparity between an elder and the chief elder of the 4 academies was akin to that between outer and inner disciples. They could not even muster the opportunity to resist. Lu Jinghao advised, "Let it go. Esteemed elders, when we return, we shall honorably report the valiant deaths of our disciples. Yun Tianhe is not someone we can provoke." The other elders snorted in unison, choosing to say no more. Why, Yimyun grinned. One intriguing ability, capturing individuals as servants. Perhaps her skills could yield a formidable army of skeletons. Then, Yimyun's expression shifted to one of surprise as he noticed Su Shihuan charging directly toward him. Yimyun chuckled lightly. "Are you attempting to seize the leader first? I must commend your courage, but alas, you are overly confident in your own abilities." As Su Shihuan dashed toward Yimyun, her eyes radiating an otherworldly glow, and he felt as if his very soul was being pried open by some sinister force. "Competing with me in mental control, are you?" Demonis sighed, as the verdant flames of the soul within Yimyun's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. The peculiar force dwelling within her spirit was instantaneously obliterated as Su Shihuan, taken aback, realized for the first time that her powers could be so ruthlessly extinguished. Being a perceptive individual, she swiftly recognized the futility of resistance and turned to flee. Yimyun remarked nonchalantly, "Now that you have arrived, do you truly believe you can escape?" With a swift motion, Yimyun unleashed dozens of sword energies, effectively blocking Su Shihuan's path and sending her hurtling back. Ding race, human name, Su Shihuan realm, late stage of the underworld monarch combat power. 4800 Yimyun was somewhat astonished. The saint body was indeed remarkable, as it possessed a baseline combat power of 4800 even at the late stage of the underworld monarch. With an air of indifference, Yimyun declared, "Human, I shall grant you a chance for survival. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." Su Shihuan scoffed, "In this world, there are very few who can bind me." Su Shihuan, "Oh, you truly think you can compel me to become your servant?" "Never." As her aura surged dramatically, an enigmatic symbol appeared upon her forehead. Why, Yimyun observed with curiosity, it bears a striking resemblance to the symbol upon my 7 Fiends ghost seal. Through her scrutiny, Yimyun discerned that this symbol represented absolute power within this realm, seemingly tied to a certain set of rules. To exist in this world was to abide by its regulations, for none could ignore them. The symbol manifested. Countless black threads extended from it, enveloping Su Shihuan's body. The human form began to metamorphose into that of a nether being, growing a pair of bat-like wings spanning approximately 3 meters from her back. While her physique became increasingly alluring, aside from her vital areas, her clothing lay in tatters. Horns sprouted from her forehead, rendering her a veritable demon. As Su Shihuan's transformation progressed, her combat power soared to an astounding 6,000, surpassing that of several elders below. Suspended in the air, she gazed down upon Yimyun. "Now, Do you still wish to have me as your servant? Yi Muyun shot a glance at Su Shirhuan. I find your current state quite appealing. Join my ranks. Furious, Su Shirhuan retorted. Foolish, lowly skeleton. You know not the depths of your folly. Raising her hand, she hurled a nether flame sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, towards Yi Muyun. This sphere was no ordinary flame. It possessed the power to annihilate souls. Any contact would result in instant obliteration of the spirit. The elders below gasped in astonishment at Su Shirhuan's transformation. Xie Yan murmured, "She is the reincarnation of a certain saint-level demon. No wonder she possesses those innate nether eyes. One must commend Elder Yuntian's discernment." Lu Jinghao nodded in agreement. A great demon holds absolute dominance over lowly nether beings like skeletons. Moreover, the symbol upon her forehead evidently corresponds to a certain rune inscribed upon the nether ancestor mountain, indicating she has harnessed a fragment of the ancestor's rule of power. That skeleton is doomed. Yi Muyun stared upward at the approaching nether flame sphere, feeling the innate pressure of the rules compressing her soul. 7 fiends go seal. 7 ghostly figures emerged, ensnaring the massive nether flame sphere within their grasp. What? The elders were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the runes upon the 7 fiends go seal. She too has mastered the rule of power from the nether ancestor mountain? Su Shirhuan, clearly unprepared for Yi Muyun's capabilities, hesitated and inquired, "Could it be that you're also a reincarnation of a saint?" Yi Muyun replied coolly, "I am quite unlike you." With that, Yi Muyun pressed her palm against the luminous barrier of the 7 fiends ghost seal. Since it is a power of rules, it can also be devoured. Devour. As Yi Muyun initiated the devouring process, the nether flame sphere trapped within the 7 fiends ghost seal diminished rapidly, vanishing entirely within the blink of an eye. Yi Muyun even let out a symbolic belch. Consumed. This spectacle left everyone astounded. My heavens, that was the rule of the nether ancestor, and she devoured it. Su Shirhuan questioned in disbelief, "Who are you truly? How is it that you can consume even the rule of the ancestor?" Yi Muyun grinned, "I am your master." In an instant, Yi Muyun's speed was unparalleled as she appeared before Su Shirhuan. Her scarlet eyes fixated upon her. Startled, Su Shirhuan unleashed a furious assault with her indomitable claws. However, under the ethereal ghostly steps, she could scarcely touch Yi Muyun. Overwhelmed by fear, Su Shirhuan attempted to escape through a spatial leap, only to find herself ensnared once more by Yi Muyun's 7 fiends ghost seal upon re-emerging. Desperate, she exerted all her might against the seal's restraints, yet remained unwavering. Fear consumed Su Shirhuan's rationality as she screamed, "Release me, what do you intend to do?" Having witnessed Yi Muyun's devouring power, she dreaded becoming her next meal. Leaning against the barrier of the 7 fiends ghost seal, Yi Muyun fixed a chilling gaze upon Su Shirhuan. "Become my servant, or I shall consume you." Though endowed with the strength of reincarnation, Su Shirhuan was still merely a young woman in her 20s. Terrified by Yi Muyun's demeanor, she broke down in tears. "Please do not eat me. I will be your servant." The elders below exchanged anxious glances. Lu Jinghao shouted, "Beast, do you dare lay a hand on her? Her master is a pinnacle underworld sovereign." Yi Muyun cast a cold glance at Lu Jinghao. "Even if her master were to arrive today, they could not impede my actions. What I have set my sights upon, none can obstruct." Turning back to Su Shirhuan, Yi Muyun commanded, "Look in my eyes. Should you dare resist, I shall drain you completely." Paralyzed by fear, Su Shirhuan could scarcely muster the courage to defy her, locking her gaze onto Yi Muyun's scarlet eyes. Lu Jinghao urged anxiously, "Murong Yun, where are you? Hurry back." Just then, a surreal voice echoed through the air. "Murong Yun, he's already dead." His severed head was tossed down, revealing itself to be that of Murong Yun. The elders gaped in disbelief at the sight of Murong Yun's head. "It is indeed Brother Murong Yun. How is this possible? He was a formidable underworld sovereign, a force to be reckoned with even on the Xianming continent. How could he have perished so easily?" Di Anxingsheng materialized beside Yi Muyun, holding Murong Yun's soul with reverence. "My lord, this is Murong Yun's soul. He possessed numerous life-saving treasures, which took some time to procure. I beg your pardon, that moment." Su Shirhuan's soul bore the mark of servitude, binding her to Yimuyun as she waved her hand, dissipating the seven fiends' ghost seal. With a respectful bow, Su Shihuan intoned, "I pay homage to my lord." Yimuyun nodded, capturing Murong Yun's soul in her grasp. Murong Yun's spirit trembled as he pleaded, "I beg you, spare me." Yimuyun's gaze was icy as she glared at Murong Yun. "You are but a delectable morsel. Should I release you, what shall I consume?" In an instant, Murong Yun's soul was wholly devoured by Yimuyun. "Ding! You have slain a human practitioner, gaining 250,000 experience points." Despair washed over the faces of the elders. Their last hope had been extinguished. Lu Jinghao summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "All disciples of the Evil Moon sect, retreat at once, quickly." Yimuyun's cold eyes swept over the members of the Evil Moon sect. Dianxing Sheng remarked, "My lord, shall I eliminate them?" Yimuyun waved her hand dismissively. "Let them board the ship." The Dark Star Saint cast a perplexed glance at Yimuyun. The Evil Moon sect retreated swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye back to their flying vessel. Lu Jinghao shouted at Yimuyun, "You wretched beast, today you have slain so many of my Evil Moon sect. Await the day when my sect annihilates your skeleton sea." Yimuyun let out a cold laugh. Upon invoking this skill, a sword formation enveloped him within a 50-meter radius. For every additional undead creature within this formation, its power would increase by 1. A colossal sword array, spanning 50 meters, shrouded the flying vessel. During the previous battle, numerous skeletons had perished. Within that 50-meter range, at the very least, several thousand skeletons had met their demise. The augmented might of these several thousand skeletons was formidable indeed. Lu Jinghao bellowed, expending all his dark stones to activate the protective formation and utilize spatial jump. As the sword formation took shape, countless sword energies, composed of dark aura, surged through the Evil Moon sect's vessel like a torrential rain of petals. The protective formation was torn apart as if made of paper, shredded in an instant by the relentless barrage of sword energy. Not a single disciple aboard the vessel escaped. They were all harvested of their lives by the sword energies. The elders hastily produced various treasures for their survival, but to no avail, each succumbing to the onslaught of sword energy. Lu Jinghao himself was pierced countless times by the sword energies, his heart filled with resentment as he gazed at Yimuyun. Gradually collapsing to the ground, "I end this trial." Every member of the Evil Moon sect, save for Su Shihuan, had perished. None return alive. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Xianming world. Such massive casualties had never occurred even during conflicts between the Evil Moon sect and the Demon Gate. Below, a throng of skeletons knelt before Yimuyun in reverence. "Our Lord is mighty." Looking down upon the Xianming, our Lord's divine might, shaking the universe. Our Lord's grace surpasses that of the Dark Ancestor. With a sweeping gesture, Yimuyun drained the souls aboard the vessel entirely. "Ding! You have slain a human cultivator, earning 130,000 experience points." "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing evolution, becoming a top-tier skeleton general with 19 evolutions. You have acquired the skill Ghost Emperor Seal. This skill allows you to summon the Ghost Emperor Seal for 10 seconds, which will impose a ban on all dark energy within a 10-kilometer radius, disregarding any realm. The higher the skill level, the longer the summoning time and the broader the range. The next evolution requires 586,485,242,880 experience points. Yimuyun exclaimed in delight. "System, is this seal capable of silencing all dark energy over a vast area?" "Ding! That is one interpretation, host. Under the radiance of the Ghost Emperor Seal, all beings possessing dark energy are rendered mere mortals." "Wow, this skill is astounding. With the Ghost Emperor Seal, all are but ants. This truly is a divine skill." "Ding! Host has achieved the first milestone in subjugating human servants, earning 1 chance at the roulette draw." Yimuyun spun the roulette without hesitation. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a talent upgrade voucher for the Succubus Eye." Yimuyun produced it and immediately upgraded the Succubus Eye talent once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on upgrading the Succubus Eye talent to level 3. This grants a group teleportation function for servants, allowing you to summon your subjugated servants to your side from any location. IT enhances the submission function, compelling dark beings or humans of equal or lower realm to surrender to you, with a 5 chance of success against those 2 realms higher, ensuring eternal loyalty. It also enhances the mutual benefit function, whereby servants will convert 40 of their cultivation achievements into evolution experience for you. Yi Muyun felt elated. This succubus talent was truly extraordinary. Open the information panel. Ding. Host. Yi Muyun race. Undead race name. Top-tier skeleton general evolution experience. 4,586,485,242,880 number of evolutions. 19 exclusive talents. Group Devour. Skill Fusion, Succubus Eye, Sword Heart, Dragon Elephant Body, Heart of Destruction, Lord of the Dark Dragon skills. Triphase Power LV3, Instant Burst Fist LV4, Soul Storm, Eye of the Reaper LV3, Bone Finger of Death LV3, Spectral Step, 7 Kill Ghost Seal. Ultra Speed Regeneration Group, Heavenly Burial Bone Melody Realm. Pinnacle of the Dark Soul Combat Power. 2000 S Immune Evolved. So too did the skeletons, elevating the strength of the skeleton C significantly. The transformation reached the Advanced Lord level, and several of the fiery spirits broke through to the critical point of lordship. Concurrently, the minor lords below also ascended to the Great Lord level. The number of Great Lords surged several-fold, reaching several hundred, and the minor lords approached 1,000, while the count of skeleton generals soared to tens of thousands. Notably, the number of golden skeletons skyrocketed to 100,000, and the silver-tier skeletons reached 1,000,000. This formidable force would instill fear in any opposing faction, Yi Muyun stated calmly. It is time to launch a full-scale assault on the Tianshi County. He instructed the transformation to gather all skeletons at the center of the Skeleton Sea, preparing to attack the human city of Tianshi County. The Darkstar Saint, taken aback, exclaimed, "My lord, this will not only alarm the Evil Moon sect, but could also implicate sect from other states. We would become the target of public scorn." Yi Muyun replied nonchalantly, "Does the Evil Moon sect even require our provocation? Their trial team has perished in the Skeleton Sea. They will undoubtedly retaliate with their most formidable means. While the Evil Moon sect is still reeling, we must gather our strength in advance. Each human death generates a corpse, and those corpses, placed within the Skeleton Sea, will transform into our skeleton army. Therefore, we must maximize our efforts to slay humans, thereby augmenting our power." Beside him, the transformation exclaimed with excitement, "For so many years, we have lived in the Skeleton Sea, unable to step into human territory. At times, humans have slaughtered us at the periphery, and I had to endure it, fearing they might find a reason to annihilate you. At last, we can stand tall and walk upon human lands, watching them helplessly as we slay their Yi Muyun smiled faintly. "From now on, we shall not only stand tall, but also display our might. I shall make the entire Xianming world bow in fear beneath my dominion." In the Evil Moon sect, within the Hall of Eternal Souls, an elderly man was dozing off, only to be startled awake by an urgent voice. "Not good, Master. A grave incident has occurred." The elder opened his eyes wide, glancing at the youth. "Tianming, I have told you countless times to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. You are no longer a child. How will you navigate the world if you cannot maintain your composure?" Tianming replied anxiously, "Oh my master, this is truly a dire situation. A multitude of life tokens in the inner hall have shattered." The elder, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, demanding, "You little rascal, do not jest with your master. We had not engaged in conflict with any sect, and even if we had, it would not result in such destruction. How many life tokens have shattered?" Tianming hurriedly responded, "Master, over 100 have shattered, and among them are several elders from our courtyards." The elder's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards the inner hall, questioning, "What on earth has transpired?" Tianming muttered, "You just admonished me to remain calm. Now look who is losing their composure." Suddenly, a slap struck Tianming on the back of his head. "What nonsense are you mumbling? Lead the way. Which area has the life token shattered?" Tianming, rubbing his head, guided the elder to the area where the tokens lay in ruin. "These are the ones." The elder gazed upon the shattered life tokens before him, his body involuntarily shuddering. It had been many years since the Shi'U sect had experienced the destruction of so many life tokens at once. This could be deemed a significant event for the sect. The elder meticulously verified the identities of the token holders. Murong Yun, Lu Jinghao, Xie Shuiyan. His pupils constricted. Wasn't it the elder who recently ventured out with the inner disciples for training? Yet, they had gone to the Skeleton Sea, a place where it seemed implausible for these elders to meet their demise. Tianming speculated. Master, could it be that they encountered an ambush on their way? The elder shook his head. No. Our sect's flying vessels are equipped with powerful protective formations. The enemy would not be able to breach them in the first instance. That if they were ambushed, they would have promptly relayed the news back to the sect. The absence of any messages indicates only two possibilities. First, they were instantaneously annihilated without any awareness. Second, they deemed it unnecessary to report to the sect, overly confident in their own abilities and thus negligent. The elder turned to Tianming earnestly. Tianming, you stay here and guard. I must report this matter to the sect leader without delay. Remember, until I return, no one is permitted to enter the inner hall. Tianming nodded. Understood, master. In an instant, the elder vanished from the hall. The elder hurriedly arrived at the ZY hall, where the disciple stationed at the door attempted to stop him. Elder Hong, the sect leader is currently in discussions inside. Please wait outside for a moment. Elder Hong inquired, who is inside? The disciple whispered, it is Elder Feng from the Secret Affairs Hall. I have heard that the Demon Knight Palace of Fengdu has discovered that the assailants were the black robes and have sent envoys to negotiate with our sect regarding this matter. Elder Feng is discussing the details with the sect leader. Elder Hong, somewhat anxious, interjected, these matters can wait. You must promptly inform the sect leader of an urgent issue I need to report. The disciple hesitated. Elder Hong, that might not be appropriate. I could get scolded. Elder Hong puffed up his cheeks in irritation. Scolded? You'll be scolded if you don't go, for heaven's sake. This is a dire situation. And you're worried about being reprimanded. If you don't go in, I'll barge in myself, and then you'll not only face reprimands but also punishment. The disciple, startled, recognized that Elder Hong, known for his good temperament, was unusually furious today, indicating the matter was serious. Oh dear, Elder Hong, please don't be angry. I'll go in and report. The disciple hurriedly entered the grand hall and soon emerged. Elder Hong, you may enter now. Elder Hong rushed into the grand hall. Inside sat two individuals, the sect leader, Zhejiang Daoran of the Shi'U sect, and Elder Feng Xilan of the Secret Affairs Hall. Elder Hong scanned the two. I greet you, Brother Feng, Brother Sect Leader. Zhejiang Daoran frowned and asked, Brother Hong, the disciples outside mentioned you have a very urgent matter to report. What is it? Elder Hong quickly responded. Brother Sect Leader, something grave has occurred. Zhejiang Daoran replied slowly. Brother Hong, as an elder, I must advise you in times of crisis, one must remain composed, like a mountain unmoved by an earthquake. How can you expect to cultivate effectively if you are so flustered? Elder Hong, in his urgency, retorted, Oh, come now, Brother Sect Leader, this is no time for posturing. Many life tokens from our sect have shattered, numbering at least over 100. Feng Xilan and Zhejiang Daoran exchanged a glance. Shock evident in their eyes. Zhejiang Daoran, disregarding his demeanor, sprang to his feet and seized Elder Hong. Brother Hong, this is no jest. It has been ages since our sect experienced the simultaneous destruction of so many life tokens. Elder Hong asserted, I am not joking. I initially doubted it myself. That is why I went to investigate. And this matter is absolutely true. It involves the elders who recently took the inner disciples for training. Zhejiang Daoran, in disbelief, exclaimed, No way. Brother Murong is a formidable figure in the underworld's sovereign realm, and he ventured to the Skeleton Sea. He could single-handedly eradicate it with a mere finger. How could he possibly perish? Perhaps there is an issue with the life tokens that caused them to shatter. Elder Hong insisted, Those tokens were crafted by me. There is no possibility of error. At this point, Elder Hong suddenly recalled something. How could I forget? The life tokens I crafted possess the ability to reverse time, allowing glimpses of the moments leading up to the death of the bearer. Yes, he spoke. Elder Hong gestured, causing a scroll to emerge from his sleeve. Unfurling in mid-air, he conjured a rune, applying it to the scroll. The scroll blazed with light, revealing scenes captured moments before the demise of the Shiyue sect's disciples and elders. The images presented to Zhejiang Daoren and the others depicted the gruesome slaughter orchestrated by the ghost sword formation. Feng Xilan gasped. This sword formation possesses incredible power, even through the scroll. I can feel the pressure. Its might must be at least at the underworld sovereign level. Could it be that a powerful figure from the skeleton sea has emerged? That cannot be. Did the text not state that all beings above the underworld realm were suppressed by the underworld ancestor? Zhejiang Daoren waved his hand, gravely instructing Elder Hong. This matter must not be disclosed to others within the sect to avoid causing panic. Accompany me to the back mountain to meet the elders. Feng Xilan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a matter could warrant the attention of the elders. Zhejiang Daoren remarked coolly, "It seems the seal of the underworld ancestor in the skeleton sea has weakened. Our course of action will depend on the elders' guidance." Zhejiang Daoren grasped Elder Hong, and they vanished from the Grand Hall, reappearing in the back mountain of the Shiyue sect. Zhejiang Daoren and Elder Hong observed an elder tending to the fields. Zhejiang Daoren promptly approached. "Uncle Lin." The elder turned to face Zhejiang Daoren. "It's you. Things have been quiet in the sect lately. Have you come to visit us?" Zhejiang Daoren sighed. "If only that were the case. I have grave matters to discuss with the elders." The elder furrowed his brow. "What significant issue could require the elders' involvement?" Zhejiang Daoren replied, "It is a matter of life and death for our Shiyue sect." The elder's expression changed. Is it truly that serious? Wait here. I will summon the other old fellows." The elder's fingers danced, conjuring a rune that split into several beams of light, darting off in different directions. Within the span of a short incense stick, over 10 figures appeared before Zhejiang Daoren. Zhejiang Daoren quickly bowed. "I greet all esteemed elders." A portly elder inquired, "Young man, it has been ages since we have gathered like this. What exactly has transpired?" Zhejiang Daoren bowed. "Uncle Li, it is as follows." Zhejiang Daoren recounted the events in detail. Just moments ago, Elder Han discovered that none of the elders or disciples who went for trial survived. They all perished. The faces of all the elders darkened. Zhejiang Daoren continued. Later, Elder Hong employed the technique of time reversal and witnessed the final moments of those elders and disciples. The force responsible for their demise is at the level of an underworld sovereign. Thus, the disciple harbored suspicions that perhaps the seal of the skeleton C's ancestor of the underworld had weakened, allowing the previously sealed skeletons to emerge. Upon uttering these words, the esteemed elders of the Shiyue sect instinctively narrowed their eyes. The elder surnamed Lin nodded in agreement. "And oh wonder you deemed this a grave matter. It indeed is of great significance. Moreover, it is exceedingly critical. Should the seal of the ancestor weaken, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be our Shiyue sect. We exerted considerable effort to seal the skeleton C.1 elder remarked. "Speak your purpose for seeking us," Daoist Jishang proclaimed. "Activate the sect's first-level combat readiness, and I implore all esteemed elders to come forth. If the intervention of the elders is required, I beseech you to lend your strength." The elders exchanged glances, and the leading elder nodded affirmatively. "This is not a problem. In a time of life and death for our sect, we are duty-bound to act." Daoist Jishang bowed deeply in gratitude. "I thank you. Esteemed elders, I shall now arrange for personnel to prepare an assault on the skeleton sea." The leading elder nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed." Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "This time, we must not show mercy, regardless of whether the seal has weakened. If we can utterly eradicate the skeleton sea, then we must do so without hesitation. It is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let a single one escape. Our Shiyue sect cannot afford such risks." Daoist Jishang inclined his body. "Understood," the leading elder affirmed. "Very well. You may return. In a few days, we shall emerge." Daoist Jishang replied respectfully that "I shall not disturb the esteemed elders any further." After Daoist Jishang departed with Elder Hong, the elders exchanged glances, and the leading elder spoke coolly. "If the seal truly has weakened, then relying solely on our sect will be insufficient to resist that. It seems we must consult with some old acquaintances during this period." In Tianshu County, Zhangyang Prefecture, a figure clad in black robes appeared before the city gate. The guards immediately heightened their vigilance. Ever since the previous incident, Jianyang Prefecture had become exceedingly sensitive to those donning black robes. "Hey, who are you? Why are you dressed in black? Show your face, or we will seize you at once." The black-robed figure replied nonchalantly, "Listen, it better to live peacefully. Why must you court death?" The guard's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to shout, the black-robed figure seized him by the throat, and a terrifying force of devouring energy drained the guard completely. Another guard attempted to flee, but he too fell victim to the black-robed figure's grasp, meeting the same fate. Soldiers stationed at the city wall, witnessing the brazen murder of their fellow guards in broad daylight, immediately blew their horns. As the sound of the horn echoed, more soldiers gathered, and the city commander was alerted, rushing over with reinforcements. The black-robed figure's chilling gaze swept over them, and he remarked ominously, "Ah, it seems the last encounter was a valuable lesson. This time, the guards are all at the level of the underworld Chi realm. The guard beside the city commander are at the soul realm, and the commander himself is even at the spirit realm." The city commander glared fiercely at the black-robed figure. "Who are you to dare slay my city guards? Have you a death wish? Reveal your true form." The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh, slowly shedding his dark robe to reveal a horrifying skeletal visage before them. All the guards, including the city commander, were taken aback. It was indeed a skeleton, none other than Yi Muyun. The city commander quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, recalling the recent events in Pingzhou town, and immediately commanded, "Eliminate it at once. We cannot allow it to set foot in the city." Yi Muyun coldly chuckled, and with a mere flick of his skeletal fingers, dozens of sword energies manifested before the guards in the blink of an eye. Dozens of guards perished. The city commander's pupils contracted, but the aura emanating from him is only at the soul realm. How can he possess such terrifying power? What transpired next plunged the city commander into despair. Why, Yi Muyun, with his pale, bony finger pointed behind him, tearing open a rift in the fabric of reality, from which an endless tide of skeletons surged forth. "My little ones, your revelry begins now." The city commander nearly lost control at the sight, hastily attempting to report to the city lord. "City lord, this is dire. A skeleton has appeared outside the city, seemingly from the skeleton sea. We implore you to send troops. It appears they intend to invade Jianyang Prefecture, like in Pingzhou town, ever since the death of the previous city lord. The Shiyue sect had temporarily appointed a disciple named Feng Qi as the new lord. Upon receiving the city commander's message, Feng Qi paid it little mind, being a disciple of the Shiyue sect. He was well aware that the elders had led a team to the skeleton sea for trials. It was improbable that a mass invasion of skeletons would occur. Not panic. There is nothing to make a fuss about. It is likely just a scattering of skeletons that escaped from the skeleton sea. You may handle them directly." The city commander exclaimed in fright, "City lord, this is no mere scattering of skeletons. This fellow seems to have brought over the entirety of the skeleton sea's skeletons." Feng Qi, while caressing the woman in his embrace, retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? I tell you, I am currently enjoying myself. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself." The city commander was clearly on the verge of tears. "City lord, I swear I speak the truth. He has indeed brought over all the skeletons from the skeleton sea. There are at least 1,000,000 skeletons swarming outside the city. If you do not dispatch troops soon, the city will be lost." Feng Qi flung the woman aside in a fit of rage, shouting, "What are you saying? My elders and disciples from the Shiyue sect are at the skeleton sea for trials. How could there possibly be so many skeletons here?" At that moment, Feng Qi received reports from other sect leaders within the city. "City lord, it is terrible. A vast number of skeletons have appeared outside the city. They are invading the town. What should we do?" Feng Qi was left dumbfounded, even if he chose not to believe it. The multitude of reports forced him to accept the truth. "Damn it. Gather all the guards of the city lord's mansion and the town's defense team dispatched by my Shiyue sect. I shall see if you all are conspiring to deceive me, or if there truly is an invasion of skeletons." The guards of Jianyang Prefecture were no match for Yi Muyun's skeletal army. And in mere moments, the city was breached. The skeletons flooded into the city, unleashing chaos and slaughter, transforming the once peaceful town into a veritable hell on earth. Members of various sects rushed in, only to be slaughtered without mercy. They were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, forced to retreat continuously. The sounds of battle, screams, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout. Meanwhile, Yimyun strolled leisurely behind the skeletal army, consuming each departed soul. By the time Fang Qi and his entourage arrived, half of Jianyang Prefecture had already fallen to the skeletal horde. Witnessing this scene, Fang Qi's heart ignited with fury. Damn it! Did not the sect send elders and disciples to the skeleton sea for trials? How could so many skeletons have emerged? Fang Qi commanded those behind him, slaughter these beasts until none remain. The individuals following Fang Qi exuded an aura of the underworld realm, with several even at the king of the underworld realm. Their entry into the fray instantly turned the tide. The sect leaders of Jianyang Prefecture exclaimed with joy. The city lord has arrived. We are saved. The sect leaders quickly gathered around. City lord, your arrival signifies our salvation. Indeed, those skeletons have claimed many of our lives. It is truly despicable. City lord, please show no mercy and ensure all these wretched skeletons are eradicated. Fang Qi cast a sidelong glance. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? He retorted, visibly displeased. You lot are utterly useless, unable to even defend the city. What purpose does your sect serve? You only know how to flaunt your power over the common folk. Yet when true danger arises, you are as impotent as a mere wisp of smoke. The sect leaders, berated by Fang Qi, were left speechless, none daring to utter a word. This esteemed individual was a legitimate disciple from the Xiaoyu sect, holding a status even superior to that of Si Yongkong. Provoke him would be to court disaster. They could only nod and bow in submission. As you say, City Lord, we shall diligently cultivate our skills henceforth. This moment. Yimu Yun, situated behind the skeletal army, also took note of Fang Qi. Ding race, human.name. Fang Qi. Realm. Late stage of the underworld king. Combat power. 4500.Y. Yimu Yun was taken aback. Who would have thought that such a small city would be under the watch of a late stage underworld king? Su Shihuan, standing beside Yimu Yun, remarked, My lord, I have encountered this person at the Xiaoyu sect. He is a disciple of the inner sect, later promoted to an external deacon. Y. Yimu Yun nodded in understanding. So he is a disciple of the Xiaoyu sect. That explains it. Since you are both disciples of the same sect, you should be quite familiar with him, so I shall leave him to you. Su Shihuan respectfully nodded. Yes, in an instant, Su Shihuan vanished from Yimu Yun's side, appearing at the forefront of the army, effortlessly dispatching a few of Fang Qi's subordinates. Fang Qi, come forth and engage me in battle. Fang Qi looked on with curiosity. Never before had anyone dared to call him by his given name in Jianyang Prefecture. Who are you? Could this be the mastermind behind these skeletons? Su Shihuan sneered. Fang Qi, take a good look at who I am. Fang Qi scrutinized Su Shihuan, his eyes widening in realization that you are the favored disciple of Elder Yun Tianhe, the saint body, Su Shihuan. Su Siwan Golidi Blaive. It seems you still remember. Today, we shall settle both new and old grievances. Fang Qi seethed. So it is you little vixen. Back then, I offered to make you my partner, and yet you dared to strike me. Were it not for the favor of your master, Yun Tianhe, you would have long since met your demise. Think you would betray the sect. Today, I shall cleanse the sect of traitors. The aura of the underworld king erupted from Su Shihuan. I am no longer who I once was. Today you shall surely die. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from Su Shihuan, Fang Qi scoffed, so that's how it is. You've broken through to the underworld king realm. But what of it? You are still no match for me. Fang Qi's own aura surged, his combat power skyrocketing from 4,500 to 6,000 to why Yimu Yun observed in astonishment. The Xiaoyu sect truly differs from other sects. Even a mere encounter yields someone with heavenly tier techniques. Why Yimu Yun then remarked with a cold smile. Do not underestimate the saint body. It could spell disaster for you. No sooner had Yimu Yun's words left his mouth than Su Shihuan transformed into a fearsome demonic form, seizing Fang Qi by the throat. Fang Qi, in the past, I had many reservations at the Xiaoyu sect, unable to kill you. Now that I am under my lord's command, I fear nothing. Killing you is as simple as crushing an ant. Fang Qi gazed at Su Shihuan in terror. unable to fathom how a mere human could embody the essence of a demon. Shimi, I admit my wrongs. I was blinded by lust and should not have provoked you. Spare me, and I shall become your slave. Su Shihuan chuckled. Very well. Since you are willing to be my slave, I shall grant you that. However, the process may be somewhat painful. Su Shihuan's dark eyes shimmered, and Fang Qi felt his very soul begin to tear apart, crying out in agony. You will not have a good end. Fang Qi, gritting his teeth against the pain, shattered the jade slip in his grasp. The surrounding sect leaders were paralyzed with fear, witnessing Fang Qi transformed into a zombie, each swallowing hard in terror. Kill them. With a single command from Su Shihuan, the zombified Fang Qi charged at the others. The sect leaders were no match for him, especially with his formidable combat power heightened post-transformation. In mere moments, they fell before Fang Qi, unable to react. The expressions of Fang Qi's guards turned grim as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Captain, what do we do? Fang Qi seems beyond saving. The captain of the guards, though also in the Underworld King realm, was merely at the mid-stage, with Fang Qi at the late stage being dispatched in an instant. What could they possibly do? Retreat. Seek reinforcement from the sect. These guards, hailing from the Xiaoyu sect, were powerful enough to escape from the skeletal army. However, Yimu Yun would not allow their escape. Yimu Yun positioned himself in front of the fleeing guards. Where do you think you're going? The captain, seeing a mere underworld soul skeleton daring to obstruct him, lunged forward with his sword. Yimu Yun evaded the attack with the elegance of a startled swan. The captain, noticing the agility of this skeleton, opted not to waste time and unleashed his ultimate technique, Windfall, Killing Sword. The blade's radiance surged forth with incredible speed, enveloped in violent wind elements, aimed directly at Yimu Yun. The power of this strike was such that even those of the same realm as the Underworld King would hesitate to meet it head-on. A mere underworld soul skeleton was certain to perish. Yet the captain's expression froze in disbelief that Yimu Yun, radiating with the might of dragons and elephants, shone with golden light, effortlessly pinching the blade between his skeletal fingers. The guards gaped in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Good heavens, this world is utterly insane. A mere underworld soul skeleton has actually caught the captain's sword. The captain spoke solemnly. Who exactly are you? Yimu Yun replied nonchalantly. I am the one who will take your lives. The captain threatened. We are members of the Xiaoyu sect. Provoke us, and your entire sect shall face annihilation. You would do well to consider your options. Yimu Yun smiled faintly. Yes, that's so. I have already slain many of your Xiaoyu sect members, and I remain quite well. My race has only grown stronger. The captain glared ominously at Yimu Yun. Arrogant. Guards, form a formation. Kill it. With a swift command, dozens of men quickly formed a formation, encircling Yimu Yun. This was a formation of certain death. Even those at the peak of the Underworld King realm would need to avoid it. Yimu Yun calmly remarked, Is that so? With a flick of his bony hand, several sword energies manifested before the guards that, in an instant, dozens fell lifelessly to the ground. Yimu Yun extended his hand. The souls of the slain were consumed by him. You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 40,000 experience. You have slain a human cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience. Accelerate your pace. Prepare to head to the next town. Underworld transformation. All lords respond. Yes, in the span of just 2 incense sticks, the entire Jiangyang prefecture was transformed into a hellscape, littered with corpses and dismembered limbs. Aside from those who fled, not a single soul remained alive in the city. Yimu Yun, accompanied by the skeletal army, swept through the towns like a horde of locusts, devouring one settlement before swiftly moving on to the next. Their speed was astonishing, primarily due to Yimu Yun's overwhelming strength. With no one capable of standing against him, some barely emerged only to be instantly slain by Yimu Yun in the capital of Tianshi County. Yongning Prefecture, panic ensued that My lady, it is terrible. The skeletons are launching a massive invasion. Many towns in Tianshi County have fallen to them, resulting in heavy casualties among humans. To this day, the skeletons show no sign of stopping and are advancing towards our Tianshi County. It won't be long before we reach Yongning Prefecture. The newly appointed Princess Lin Qing of Tianshi County suddenly stood up, her expression far from pleasant. What is going on? How could those skeletons possibly have emerged from the sea of skeletons? The sect dispatched so many elders and inner disciples for trials. At this moment, they should be overwhelmed and unable to mount a large-scale invasion. The other person shook his head. I, too, am perplexed. But the distress signals from various city lords all convey the same alarming narrative. Lin Qing narrowed her eyes. Could it be that those elders and inner disciples encountered mishaps, leading to the failure to eradicate those skeletons? The person nodded. That I believe that is indeed the case. That I have heard that the elder who led the expedition possesses the strength of a nether sovereign. With a mere finger, he could obliterate the sea of skeletons. How could such beasts possibly remain? Lin Qing snorted coldly. In more baseless conjectures, since those elders failed to deal with the skeletons, I shall take matters into my own hands that a horde of despicable skeletons, repeatedly provoking our evil moon sect, is utterly intolerable. It's fortuitous that I have recently assumed my position. I shall earn some contributions for the sect, proving that I am not merely the favored disciple of the Fourth Academy's elder and the grandson of a venerable elder. This time, I will demonstrate my worth through my own strength. The person cautioned, My lord, I believe we should report to the sect. The city lords have described the skeletons in fantastical terms, claiming their numbers exceed 1,000,000, and that the leading skeleton, though of the nether soul realm, possesses strength comparable to that of a nether emperor. Lin Qing scoffed. Utter nonsense. How could a skeleton of the nether soul realm possess the strength of a nether emperor? What nonsense fills your mind? Even the nether ancestor never boasted such prowess. Can't you think for yourself? The person, chastened by Lin Qing's retort, fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. Lin Qing commanded, Inform those city lords that I am forming a united army of Tianshi County. Any cultivators with the strength to combat the skeletons may join my coalition, that we shall depart in 3 days. After the person left, Lin Qing retrieved a communication jade. Grandfather, it's Qing. The voice on the other end chuckled. Tinker, what a surprise to hear from you. Lin Qing replied, Grandfather, I am about to undertake a significant endeavor. The voice on the other end paused momentarily. Why, dear grandchild, what have you done? Have you stirred up trouble again? Let me remind you, the last incident involving your forceful entanglement with a female disciple within the sect has only just been resolved. You had better behave yourself. Lin Qing rolled her eyes. Grandfather, that is ancient history. Why bring it up now? Recently, Tianshi County has been besieged by a multitude of skeletons, and I intend to eradicate them, rescuing the innocent from calamity. This will be a great contribution, and it will reflect well upon you in the future. The voice on the other end shifted dramatically. Is at the sea of skeletons? Lin Qing nodded. Indeed. A roar erupted from the communication jade. Lin Qing, I command you to return to the sect immediately. Lin Qing dismissed his concern. Rest assured, there is no danger. I shall eliminate those skeletons and become a great hero. The voice on the other end nearly went frantic. No, absolutely not. You must return at once. The urgency in the voice heightened as Lin Qing impatiently severed the connection. The old man is growing more tedious with age. Some insignificant skeletons frighten him. Truly, he is regressing with the years. Lin Qing shouted, Lai Fu. Go inform my friends that I shall undertake a grand endeavor. At the back mountain of the evil moon sect, Elder Lin Amlin gazed at the severed communication jade. Damn! The other elders looked at him quizzically. Lin Amlin, why are you cursing? Have you not cultivated adequately? Lin Amlin exploded with expletives that oh hell with you. Li Changsheng, I'm irked. Li Changsheng glared in return, his temper flaring. You dare insult me? I will not rest until we settle this. Even if it leads to our mutual demise, I must reclaim my honor. Lin Amlin chuckled coldly. Li Changsheng, you have been losing to me for 5 centuries. Do you truly possess the ability? Li Changsheng erupted with a furious aura. Lin Amlin, our dispute is far from over, Lin Amlin sneered. Excellent, I am in need of a release. A confrontation with you will do just that. The other elders hastily distanced themselves, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Just as the two prepared to clash, a face appeared in the sky. If you two wish to perish, I can certainly oblige. The pair immediately fell silent, rushing to appease the visage. Lu Shixiang, you have emerged from seclusion? We recognize our errors and shall not repeat them. The face in the sky spoke coolly. Zhizhong has already informed me of the situation regarding the sea of skeletons. The ancestors are aware of this matter and have summoned me to assert control, preventing any unforeseen consequences that I Chongqing interjected. We are more than capable. Your involvement is unnecessary. Lu Shixiang. Lin Amlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if the seal weakens, not all will escape. We can handle it. The face replied evenly. The weakening of the Nether Ancestor seal is a grave matter. We must not be careless. It is wise to remain vigilant. The Elder Council bowed in acknowledgement. The eldest brother has considered everything thoroughly. The face nodded. I have awakened. Simply notify me when the time comes. The face dissipated, returning the sky to normalcy. One Elder curiously asked. Elder Lin, why did you curse just now? Lin Amlin smacked his forehead. How could I forget? He then glared angrily at Li Chongsheng. It's all your fault for disrupting my thoughts. We nearly faced a catastrophe. Li Chongsheng retorted, You're getting old, yet you still blame others. The other elders, intrigued, pressed for details. Lin Amlin replied anxiously, The skeletons from the Sea of Skeletons have emerged and are currently attacking Tianshi County. My foolish grandson is the newly appointed Lord of Tianshi County. Initially, I intended for him to gain experience, but I never anticipated this predicament. I Chongqing scoffed. Why not just summon him back? Lin Amlin barked. My grandson is a mule. He insists on becoming a hero of the Evil Moon sect and is determined to lead an expedition against those skeletons. Can you blame me for being anxious? If those skeletons truly emerged from the seal, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. He's simply a fool, convinced of his own prowess. The assembled elders exchanged glances, silent in their contemplation that I must seek out Zhizhong. My only precious grandson cannot perish. After Lin Amlin departed, one elder remarked, If that boy Lin Qing falls victim to those skeletons, old Lin will surely go mad. The thought of Lin Amlin's formidable strength sent shivers through the Elder Council. Let us hope Lin Qing remains safe. Lin Amlin called out, and two gatekeeping disciples immediately obstructed his path. Boldly, the sect leader is currently deliberating with the elders. No disturbances allowed. Lin Amlin, with a single swift motion, sent the two gatekeeping disciples flying. You little brats, he exclaimed. When I was striding through the Shiyue sect, your father was still just a puddle. Normally, I might let this slide, but to obstruct me at this moment is truly courting trouble. The commotion outside drew the attention of Taoist Zhizhong and others, who turned to see what was happening to in just a few strides. Lin Amlin appeared before them. Upon recognizing him, the crowd quickly bowed in respect. Elder Lin, Taoist Zhizhong laughed. My disciple is young and inexperienced. I hope the esteemed elder will not take offense. There's some urgent matter. Lin Amlin recounted the situation regarding Lin Qing. Taoist Zhizhong's expression shifted. To speak frankly, we have also been discussing this matter with the elders. Just yesterday, our sect received a distress signal from the city lord of Jianyang. Fong Q has been confirmed that the Skeleton Sea is behind this. We were just about to devise a plan and allocate personnel to combat those skeletons. Lin Amlin's countenance darkened. Human lives are at stake. I cannot afford to wait for your arrangements. You must dispatch some people to Tianshi County immediately, even if it means merely stopping Lin Qing. The other elders exchanged glances, and Yu Qingke, the dean of Qinglong Academy, suggested, Let us send some trusted disciples first, and we shall follow with the main force shortly. Taoist Zhizhong nodded. That is acceptable. The strength of those disciples is considerable, comparable to certain elders, and they possess ample protective treasures. Still unconvinced, Lin Amlin insisted, No, I must accompany them. Taoist Zhizhong, alarmed, quickly intervened. My ancestor, please do not bring trouble upon us. Your true forms are stationed at the critical points of our sect's grand formation, that if you depart now, other sects may seize the opportunity to invade, and our sect would face dire consequences. Do not worry. I shall arrange for people to hastily refine the confinement array plate. Once it is prepared, you shall be free, aware of the grand formation's significance. Lin Amlin reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but you must be swift. Taoist Zhang hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall see to it. Lin Amlin, satisfied, swiftly vanished from the great hall in Tianshi County, Yongning Prefecture. Lin Qing beamed at the dozens of friends before him. Ah, it seems my efforts in forging friendships have not been in vain. His friends laughed in response. How could we not come from Master Lin's grand affair? One of them added, to be honest, I was in the midst of marrying my 99th concubine when I received your message, and I rushed over without even a proper farewell. Laughter erupted among the group. Another chimed in, only you, Master Lin, would drop everything to rush here while annihilating a sect. So tell us, are we to help you snatch someone else's bride or seize treasures? Lin Qing replied with a smile, this time, we are here to do a good deed and save the common folk. The others were taken aback. A good deed. This is quite unfamiliar territory for us. They admitted, bewildered by Lin Qing's sudden inclination towards altruism. Master Lin, performing good deeds is not our forte. If you were suggesting we lay waste to a city, I could believe that. Lin Qing's expression soured. Nonsense. Look at your lack of ambition. Even as a villain, one must maintain a good reputation, understand? It makes our tasks much easier. The crowd suddenly grasped the meaning, each casting admiring glances at Lin Qing. Indeed, Master Lin is our exemplar. We have been short-sighted. Lin Qing, growing impatient, said, enough of this chatter. You wouldn't comprehend anyway. How many of you have brought along? Zhang Ziyuan, you're up. A small, slight man with a pointed chin and a mole chuckled. Rest assured, Master Lin, I have brought a third of my grandfather's disciples. Their strength is formidable, with an average combat power at the Soul Reflection realm and several even at the Soul Monarch realm. Beside him, a burly man, round as if 3 months pregnant, scoffed. Humph. Zhangxin, you are rather lacking. As the grandson of the elder from Wangxiang State, you bring such a meager force, and yet have the audacity to speak. Zhang Zhen retorted angrily, Qiu Qianjing, do not merely rely on your sharp tongue. How about your own entourage? Qiu Qianjing, brimming with confidence, bowed to Lin Qing. Master Lin, I have brought a total of 100 individuals, all at the Soul Monarch realm, and among them is even one at the Soul Emperor realm. Lin Qing's eyes lit up with delight. Brother Qiu Qianjing, you truly deliver. No wonder you are the esteemed sub-leader of the Evil Dog sect. Others among the group began reporting their own contingents to Lin Qing. These friends of Lin Qing were illustrious figures, mostly hailing from the holy lands of the 13 states. They were all scions of prominent sects. Naturally drawn together by their shared proclivity for mischief, united under Lin Qing, who boasted an exceptionally formidable grandfather. Lin Qing calculated the gathered forces, 10 at the Soul Emperor realm, hundreds at the Soul Monarch realm, and thousands at the Soul Reflection realm. This was quite the impressive assembly, capable of effortlessly raiding any sect short of the Holy Lands or top-tier sections Lai Fu. How goes the coalition? Lai Fu promptly responded. City Lord, over the past few days, experts from surrounding cities and sects have been arriving in droves. Our coalition has amassed over 10,000 individuals, with the highest combat power reaching the Soul Emperor realm. They are all awaiting your command, Master Lin. Lin Qing nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Let us set forth and rescue those common folk from their plight. In Tianshi County, Anjiang Prefecture, Yimuyu led the skeletal army as they captured the majority of the cities in Tianshi County, advancing directly towards the heart of Yongning Prefecture. Anjiang Prefecture was their only path. Securing it would mean the next target would be Yongning Prefecture. Song Yangyu, the city lord of Anjiang, anxiously observed the densely packed skeletal army outside the city walls. Worry etched on his face. Has there been any news from the county lord? A nearby attendant quickly replied. Reports indicate that the county lord has gathered a coalition of over 10,000 troops, even recruiting allies from other states, including several Soul Emperor realm experts. They have already set out and should be arriving shortly. Song Yangyu nodded and rallied his forces, declaring, you have all heard. The county lord's reinforcements are on their way. We must hold our ground, fear not, and do not falter. We shall defend our homeland to our last breath and drive these accursed skeletons from our territory. The crowd behind him raised their arms in fervent agreement. Sitting on a chair made of bones, Yimuyu observed this fervent display with great interest. Resist the death? How delightful. I relish your resolve. If you return and flee, I might genuinely feel disappointed. Yi Muyu commanded, Minghua, leave these humans to you. Minghua nodded. Rest assured, my lord, none of these humans shall escape. Minghua, along with several other leaders of the skeletal army, charged into the city. In an instant, battle erupted. This time, Song Yangyu had made ample preparations. An energy shield enveloped the town, isolating the skeletal army from the humans. With a fierce gaze, Song Yangyu shouted, Form ranks. The humans swiftly organized themselves into orderly formations, each group forming a powerful array. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The skeletons found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, as waves of them were obliterated by the newly formed array. Yi Muyun's tranquil soul fire rippled with unexpected intensity. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. It appeared that the inhabitants of this city had made extensive preparations. Yi Muyun waved his hand, bestowing an accelerated regeneration buff upon the skeletons. He then produced a flute, raising it to his lips and beginning to play. The melody of the heavenly burial bones song filled the air. With these two formidable buffs combined, the combat prowess of the skeletons soared instantaneously, turning the tide of battle in their favor. Some of the human formations were recklessly breached as the skeletons charged into them, scattering them in an instant. Song Yangyu's expression darkened, his gaze fiercely fixed on Yi Muyun, who stood at the rear of the army. Father, Song Shiyu interjected, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. That skeleton should be the commander of the skeletal army. If we can eliminate it, we will rout the rest. Please allow me to form a strike team to deal with that skeleton. Song Yangyu shook his head. Be the leader of these skeletons. Its strength must be extraordinary. My son, it is best not to act impulsively. Song Shiyu pressed on. Father, you're being overly cautious. The aura emanating from that skeleton is merely that of the soul realm. What is there to fear? Song Yangyu scoffed. Foolishness! Did you not conduct any intelligence gathering? Do not be deceived by its appearance. That skeleton possesses strength at least at the level of the soul monarch. Song Shiyu gasped in shock. Father, how is that possible? A being of the soul realm possessing the power of a soul monarch. Even a child would not fabricate such nonsense. Song Yangyu's expression grew severe. I have conducted thorough investigations on that skeleton. Many masters in the city have fallen to its hand. One city even dispatched dozens of peak soul monarchs, all of whom were swiftly slain by this creature. To eliminate it, we cannot confront it head-on. He then produced a parchment, and Song Shiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The 10 absolute arrows of soul slaughter, the legendary formation capable of annihilating peak soul monarchs. Song Shiyu exclaimed, I recall that this array was purchased by someone at the auction in the Evil Moon Mansion. How could it be in your possession? Song Yangyu's eyes gleamed with intensity. What I desire cannot fall into another's hands. Song Shiyu's pupils dilated. Father, you wouldn't. Song Yangyu replied coolly. One must act for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Moreover, the acquisition of this formation was fated. Today, it shall be used to save the countless souls of Jiangyang Prefecture. To sacrifice one life, to save thousands, is a worthy trade. Prepare the 7 fiend squad. Song Yangyu commanded. 7 shadowy figures materialized beside him. These 7 were his personal guards, each possessing late-stage soul monarch strength, working in perfect harmony, adept in over a dozen combined formations, their power rivaling that of soul monarch. Prepare to form the array. Song Yangyu instructed. The 7 nodded, their auras erupting as they swiftly positioned themselves, channeling their soul energy towards Song Yangyu, who became the focal point of the formation. His aura intensified, and in an instant, he broke through to the peak of the soul monarch realm. He then infused his soul energy into the formation diagram. The surrounding soul energy surged violently, and the sky darkened as tempests raged. The external soul energy frantically converging into Song Yangyu's body. The diagram in his hands transformed into a bow and arrow, gripped firmly by him. This terrifying aura captured the attention of all present, many displaying expressions of astonishment. My heavens, I never expected the lord of the city to possess such power. This aura must surely be that of a peak soul monarch. Haha, my sense of security has skyrocketed. Indeed, I thought we would be slaughtered by these vile skeletons like other towns, but the Lord of the city has given me hope. Brothers, do not cease your attacks, with the Lord of the city here. Our city shall not fall. Let us annihilate these despicable skeletons. The morale among the humans surged. Naturally, Yimyun sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Song Yanyu. The Earth Dark Star Saint immediately positioned himself before Yimyun. Do not fear, my lord. I am here. Yimyun replied indifferently. You are one of my trump cards. There is no need for you to intervene. The Earth Dark Star Saint hesitated, but that human's aura has clearly reached the peak of the Soul Monarch realm. How can my lord possibly withstand it? Yimyun's voice turned icy. Are you doubting my capabilities? The Earth Dark Star Saint quickly corrected himself. I would not dare. Yimyun scoffed. An attack from mere peak Soul Monarch is of no consequence. No sooner had Yimyun's words left his lips than Song Yanyu released the arrow, imbued with terrifying soul energy, which cut through the void, hurtling directly towards Yimyun. Wherever the arrow passed, everything was instantly reduced to dust. Even the spatial barriers struggled to withstand such overwhelming force, fracturing like shattered ice. The skeletons scattered in terror, fleeing as far as they could. The fiery demons cried out. This is bad. It's aimed at our Lord. The soul transformation murmured. There is no time left. Have faith in our Lord. He will surely be unharmed. The arrow was upon Yimyun in the blink of an eye. Song Shiyu exclaimed with excitement. Father, you are truly formidable. With such terrifying power, that skeleton is doomed. We won't even need to wait for the Lady County Lord's support. We can eliminate this horde of skeletons ourselves. Father, this is a great achievement. Perhaps the Evil Moon sect will even invite you to become an elder. Song Yanyu stroked his beard confidently. You, my boy, are so full of yourself. It is impossible for them to invite your father to be an elder. But I'm certain there will be a reward from the Evil Moon sect. Song Shiyu smiled. The rewards from the Evil Moon sect must be substantial. With such a significant contribution, it would be unreasonable not to offer something worthwhile. Anticipation gleamed in Song Yanyu's eyes. The surrounding humans cheered in unison. The Lord of the city is mighty. The Lord of the city is incredible. The Lord of the city is invincible. Hearing their words, Song Yanyu felt a surge of pride. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the gathering skeletons, which had become mere insects in his eyes. Yet in the next moment, his expression froze. The arrow, now mere feet from Yimyun, was halted by a single bony finger, unable to advance even a fraction. Why Yimyun shimmered with golden light, having invoked the stunning phantom step point 1 second of invincibility. What? Song Yanyu felt as though he might shatter. That was an attack from a peak soul monarch, effortlessly blocked by a mere finger. The smiles faded from the faces of those around him, replaced by despair. Heavens, how terrifying is that skeleton's strength! Such a formidable attack was so easily thwarted. Are we truly destined to perish at the hands of these skeletons today? This is utterly absurd. Even if it possesses the strength of a soul monarch, it shouldn't be able to do so with such ease. Could it possibly be of saint-level strength? The words pierced through the hearts of the others like a dagger, leaving only despair in their wake. Each saint is a sovereign force, capable of overturning the heavens and obliterating entire territories in an instant. If this skeleton truly possessed saint-level strength, they would have no hope of survival. Song Shiyu covered his mouth. Disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? This cannot be real. I must be dreaming. This simply cannot be true. Song Yanyu's gaze had lost its luster, and the once vibrant expression had transformed into one of age and weariness. My son, cease this self-deception. This skeletal foe is beyond our capacity to confront. Our fate now hinges upon fortune. Should we be fortunate, we may yet await the support of the esteemed princess. If not, we shall simply await our demise. Song Shiyu shook his head. No, I am still young, father. I do not wish to perish. There must be a way, there must be a way. Yes, we have the city as defensive array. Surely we can hold out until the princess arrives. Song Yanyu offered a wry smile. My son, it can withstand even the peak attacks of the underworld emperor. Do you truly believe our city's defenses can endure against it? Song Shiyu's expression faltered. Boom. The ground trembled violently. A searing wave of heat surged towards them, and a colossal mushroom cloud loomed before them. As the cloud ascended, the protective array's surface was marred by a multitude of cracks. The defensive formation had failed. The morale of humanity plummeted to an all-time low. Hope had vanished entirely. Despicable skeletons, slaying my kin, encroaching upon my territory. Such crimes deserve the harshest punishment. A flying vessel leapt forth from the void, and a young man, handsome and wielding a folding fan with eyes as tranquil as spring water, descended from the craft. Song Yangyu's ashen visage instantly brightened with a smile. That it is the princess. The princess has come to our aid. Humanity was revitalized, each person crying out in fervor. The princess is here. We have hope. The princess has come to rescue us. The humans knelt before Lin Qing in unison. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she gracefully descended beside Song Yangyu. He quickly bowed in reverence. Lord Princess, the Lord of Anjiang City pays his respects. Lin Qing replied coolly, withdraw your people. This place does not require unnecessary presence. Song Yangyu nodded. Yes, he then cautioned, Princess, you must be wary of the skeleton leader. Its power is peculiar, though it appears to possess merely the strength of the underworld soul. Its true might may well surpass that of the underworld emperor, perhaps even reaching the saint level. Lin Qing let out a derisive laugh. Saint level. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Even within our evil moon sect, the number of saints is but a handful. You truly believe they are as common as cabbages? It seems you have been thoroughly intimidated. Then, with disdain, Lin Qing continued. As a city lord, it is your grave responsibility to defend your city. Now you seek to concoct such absurd and laughable excuses. It is truly detestable. By the authority of Princess Tianshi, I hereby relieve you of your position as city lord. Go home and enjoy your retirement. Song Yangyu's complexion darkened. Princess, on what grounds do you say this? I have tirelessly led my people in defense. What wrong have I committed? Why must I be dismissed? Song Shiyu, unable to contain his frustration, interjected. Exactly. My father has always been at the forefront, and he has made countless preparations to withstand those skeletal foes, far surpassing the previous city lords. Your rewards are one matter, but why must you strip my father of his position? Slap. A handprint appeared on Song Shiyu's face as Lin Qing disdainfully wiped her hands with a handkerchief before discarding it. Her voice cold. And who are you to interject? Do you think you have a right to speak while I am addressing matters? Upon witnessing his son being openly struck, Song Yangyu glared at Lin Qing. You. Lin Qing responded coolly. Do you wish to raise a hand against me? Song Yangyu's face darkened, swallowing his indignation. Lin Qing's identity was not ordinary. Her grandfather was a supreme elder of the evil moon sect, a figure of immense power, capable of extinguishing him with a mere gesture. Hence, he chose to endure. Observing Lin Qing's behavior, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Lin Qing smirked. I know what you are all thinking. Now, allow me to demonstrate my strength. She then called out towards the flying vessel. Everyone descend. Boom! Instantly, over 10,000 powerful presences emerged from the craft, the weakest among them being at the underworld aspect, while more than a dozen exuded the aura of underworld emperors. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Though the princess's manner was somewhat domineering, her actions were undeniably reliable. The magnitude of support was enough to crush those skeletal foes. Sensing the overwhelming auras, the skeletons recoiled in fear. Even the lords of the underworld and demon flames retreated to gather around Yi Muyun. Why, lord? What shall we do? Yi Muyun replied calmly. Withdraw. I shall confront them. The lords of the underworld nodded, swiftly issuing command for the skeletons to retreat. Yes, the skeletal forces withdrew. The humans erupted in joyous exclamations. They are retreating. This pack of beasts has been frightened away. What a relief. This pent-up frustration has finally found release. It seems these creatures are not so fearless after all. They were so arrogant moments ago. Yet now they cower. Damn it, it seems all living beings are the same. Fearing the strong and bullying the weak. Once faced with true power, they turn into cowards. The princess is magnificent. The princess is invincible. Lin Qing, fanning herself with one hand, reveled in the adulation. Her gaze swept over the retreating skeletons. Her expression one of disdain. I had thought these skeletons were formidable. So many have sung their praises. She then cast a sidelong glance at Song Yongyu. Song Yongyu, feeling embarrassed, wished to defend himself but found no words. As the skeletal army slowly retreated, Yi Muyun, however, began to walk steadily towards the city below. Someone gasped, pointing at Yi Muyun. Look, there is someone unafraid of death approaching. Lin Qing's gaze landed on Yi Muyun. Intrigued as she asked Song Yongyu, is that the leader of those skeletons? Song Yongyu nodded. Indeed. Lin Qing chuckled. I wonder if it is fearless or merely possesses some courage. Lin Qing called out to Yi Muyun. Hey, aren't you afraid of death? With so many of us, you dare to come here alone? If you have come to beg for mercy, it is unnecessary. Your life holds great value for me. I cannot allow you to live. Yi Muyun grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. That I have come to claim your life. Lin Qing's expression darkened. Humph. Arrogant. She then turned to her entourage and commanded, who among you will seize it for me? I intend to torment it thoroughly and see if it truly possesses the resilience it claims. In an instant, hundreds of figures shot forth from the multitude, some at the underworld king level, others at the underworld aspect. This was a prime opportunity to curry favor with Lin Qing, and they would not let it slip away. Each rushed forward towards Yi Muyun. You vile creature, you belong to me. It is mine. None shall claim it. Who do you think you are? This one is mine. Yi Muyun regarded the throng surging towards him with indifference. Is this what it means to fly into the fire? He then slowly waved his hand, and dozens of sword chi manifested around the attackers, weaving like serpents among them. That Yi Muyun's sword chi not only ignored their defenses, but also fused with destructive energy, rendering them utterly defenseless. One by one, they watched helplessly as the sword chi pierced through them. Boom! Boom! The skies erupted like fireworks, the sound of explosions resonating in waves. That Yi Muyun calmly extended his ivory, skeletal hand. Devour! Hundreds of souls were swiftly consumed by Yi Muyun. The reinforcements gazed in disbelief, their pupils dilating. Hundreds of experts at the underworld aspect and underworld king levels have been effortlessly dispatched. Observing Yi Muyun's nonchalant demeanor, one might assume he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The expressions of the reinforcements grew grave, for it seemed this individual was far more formidable than he appeared. Lin Qing gazed at Yi Muyun in astonishment, realizing that it was no wonder he could ascend to the position of leader among those skeletons. Evidently, he possessed some degree of power, albeit not in excess. That Yi Muyun regarded Lin Qing with mockery. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate even more. As soon as Yi Muyun's words fell, a colossal eye of death manifested in the center of the reinforcements, tearing through the fabric of reality. The countenance of the soldiers shifted dramatically as they shouted in panic. Something's amiss, flee! Yet it was too late. 24 invisible clones detonated instantaneously. Boom! A resplendent mushroom cloud erupted forth. The violent explosion rapidly radiated outward, obliterating everything within a kilometer's radius. As for the epicenter of the blast, not even grass, trees, or stones remained, reduced instead to mere dust. Over half of the 1,000-strong reinforcement army was annihilated in an instant. With a swift motion, Yi Muyun drew in the souls of thousands of practitioners, relishing the experience. Among them, the average strength resided in the nether realm, with each nether realm practitioner yielding between 8,000 to 10,000 experience points. In this singular instance, he accrued over 50 million experience points. Yi Muyun murmured to himself, reflecting on how previous conquests of numerous cities and the absorption of countless souls had not been nearly as gratifying as this moment. Truly, he ought to express gratitude to this fellow, for he had unwittingly delivered an experience bounty. Ding! You have slain a practitioner and gained 10,000 evolution experience. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed evolution. Evolution count. 20. You have acquired the skill Shura Golden Bone Body. By utilizing this skill, the host can transform into the Shura Golden Bone, enhancing all attributes by 100, while also reflecting 30 damage back to enemies. The higher the skill level, the greater the attribute enhancement and damage reflection. There remains a staggering 5,876,810,510,485,760 experience points until the next evolution. Yi Mu Yun chuckled. What a fine opportunity. With the addition of a swift phantom step granting me invincibility for a second. Wouldn't my foes be left gasping for breath? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become a junior skeleton lord. You have acquired the talent, bone weapon concealment. With this talent, a prototype of your innate weapon will gradually develop from your soul fire as you devour treasures of the world. Currently at 0 progress. Yi Mu Yun curs silently. Damn, this thing is rather picky, only consuming treasures of heaven and earth. I'm curious to see just how formidable you might become. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and achieved intermediate skeleton lord. Evolution count 21. You have acquired the skill Ghost Buddha's Sacred Sound. This skill can plunge all enemies within a kilometer radius into a state of confusion, allowing the host to control them with thought. The confusion lasts for 1 minute, with greater skill levels expanding the range and duration. There remains 3,988,303,520,971,520 experience points until the next evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and attained advanced skeleton lord. Evolution count 22. You have acquired the skill Execution Black Coffin. This skill creates a black space with a radius of 50 meters and a height of 100 meters, trapping enemies within and unleashing an execution sword that ignores all defenses, inflicting real soul damage equivalent to twice the host's own strength. Higher skill levels result in a larger radius and greater sword power. Yi Mu Yun's heart soared with joy as he ascended 3 levels at once, nearly elevating to a grand realm. Furthermore, as Yi Mu Yun leveled up, his subordinates also experienced a rise in power. His gaze towards Lin Qing transformed, perceiving a hint of endearment in the latter's demeanor. The assembled humans swallowed hard, their fear palpable. Having lost all previous contempt, the effortless annihilation of over 5,000 individuals recalled Song Yang Yu's earlier words. Could this individual truly possess saint-level strength? Impossible. Lin Qing's face twisted in fury. He had never before suffered such a humiliating defeat. You have successfully enraged me. Yi Mu Yun regarded Lin Qing with disdain. Enrage me? And what then? Aside from impotent fury. What else can you achieve? Do you intend to perform a suicide act to vent your frustrations? Lin Qing spat. I'll show you, you bastard. He turned to the Nether Emperor tier practitioners. It's your turn now. The Nether Emperor tier warriors exchanged glances, realizing that Yi Mu Yun's displayed strength surpassed their comprehension. Losing their lives here would be a grave miscalculation. Remarkably, none of them made a move. Lin Qing seethed with rage. What do you mean by this? I summoned you here for a performance of punishment, not to stand idly by. Attack him. Kill him. He nearly lost his composure point. One of the elder Nether Emperor tier warriors spoke up. Lord Lin, this skeleton exhibits peculiarities. Its strength is currently indeterminate. I believe caution is warranted in light of our ignorance regarding its true power. Lin Qing flung his fan at the elder's face in fury. Caution my ass. Get lost. The elder's expression soured, yet he dared not retaliate, fully aware of the consequences. However, could he simply flee? The elder calmly replied, since Lord Lin does not require our assistance, we shall take our leave. Lin Qing scoffed, a bunch of useless fools. If you wish to depart, none shall stop you. The group of Nether Emperor tier warriors huffed in indignation as they prepared to leave, while Lin Qing was willing to let them go. Yi Mu Yun vehemently disagreed. This was a chance for experience, as they stood before him. How could he possibly let them escape? Yi Mu Yun remarked coolly, did I grant you permission to leave? The faces of the Nether Emperor tier warriors paled. The elder narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? I acknowledge that your strength instills apprehension, but do you really believe you can stop us from leaving? Yi Mu Yun's emerald soul fire flickered intensely. You may attempt it. The Nether Emperor tier warriors felt a chill run down their spines, a deep-seated fear taking root within them. Being astute individuals, they exchanged glances until one among them shouted, split up and retreat. Run! In an instant, over 10 Nether Emperor tier warriors fled in different directions, some even employing secret techniques. burning their own souls to escape, that Yi Mu Yun coldly observed their flight. Can you truly escape? Nether God Seal, Yi Mu Yun's voice resonated like a decree, and the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, casting all of the nether realm into darkness, though the sky seemed distant. The overwhelming pressure rendered every conscious being breathless that moment. Beings of all kinds, demons, souls, fiends, and humans, looked up in bewilderment at the abnormal sky. Even the Nether Ancestor atop Nether Ancestor Mountain was roused by this oppressive force. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel as though I cannot contend with it? Such a formidable aura. Then, the Nether Ancestor beheld a shadowy figure emerge in the sky, holding a black seal. Gasping in shock, he exclaimed, "My rule power is utterly ineffective against it." Yi Mu Yun, too, was taken aback by the magnitude of the disturbance this skill had caused. The shadowy figure gradually lowered the seal, causing all below to lose their connection to the nether energy, which vanished entirely from within them. The fleeing Nether Emperor warriors had their faces drain of color, and one by one, they plummeted from the sky. Now resembling mere mortals, Yi Mu Yun nonchalantly unleashed several sword chi strikes, effortlessly dispatching dozens of Nether Emperor warriors. Ding! You have slain a human practitioner and gained 130,000 experience points. The indistinct figure in the sky gradually dissipated, and the heavens returned to their normal state. In the realm of Xianming, both the formidable and the feeble were deep in contemplation. They pondered the identity of this overwhelmingly powerful silhouette. What could have prompted its sudden manifestation? The one most perplexed was the Mingzu. In this world, I am invincible, a whole dominion over the very rules themselves. Why, then, did his appearance catch me completely off guard? His oppressive aura sent tremors through me. Just how powerful is this being? The Mingzu's expression was one of evident distress. No, I must swiftly recover from my injuries. It seems this world is on the verge of upheaval. In Tianshi County, Anjiang Prefecture, a profound silence fell. Were dozens of Minghuang-level powerhouses really slain in an instant? After all, Minghuang-level beings are rare, with only a handful birthed in a single county. While they may not occupy the pinnacle of the food chain, they certainly exist in positions of high authority. Such formidable beings, when enraged, can leave corpses strewn for miles. Think that such a terrifying existence could be so easily extinguished. Lin Qing's companions shrank back, their necks retracting in fear as they gazed at Yi Mu Yun. Zhang Zuan approached Lin Qing and whispered, "Young Master Lin, the opponent is far too strong. Perhaps we should withdraw. The situation is not in our favor. With our current strength, we stand no chance against this skeleton. Let us return to summon stronger allies from our sect to eradicate this beast." If Lin Qing's mind were in a normal state, he would surely have processed this advice, for he was cunning, not foolish. Yet now he found himself in a state of utter madness, consumed by anger. He was unwilling to accept defeat, having never suffered humiliation throughout his life. Those who had mocked him now lay dead. Even when trouble arose later, his grandfather would have resolved it. Now, facing such indignity from a mere skeleton, he could not simply let it go. Moreover, he had rallied such a grand assembly. With so many eyes upon him, if he were to flee now, he could only imagine the scorn he would endure. He could not afford to lose face. He had never been one to do so. Shaking his head, Lin Qing declared, "No, we are many, and he is but one. He cannot withstand us." His words left his friends in stunned silence. What the hell? Has this young master's mind been shattered by fear? What does it matter if we outnumber him? Did you not see how dozens of Minghuang-level beings fared against him, as if they were nothing? Zhang Zuan, ever loyal, continued to persuade him. "Young Master Lin, did you not witness that figure in the sky? After its appearance, we all lost our ability to sense the Mingqi. Such a terrifying being is beyond our capacity to confront." Lin Qing shook his head defiantly. It is possible that he utilized some form of treasure or secret technique. He cannot maintain that power indefinitely. We possess many treasures ourselves. If we all bring forth our artifacts, we can surely stand against him. Zhang Zuan sighed, realizing that Lin Qing had lost his grip on reality. The group exchanged glances, and a burly man clasped his hands together. "Young Master Lin, The treasures bestowed upon me by my father are solely meant for life-saving purposes and will not be squandered in such circumstances. I am afraid I cannot assist you. I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave." The others echoed similar sentiments, each bowing as they declared, "Ah, yes, I just remembered. I have pressing matters as well. I must depart." Lin Qing glared at them that, "You truly are my dear friends. At the critical moment, each of you chooses to flee. How many of you have not benefited from me? Have I fed you all to the dogs over the years?" One man scoffed, "We have indeed received many favors from you, but not to the extent of sacrificing our lives in vain. Farewell." Lin Qing shot a furious look at him. "Fang Zihao, you shameless wretch." Fang Zihao ignored Lin Qing and turned to leave. That while Yun's voice turned cold, "I have stated that none may leave without my consent." Fang Zihao's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "I do not wish to be your enemy. But that does not mean I fear you. I am not like those Minghuang-level beings. Do not mistake my reluctance for weakness. You continue your business, and I shall pretend not to see you. But do not obstruct my departure." Yun fixed his gaze on Fang Zihao. "Ding, race, human. Name. Fang Zihao. Realm. Late Minghuang. Combat power. 4,700 Yun was taken aback. This young man, in his youth, had reached the late Minghuang realm with a combat power of 4,700. Truly impressive. He must also be a prodigy, likely of royal lineage, and one that would not be easily overlooked. Yun spoke coolly. "What if I refuse to let you go?" As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, summoning several sword energies before Fang Zihao. Just as Yun expected the sword energies to pierce through Fang Zihao, they unexpectedly stirred up ripples around him before dissipating entirely. Fang Zihao responded coldly, "I am not some ordinary person you can toy with. I am of distinguished lineage, the son of Fang Tianyuan, the sect master of the Huanhuan sect. You may refer to me as the young master of the Huanhuan sect. I possess numerous life-saving artifacts. Your earlier attack does not concern me. I reiterate, I seek no conflict. Allow me to leave, and we shall remain unscathed." Yun grinned widely, revealing an ominous smile. "You have status? Today, even if the Heavenly King himself were to arrive, he would meet the same fate." Fang Zihao glared at Yun, furious. "What an ungrateful wretch. I had no intention of causing trouble, but your repeated provocations leave me no choice. Do you truly think I am easy to bully?" Fang Zihao then produced a palm-sized, four-corner cauldron, which bore engravings of withered bones and ghostly faces. Do you recognize this? This is a transcendent artifact, a replica of the supreme artifact, the Ghost Mother Swallowing Heaven Cauldron. While its power may not match that of the supreme artifact, it can still hold its own against Minghuang-level beings, and it is more than sufficient to deal with you. Yun's gaze sharpened as he observed the cauldron in Fang Zihao's grasp. Artifacts are classified into tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, human tier, earth tier, heaven tier, transcendent, sacred, and supreme. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. The cauldron hovered in the air as Fang Zihao chanted an incantation, causing it to expand to a size capable of overshadowing the heavens. Fang Zihao bellowed, "Swallow." The cauldron spun, its mouth directed at Yun, a terrifying suction pulling towards him, while Yun frowned, sensing that the force emanating from the cauldron contained an unregulated power that ordinary skills could not disrupt. "Power of the rules, you say? I possess that as well." 7 fiends ghost seal. 7 ghostly figures appeared around the cauldron, binding it within a pillar of rule light. With the cauldron sealed, the suction ceased, simultaneously severing Fang Zihao's connection to it. Fang Zihao's expression shifted dramatically. "How is this possible? What kind of method is this that can seal my Ghost King swallowing artifact?" Yun soared into the air, hovering before the sealed Ghost King swallowing artifact, contemplating how to claim this treasure for himself. Fang Zihao exclaimed in fury, "You cannot claim it. The reason I can carry such a treasure safely is that it bears the seals of my sect's sacred-level experts. You cannot subdue it. Even if you kill me, it will retreat into the void and return to the sect." Yun cast a cold glance at Fang Zihao, his pale skeletal hand pressing against the barrier of light. Yun attempted to sever the connection between the artifact and Fang Zihao, golden light flickering as runes of power materialized, forcing his consciousness out. Troublesome. Just as Yun was troubled, the manifestation of his life weapon within the soul fire began to flicker with vitality. Yun murmured, "Could it be that I can feed my life weapon?" Yun wielded the prototype of his fated weapon, infiltrating the confines of the seal and establishing a connection with the Ghost King's devouring cauldron. At the moment of connection, Yun distinctly sensed the excitement emanating from the prototype, and soon after, he perceived this little entity beginning to voraciously consume the cauldron. It appeared that the cauldron sensed a looming threat, frantically thrashing about within the seven-fiend ghost seal in an attempt to escape. Yet, the sealing power of the seven-fiend ghost seal was one of absolute confinement. Escape was an impossibility. The Ghost King's devouring cauldron could only watch helplessly as it was drained of its essence. Not only Fong Zihao, but also the debauched disciples from various holy lands below displayed expressions of horror. It was actually feeding on the cauldron. What manner of beast was this, capable of devouring transcendent treasures? Ding! The fated weapon consumed the Ghost King's devouring cauldron, with progress increasing by 0.1, currently at 0. What the heck? It only increased by 0.1 after devouring a transcendent treasure. This fated weapon was quite the glutton. It seemed that in order to swiftly unlock the weapon's progress to 100, a vast amount of treasures would be required. Yun shifted his gaze toward the so-called debauched disciples of the Holy Lands. Under his scrutinizing gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines, akin to a young girl without clothes being eyed by a rogue, devoid of any sense of safety. Lin Qing, standing nearby, gleefully remarked, "This time, you won't be able to escape. It has set its sights on you. Collaborate with me, and you may yet have a glimmer of hope." The expressions of Lin Qing's companions turned grim. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. They had initially thought to follow Lin Qing and share in the spoils. Yet they found themselves entangled with such a formidable adversary. Now, it seemed, there were no benefits to reap, and they might even lose their lives. Zhang Ziyuan inquired, "How do we collaborate?" Lin Qing's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "I possess a holy-grade treasure." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. These individuals had seen much of the world and understood better than most the rarity and value of holy-grade treasures, AS for supreme artifacts. They were either birthed by the natural world or the fated weapons of the mightiest beings, making them exceedingly rare. Following that, holy-grade treasures were crafted meticulously by imperial-level powerhouses, embodying not only their comprehension of the laws, but also their will. In terms of quantity, they were more abundant than supreme artifacts, but still decidedly scarce. After all, there were not many imperial-level powerhouses in the entire Xianming world, and the number of meticulously crafted treasures was even more limited. The debauched disciples murmured, "Truly a fortunate grandson, to possess even a holy-grade treasure." Observing their expressions, Lin Qing felt a swell of pride and continued, "My cultivation level has yet to reach a point where I can unleash its full power. I require some time to gather strength. During this period, you must unite to hold it off." The group exchanged glances, and Fong Zihao said nonchalantly, "Show it to us first." Lin Qing produced a withered bone oil lamp from his spatial ring. "This is the soul devouring lamp, a relic my grandfather stumbled upon in one of the 3 great forbidden zones, the Imperial Decision Wasteland. Once its wick is ignited, it will immediately devour the soul of your intended target. This consuming power is imbued with the force of law. The skeleton will undoubtedly be unable to escape, and death is inevitable. Yun, observing the withered oil lamp in Lin Qing's hand, felt a thrill of delight. What a remarkable item! This group of youngsters indeed possessed several extraordinary treasures. The oil lamp seemed even more impressive than the Ghost King's devouring cauldron. System, what grade of treasure is that lamp? Ding! After the system's investigation, it was revealed that the item was called the Soul Devouring Lamp, a holy-grade weapon crafted by the Bone Emperor, inscribed with the laws of the Bone Emperor. When the wick is ignited, it can consume the souls of all living beings. Yun smacked his lips. That a truly formidable treasure. He then asked, with such a powerful item, can he unleash its full strength? Ding. Holy-grade treasures are classified as special artifacts. They do not require the user's strength, but must be activated through specific methods. Yun inquired, astonished. What specific methods? Ding. Sacrifice. The soul-devouring lamp contains the laws of the Bone Emperor, and only through the sacrifice of a soul can its laws be activated for the wielder's use. Yi Mu Yun cast his gaze toward Lin Qing, then toward the debauched disciples of the Holy Lands. This fellow is up to no good. Just as Yi Mu Yun was conversing with the system, the debauched disciples of the Holy Lands each produced their most treasured artifacts and launched an assault on Yi Mu Yun. An array of transcendent treasures appeared in the sky. Songming Spirit Book, Heavenly Gathering Soul Wood, Divine Wind Thunder Pen. The other humans were left astounded. These were legendary treasures, and it was considered a stroke of luck to see even one that yet today they beheld over 10. Each artifact was imbued with a force of law, descending upon Yi Mu Yun. This perilous situation was unlike anything Yi Mu Yun had encountered before. The Earth Dark Star Saint could no longer restrain himself. Exclaiming, "My lord, allow me to assist you." Yi Mu Yun replied coolly, "I can manage. You need not intervene for now." The terrifying force of law surged toward Yi Mu Yun. Azura Golden Bone. By utilizing this skill, the host can transform into Azura Golden Bone, enhancing all attributes by 100 and reflecting 30 damage back to the enemy. Stunning Ghost Step. 1 second of invincibility. The first wave of attacks from those treasures was entirely thwarted by Yi Mu Yun, and the effect of the Azura Golden Bone skill activated. The 30 damage from the treasure's laws was reflected back to the debauched disciples. Cries of anguish echoed as they staggered backward, with their highest-ranking members barely at the peak of the Underworld King realm. Though the reflected damage was only 30, it was still the backlash of the force of law. Each debauched disciple, without exception, was sent reeling, spitting blood. Zhang Xin struggled to rise from the ground, terror etched on his face. Impossible! The force of the treasure's laws has already struck him. How can he be unharmed while we suffer injury? The humans in the city were left speechless. My heavens. Those are over 10 transcendent treasures. Not to mention the Underworld Emperor realm. Even the Underworld Sovereign realm would be unable to withstand such an onslaught of law. He not only remains unscathed, but also retaliates against the artifact's owner. How strong could he possibly be? Sighing, one lamented, "We once had hope, but now we face despair. We are destined to perish here, merely engaging in futile struggles." Indeed, the opponent is overwhelmingly powerful. If over 10 transcendent treasures cannot subdue him, what higher means could we possibly employ? Do not lose heart. The princess is yet to make her move, that I notice that the artifact in the princess's hands is extraordinary. The disciples of the Holy Lands revealed expressions of astonishment upon seeing it. I suspect it must be the princess's trump card. Indeed, I too observe that the artifact is anything but ordinary. Could it be a holy-grade treasure? If it truly is a holy-grade treasure, we might just be saved. No matter how strong the skeleton, it cannot withstand a holy-grade treasure, each of which has been refined by an emperor. If the skeleton could endure it, I would personally take my head off and present it to the skeleton. All eyes turned expectantly toward Lin Qing. Lin Qing, meanwhile, wore a smile as he gazed at Yi Mu Yun. "I was right in my suspicions. Transcendent treasures are indeed of no use to you." Lin Qing then raised the soul-devouring lamp in his hand. "However, with this in play, your demise is certain." Yi Mu Yun's expression hardened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Qing, just as he prepared to strike. Yet Lin Qing shouted, "Keep your eyes on it. I need a little more time." The injured, debauched disciples gritted their teeth. Their survival now depended entirely on Lin Qing's soul lamp. Zhang Ziyuan and the others summoned every ounce of strength to once again unleash their transcendent treasures upon Yi Mu Yun. Yi Mu Yun coldly remarked, "You are truly foolish. The soul-devouring lamp does not require the accumulation of power. It is activated through special conditions. Its peculiar condition is sacrifice. You are merely its tools." Zhang Ziyuan and the others suddenly changed their expressions, turning to Lin Qing in unison. They were all astute individuals, glaring angrily at Lin Qing. "Lin Qing, I curse your grandmother." Yet their regret was too late, as the treasures in their hands were already activated. Yi Mu Yun, too, had no choice but to employ the Shura Golden Body and the Jinghong Go Steps to retaliate against them. With a 30 counterattack rule, Zhang Xin truly found himself at the end of his rope. Lin Qing's face contorted with malice, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. What does it matter that you informed them? They remain as foolish as ever. Lin Qing immediately activated the soul-biting lantern in his hand, which emitted a dim green glow, and an eerie laughter echoed from within. A terrifying aura surged outward. And ghostly green claws extended from the lantern, reaching for Zhang Ziyuan and his companions. Yi Mu Yun remained cold. Attempting to seize my soul? Not a chance. Yi Mu Yun unleashed several sword energies enveloped in destructive aura, aiming to thwart those ghostly green claws. However, as the sword energy passed through the claws, though the destructive aura burned them, it caused no pain or harm, failing to impede their advance. Lin Qing laughed with triumph. The sacrifice has commenced. You cannot stop it, unless you possess the realm of an emperor and can break the rules set by the treasure's master in life. Dozens of ghostly claws descended upon Zhang Ziyuan and his companions, piercing their heads like sharp spikes. Their souls, akin to brain matter, were devoured by the claws. Fang Zhou glared furiously at Lin Qing. Lin Qing, you beast! Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Moreover, the sect forces behind us will not let you off. Your grandfather cannot protect you. Lin Qing scoffed. I am aware that each of you possesses a life token capable of time reversal, but do you think I came unprepared? Lin Qing produced a mirror. Fang Zihao exclaimed, the reverse netherworld realm? Lin Qing chuckled. You have a discerning eye. Though this treasure is merely of the supergrade, its efficacy rivals that of any holy grade artifact. IT can reverse any designated outcome. The only drawback is that it can only be used once. However, a good blade must be wielded well, framing everything upon that skeleton, and the plan is flawless. As Lin Qing activated the reverse netherworld realm, Fang Zihao's eyes reddened. Despicable villain! In the blink of an eye, everything transpired in an instant. The souls of Zhang Ziyuan and his companions were completely devoured, and the wick of the soul-biting lantern was successfully ignited. Lin Qing held the soul-biting lantern aloft, laughing maniacally. Now that I possess a holy grade treasure, how could you contend with me? Yi Mu Yun remained unfazed, even mockingly uttering a soul-extracting quip. The reverse netherworld realm can alter facts, but those alive in the city will still disclose everything you have done. Lin Qing grinned wickedly. You are indeed a skeleton that has slaughtered several cities. Why do you need me to explain this? In this world, only the dead are truly safe. With my holy grade treasure in hand, who among these people can escape? Merely the lives of the city. When the time comes, I shall proclaim that everyone in the city was slain by you, and I shall become the hero who eradicates you. You are killed, and I become the hero. Such a conclusion is perfect AS for these people. Who cares? No one will conduct a thorough investigation. The expressions of those around Lin Qing shifted dramatically, their disbelief evident. Your Highness, what are you saying? No, you must have been possessed by that treasure. Your Highness, you are here to save us, right? How could you possibly be like that skeleton? Lin Qing disdainfully looked down at them. Silence. I came to save you for my own sake. Otherwise, do you think the lives of you commoners are worth my effort? A swarm of ants should fulfill their role as such, if they serve no purpose. It is better for them to perish, as it would merely waste the essence of the underworld. Yi Mu Yun clapped his hands in admiration. You are even more villainous than I. Compared to you, I seem quite merciful. One learns as one lives. I should take a leaf out of your book. However, one question remains. Can you leave this place alive? Lin Qing snorted coldly, still defiant in the face of death. I shall use this lantern to extract your soul right now. Lin Qing activated the soul-biting lantern, and the terrifying rules of devouring surged towards Yi Mu Yu and Yi Mu Yun immediately inquired. System, how does my devouring power compare to that of this Bone Emperor's devouring rule? Ding! Products of the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Host devouring power is unmatched by any rule. Yi Mu Yun grinned. Good system. Yi Mu Yun raised his skeletal hand. Devour. The frenzied power of absorption began to counteract the soul-biting lantern. Lin Qing's sinister expression rapidly morphed into one of horror. Why are you not dead yet? Yi Mu Yun taunted. Perhaps your holy grade treasure is a fake, Lin Qing retorted angrily. Impossible. This was personally given to me by my grandfather. It cannot be fake. You must be interfering. Suddenly, Lin Qing's expression changed, his gaze fixated on the soul-biting lantern in his hand. Why do I feel its aura growing weaker? Lin Qing abruptly glared at Yi Mu Yun. You must be the one behind this. I refuse to believe a holy grade treasure cannot deal with you. Lin Qing seized a nearby Lai Fu. Lai Fu pleaded. Young master, it's me, Lai Fu. Spare me. If you sacrifice me, I won't be able to serve you anymore. Lin Qing sneered that it is time for you to contribute. With that, Lin Qing activated the soul-biting lantern, drawing Lai Fu's soul away. Subsequently, Lin Qing turned his attention to the others nearby, who felt a chill run down their spines. Run! The princess has gone mad. If you don't flee now, you'll lose your lives. Lin Qing snorted coldly. None of you can escape. I never intended to let you live. Activating the soul-biting lantern, dozens of ghostly green claws erupted, indiscriminately grasping at those around. In an instant, hundreds of souls were drawn into the soul-biting lantern, and the previously weakened aura surged explosively. Lin Qing's face twisted in malevolence. Make sure to devour him. The devouring power of the soul-biting lantern intensified several-fold. I could see that moment. Yi Mu Yun's heart soared with joy. Wasn't this simply free labor for him? The souls absorbed by the soul-biting lantern were all drawn towards Yi Mu Yun. Lin Qing, seeing hundreds of souls with no apparent effect, grew increasingly frantic. Instantly, countless ghostly claws reached towards the people within the city, and the flame of the lantern's wick blazed brightly. Within the wick, a figure seemed to sit, opening deep-set eyes that locked onto Yi Mu Yun. Yi Mu Yun's soul momentarily went blank. Kid, you dare to devour me? Yi Mu Yun paused, astonished. Who are you? The figure replied indifferently. I am the will left behind by the Bone Emperor, the master of this soul-biting lantern. Yi Mu Yun scoffed. Nonsense. The Bone Emperor is dead, yet you still flaunt your authority before me. Yi Mu Yun immediately summoned the embryonic form of his innate weapon. Let us absorb together. I will devour the souls, and you can absorb the treasure. Yi Mu Yun and the embryonic form of his innate weapon worked in tandem, frantically devouring the soul-biting lantern. The will of the Bone Emperor seethed with rage. You dare! As the cacophony of the Bone Emperor grew louder, Yi Mu Yun and his innate weapon consumed with increasing fervor. That will sought to resist. Yet it was utterly powerless. Yi Mu Yun's devouring force was inherently tyrannical, and augmented by an innate weapon. The dual consumption left that will with no choice but to watch helplessly as it was obliterated. How dare you treat this sovereign in such a manner? As time elapsed, that figure became increasingly indistinct. The will of the Bone Emperor trembled with fear. Please, do not consume me. I can submit to you and serve your desires. Do not, Yi Mu Yun replied coldly. You are merely a will. What could you possibly offer me? Your only fate now is to be obediently consumed. The will of the Bone Emperor trembled in terror. Do not! With a final, anguished cry, the will of the Bone Emperor was entirely devoured by the innate weapon. Simultaneously, the soul-devouring lamp in Lin Qing's hand disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. Ding! The innate weapon has consumed the soul-devouring lamp. Progress increased by 2. Current progress at 2. Yi Mu murmured to himself. This increase is substantial. A direct 2. Could it be due to the consumption of the Bone Emperor's will? Yi Mu Yun also gained considerable experience, as Lin Qing continuously fed souls into the lamp. More than half of the city's populace had been sacrificed. This directly translated into a significant accumulation of experience for Yi Mu Yun, particularly from the remaining 5,000 souls he had brought along. Yi Mu Yun observed the incessant stream of experience notification from the system, estimating nearly 70 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Host has evolved to become the Supreme Skeleton Lord. Evolution count at 22. Acquired skill. Domain of rules. Utilizing this skill creates a domain within 1,000 meters, with rules dictated by the host. Enemies within the domain who fail to adhere to the host's rules will face obliteration by the laws of the domain. The higher the skill level, the greater the domain's range and the stronger its regulatory power. Currently, The strength of the rules stands at 1. There remains a staggering 5283059883880 experience points until the next evolution. Yi Muyun furrowed his brow. System, what does it mean to establish rules? Ding. Quite simple. Within the domain of rules, if the host decrees that one must wear white, those without white will be annihilated by the laws. However, the host must establish rules that benefit themselves, for the host must also comply within the domain. Failure to do so will result in backlash from the laws. Why Immune suddenly understood. I see. This skill is remarkably powerful. Why Immune felt a surge of joy. This entity was indeed his fortuitous star. Since their encounter, he had experienced 4 consecutive evolutions, while the system had not shown such understanding. Some rejoiced while others despaired. This moment. Lin Qing finally grasped the gravity of his situation. He was at the end of his rope. Lin Qing gazed at Yi Muyun in terror, his upper lip quivering. Do not come closer. My grandfather is the supreme elder of the Shiwa sect, a veritable powerhouse of the Nether Saint realm. If you kill me, you will not escape unscathed. You are clever. I promise I will not oppose you again. You may kill these lowly peasants as you wish. It is of no concern to me. Please, spare me. Yi Muyun advanced step by step toward Lin Qing, each footfall like a hammer striking Lin Qing's heart. Lin Qing continued, desperate. What if I were to become your servant? I am of no significant standing in the Shiwa sect. I could act as your informant, allowing you to seize territory in Shiwa Prefecture without fear of reprisal. As Yi Muyun drew nearer, Lin Qing grew frantic. If that is not enough, I can help you annihilate the Shiwa sect. I know the weaknesses of their sect's grand formation and can divulge them to you. Lin Qing broke into tears. Please, do not kill me. I am still young. I have 3,000 women around me, 1,000 of whom I have yet to touch. I have much wealth left to spend. I cannot bear to leave this world. Why Muyun replied indifferently. You hold no value to me. As for your suggested method of breaching the Shiwa sect, do you truly believe I need such assistance? I find your words insulting. Thus, you shall meet your end. With a flick of his finger, a blade of energy pierced Lin Qing's skull in an instant. After slaying Lin Qing, Yi Muyun began sifting through Lin Qing's and the other dandies' spatial rings. Uncovering a plethora of treasures in total, he had acquired 30 superior-grade artifacts, leaving him in awe. These individuals were indeed wealthy, averaging 3 items apiece. They were practically akin to cabbages. Yet in the end, all these treasures would conveniently fall into my hands. Yi Muyun subsequently summoned the nascent form of his innate weapon from his soul. Sensing the abundance of delicacies outside, the nascent form trembled in delight. Once released, it swiftly consumed all 30 superior-grade artifacts in a mere moment. Yi Muyun remarked with exasperation, why the heavens, you truly resemble Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit. Hardly even chewing. Yi Muyun was speechless. Those were over 30 superior-grade artifacts, and he felt a pang of regret. At least chew a little to let me hear some noise. Ideally, something good would come of this. Otherwise, I might compel you to break yourself. Ding! The innate weapon has consumed the Nether Spirit Book. The innate weapon has consumed the Soul Gathering Wood. The innate weapon has consumed the Wind and Thunder Divine Brush. Progress of the innate weapon increased by 3. Current progress at 5.1. Why Muyun remained at a loss for words. Such a large quantity only yielded a mere 3. Slightly more than a single holy grade weapon. It seems that to acquire greater treasures, one must plunder the major sects and sacred grounds. After organizing the treasures, he waved his hand slowly. Attack! Occupy Anjiang City. The inhabitants of Anjiang City stared in terror at the skeletal army behind Yi Muyun, fleeing in abject panic. The skeletal army surged into the city like a locust swarm. Engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Yi Muyun opened his information panel. Host, Yi Muyun race. Undead race name. Supreme Skeleton Lord Evolution Experience Value. 52830598838868080 Evolution Count. 22 Exclusive Talents. Mass Devour. Skill Synthesis Siren's Eye, Sword Heart, Dragon Elephant Body, Heart of Destruction, Lord of the Nether Dragon, Bone Concealment Skills. Triumvirate Power LV3, Instant Burst Fist LV4, Soul Storm, Eye of Death LV3, Bone Finger of Slaughter LV3, Phantom Step of the Dreaded Swan. 7 Kill Ghost Seal, Crossing the Abyssal Sword, Hyperregeneration, Mass, Heavenly Burial Bone Melody, Shura Golden Bone, Ghost Buddhist Chant, Execution Black Coffin, Domain of Rules Realm. Peak Nether Spirit Combat Power, 2800 having accumulated an abundance of skills. It will be prudent to consolidate them through skill synthesis. Yi Muyun contemplated. The Triumvirate Power and Shura Golden Bone could indeed be fused, though an additional skill is required for the synthesis. Scanning through his skills, he noted that the Soul Storm had not been utilized in quite some time. It merely collected dust in the skill bar, so it would serve well as a fusion material. Let us see what new skill emerges. Yi Muyun dragged the 3 skills into the synthesis slot. Ding! Congratulations, host has fused a new skill. Kill Intent Shura Form. Utilizing this skill grants the host an enhancement of 180 to all attributes. When attacked by enemies, the host may inflict 50 of damage back upon them, and a wave of killing intent will emanate from the host, extending 100 meters in radius. Those with weak souls will immediately fall into an illusory realm of killing intent, while those with strong souls will suffer sustained damage. The higher the skill level, the greater the attribute enhancement, the more significant the retaliatory damage, and the wider the killing intent's range. Yi Muyun exclaimed in delight. The fusion of 3 skills resulted in such an impressive effect. What a pleasant surprise. Yi Muyun then turned his attention to the skill panel once more. The 7 Kill Go Seal and Crossing the Abyssal Sword, as well as Execution Black Coffin, could also be combined. Who knows what delightful outcome may arise. Speaking thus, Yi Muyun dragged these 3 skills into the synthesis slot. Ding! Congratulations, host has fused a new skill, 7 Kill Sealing Execution Array. Utilizing this skill, one can create an absolute forbidden space, a square black confinement spanning 500 meters, impervious to the boundaries of reality. Within this space, a lethal sword formation materializes, with each execution sword delivering damage equivalent to 3 times the user's combat power as true soul harm, disregarding all forms of defense. Furthermore, for every additional 10 seconds the sword formation endures, the power of the execution swords escalates by 2 this skill currently lasts for 5 minutes, and as its level increases, the range broadens, the sword's might intensifies, and the duration extends. Yi Muyun grinned widely. Impressive. Indeed, it was an unexpected delight. Withdrawing from the information panel, Yi Muyun noted that the conquest of Anjiang Prefecture was nearing its conclusion. This assault on Anjiang Prefecture marked the most significant gain since Yi Muyun began his campaign in Tianshi County. He had evolved a remarkable 4 times, acquiring numerous skills, and his subordinates had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The ranks of silver skeletons were now virtually non-existent, replaced entirely by golden skeletons, with the number of skeleton generals soaring to over 100,000, and the lords numbering in the thousands. With several grand lords and hundreds of skeleton monarchs, M. Oyen, Shuigu, Lingyang, Bingshan, and Qi Gui had all advanced to the rank of junior skeleton overlords, while Minghua had ascended to the pinnacle of skeleton overlords. Su Shihuan's realm had also risen alongside Yi Muyun's, directly breaking through to the mid-stage of the underworld emperor realm. This left Su Shihuan utterly astonished. Although she was a sacred body and her ascension was swift, she had never witnessed anyone leap a full realm in a single day, especially from underworld king to underworld emperor, a feat that many struggled to achieve. Yet, she had accomplished it with ease. Yi Muyun patted Su Shihuan's shoulder with a smile. I understand your excitement, but do try to contain it as you accompany me further. You'll realize this is but a trivial matter, as Su Shihuan knelt before him, respectfully declaring, Your grace is beyond repayment. I shall devote myself entirely to my lord, even at the cost of my life. Yi Muyun nodded in satisfaction. As long as you understand your place, that I provide you with everything so that you may offer it all in return. The most formidable among them remained the Dark Star Saint, inherently a sacred being. Yi Muyun mused that its advancement would not be significant, yet the innate talent bestowed by the system was overwhelmingly powerful. It too had reached the peak of the sacred level, just a step away from the divine realm. This filled the Dark Star Saint with overwhelming excitement. All thanks to my lord. Without you, such achievements would have been impossible. I once dared not even dream of the divine realm. Yet now I find myself so close that Yimuyun expressed his surprise. Is the divine realm truly so difficult to attain? The Dark Star Saint sighed. My lord, you are unaware. Whether it be underworld beings, demon creatures, or humans, they all belong to the spirit of all things, in the Xianming world. The sacred level represents the ultimate limit of such spirits. To transcend this tier, one must comprehend their own rules. Mastery of these rules leads to divinity, freeing one from the status of mere insect. Yimuyun pondered for a moment, and then asked, System, will I need to comprehend my own rules to break through from the sacred level to the divine realm? Ding. Host need not worry. The system can simulate myriad rules, as long as the host meets the evolution criteria. The system will directly provide the rules to the host. Yimuyun felt immense satisfaction. The system is indeed remarkable, even providing rules in bulk. Minghua, Mo Yin, and Shuigu approached Yimuyun. Lord. This area has been secured. Please provide your orders. Yimuyun gazed into the distance and calmly instructed, command the troops to maintain relentless pressure. Directly assault the capital of Tianshi County, Yoning Prefecture. Capture Tianshi County as swiftly as possible. Lin Qing was the grandson of the supreme elder of the Shiyue sect. Although Yimuyun was unaware of the elder's exact standing within the sect, it was undoubtedly significant. Killing Lin Qing would soon attract the elder's wrath. Before that, Yimuyun aimed to secure Tianshi County and complete the system's task, preparing for further enhancements. When the elder arrived, Yimuyun would merely see him as a substantial source of experience. If Yimuyun's predictions proved correct, Lin Anlin would soon witness Lin Qing's life token shatter in his hands. With reddened eyes, Lin Anlin let out a furious roar. Damn skeletons! You killed my grandson. I will annihilate your entire clan. The entire back mountain of the Shiyue sect trembled as several surrounding peaks crumbled into dust due to Lin Anlin's wrath. All disciples of the sect were stirred by the commotion, curiously glancing towards the back mountain. What is happening back there? Such a tremendous disturbance. Could it be an enemy attack? The elders of the Shiyue sect were alarmed, hovering in midair, their expressions dark as they gazed towards the back mountain. Zhishang Dao Ren also flew out from the palace to stand with the other elders, all eyes fixed on the back mountain. It seems the aura belongs to Elder Lin. Zhishang Dao Ren remarked. Could it be that Elder Lin has fallen into a state of madness? The elder's expression darkened. If it were mere madness, it would not be a significant issue. I fear it may be that his grandson, Lin Qing, has encountered trouble. A collective gasp echoed among the elders. Lin Anlin was no ordinary individual. Not only was he formidable, but his methods were equally ruthless. Aside from the Grand Elder, no one could rein him in. If Zhishang's suspicions were accurate, then those responsible for Lin Qing's death would not be the only ones to suffer. The Shiyue sect would also face dire consequences. As they spoke, another violent tremor erupted from the back mountain, an overwhelming aura spreading within the sect, causing some weaker disciples to perish instantly from the pressure. Zhishang Dao Ren's expression shifted. Quickly, erect a protective formation. This aura is unbearable for ordinary disciples. The elders nodded in agreement, their fingers weaving intricate symbols as esoteric runes materialized in their hands, enveloping the entire Shiyue sect in a protective barrier, save for the back mountain. Even so, the elders struggled to maintain the formation. The aura was too potent for them to endure for long. Zhishang Dao Ren called out, "We're the heads of the 4 academies." Just as his voice fell, for powerful auras descended from various points within the Shiyue sect. Qinglong Academy's chief elder, Lan Zishan, pays respect to the sect master. Baihu Academy's chief elder, Yun Changhe, pays respects to the sect master. Zhuke Academy's chief elder, Hua Xiangrong, pays respects to the sect master. Xuanwu, Academy's chief elder, Shi Jingyan, pays respects to the sect master. The elders' faces lit up with joy. The arrival of the 4 chief elders, all powerful figures at the underworld sovereign level, meant they would no longer bear the burden alone. Soon, for even more formidable auras descended upon them. Approaching the elders, Qinglong Academy's head, Yu Cheng, pays respects to the head. Baihu Academy's head, Lin Bai, pays respects to the head. Zhuke Academy's head, Ran Xini, pays respects to the head. Xuanwu Academy's head, Dongfeng Budong, pays respects to the head. The elders' expressions grew even more jubilant. Each of these academy heads possessed unfathomable strength, on par with sect master Zhishang Daorun, all at the pinnacle of the underworld's sovereign level. With their participation, the situation became far more manageable. Zhishang Daorun turned to Lin Bai. Your father seems to have lost control of his aura for some unknown reason. Come with me to the back mountain. The other elders and academy heads continued to maintain the protective formation. Lin Bai's expression shifted. Could it be that he has succumbed to madness? Zhishang Daorin's face darkened. It may be more serious than that. Come with me. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the air. Meanwhile, the back mountain had descended into chaos, with many of the elders' secluded chambers destroyed by Lin Amlin, who was met with furious glares from the elders, though none dared to voice their anger. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who intervened to halt Lin Amlin's rampage. Once more, a face appeared in the sky, coldly scrutinizing Lin Amlin. Lin Amlin, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to destroy the back mountain, or do you seek to provoke the ancestors to eliminate you? Lin Amlin roared in rage. Elder brother, my grandson has passed away. My only grandson has died. He was taken by those accursed skeletons, and now I am powerless to leave the sect to avenge him. How can I possibly vent the fury that resides within my heart? The surrounding elders were taken aback, astonished that Lin Qing had indeed met his demise. Lin Amlin had bestowed numerous treasures upon Lin Qing, even parting with the sacred tier item, the soul-devouring lamp. How could that young man have perished? How formidable must his adversaries be? Lin Amlin's words reached Lin Bai, who had just arrived, and he appeared stricken with disbelief. What? Qing'er is dead. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Lin Amlin struck him with a resounding slap. How dare you say such things? It is entirely your fault for not keeping a closer watch over your son. You spend all your time in cultivation, but what good is it if you cannot even protect your own child's life? Lin Bai immediately knelt before Lin Amlin, filled with remorse. Father, it is all my fault. It is all my fault. Then Lin Bai's expression twisted with rage. Father, do not worry. I shall seek vengeance for Qing. And no matter who the perpetrator is, I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Zhishang was taken aback, observing the reckless determination of the duo. Lin Bai, you must calm yourself. I recall that Elder Lin once gifted Lin Qing a sacred tier item. The soul-devouring lamp. To have perished while possessing such a treasure indicates that the enemy's strength cannot be underestimated. They must possess the power of several saints. It would be prudent to wait for the elders to extricate themselves from the protective formation before proceeding together. Several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears that the seal of the Dark Ancestor has weakened, allowing a multitude of saint-level skeletons to emerge. We must deliberate further. The Grand Elder spoke grimly. This matter is far from trivial. It may not be as simple as it seems. Perhaps even deities are involved.